Hello, everybody, and is the first championship Sunday of Season 3 of The War Within. My name is Aya. I am your host. We are here with D-Machine, Venricky, and Supatees, and of course, Zico will be joining us just a little bit later, but we already have almost a whole weekend behind us. We had Friday's games in Europe, and then we had yesterday in North America, and now here we are, Championship Sunday. Only 4 teams remain in both regions, and we'll be soon crowning our winner for Cup number 1. And I'm so excited to get started, but let's first take a look at the roadmap that these teams are going to be going through to get into that top 3 position. These first 3 cups, qualifying cups to get into the top 3, and then if they don't, they actually have a chance to get into that 4th and final spot into the gauntlet to make it into the top 4 for the War Within Grand Finals towards the middle of November. As you can see here on the calendar, November 14th through 16th is that gauntlet and the finals, so definitely be sure to be tuning in for that. But let's get started to talking about today's matches. But first, we are joined here with D-Machine. D-Machine, how are we doing?
I'm fantastic. I'm so excited to be back. It's one of my favorite places to be, on the desk with all of you people. I mean, it's been a long road. We've known each other for years, and every single time I'm able to rejoin you guys, it's always a blast from the past. It's a dream come true.
More than a decade, right?
Oh God, don't say that.
Sorry.
I'm so old. The gray's coming in on the sides,
yeah,
you know.
We're going gray together.
Hell yeah.
I'm not gray. Never. It'll never happen to me.
I'm not gray
either. Me and
Supatees,
we're immune. We're good. But I mean, David, you've been watching along this weekend. You've been following along, and you've got some highlights that you want to talk about from this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was North America, right? So one of the 2 teams that I was really keeping my eye on was Direwolves. We know them. They're tried and true. It's Sea-Doo, it's Trill, it's Mez, but it's also Sam I Am. And going into this game against Wage Gap, they were down 2-0 versus this Rep Paladin team. And I got a little bit of insight from the legendary Vanguards who was playing against this team, Direwolves, on the ladder with the same composition as Ret Hunter. And they were taking out Direwolves over and over and over again as this composition. So it makes sense that it took the 3rd game for them to lock in the DK, and Lord Mez came out swinging. The pressure was just too much for Smite to be able to handle, and they were actually able to take a win, but they were actually able to bring it all the way to a game 5 here. And just look at the spread pressure from this Death Knight. Mez doing a fantastic job with those defensive AMSs on the Sea-Doo to stop that CC chain, and they were actually able to bring it back. But Cats and Dogs, on the other hand, was the other team I was looking at. Take a quick look at this Fear onto Feed God out of this gouge. Laro's caught out in the middle of the map, and this small window of opportunity is all Shards and Jacks needed to take Laros out here in game number 2. But this series was a back and forth endeavor. F tier up 2-1 on Tolvaron Arena, match point. And take a quick look. Jax is running that sub rogue now, able to do a lot more peeling. Awaken the main kill target for F tier going into this double melee composition. But the cheap shots, the fears, the peels from Cats and Dogs show that they have the offensive pressure, but also the defensive capability to slow down the onslaught onto that Discipline Priest and still take out Laros, bringing it to a game 5. The disarm, the fear on the Dorito, and Feed God was just not able to deal with it. But game 5 was huge. Jax with the insane juke shadow step to stay alive here as they swap the damage out from Awaken over out onto Jax. Both healers basically tapped on mana, but Laros and Jax just racing to the finish. Jax so low on health in execute range, but Laros caught into that coil, can't finish him off, now caught into a cheap shot, and they were able to actually take out that warrior. Insane series coming out from Cats and Dogs, and Cats and Dogs will be facing Direwolves later on in the day, and they're actually the team that knocked down Direwolves. And for me, a team that is capable of overcoming challenges. For example, if you're unable to come back after a day and take out a team that originally knocked you down, I don't think you're worthy for, that crown, for that championship. And I want to see if Direwolves still have it. We've seen them time and time again, but I'm kind of wondering if their heads are still in the game. Do they still have what it takes to go the distance? So I'm going to be keeping an eye out on that lower bracket series later in the day.
Yeah, thank you, David. I think we're all going to be taking a look at that as well. So make sure you're tuning in for that. We've got a long day of games ahead of us. We've got EU and North America, as we touched on. And we're starting off the day in EU, and we can take a look at the bracket that we have in this region. We got 4 teams left, Ven.
Yeah, I mean, there's some incredible teams here. So obviously we can see Echo in the lower bracket, but we can table that for now. We have DOBOB and Streamer Zone. DOBOB looking really good. I think a lot of people going into the DOBOB versus Echo series kind of anticipated Echo to pull out ahead, but DOBOB showing that they are extremely good at those Rogue Mage Priest mirrors, and we're able to best Echo 3-1 and earn their position in the semifinals. Streamer Zone, a little bit of a different road, but they looked incredibly good. Bringing on Bikmix to their team, Swapsy and Bikmix kind of teaming up with Borog and Limp. I wasn't exactly sure what compositions they would run, but they brought in a really unorthodox survival hunter with the Elemental Shaman, and were able to 3-0 under pressure, which is really impressive. So I feel like Streamer Zone right now, they're kind of a wild card. Some big names on that roster, but we'll have to see if they can beat DOBOB or Echo, because that's going to be the true test for me.
And I don't think we can forget the lower bracket either. CLEAVE pilled, their roster looked really impressive yesterday. I really want to highlight their healer. I feel like healers don't get enough appreciation, but Olza had, one of the top 5 plays on Chanimals. It was his #1 play where he knocked an enemy out of that earthen wall totem for their team to secure the win. So CLEAVE pilled are coming straight from the ladder, and now they are facing, debatably, well, it's been the #1 team the last 2 major events in the war within, being Echo. So are they ready to step up? Are they ready to take on that challenge? Because Echo is typically the final boss of the European region, and they're fighting them now in this lower bracket round.
Yeah, it's a cutthroat competition over here in the EU region, especially knowing what is on the line for these players. I mean, it's only the first cup, but those points can really stack up, and you can quickly get behind if you're not getting that placement. But we are in the final day of this weekend, so these teams are going to be walking away with quite a lot of points no matter how it ends, and I could not be more excited to get things started. But let's talk about predictions. We've had predictions all weekend long, and I believe we have a lineup heading into today. D-Machine, you've been sending in yours remotely as well, right?
Of course. Oh my gosh, Venruki, you are looking so good all the way at the top of this leaderboard.
I feel like this is a first for me, so I'm feeling kind of good about it,
When did I get so many points?
Of course. Oh my gosh, Venruki, you are looking so good all the way at the top of this leaderboard.
I feel like this is a first for me, so I'm feeling kind of good about it,
When did I get so many points?
You caught up.
I feel like I was at the bottom before. When did I don't remember doing this well to catch up to all of you guys.
Yo, you didn't catch up. Me and Zico just plummeted to your level is what happened.
I was feeling good, and now I feel bad. Thanks.
All right, I gotta hit 50% to get on the board. I think I can do that.
Yeah, I think the goal is to be at least better than the coin, and so far only
the bar is so low.
The bar is really low, but listen, the coin's doing pretty well. That's
not
45%.
The coin doesn't look too happy if you look at his face.
You know what the best part about this is? Is I feel like in order to be in my position, I had to take some crazy picks.
True.
Yeah.
So I think the great thing about the predictions leaderboard and us all kind of failing for the most part is it means the competition has actually been really good. The teams have been super competitive. We have some amazing matches.
You know what's sad about this is I'm in a pick'ems league for football, just for funsies, and I'm doing way better in that than I am here, and I know nothing about football. I'm just picking randomly. That's not good. I know way more about World of Warcraft. We got to step this up.
We got to start picking with our hearts and not our heads, Aya. That's the trick.
Yeah, it's true. It really is. But hopefully we can redeem ourselves today. But if you are in chat, time to get your prediction in for the first series of the day that we've got here. We are in the upper finals. It's DOBOB versus StreamerZone.gg. D-Machine, I'm going to put you on the spot. You're the new guy here.
Please.
What is your prediction for this series?
I see DOBOB, I vote for DOBOB. It's that simple. I see Thessia's name.
DOBOB.
I never, ever, this is a different series, but Cats and Dogs did do nuts. But DOBOB is just a roster that I have counted out before and have been burnt. I know Streamer Zone, we have Bixmex. I love a Bixmex. He is one of my favorite players to watch. Swapsy, also just a titan in the scene. If you don't know who Swapsy is, you haven't been watching AWC. That dude he's capable of playing just about anything in the game at the highest level possible, so bless you. DOBOB, though, I refuse to vote for anything but them.
That's fair. Super T's.
I did give them 2 wins, two losses, you know, so.
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah.
I'm leaning into the DOBOB trend as well. I feel like their Rogue Mage Priest looked so solid. No. The fact that they were able to take on Echo, I know if your prediction aligns with my prediction, then you're probably in a tough position. But at the same time, I feel like this is maybe I could be wrong, because maybe the Survival Hunter is just such a curveball that no team is ready to deal with it. But you guys are all in alignment with me, so
I want
you
to
guys
be
are.
wrong.
I'm dragging all of you guys down. I'm just dragging the average down. I'm like the guy with low grades in the class, and I'm dragging everybody's average down right now.
I actually want to be wrong. I would be happy if I'm wrong, to be honest.
Okay, explain that.
Yeah. Because like I feel like Streamer Zone, they're bringing in these like kind of wacky compositions. Big Mix in particular is someone I'm really rooting for to succeed. Like someone who's just stuck to their main for such a long time, finally has this well-rounded roster where he can shine. I want to believe in that dream. My head's telling me DOBOB's gonna win, but my heart really wants Streamer Zone to pull this off.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys as well. I'm 3-2 on the side of DOBOB. I echo the same thing that D Machine said. There have been times when I've doubted them, and they just pulled off, some miracles. But maybe they do it today again, or maybe it is Streamer Zone that comes out on top. But Ven, what do you want to see on the side of Streamer Zone if you want them to make this happen? How do you think that's going to be possible for them?
I want to see more of this Elemental Shaman Survival Hunter. You know what I mean? Like Swapsy on the Ellie Shaman, something we've seen many times in the past. He's phenomenal at the specialization. And then, of course, Big Mix, unrivaled on the Survival Hunter. So I feel like it's a really interesting composition. It's one of those situations where even if DOBOB knows they're going to be playing against this composition, there's not really many teams that could give them good practice, you know? So I feel like that's what's nice for Streamer Zone is they have this advantage where they're playing such a unique composition that it's hard to practice into them.
All right, we've got the chat results also. Now, keep in mind, this is the amount of points that people have voted with, not necessarily the amount of people, but it's about 50% right now, which kind of surprises me. I feel like usually it's like completely one-sided here, but DOBOB, Streamer Zone GG, at least chat, who has been doing better than most of us in terms of predictions, thinks that it's going to be an even match of D Machine, but I mean, DOBOB is this team, I feel like, that just kind of came, not necessarily out of nowhere. I don't think that's fair. We've got some tournament veterans that maybe took a bit of a break, and then they came together, D-Machine. It's like dream team that found some early success the first time we saw them.
Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit offline the other day of how like this is like 2 rosters that kind of merge together. Thessia and Brunhitty, a rogue mage wombo combo. Thessia constantly in conversation for being the best mage in the world. I was at a LAN, I say this all the time, and I asked every mage who the best mage is there, and they said the best mage isn't here. It's actually Thessia. And it's just wild to me that they were able to give that much props to him. And but of course we have Relza and Flappers. They went into a LAN tournament way back in the day. Everyone counted out their jungle, and they were able to actually make it all the way to very first place. So DOBOB is one of those teams where I just feel like they have everything, all the tools in their composition, but also the experience to just be one of those teams that are just the favorites of the whole tournament. But if there is a team that is capable of taking them out, Aya, it's Streamer Zone GG. I mean, this lineup is looking extremely strong, and as Elliot mentioned earlier, compositions that people just don't have a lot of reps into.
Yeah, definitely not. And I feel like also when you're on a team with Swapsy, just historically, this is a guy where his team seem to have such a wide variety of compositions, actually, that they're super confident in as well. I mean, I'm interested to see what kind of that Swapsy factor brings to the rest of these players, Ven.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's a lot of tournament experience. The guy is well seasoned at this point. But yeah, I'm just curious to see, because obviously we know Tessia, we've been talking about him a lot. This team's going to play Mage more than likely. And right now it seems like Fire Mage is kind of the more popular of the mage specializations. So I don't really expect to see Frost. It'll probably be Fire, perhaps Arcane. But if they do play Fire, I think Survival is actually really good into Fire Mage. Bringing the Roar of Sacrifice that makes you immune to critical strike damage can be super effective to reduce that Fire Mage damage burst. So I really am curious about this. I feel like DOBOB, this could be a difficult matchup for them.
Yeah, interesting. We're seeing a lot of uses out of Hunters, specifically early on in the season, David.
I love it. I'm a big Hunter fan. Maybe it's the Ret Paladin in me. Cupid's just been like my composition that I've had to play. I was Ret Paladin for so long. But Big Mix in particular is one of those Hunters that's been maining that survival specialization. And in my opinion, that specialization just has the most versatility. It's able to be aggressive. It's got a lot of defensive play. The Roar Sacrifice, of course, is still available to them. And we do see him lock in. We have a Swapsy on the Feral Druid and a Flappers on a Feral Druid. Kind of wild. We got a couple of priests, a Discipline versus Holy. But here we go. This is the blind pick on the Grand Arena. Who do you think won this blind pick if you had to guess, Elliot?
I don't know. Maybe Streamer Zone? Arcane Mage is really strong right now, though.
It's Arcane.
Yeah, he's a High Mountain Arcane Mage. So High Mountain, infecting the European meta as well. So we're going to see a lot of High Mountain. So Swapsy on the Feral Druid is also very interesting. It gives Streamer Zone a lot of flexibility. We saw Swapsy play a little bit of Feral last season, so I'm curious to see how he can perform against someone like Flappers here. And it looks like Flappers will get opened on right away as Big Mix, Rogue, and Swapsy are getting really aggressive here onto Flappers. Making a swap here onto Tessia. Also, it's going to be very important to shut down some of this incoming damage. One thing to note is Relza is playing that Void Weaver, so the lot of additional casted damage he's going to be able to bring in. But if they shut him down, his healing will be limited.
Looks like it. A nice back and forth here so far. This is Flapper's Incarnation. Now that just falls. Both Incarnations are down, so a lot of the onslaught kind of dealt with from DOBOB and Streamer Zone here. Flapper's caught into that bear form. At this point, he's looking for the Cyclones. He's not able to get it just yet, but we're all going to go ahead and mass dispel out that CC. Or actually, there is still an Ice Block available for Thessia, but it looks like the Druids are both kind of the kill target for both teams. Maim goes out onto Bixmix as they swap some of that rip damage over onto him, and it looks like Flappers is going for like more of a spread pressure play with Thessia as opposed to just trying to focus one healer down. Stun goes out onto Relza. There is the full trap. That's going to be traded out by a Barkskin. Flappers in that bear form for now, just trying to hold on to his survival instincts if need be. Relza's out of the CC. Should be A-okay. They're trying to swap this damage over out onto Bixmix. This is going to be the pain suppression out onto Flappers. A Cyclone goes out onto Bowrug. It is full. A Maim onto Swapsy into cat form. Can they burst him down? He's down to half health, but he gets that life grip. He's going to be okay for now. And both teams are just looking for the next opportunity. Full trap onto Relza. Flappers could just go down in this bash, but that is going to be the trinket swap from Relza. DOBOB finally forced to use that trinket on the Discipline Priest. And so far, so good for Streamer Zone.
This is looking very good for Streamer Zone. They have most of the pressure, most of the momentum, getting the crowd control, the setups, but can't count DOBOB out. Arcane Mage is incredibly explosive, so when that Arcane Surge comes up in just a few short seconds, that's an opportunity for DOBOB to win the game and even just kill through cooldowns potentially. Flappers on the run. Once again, a full Fear lands here onto Relza. Tessia doing what he can, looking for the Surge, looking for the counter pressure. Oh, but he gets silenced. Nicely done there by Bismix. Just going to be really getting a lot of crowd control. Cyclone out onto Relza now, and Streamer Zone are just looking so healthy, so confident. They might get first blood here, and they take down Flappers. They do it. Oh, my heart. It feels so good right now. Streamer Zone, they bring in the jungle, and they pull off a Game 1 win.
My prediction might be in trouble here, Elliot, but at the same time, it is so nice to see this jungle team busting out a W here. I love seeing a Bixmix catch a W. And to note, Flappers went down and Swapsy's Incarnation was back up. Relza had no buttons left, no survival instincts, no Barkskin available for the Feral Druid on Flapper's side as well. That was a very confident win for Streamer Zone GG. And the question that I have that's popping up in my head is, what is DOBOB going to do about it? What composition are they going to have to swap to? Because that did seem extremely one-sided, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I mean, we can take a look at these final moments. So much of this game came down to just clean, concise setups from Streamer Zone. I think Bismix in particular did an incredible job of shutting down Tessia. So anytime he had burst damage available, he's just getting silenced. Anytime he could go for a polymorph, look at this, he gets scattered. So this match just really disrupted his burst potential. And that just means Swapsy and Bismix, I mean, they're just doing more consistent damage throughout the match. He had a really difficult time actually getting off that burst and just put Flappers in such a defensive position the entire game. So I feel like DOBOB is going to play something else. I don't know what, but I don't think this matchup looked good, and I would be very surprised if we don't see some sort of change.
No, I absolutely agree with that. It just didn't seem like they had the ability to gain control of the team. All the instant CC from the Hunter doing a great job locking down Thessia. And that's kind of what you need to do. We know Thessia. He's a playmaker. He finds the opportunities to land stuff up, but just the momentum from start to finish was in Streamer Zone's favor, and they just never let go of that momentum, it would seem. Every single time Flappers got caught out into cat form in a stun, his health bar just dips so low, forcing some sort of defensive cooldown. And just do that over and over and over again, rinse and repeat, and there you have it. And then all of a sudden there's no opportunity for this Arcane Mage to get that burst off. Game number 1 goes to them, but looking at the damage breakdown, Swapsy and Bixmix were just doing so much pressure, which is interesting too, because I saw Flappers actually spreading his dots around. So I thought that maybe his pressure might be up, but turns out it's hard to do damage when you are in bear form defensive.
Yeah, it just felt like Swapsy was never scared in the game. Whereas for DOBOB, it was a little bit of a different story. We are going to Ashermane's Fall. I feel like I might even want to just see the Fire Mage, even though Survival feels like a little bit of a soft counter. I don't know how much I like the Arcane. It felt like he was just... Anytime he had the burst damage, like I said, he's just getting silenced. He's getting scattered, and it felt really difficult. Whereas Fire Mage, you can't shut the damage down nearly as easily.
Right.
And as the Fire Mage, you can also just focus on crowd control way more in the game, because you're just spamming polymorph, and if you get kicked, you don't really care, because then all of a sudden you can do maximum amount of damage. Whereas for Arcane, it's hard to do both things, right? If you want to go for polymorphs, you can't do damage. And if you want to do damage and you get kicked, you can't polymorph. So it makes it a little bit more tricky. So I'm interested to see what DOBOB decides to do.
Yep, that was the blind pick. It's worth mentioning again that this is the composition that they locked into. So it feels like they might have mind games themselves a little bit, or maybe anticipated a different composition from Streamer Zone, perhaps. I don't know. Swapsy the Feral Druid surprised me. Maybe it shouldn't at this point. You know, he could play just about anything he wants to. But they are going to be going to the Fire Mage, Outlaw Rogue, Holy Priest for DOBOB. A composition we've seen them on before. Very, very solid composition for them. I feel like this team has the ability to find the windows of opportunity to land kills into anything. What am I looking
I've literally
at?
never seen versatility that high. Like, Tessia was expecting to be attacked, and they just ignored him. So
41, almost 42,000 versatility.
42,000 versatility is literally insane. So
is that including the racial too? It's probably not, right?
I don't think so. No, it doesn't include the racial. So they get a little bit extra. So everyone, like that's kind of the weird thing, though, right? Is if you build your character like this, you do lose damage. There's just no doubt about it. Like you're especially for Arcane Mage, Mastery is a really potent damage stat. You need haste to get off cast. So if you're completely limiting your Mastery, completely limiting your haste, you're actually not that scary when you're free casting. So like if they just ignore Tessia like they did in that last game, his damage output is going to be limited. You only really get value from that versatility if you're being trained the entire game.
Yeah, but versatility on a Fire Mage, is it as impactful as an Arcane Mage? Is he that worried about it? With Combustion, everything's like instant, right?
So
Educate me, Elliot.
What's interesting about Fire Mage, in my opinion, versatility is actually the best damage stat for Fire. So you actually gain the most damage. Yeah, Mastery is not nearly as important for Fire Mage in PvP. Ignite is just, it's kind of weak. So yeah, having versatility increases your damage the most of any stat, and then you're already going to have like a decent amount of haste. So if he wants to play a tank mage, he could play that level of versatility, and I think it's actually good on Fire. Whereas on Arcane, it's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, I remember Outlaw used to be very difficult to take down with that, cooldown reduction. So, if they're like, yep, I'm the kill target, let me just stack this versatility real quick, and I'll go on a Fire Mage where I can actually get some value out of it. I'm excited to see how this is going to stack up. I mean, a lot less casting required, perhaps, at least when doing damage on the Fire Mage. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to pan out for them. Streamer Zone sticking with the Feral Druid, Survival Hunter, Jungle composition. This transmog, however, I'm not feeling it. Nope, not feeling it at all. What is this helmet? It looks like a bucket. I mean,
like
it's working
it.
for him.
That's my favorite part about it. The wooden toy helm.
Listen, I'm gonna listen to your expertise on transmogs. Everyone knows that you're always drippy.
Yeah.
I've seen your Torrens
I've always
on
said it
stream.
definitely improved over the years. You know, people used to meme that, you know.
Oh, interesting.
Looks good though. I mean, I think it looks
PvE
real
staff.
good.
Look at the
What would you rate
JPEG on
this?
that PvE
Like, what would you
staff.
actually rate this? For me,
Oh, I mean,
this is like a solid 8.5.
8.5. I give it a 5 out of 10, bro.
What?
Yeah, it's not doing it for me, man. I don't know. You know, I do like a low profile mog. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I need a little bit more bravado. Give me a little bit more.
What do you think about this? This is just a set. This is a heritage set.
Is this just the heritage set? I mean, I'm a big fan of the high mountain Tauren, meta that's coming out. I have to admit, I'm already a high mountain Tauren on my monk. I just saw it happening in the tournament yesterday, and I had so much FOMO, I immediately transferred him.
Yeah, I've been a Tauren on my mage for seasons now. Like,
I know. You're a trendsetter, man. What can I say? I give this, I got to deduct some points because it is a set. I gave that a 7 out of 10.
beautiful transmogs. Just remember, like, it is important to remember that these players, for the transmog, have access to, I think, every item in the entire game. So they can get really creative.
It's true.
Like, some players I don't think care at all, and they just will put on whatever, because they're more focused on just winning than how they look. But I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand.
I watch a lot of Formula One racing, and unironically, there's like a meta where they like get dressed well, like they like comb their hair, they like groom themselves extremely well because they think that if they feel confident in how they look, it'll help their confidence in their driving. And I think it's the same for transmogs. Zico was mentioning this yesterday. If you're not looking good, you're not going to play good. It's just a matter of fact. And this is looking good for me. I see the wolf belt. I see the wolf side shoulder. I don't even know if this is a set, but I'm into it. I'm into this. I'm giving this an 8 out of 10.
It is, in fact, a full set, but it
okay, it's 7 out of 10. I got it to deduct points.
Deduct from the full set. Swapsy. So we could take a look at this as well. Like, Swapsy on Feral is something that pleases me. Like, we talked about Swapsy being a multi-classer, but him playing the Feral Druid opens up so many possibilities for this team. Normally what happens when you have a team that plays jungle is they're just a one trick. That's all they can play. But all of a sudden, you have someone like Swapsy on your team. You have so much more flexibility and diversity with what you can run, and you can enable, Bispix on the Survival Hunter a lot more. So this is going to be a very interesting game to me. Tessia is going to be playing the Dwarf in this game, and I honestly
get rid of the bleeds. I see.
Yeah, I was going to say Tessia is not the type of mage where you're going to be a versus stacking arcane mage that's playing Blink and running away. Like, that's not what we like from Tessia. We like Tessia, the playmaker, the one that's playing aggressive, offensive, keeping the team on the back foot. That's what he excels at. So hopefully we see that version of Tessia in this game.
All right, the opener on the Tessia is going to proc that alter time immediately. He's not playing around with Swapsy's opener whatsoever. But there's a stun on the Swapsy. He is in cat form. Lots of burst damage from the combustion followed up from Tessia. But where's the CC? The polymorph does land. That's going to force the bark skin. But here comes the incarnation. Relza sees it. He's going to jump into that angel form right away to respect that damage. And it looks like Brunhilde is going to be the one who takes the majority of this damage. The fury of the eagle coming out from Bixmix. So much pressure for Relza to deal with. And as soon as he gets out of that angel, caught into a full trap. Bruh is still on the back foot at half health here, but a nice defensive fear from Borug is going to stop some of this damage into a full ring of frost from Tessia to stop Swapsy. Now Bixmix finally taking a bit of pressure. Apotheosis is going to be proc. He's going to spam out those Serenities, keep up his Hunter. He's going to be A-okay through this. Fear goes out onto Relza. If there's anything to follow it up, surely this is going to be a defensive cooldown from Bruh. But Brunhilde is doing a great job holding on to evasion, holding on to all of his defensive so far.
Nice trap there by Bismix. He's so patient with landing those traps, gets the Fade out of the way, gets the Holy Ward out of the way, and then eventually just lands it. So I really like how consistent he is there, but under fire right now. Cheap shots coming in, big damage, needs to be careful. Polymorph onto Barug. It looks like Bismix is going to greet it. Whoa, but this is super greedy. Use the High Mountain Racial to get out of the smoke bomb. Nicely done there by Bismix. He holds on to his aspect of the turtle and plays it cool. I mean, that was a bit of a dicey situation, but holds on to those really important cooldowns.
Amazing. I think he didn't proc the Guardian through that as well. Baraku's got the CC, but he had the Guardian up, and that's all they needed. Both teams not overreacting. Extremely level-headed play from both sides here. Bixmix reconnecting on the Thessia, but this is Combustion, and he reads it. Immediately pops the Aurora Sacrifice, and as you said earlier, that reduction on crit is such a big deal against a Fire Mage. And there's the cheap shot. There's the full poly, though. Lots of damage. The Aurora Sacrifice is finally down. Swapsy just going to go ahead and use that bark skin out of, he just knows that he's not the main kill target, but here's the bash on the Brune into the stun. Huge heals from that Guardian is going to keep him a-okay, but that was a couple more swaps like that, Elliot, and someone can go down very easily.
Streamer Zone's winning this game as far as I'm concerned, but we'll see. You don't want to call it too soon. Full blind here onto Barug. Looks like he will sit the blind into a polymorph. Swapsy's just going to tank it out in bear form, feeling confident. Keep in mind, Tessia's got no ice block. Brunhilde, no trinket. Relza, no trinket. Streamer Zone is one setup away from closing out this game. They just have to decide who they want to go after. It looks like they're going to be going after Tessia. Relza uses the Holy Ward. Brunhilde getting low on health. Does he have the healing to keep him alive? It will be the Cloak of Shadows. Feint spam coming in, trying to weather the storm. But once again, Streamer Zone, their setups are better. Their damage is better. They've got more cooldowns. It's looking extremely good for this team.
It is. I mean, look at the buttons available for DOBOB. No evasion, no vanish, no guardian, no swap. There's the kidney shot. They got to get something going right away, but that's going to be the divine him in the background. Oh, it gets kicked. It looks like everyone's completely fine, though, on Streamer Zone. They have buttons for days. Mame goes out onto Brunhilde. No Guardian available for just a few more short seconds. Swapsy puts some damage over out onto Thessia. Streamer Zone catching more and more momentum as this game goes on. And as if you played against a jungle cleave, especially a jungle cleave at this level of Streamer Zone's playing at, you know that this pressure can get really hard to deal with deeper into dampening. The spread pressure for Holy Priest in particular is hard, but a chastise full fear onto Relza. Thessia has no block available to him. Swapsy's trying to reconnect, but a nice shimmer, I believe that was, to get back to nearly full health here. Swapsy's going to reconnect. Relza finally out of that CC. He pops the Apotheosis. Thessia should be a-okay for now, but 30 seconds until he gets that ice block back. Relza's going to have to make this Guardian work. Blind goes out onto Barog. They're trying to swap this over onto Bixmex. Can they get the damage out? He's going to use the heal, the Hunter heal, throughout. He still has Rare Sacrifice. He still has Turtle, and neither team overreacting just yet, but the pressure is in favor of Streamer Zone. This is Combustion. They need to get something done with this right here, right now. Cheap shot on the Swapsy, but he's in bear form already. The DB to just stop the damage. Now the cheap shot goes over onto Bixmex. Thessia on the run. He has that block available, but the Guardian Spirit should be a-okay enough with the Serenity going to top him off.
Yeah, nicely done. Honestly, DOBOB has weathered the storm. Ice blocks back off cooldown. Brunhilde has his trinket. Relza has the trinket, and this might just be the game. Bixmex is getting low. DOBOB, I think they might have done it. They're turning around the pressure. There's a full kidney shot onto Barug. Tessie doing a really good job kiting this game, just avoiding the setups, but inevitably this damage will land. Relza goes into Angel form. He's going to be able to free heal. These flash heals will not be crowd controlled, but they're just taking him down through all of this incoming heals. Big Dragon's Wrath. Tessia looks for a full polymorph. Really nicely done there by Tessia, throwing out a fireball. Swapsy's in trouble. He bark skins, but is it going to be enough? Rook into a polymorph. The full trap lands. Finally getting some damage rolling here onto Tessia. This is such a back and forth game. 5.5 minutes. Dampening is getting higher. Bismix now into a stun lock. The smoke bomb comes in, but they just do not have the damage to force anything.
Rare Sacrifice was big there, as you said, for Fire Mages, but Combustion is up now. Incarnation being popped for Swapsy. Both teams feel the momentum possibly in their favor. Holy Ward going to be eaten immediately on Relza. Chastise into the full trap. This could be a big deal, but the blind also on the Borog into the full ring. Swapsy caught into the bear form, in the stun, into the Chastise. Can they do it? Can they punch through it? The revival, the survival instincts, isn't going to be enough. Health swap available, but it looks like they're trying to get away with it. Mame now onto Brunhilde. Is it going to be enough to take him down with the Guardian Spirit still on him? Cloak of Shadow is going to be used as well. Swap the damage over on the Thessia. No Guardian Spirit available for him. He does have the Bark Skin available. Or, I'm sorry, the Ice Block available, but the spread pressure is now starting to catch a lot of momentum for Streamer Zone. The peels coming out. Both of these DPS are going down. How is Relza going to deal with this spread pressure? Swapsy and Bixmex completely healthy. Guardian Spirit just being used off cooldown. Surely this is Ice Block for Thessia, and it is, but it gets a mass dispelled almost immediately. Holy Ward up for Relza. He's not caught in any CC, but no buttons available. He keeps his team alive, but the cauterized procs. Swapsy and Barkskin, he wants to get aggressive. He does get healed up here, but the mana is becoming a problem for Relza. There's the Chastise. That's the full fear to follow it up. Thessia's in a lot of trouble, and he sees it. He uses the alter time, but it doesn't really get a whole lot of heals. He's desperately trying to get out of line of sight. Brunhitty trying to peel for his team, but the bleeds are starting to hurt really, really bad. Relza going to go ahead and use that him in angel form to keep his team alive, and everyone on Streamer's Arm seems to be A-okay. Swapsy's pre-bearing.
Yeah, just getting into bear form, realizing they're not going to be able to take him down through the angel form, but Tessia is now in a lot of trouble. There's no cauterize, there's no ice block, there's nothing. Relza pre-holy warding the setup, full blind on Barug. Bismuth is in trouble. Oh, it's back and forth. Tessia's low. Can they proc the Guardian Spirit? They managed to take him down. Beautifully down here by Streamer Zone. They're up 2-0, and I feel like that was such a close game. This seems like a matchup DOBOB can win, but it's going to be difficult. Like I think they're battling uphill to win this matchup against Bismuth, Swapsy, and Barug. I want to give a big shout out to Swapsy too. I feel like he played this one exceptionally well defensively. Like they made it really difficult to go after him with his pre-bears anytime they want to do a setup. Like he was just reading them really well.
Yeah, I had an opportunity in the past to be able to listen in on comms with Swapsy at lands, and one of the things that I always kind of took note of was Swapsy's awareness to understand where the win condition is. A lot of times, you might get a little tunnel visioned on like DRs or opportunities to kill, but it's also important to remember what your DR is and what your vulnerabilities are, and Swapsy on that Feral Druid being able to preemptively get into those bear forms whenever combustion was up or whenever they saw that their DRs aren't available. Really, really good presence of mind by him. But this was an incredibly close game, as you mentioned. I did like to see the Rogue Mage. It did feel like they were on the back foot like all game. They basically had to rotate their defensive cooldowns and peel for each other throughout this entire game to get into deep enough dampening to be able to get Streamer Zone even remotely on the back foot. And I think Relza did a fantastic job dealing with a lot of the spread pressure. That Guardian Spirit, it's a short cooldown, but you can only use it on one target. And so being able to rotate all of your abilities to keep your team alive, especially during these like main plays where Brune is just taking so much pressure, is it's a tall order for the Priest. But I think they did a fantastic job. But now they're on match point. They are down 0-2. They have to win 3 games in a row against Streamer Zone, and all of a sudden all of our predictions are not
in a big way. I wasn't sure about this team. What are they going to run? How are they going to implement Bismix? But so far they're doing a great job. The Elemental Shaman with the Survival Hunter look good. Now today they're bringing in Jungle. They're looking like a top tier jungle, and it's exciting to watch. I mean, taking down a team like DOBOB is no easy feat, and they're looking like they might 3-0 and earn their ticket to make it into the grand finals. And then all of a sudden, what's Echo going to do? If Echo manages, you know what I mean? Then DOBOB's in the lower bracket, and then Echo and DOBOB might have to battle against each other once again. I feel like Echo is probably rooting for DOBOB to win this, so they can rematch in the finals, if anything.
DOBOB did take him out 3-1 too, pretty handily. So, I mean, after seeing this play though from Streamer Zone and Echo, we saw their Rogue Mage coming out as well. It seems like kind of their bread and butter. I don't know if I would want a Streamer Zone to go down. DOBOB, they've already beat them once. Streamer Zone is just looking so strong as well. But I'm with you, Ellie. We might not be getting our predictions correct, but I think Bixmex has been in the scene long enough, and he's been grinding that Survival Hunter, that soul specialization. I think it's time that he gets his flowers, and he's showing that it's time for him to get his flowers, because that was a fantastic performance so far. I think this is the exact type of roster that he needed to be able to have the versatility to overcome possible counter compositions, but who needs to lock in a counter composition when your jungle's doing so well? Tolvaron Arena is going to be the map choice coming in from DOBOB. Potentially a map that could have this Feral Druid overextend, perhaps? I don't know. Now that's a Mog. Look at that hat. That is a fire hat.
Wait, really? You like this? I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have a transmog. I'm pretty sure he literally doesn't even have a transmog. This is just
that's the best kind of transmog, man. It's the classic Mog.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it is a nice hat, definitely. He's a little bit more conservative here with his versatility. He's not at 42,000. He's cooling it a little bit.
A little bit. I don't know. I mean, Brunhilde was taking a lot of the goes, so maybe he's able to bring out a little bit of damage, but swapping over to the Arcane Mage, is Tolvaron Arena going to give him enough breathing room to actually get that value, or is Bixmix going to just lock him down again? I don't know. I thought the Fire Mage was doing okay, but I know better to second-guess Thessia.
Honestly, I want to say Frost. I know, like, nobody likes Frost right now, except
You and
me,
Frost.
but I feel like it could be okay. Like,
Dude,
I don't know.
Hell yeah, I'm down for Frost Mage. I mean,
It's not gonna happen,
we've seen
though.
Frost Mage. Yeah,
but
it's not gonna happen.
I like Frost. I feel like
I
maybe
think
it could
Sub
be
is
good.
being slept on. I know Outlaw has a lot of like defensive capabilities, really short defensive cooldowns, really good pressure throughout. But I think a good Sub Rogue in the hands of like a synergized mage composition, I think it still has the potential to be the best comp in the game. It always has the tools, right? We got a nice brutal set coming out from Brunhilde. I'm a big fan of brutal. You got the Illidan visor, I guess what would you call that? A blindfold? It's pretty fire.
First
I'm into
vision of
it.
Sargeras. You know
Yeah.
what? One thing about this transmog that every single outlaw rogue in the entire game uses is that weapon. That weapon is from Archaeology.
fiery
It
one?
is extremely hard to get. Like, yeah, what is it? The scimitar of Sirocco. I once tried to farm that. I was like, this is so cool. I'm gonna do it, and I just gave up. I'm like, this is. It's like a year-long grind. Like it's crazy how hard it is to get that weapon, and it looks so
That's why
good.
you should sign up for the tournament realm so you can get access to all these sweet transmogs, at least for the tournament.
Yeah, I definitely need to do that. All right, here we go. Gates are opening. Tessia bringing in the Arcane Mage again. So they tried the Feral Arcane, didn't work. They tried Fire Outlaw, didn't work. Is the Arcane the secret spice that they needed? We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. I'm hoping that he'll be able to get some more free casting off on Tolvaron Arena, but the way that Bixmix has been playing, I don't know. Immediate altar time as soon as the opener begins. Thessia is not playing around here. Streamer Zone just playing completely on top of DOBOB so far, but caught into a full fear for Bullrug. The cheap shot onto Bixmix. He's taking the Roar Sacrifice, immediately going to be used. Incarnation for Swapsy. He wants to get aggressive onto Thessia, and Relza sees it. He's going to jump into that angel form and start free casting. Bixmix taking a huge amount of pressure there, dropping down to half. No Roar Sacrifice for just a short minute here. And both teams just kind of, hitting each other 1-2. Swapsy caught into that bear form. He's like, I am not getting stunned out of form. There's the smoke bomb on the cheap shots. Do they have any follow-up CC? It looks like Bixmix is going to be okay. There's the Guardian Spirit. There was the Exil as well. And Bixmix is going to be okay. But that was some defensive cooldowns. If they can do that a few more times, they could probably get a turtle.
Yeah, let's see. Tessia going to be targeted down once again in the match, likely playing that 42,000 versatility. So for a mage, that's going to be difficult to take down. Bixmix, though, in cheap shots, big damage incoming. This damage seems a lot more scary incoming from DOBOB in this matchup. Streamer Zone has been under a lot more pressure so far in the match, and they've kind of struggled. I feel like they might want to just go after the rogue a little bit more. Going after the high mountain mage with 50,000 versatility might be a mistake in this matchup. I think targeting for Streamer Zone, they might need to mix it up here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, this looks really good for DOBOB so far. Lots of stuns, the triple fear. Bixmix is going to roar a sacrifice, but will it be enough? They're trying to get the pressure going out onto Thessia. He gets kicked, so we can't get the follow-up polymorph onto Borug. And it looks like the go has stopped for now, but a couple more of those. Full polymorph lands into a half polymorph. He deathed the first one, but it looks like no damage to follow it up onto Bixmix. Now the pressure going out onto Brunhilde. He's just going to pop evasion. He's like, you're on Thessia most of the game. I'm just going to press evasion, respect this damage, but the full trap onto Relza, and the spread pressure is starting to go. Here's the kidney shot. Can they make something happen? Cheap shot onto Borug. He gets the Guardian before it, but will it be enough? Huge damage onto Bixmix. Apotheosis, huge Exil heals as well, and another defensive cooldown is being used. They still have a life swap available, and they still have Trinket available on Borug, but DOBOB doing a much better job here in game number 3, getting the defensive cooldowns out of Bixmix that they need.
SS is doing a lot more damage on this Arcane Mage. Every single one of those Nether Fluxes is just such a crazy amount of damage. SS getting a little bit low on health right now. Full kidney shot lands onto Bixmix. The power infusion is up, so this is an opportunity for Borug and Bixmix to get aggressive, but playing very defensive. I feel like Bixmix, he's not feeling super confident to make a push. Maybe he wants to wait for some cooldowns to rotate back up. Just allow Swapsy to kind of deal with the damage for the time being. Get those cooldowns out of the way. And really just take the pressure off of him by playing so passive in terms of his positioning.
I mean, in late game, I feel like the jungle has an advantage, right? Just so much consistent pressure, but it just feels like one really good go in like deep dampening, it could be all a rogue mage needs. So maybe this passive playstyle might go back to bite him. The sap following up the blind. Bixmex is just on the run right now. A tar trap onto Brunhilde is going to disarm him from just a short period of time there. Huge heals are going to be caught by Bixmex. Now he wants to get aggressive and jump back onto Thessia. Double Ring of Frost is going to slow them down, however. Guardian Spirit's going to top Thessia off, but Bixmex, he's trying to get in position to maybe get a trap, perhaps. But there's the Chastise onto Relza. The Guardian Spirit going to be used preemptively. Full trap lands. Thessia is going to respect the damage and jump into that ice block. He comes out of it, though, as the kidney shot lands. The counterspell onto Borug is if there's any follow-up CC, this could be it. There's no CC needed because he's in that smoke bomb, and that's going to be Turtle and Roar Sacrifice as Polymorph lands onto Borug. And DOBOB, they're keeping themselves alive. This is looking much better in game number 3.
It definitely is. The damage from the Arcane Mage is just way more threatening, consistently.
Is looking much better in game number 3.
It definitely is. The damage from the Arcane Mage is just way more threatening consistently in the match. Fire, you're only really going to be bursting during that combustion, so if they can shut down the combustion, it's not going to be nearly as bad. But with the Arcane Mage, that really low cooldown Netherflux, every single stun is potentially lethal in this match. So makes these stuns way more scary for Bismix, a lot more volatile of a matchup. Relza right now going into the Divine or into the Angel form, looking for Divine Him just to top off the team, keep him healthy. Mana is just slightly in favor of Streamer Zone, so maybe that's something they can rely on, but it's just so close, I don't think it's going to end up mattering. Triple stuns coming in at the same time, a Chastise onto Brunhilde to slow down this Rogue Mage Priest assault. Aim on Bismix, full polymorph on Barug, and Bismix is all alone once again. Can they take him down? At the same time, though, Tessia has no ice block, so definitely a vulnerability in this match, but Bismix is just not getting healed. Finally, the Guardian Spirit lands with the Serenity. He goes straight to full health. He weathers the storm. And now, once again, Streamer Zone can look to get aggressive.
Dude, how much longer can they keep this up? Both sides seemingly doing a fantastic job at just edging out these CC chains to be able to hold on to those trinkets. Holy Ward out for Relza is going to prevent the next go, at least for now. And looks like Bixmex is going to be caught into that cheap shot. Double cheap shot on the Barug. Huge pressure coming out into him. The Polymorph does land, and Bixmex is in a bit of trouble. That's going to force the trinket onto Borug. Aurora Sacrifice for Bixmex as well. Now he wants to get back into the game. The stun. But Brunhilde eats the trap. Fantastic job by the Rogue, stopping the CC chain onto Relza. Now Bixmex is the one who's in a bit of trouble. Surely this is going to be the life swap. Huge damage going on to him. Any CC that hits onto Borug could easily be the game. But Thessia still with no ice block available, down at half health in the middle of the map here. He's looking to Ring of Frost Swapsy. He lands the cross CC, and he lands the polymorph going out onto Borug as well. Bixmix into trouble. Both of these teams just looking for the kill window. Bixmix sees that he's in a bit of trouble. He's trying to get away. There's the Hell Swap. There's the Guardian Spirit. And just 12 seconds until the turtle comes back off of cooldown. Can Borug keep his team aggressive in time to take out Thessia? But in just 14 seconds, he has ice block. Both of these teams are just so close.
Swapsy's on the pillar. He gets stunned. Big setup on Swapsy. Oh no! Does he overextend and potentially throw the game? The heals come in from Burug and he manages to survive, but DOBOB, I really like them punishing there. Huge arcane surge. This is going to be devastating with the power infusion. If Tessia is able to cast here, I mean, this could just easily be lights out. I think it's unhealable damage on Swapsy. They literally just kill him through everything. I mean, that's definitely...
crazy.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, cross kill? Massive spell? He's got the altar time up. Thessia should be A-okay. Okay, after all that time chasing down Bixmex, they kill Swapsy. I mean, I'm a fan of the versatility. They see that he's overextending. Throughout that game, Swapsy was constantly going into bear form too. He's like, whenever you want to swap to me, I got your number. Don't worry about it. But he got a little too greedy at the very end there, pushing in on cat form, getting caught in that stun. But that was an impressive play. We are at like 38% dampening here. So that's quite a tall order to deal with a go like that. But Thessia was able to get a lot more casts out in this game. Bixmex looking to try to play through this. He has the turtle available to him. He's in the Guardian Spirit, but too little too late. Game number 3 goes to DOBOB, and they stay alive here in the upper semis.
They're not going down without a fight, and that looked a lot better. The Arcane Mage being enabled by the Outlaw Rogue seemed like a way better strategy. So what happened in game number 1 is Pharaoh Druid was just basically, like, Flappers was targeted down a little bit too much, keeping him defensive, not really allowing Tessia to get off too much damage. Whereas with the Outlaw Rogue, you're a little bit more durable. You have a lot more stuns that you have access to. You can basically consistently send a setup on every single stun DR. And it's actually really hard to take down an Outlaw Rogue. So you basically are forced to go after Tessia, which plays into the plan of DOBOB. Like, Tessia is going to be really difficult to take down, with the overpowered barrier of an Arcane Mage, the 40,000 plus versatility, the high mountain, and then you have an Outlaw Rogue peeling for you as well. Then you get to this point of the game where Dampening is fully ramped up. Unfortunately for Swapsy, he has to use his Barkskin here. He does hold on to Survival Instincts, but when Power Infusion's up and you have a fully ramped up Arcane Surge, you're just not going to heal through it. There's really nothing Oro's going to be able to do in that situation, especially when cooldowns are low, when mana's low. But one cool thing, David, the machine, is that now we get to see Streamer Zone. They get to lock in, they get to counter comp. And do you think they have something for this?
I don't know if I want them to change. It was so close, and, it's their map pick too. Like, yes, I think the Rogue, you're absolutely right, is giving Tessia the breathing room he needs. But the question is, did Tolvaron also give Tessia a little bit more breathing room? And with a map swap to, like, something really crazy, like, I don't know, Cage of Carnage, perhaps? Would that, kind of change the story a little bit of the same matchup? I don't know. Streamer Zone, they have comps for days, I am very curious. It's one of those teams, actually, with Streamer Zone where I don't know what they would swap to. Looking at their roster, we have Swapsy, Borug, Limps, who plays a Demon Hunter. So they have Elemental Shaman, they have Feral Druid that we've seen as well. They have Holy Paladin, they have Holy Priest, they have Demon Hunter, and then they have, of course, the patent pending Survival Hunter on Bixmix, the notorious hunter. They have some weird compositions. Could we see an Elemental Shaman come out? We've seen Elemental do well against mages. They're very disruptive. They can stop the goes. But do they really want to go the distance against a team like DOBOB? Dalaran Sewers is going to be locked in a little bit more cramped than Tolvaron, just a little bit.
Look at this damage. Like, Arcane Barrage, 2.6 million Barrage, 2.8 million Barrage. The Phoenix hit for 1.3 million. The Phoenix hit for 1.9 million. He blasts him for 5 million. And it echoes a Lay Drinker for 3.4 million. He barrages again for 1.3 million from the Phoenix. Like, yeah, that was a lot of damage. 29 million damage from Tessia. And that's why Arcane is just so deadly. Like, that Arcane Surge is ridiculously strong. So
I think a big reason to why he was able to get all of that momentum too is because Bixmix is on the back foot. Like you saw in game number 1, Bixmix locking him down, but Bixmix was like hiding behind a pillar a lot of Tolvarad. He was spooked.
Yeah, I feel like honestly as the Arcane Mage, it's like better to be attacked than to be ignored and CC'd, but Promise Streamer Zone has a difficult time going after the Rogue. I think they might play DH Ellie. There's a part of me that they bring in Limps here. Swapsy goes to the Elemental Shaman, and maybe they play something like DHLE, which I think is actually
what would even be the kill target on DHLE, dude? I don't even know who you'd kill. Ellie? Yeah. I guess.
Ellie, maybe Demon Hunter. You'd have to probably swap around. But
yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen Limps play yet.
We're kind of sweating bullets trying to figure out what this team's gonna lock in. You gotta imagine how DOBOB feels. It's like, we got a Survival Hunter, a Demon Hunter, Swapsy who could just play whatever at the highest level. We do talk a little bit about how Swapsy is capable of, playing multiple classes at a high level, but it really is impressive to see someone able to play, You might have some alts at a high like solo shuffle rating or whatever, but to be able to hang with players that have been like playing these specializations for decades, maybe not decades plural, but years, it's quite a tall request to make of anybody. But Swapsy's one of those people that can do it, and the reason why it's so rare is because it is incredibly difficult to do. But it makes you wonder what other specializations does Swapsy have up his sleeve. And there you have it. Your favorite composition, the one that you wanted to see, will be locked in from Streamer Zone GG. Is it going to be the ticket to take down the Arcane Mage Outlaw Rogue? I mean, it's got crazy. We saw Bixmix being incredibly disruptive, and we know Swapsy's going to be incredibly disruptive. I'm a big fan of seeing the Holy Paladin competitive play. We're going to have to wait and see if this is the correct choice for this team. What do you think is going through DOBOB's mind right now?
They're probably chilling. You know, they don't really have that many options. It's like they play Priest, Mage, and then Feral or Rogue. It's like,
right.
They have a few different specializations they play, but sometimes I feel like it's more stressful to be in Streamer Zone's position where you have all of these different composition options. You know, it's like walking into an ice cream store and there's 80 flavors. It's like, oh, what do I do? You know, whereas sometimes just having like chocolate and vanilla, it's nice. It's just easy. It's simple. You know, there's nothing crazy.
Especially when chocolate and vanilla are Rogue Mage. It's chocolate, and the other flavor is Feral Druid Mage. Not just any Feral Druid Mage, Flappers on Feral Druid at that. So, Thessia, though, the Mage to look out for, the Outlaw Rogue enabling him, it's just a completely different game for him, it seems like, when he's playing with the Rogue.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say is, like, if you're asking me about this particular matchup, like, oh, Hunter, Ellie, Shaman, Paladin versus RMP on just like random teams on the ladder, I'd be like, yeah, like, Hunter, Ellie, that's kind of a soft counter to Mage. Like that's difficult. But when it's Thessia and he's got Brunhilde backing him up, it's like I don't actually know who's gonna win this. I could see it going either way, but map advantage here for StreamerZone.gg. In theory, the composition advantage. Let's see if they can actually put it all together.
Can they bring it to a Game 5 here on Dollar and Sewers? I'm giddy. Watching like a high-level play like these two teams is just an absolute treat. But this is a much more cramped map than Tolvaron Arena. So, and with Bixmix and Swapsy being on these disruptive specializations, I gotta wonder if Thessia is going to be able to find the opportunities he needs to be able to get in there. And it looks like they want to get aggressive right away. Thessia running in there, silence, and looks like Bixmix is going to stop that Rogue immediately on that opener. Kidney shot goes out onto Bixmix, so Swapsy's just trying to light them up. Bullrug looking for the I forget what it's called, the Paladin ability that makes you miss everything, but he actually gets locked in on that, and so DOBOB's go does get stopped, but at what cost? There's the blind going out onto Burrog. Huge damage onto Bixmix. He's got to be careful here. Swapsy backing him up. He's going to be A-okay throughout all of that, and it looks like Streamer Zone was able to get through that go with using very minimum.
Yeah, Barug, I want to see more of those Searing Glares just to shut down
Searing
that
Glare,
incoming damage if they can find it. Tessia, Brunhilde. Ooh, Tessia does a good job eating the trap. The double blinding light comes in, but pressure's good. So Opsy probably feels a lot more confident on the Elemental Shaman just blasting him with lava and lightning as opposed to being afraid in bear form, you know, the majority of the game. This is Swapsy's revenge here on the Shaman, especially on this map. Tessia's on the run. At the beginning of the game, Tessia actually cast an Arcane Surge just on a pet to try to get the damage rolling early, but it really didn't get anything going. This mix gets knocked across the map, immediately harpooning back to his target, and kind of denying any kind of positional setup that maybe Tessia and Brunhilde could find. The full trap lands, but Tessia's doing a really good job preemptively kiting here.
Yeah, both teams just seemingly feeling like a defensive wall, not letting each other catch any sort of momentum here. We have the CC stops for DOBOB, but also Streamers of GG just have like the off heals and the interruptions. The hand of sacrifice is going to be used preemptively by onto Bixmix, so Bullrog not going to be caught into any CC here. But there's the lasso onto Brunhilde. And it looks like it's just kind of slowing them down for now. Is Streamer Zone looking to just bring this game into late game and just kind of like dampen out their opponents? I'm not sure. So far, it just looks like they're focusing very heavily on defense. As I say that, Thessia gets lit up to half health here. He's going to use the alter time and sit behind the pillar, respecting the burst damage from Swapsy. But it just feels like whenever this Rogue Mage is trying to get aggressive, they immediately get stopped. Huge damage going out onto Thessia. Swapsy is not done just yet, and Thessia sees it. He's going to try to line of sight a little bit here while kiting Bixmix. Kidney shot out of line of sight onto Bixmix. He has the trinket available to him. Bullrug caught into a fear across the map. He's going to get on that horse and get back into line of sight. He should be okay. Thessia now dropping down to half, and that's going to be the Guardian Spirit to top him off. Finally, a bit of damage coming out. Bixmix is in a bit of trouble here. He's holding on to that turtle, and Bullrug is going to have the opportunity to top him. The stun on the Relza, but the trap gets eaten by Brunhilde. Fantastic job by the Rogue to stop the momentum of this Hunter CC.
That was a lay on Hanso, so Barug does make a big trade there. He just didn't have the throughput out of the crowd control and had to make a big trade. Full blind on the Baru once again. But Brunhilde and Tessia are low. Swapsy's actually getting good counter pressure. Bismic's in a little bit of trouble, but feel a lot more confident. He's not going to go down. Evocation here from Tessia. Still just kiting, repositioning, running the entire game, making it such a nightmare for Swapsy and Bismix to actually take him down. This is exactly what you want to do. You basically want to overextend the Hunter, overextend the Shaman, and allow Brunhilde to just land his stuns, do his thing on the Outlaw Rogue. Ralza right now being interrupted. A little bit of a mana lead here for Streamer Zone. So if this keeps up and no one can kill, I feel like the Paladin will inevitably have that mana advantage, which is nice for the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Kidney Shot does land, but the Hand of Sacrifice from Borog is going to prevent any follow-up CC for now. There is a Smoke Bomb, however, but it's not getting a whole lot done. And I feel like Thessia is doing a fantastic job at making these melee overextend all game, but he's struggling to be able to get the Polymorphs onto the Holy Paladin. But maybe that's okay. Maybe the blinds are all that needs to happen. But huge damage on the Bixmix as Borog was caught in just a sliver of CC there. He's going to be okay. He's going to be caught back up. But during all that, Swapsy's popping the Stormkeeper and lighting up Thessia, forcing him on the back foot, and Thessia's just running ring around the Rosie in the lower end of part of the map there, forcing Bixmix whenever he needs to basically overextend. But it looks like it's going to be enough to keep him alive here. But the question I have is it going to be enough CC onto their opponent's healer especially? But here we go. This is the opportunity, and it gets stopped immediately by Swapsy when shearing the Polymorph. He couldn't get the follow-up off that cheap shot, and yet again, Streamer Zone is just stopping any sort of window to get some momentum in their favor from DOBOB.
Yeah, let's see. Full kidney shot lands here on to Bismix. Tessia looking for some missiles. He gets silenced. A beautiful pre-silence there by Bismix. Actually landing that on Tessia before, but Brunhilde's getting low. A good opportunity here. He's got the evasion, trades it out, has still Cloak of Shadows, but opting to hold on to it for the time being. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and the thing about the Arcane Mage, like we saw in game number 3, is that Arcane Surge can just kill you through every cooldown. So if Dampening gets too high, it becomes really unstable. So we're always going to need to save some cooldowns for that. Bismix right now taking some cheap shots. Big damage incoming here from Tessia and Brunhilde, but it looks like Bismix should be able to survive. Barug connects the heals. He trades out the Trinket, so no Medallion there, but he still has his Divine Shield. He still has the Sacrifice. Streamer Zone definitely not out of it yet. And once again, they have that mana lead, which is going to be big if this game continues.
Looks like it. Bixmix doing a good job holding on to that turtle. I don't know about him, but I would have pressed that turtle like the 3 different times he got into like single-digit percentages. But he has a lot of faith in his healer, and that's so important to not overreact, especially going up against like a rogue mage at this level. They will find those opportunities, just like now. Chastise onto Borog. A gap in the CC will allow him to get the Hand of Sacrifice onto Bixmix, and he will be okay with the Roar Sacrifice as well as Hand of Sacrifice. Now the Haja goes out onto Relza. Can they get the offensive pressure to swap it over? Relza's avoiding CC for now. Thessia just sees the writing on the wall and is just going to line of sight Swapsy and Bixmix during that Hodge opportunity. And it looks like DOBOB doing a good job understanding where their win potential is. But Relza's mana is starting to get tapped more and more. Double Fear, Cross Fear, full Polymorph. That's going to be the turtle immediately. Bixmix is like, I'm alone. I'm going to press this cooldown. This is spooky.
Yeah, trap on the Relza. Brunhilde pops the Adrenaline Rush, looking to get aggressive. Swapsy just leaps in. He is unafraid, really just wanted to get aggressive. This is the Ascendance. He's just blasting the team of DOBOB right now. Streamer Zone is 1 away from sending them to the lower bracket, and they are playing with confidence in this game. Still have that mana lead. Swapsy just doing the most damage he can. They need to not choke, though. Smoke Bomb comes down. Bismix maybe in a little bit of trouble, but Swapsy is there to defend. Running into the Smoke Bomb, landing the interrupts, landing the Thunderstorms, and I think Bismix should be able to survive. Same time, shifting power here from Tessia as he gets a Polymorph onto Swapsy behind the pillar. Rogue charges in, gets to dispel, and just wants to play in on the action. All 6 members are just grouped up here. Tessia does not have that same kind of breathing room, but a full Polymorph lands. Bismix is still in trouble. Divine Shield is available for Barug. He's got the lay on hands. I still feel like Streamer Zone is in a really good position to potentially win this game.
Hey, agree. Looking at the buttons and the rotation of defensives, Streamer Zone just looks like it's their game to win. But if there's a rogue mage that can pull out a miracle, it's this one here. And their tournament lives aren't necessarily on the line, but they will lose the series and drop down to that lower bracket. Huge damage onto Bixmix. He's got to be spooked. No Roar Sacrifice available for just 1 short second. The Hand of Sacrifice looks like it's going to be enough for now. And a Swapsy also locking down Thessia. The Blinding Light to follow it up. They're stopping this mage with every button that they have. Stun stun goes out onto Swapsy. They're swapping the damage over onto him. He's going to use that wall and respect that damage. Borog still has the land hands. He still has the bubble available to him, but does he have the throughput to keep his team healthy? They're swapping the pressure over out onto Relza even. This team is just lighting up whoever is in their line of sight. Kidney Shot goes out in the Big Smix. Aurora Sacrifice. Is it going to be enough? Can Borog keep him alive? Double DB goes out into the DPS of Streamer Zone. Thessia is trying to lock down this team. Arcane is going to get locked out. Big Smix catching some huge heals as Borog is desperately trying to keep his team aggressive. Time is running out for Relza.
Yeah, he's almost completely tapped on mana. Honestly, Swapsy, Bispix, Barug did a great job controlling that Arcane Surge from Tessia. He was really limited on how much damage he was able to do during that window. Stun's now going out onto Swapsy. They're making a last-second swap here onto Swapsy as well. Like, he's got no Astral Shift. He's got no Trinket. This could be a repeat of what we saw in game number 3, where they basically go after Bismix the entire game, and then at a certain level of dampening, they just swap it and go after the Shaman. Luckily for Swapsy, he does have the burrow if he needs it. Great pressure here for Streamer Zone. All 3 members are rotting down. Relza has no mana. He's got 5 seconds away from that Spirit of the Redeemer, though. That's going to give him a lot of free healing. He's probably going to immediately go in there, and he will, just to get that free healing. Connects the Ray of Hope. Brunhilde more than likely going to get topped here. At the same time, DOBOB is looking to get aggressive and turn the pressure around here onto Swapsy. Barug, not many defensive cooldowns to really trade, but that's the last amount of mana DOBOB has. If Streamer Zone could just hold on a little bit more, I think that they could win this game. This is extremely close.
It is, but no bubble available for Borug. He has the trinket, but he might not have the throughput, especially at 50% dampening. If Relza can keep his team alive, they might find a window to win here. It's going to be so difficult for Borug to be able to heal through this onslaught. Bixmix now down to half. Relza completely tapped. Brunhilde trying to get aggressive with the adrenaline rush. The Hand of Sacrifice and the turtle and the wall being used. All the damage coming out from Swapsy. If Relza can keep his team alive, all he has is a health swap left, and he's at low health himself. Desi is going to be stopped by the defensive blind from Borug. Can they punch through the damage onto Bixmix? If there's any CC for the Borug, it's over. Brunhilde goes down. DOBOB cannot find it in Streamer Zone. Looking incredibly strong, bringing out the Survival Hunter Elemental Shaman here in game number 4. Taking it 3-1. Man,
oh my goodness.
Prediction was destroyed.
Good. I'm stoked about it. Streamer Zone looking really good here, showing that flexibility we really wanted to see, right? They play the jungle cleave in the first couple of games, and then eventually on their counter pick they can come in on the elemental shaman. It wasn't pretty. Like, this is a very back and forth game, but inevitably getting the job done. I think they did a really good job controlling Tessia on the arcane surges, which is just so incredibly important. Shut down the arcane mage, deny his damage, and then Swapsy, of course, is able to trade out his own ascendants. Push in, inevitably there's just nothing left here for Brunhilde, and he goes down. So I think this is a big surprise. I mean, Streamer Zone is the first team to make it into the finals. I'm never going to question them or count them out. Again, this big Swapsy, Barug, absolute legends. We haven't even seen Limps play just yet, but taking down DOBOB is quite impressive, I must say, and I'm happy that my prediction was wrong.
One of the things that I just wanted to mention is, I see a lot of memes in chat, especially when it comes to like dampening strategies. But the thing is about dampening strategies is that, especially against a team like DOBOB's Rogue Mage, if you mess up just one time, you lose. You know, if you don't stop Thessia's go, if you don't rotate your defensive cooldowns and have a blimp in your synergy with your healer, you just lose. And then you were dampening them for so long. You know, you're locked in for so long, and then you lose. It just has the potential yourself focused for that long. And they have shown that they have the ability to do that. But they've also shown that they have the ability to be incredibly aggressive with the jungle cleave. So this team is just looking so versatile, so strong, and absolutely has the stuff to be a champion. And looks like they're setting themselves up quite well to be Cup #1 champions, which is exactly where you want to be when collecting those points early season.
Dude, I'm so tired of eating my words with these predictions. I'm so tired. I've had enough. I've had enough. These players keep surprising us. No, it's not, David. They're making us look bad. They're doing this on purpose.
I'm kind of happy that we all are wrong, because that means I stay on top. You know.
That's why you're so happy. You're like, I'm happy about it. I'm happy about it.
It's kind of win-win for me, right?
I can see the rookie grins in chat right now. Goodness gracious. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here is thank you, production. That's a great reminder. I don't know if this is updated or not, but it's not gonna. Okay. You know what? That's really funny. It's really funny. I'm out. All right. Anyways,
that's 0%.
done
This
to
is
them.
bad.
I know we're down bad for sure, but maybe we can make it up with this next up series. That is the upper finals. Streamer Zone now going to be in a nice and comfortable position on the bracket here. As you can see, they've got that spot in the grand finals. DOBOB do have a chance for a rematch, but they've got to get through either CLEAVE finals. Streamer Zone now going to be in a nice and comfortable position on the bracket here. As you can see, they've got that spot in the grand finals. DOBOB do have a chance for a rematch, but they've got to get through either CLEAVE Build or Full Smart, two teams that also should not be underestimated. CLEAVE Build already have had a fantastic weekend, as well as Full Smart. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are in the lower bracket D Machine.
Yeah, don't also be fooled that Full Smart is actually there, because Echo is actually the one who won. Funny enough. Echo are the ones who actually got knocked down earlier on by, who did they get knocked down by? Let's take a quick look
DOBOB.
at the... DOBOB, yeah. So they have to win this team, and then they have to beat CLEAVE Pilled, which is terrifying. And CLEAVE Pilled, no slouch by any means. CLEAVE Pilled, it was knocked down by DOBOB. So both of these teams have lost to DOBOB, have to beat each other, then go up against DOBOB again. Not a bracket that I would want. Not at all.
No, certainly. I mean, and this happens all the time. Also, like it feels like just the lower bracket gets so scary in the EU region specifically, and I think it's mostly because Echo seems to get knocked down there a lot, but then just like wreaks havoc down there against some of these teams. So yeah, it's either CLEAVE Pilled or Echo, excuse me, that will be going up to that DOBOB competition. So I'm excited. I'm ready for the rest of this bracket. That is going to wrap up that series, and then we're going to move on throughout the rest of this bracket here in the EU region. So that being said, we are going to head to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be CLEAVE Pilled versus Echo coming up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are heading down to the lower bracket for the lower semifinals. It is CLEAVE Pilled versus Echo. Zico, what is your take on this series? Is Echo going to be able to get back on top?
I don't know what my takes are anymore, okay? Like, it feels like this bracket is just impossible to predict. Like, let's be honest. I'm at like 40% win rate right now. Like, what's going on here?
It's Venruki, dude. He's besting all of us.
It's impossible. Like, I feel like there's been so many, like, on paper upsets. Like, you look at a team, you're like, okay, these guys are new. These guys are going up against kings who have won in the past, people who have competed at BlizzCon, people who have been, you know, just at the top of the game for such a long time. I'm going to go with experience. But then, like, boom, the newcomers are just winning. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm going with Echo with all of that said. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. The coin is with Echo. I'm going with 3-0 in favor of Echo.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
All right, D-Machine, what you got?
I don't even remember. What did I tell him? I told production. I mean, I knew it was Echo, but I was wondering how much Echo, and it was 3-1 to Echo. Okay. I thought CLEAVE Pilled might be able to take a game. And listen, McWeedy, he's near and dear to my heart. He's a rep paladin. I love him to death. But this is freaking Echo, man. I know that there's been some upsets, but I just don't. I think when Echo has a little bit of pressure, their tournament lives are on the line. They wake up. They game up. They lock in. They're notorious for it. So I can't say anything. It's Echo.
Yeah. It happens all the time. I feel like the two most consistent teams are Welcome to the Jung in NA and Echo over here in EU. Welcome to the Jung. They just stay up top. They don't drop games. Echo lately tends to drop to the lower bracket, and then, as you said, D-Machine, just make it back up to the grand finals and end up winning the whole thing. And it's just like, I think really shows how adaptable this team is, Zico, on the side of Echo.
Yeah, I think they're just farming screen time, honestly. I think they're just, yeah.
That extra series.
Yeah, they're just like, this is good. This is for our brand, you know. Making sure that their sponsors are happy. Now, I don't know. I think it speaks to the competition in EU, honestly, because for a long time, Echo were kind of unbeatable. But lately, there has been a lot of new teams kind of stepping up and forming, and it's kind of showing.
Yeah, certainly is. Looks like chat 89% in favor of Echo, but this is not the first time, especially here with Echo, that people overwhelmingly thought that it was going to be Echo that came out on top. It was actually that underdog. We saw it earlier with DOBOB. I think it was kind of the same thing. DOBOB, very strong team, but everybody thought that it was going to be Echo that ended up winning. So CLEAVE Pilled, they could be the team to do it. They, have shown that they're pretty strong already this weekend. They did send Under Pressure down out of the tournament completely. So I think they're capable. I think it's going to be difficult for them. It's going to be a long journey uphill for sure, D-Machine. But if you're on the side of CLEAVE Pilled, they've got that Red Paladin. We know how strong they are this season so far. What do you want to see from them if we want to see Echo get knocked out of the tournament?
It looks like, looking at their composition, the Ret Paladin is kind of like the center of their team. They have Ret, Demon Hunter, and Warrior. Demon Hunter, Warrior, we haven't really seen that a whole lot. I would not want to see that. Ret, Demon Hunter might be the composition that they should go with the Preservation Evoker. They can get a lot of, Hand of Sacrifices. They have the Lay on Hands. The Ret Paladins, as everyone in Twitch chat has been mentioning, are extremely strong right now. But when we're in a tournament environment like this, they're just not performing the same way as you see in your solo shuffle games. Against a team like Echo, locking in the Feral Druid, the Warlock, and the Holy Priest, the Discipline Priest, this is just a tall order, and we are going to see the Demon Hunter, Ret Paladin, Preservation Evoker, a team that is known for their offensive pressure, their aggression, and that's exactly what we're going to need to see. I don't want CLEAVE Pilled to try to take this to late game. They need to make something happen, and they need to happen quick, Zico.
Yeah, let's see it. Already JT actually forced to trade out his Will of the Forsaken there, as Oles was able to connect with that Sleepwalk. And now Defcode's coming out. Here comes the ulti penny from JT. Big damage here. Numbers is definitely feeling the pressure, but still holding on to his blur for a second here. And McWeedy also taking a lot of pressure there, fading out the Divine Protection. They're going after Mercy. Mercy's got to port back. Here comes Chaos Bolt number 1. Chaos Bolt number 2 being lobbed in as well. McWeedy at 50% HP. Oles in a Cyclone right now. McWeedy needs to be a little bit careful, but Oleza manages to pick him back up. Mercy now under a lot of pressure. Beautiful deep breath there. He got the pain suppression, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. JT still in some crowd control. That blinding light doing some work, but Waz is there backing up his Warlock with a nice Cyclone. Mercy should be able to recover now, and it's Echo's turn to find some pressure.
Yeah, it looks like the pressure is being dealt with nicely by the preservation of Ochre so far, but the double coil and the Cyclone, big damage, and no bubble available! McWeedy saving his divine protection for next game, it would appear, as Echo say, hey, we have an opportunity to knock you out, and we will do exactly that. No defensive cooldowns used for Echo. They were completely confident, and Cleave Pilled will go down, and that is not how I want my game number 1 to go. Oh, what a tall order of things for Cleave Pilled to be able to take down this composition. That just seemed impossible for Cleave Pilled to catch any sort of momentum. I mean, Mercy was doing a great job kiting a Demon Hunter and a Ret Paladin. Ret Paladins might not have the best mobility in the game, but they might as well be a range class at this point. Everything is range for them. Demon Hunters have crazy mobility as well. And look at that double coil Cyclone. Just a beautiful setup at the very end there to lock in that W.
Yeah, I mean, it's Mercy getting those 2 bolts, which is going to do most of the damage. But look at JT at the back here. You see on the replay, Void Blast, Void Blast. He's playing that Void Weaver, and he is doing so much work there. And then at the same time, you got Mercy with the 2 Chaos Bolts with the the haste proc, I think, there, because that was extremely quick, even on slow motion. And we can see it on the damage done as well. JT, man, on that Void Weaver. We've been seeing them all weekend. And JT almost doing the same damage as Mercy here, just free casting there in the back line. I mean, he's at 61 million damage at this point, almost doing 1 million DPS. So it's very remarkable for sure. And then when you have a free casting Destro Warlock on top of that as well, a nice Cyclone there on the healer from Waz. 1 minute, 19 seconds win here for Echo. Basically won in like, what, 2 setups? Absolutely crazy.
And, you know, you need to not let that get in your head. You had buttons for days. You had Magic Bop. You had Divine Protection. You had so many buttons available to him. Cleave Pilled maybe just lost a little bit of synergy there of being able to determine who needs to press the buttons. But Echo now, they have the loser's pick. So that means that they have to lock in their composition after they see, before they see what they're facing. But, you know, Cleave Pilled, they don't necessarily look like they have a lot of options here, especially against what Echo is running. And this is kind of reminding me a little bit about the series that we saw with F tier yesterday. We saw Dorito and the Warrior just kind of like running at a Warlock all game long. And I feel like you need to have like a similar sort of mentality for the Ret Paladin Demon Hunter. As soon as you lose any momentum, it's spooky. As soon as the Warlock is like offensive, it's just such a deal breaker for the win condition of your team. And so that's kind of what you see with this Ret Paladin Demon Hunter. They need momentum in their favor, and they need to keep it. But with a team like Echo, who can, you know, cross CC, they can get each other's back, and they have that synergy, it feels like such an uphill battle, but I want to believe in the McWeedy. Let me believe in the McWeedy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It looked like JT and Mercy ordered themselves a McWeedy there at the end of that one. We got the transmogs as well. I really like this. Is my favorite part of the
fedora,
AWC
bro?
right now.
Yeah.
The fedora. I like the hat. I like kind of the fishing hat that Mercy was rocking there. JT kind of using a full set, so he loses a little bit of points on that, but he had a good weapon. And I wanted to say at the end of that like def recap, you could see Waz only contributing like 1.5 million or so damage, and most of the damage was just Mercy and JT. But that's the cool thing about these melees that are playing and doing very well with the ranged classes right now, like the Outlaw Rogue, like the Feral Druid, and that's something that you and Ben were talking about as well, just enabling your casters by having a lot of stuns, by having those Cyclones, and by setting up the team. And Waz, of course, being a rogue main, playing something like the Feral Druid has definitely suited his playstyle, but already a very aggressive opener. Nice knock out of that barrier, actually, there for a second. McWeedy going for the Hammer of Justice onto JT. JT is going to trade out the Pain Suppression, Sleepwalk from Oles. He is going to use that Obsidian Scale to give himself basically immunity to interrupts to make sure that he lands it, and that's going to be the ulti penny as well coming out there for JT, topping up Mercy. And now Mercy, once again, wants to get aggressive. Waz looking for some Cyclones. Not able to find it just yet. Pick on the Chaos Bolt. Very good by the Demon Hunter there. Numbers now pushing in for some crowd control as well onto JT. The Imprison lands into the Sleepwalk. JT actually Shadow or Depths it. Beautifully done there. It's really hard to time that. But he had no Will of the Forsaken there, so that could have been scary. But now it's scary for McWeedy. Chaos Bolt's connecting. Oh my goodness. He needs to be careful. Doesn't want to go down without bubbling like he did in game number 1.
No, you do not. And with the Ruins Lordaeron's map choice, there's no better map to keep your offensive pressure going. There's no better map to reconnect onto this Warlock, and they need to do that all game long. Looking at the damage, however, Waz and Mercy are kind of just lighting up McWeedy. Huge heal is going to be used out onto McWeedy, but it doesn't even matter. He's down to a low health yet again. The coil goes out onto him. It does get dispelled, it looks like. They're finally reconnecting out onto Mercy. Waz's Cyclone is going to be stopped by the healer of all people, but Numbers also the one on the back foot. He has another walk. He has defensive cooldowns available to them. Rewind also going to be used. Cleave Pilled's mana is going to become a problem very soon. Cyclone lands full. McWeedy still the main kill target for now. Waz now getting swapped to, going to force the survival instincts out into bear form as well. Sleepwalk to follow it up. Can they land it? They don't. McWeedy still the main kill target. He has those bubbles available to him. He has Magic Pop. He also has his Divine Protection, and it looks like this game has been a little bit better in terms of defensive cooldown rotation, but the offensive momentum that this composition absolutely needs is just not there yet, Z.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to find some pressure now onto Mercy. They really are relying on those Sleepwalks, but Waz getting a nice Cyclone there onto the healer. McWeedy is actually going to overlap his Trinket and his Bubble. Actually got Mass Dispel there by JT as well. They're swapping the pressure onto Numbers. Numbers manages to dash to the safety of his healer. And now what are they going to do here? McWeedy has basically nothing left here for a second. Down to 20% HP. Huge damage coming in there. The Entropic Rift is crashing in, and they're going after Numbers as well. Chaos Bolt being casted in the backline by Mercy. One connects onto Numbers. Numbers is going to be able to keep himself alive there. The Metamorphosis comes through, but that was basically every single button that they had on the side of CLEAVE Pilled, and Mercy still has his Unending Resolve. JT still has a Pain Suppression. They have basically every button. Waz is potentially the best target actually right now for CLEAVE Pilled. They realize this. They're going after the Feral Druid, but when you go after the Feral Druid, you're leaving Mercy open, but Waz is actually dropping very low still, down to half HP, but catches a big heal, and now they're going to have to deal with these two free casting wizards on the side of Echo.
Looks like it. I like that. They like saw Waz behind the tombstone there, so Mercy wasn't able to get too many casts in, and they took advantage of it. But I don't imagine Echo's going to give them too many more of those opportunities. But Waz is a melee. They do have stuns. They can make him overextend over and over again if they play this really patiently. So the opposite play style that I said that they needed to be playing, I think is their only win condition right now, is wait for this Feral Druid to overextend and play out of line of sight of this Chaos Bolt hitting McWeedy directly in the face. Huge damage. Is going to pop the little wall for him, but this is not going to be something that they can maintain. Cleave Pilled has no mana left. They have a sliver of mana left, and McWeedy, he's got to be out of line of sight of this Warlock if he wants to live at all. But the double coil is going to give Mercy the breathing room that he needs. That's the Magic Pop. Is it going to be enough though? He still has to get through all the bleeds of Waz. Waz is making his absolute a nightmare for the healer to heal through. The Preservation Invoker has no mana left, and now dots are going everywhere, and that's it. That's it. Echo is going to take game number 2 handily, and Cleave Pilled, they got to be feeling spooked. This is lower bracket versus Echo. This is looking dire. They need to pull something out of their hat, because so far this has not been working. Even on Ruins, you're not going to get a better map than Ruins for this comp.
Yeah, I think that the moment you have to start playing defensive in this matchup as the Cleave, it is basically kind of over at that point. I mean, you have good pressure onto Mercy as long as you can stay on that target. But the moment you get off of your main target and you start running like this, I mean, this is just exactly what Echo wants, right? They're like, oh, perfect. I can free cast in the backline, penances, smites. I can get my Mind Blasts off. Mercy's like, oh, perfect. I can Chaos Bolt whoever I want. I can double, triple coil. Yeah. I can do whatever I want. And as long as Waz plays that kind of balance very well. I mean, he's a Feral Druid, but he needs to balance his offense and his defense in the matchup. And as long as he doesn't, like get behind a pillar and get stunned, kind of like what we saw with Swapsy earlier on, right. on Tolvir. If something like that doesn't happen, then Waz is just going to be in a great spot to just go in, apply his bleeds, go back, get a heal, go back in, look for a stun, look for a cyclone, and Echo is just in complete control when the game looks like this. So for me, I think we've seen them try going after Mercy. We've seen them try go after Waz. Now, going after the Void Weaver could be actually the play here for Clevefield.
That was F tier strategy.
Hook point. Yeah, and it kind of worked. Of course, they also have more comps available. We saw them run the Ret Warrior, so that could be something as well for Clevefield. But I really do believe in maybe targeting the Void Weaver, because I think one of the current strengths of Echo is that Mercy is so good on that Warlock. He is just gapping every Warlock right now in the game. And I feel like he's been a very important player. We saw it at Gamescom too, They tried to play their Rogue Mage. It wasn't looking that good. And they locked in Mercy, played some Rogue Lock, and they were just able to pick up win after win and then ultimately win that event. So I think Mercy has been very important right now for Echo. I don't know exactly how you're going to be able to deal with that, because you might be used to a certain strategy going after the Warlock.
You called it, Z.
But that, they are going to go with the Ret Warrior.
I think the Ret Warrior has a better opportunity to chase down the Priest. Healer chasing map. So Clevefield, if I was Echo, I would be able to read this strategy. I would be able to see what it is that they're trying to do. But the question is, are they going to be able to peel just like we saw Cats and Dogs peel for their healer in the past? I think so. I mean, Waz, he's opening with like the triple studs. He's looking for cyclones all day. I think that Echo has the ability to peel, but Clevefield, they need to catch that momentum. They need to catch it fast. They need Mercy to be spamming that fear and peeling. They don't want him free casting those Chaos Bolts. So here we go. This is their match point. Clevefield have to take this back right here, right now, or face elimination.
Yeah. But it's still, like, for Clevefield, as a first, AWC appearance, they have really performed super well. But, of course, they want to continue going up against the champions in Europe right now in Echo, see if they can make it happen. They're not going after JT, so they're going to continue to go after Mercy here with this composition. Get a Hammer of Justice there onto JT, but no Sleepwalk to follow it up, unfortunately. Mercy now looking to return some fire back onto Clevefield. Nice Sanctuary there on the main stun onto Olez. And McWeedy just trying to push forward here, but the Void Weaver in the backline, JT, is actually just ahead of his Warlock right now, just spamming damage. Mercy looks like the healer at this point, like where he's just super far in the back, and JT is actually the one just free casting damage. But nice triangle formation. Warriors taking 1 Chaos Bolt to the face, 2 Chaos Bolts to the face, and he will have to trade a little bit of defensives there. Has no more Rallying Cry or Die by the Sword available here on that Warrior, so already no defensives left on the Warrior.
Maim stun going out onto the healer. Waz just getting his bleeds up on everyone on Clevefield. This has got to be a nightmare to deal with. McWeedy dropping down to half. Maybe this might be his bubble already. Nope, he catches a huge heal, but now his warrior is the one who's in a bit of trouble. Everyone just rotting. Waz just having the time of his life, just lighting up whoever he wants. Mercy's going to go ahead and port away, get that Chaos Bull out, lighting up McWeedy. McWeedy's going to use that wall as well as a bit of more healing coming in from the preservation of Oker, keeping everyone nice and steady. But for how long can they keep this up? There's just no offensive momentum in their favor as well. Whenever they reconnected to Mercy, it just feels like Dark Pack is available to them, and surely someone's going to fall. There's the bubble. This is Avatar. They need to make something happen right now, or they could easily go down. Die by the sword. Too little, too late. And Echo take it. A very convincing 3-0. But hats off to Clevefield. As you said, it is so nice to see new teams enter, new blood enter the fray, and these guys definitely have shown that they have the potential to go all the way, to hang with the top teams of the region. I cannot wait to see them come back. I want to see them adapt. I want to see them see what it is, what else they can lock into their compositions, because obviously I'm a Ret Paladin fan. I want to see them succeed. But Echo showing exactly why they have such an infamous reputation here in Hook Point, taking a quick 3-0.
Yeah, that's the problem with Echo. I feel like if they get knocked down to the lower bracket, it almost like energizes them, and they just kind of unlock that next level. And you can tell. Yeah, it kind of hit like the secret phase right now, like the mythic phase. of Echo, and they are just absolutely blasting. Mercy able to do so much work at the end of that one. And JT, once again, I mean, just looking at the DPS throughout the entire match, JT is just completely free in the match, doing more damage right now than the Warrior, by the way. Look at that. 83 million to the Warrior's 80 million right now. So he is keeping up with an Arms Warrior as a healer, actually staying ahead of an Arms Warrior as a healer when the match actually ends here. So very, very brutal for Warriors here to be tagged in this matchup. But like we said, you know, for CLEAVE, this has been a really, really solid tournament, in my opinion. This is, you know, Ole's first competitive appearance is this cup. And same for his teammates. You know, this is the first year that they're all competing, making already Championship Sunday as a brand new team. That's still like something that you should be proud over. Getting knocked out by Echo. I mean, like, welcome to the club, you know. It's, everyone in EU, this is their fate, you know.
Yeah. That was awesome.
No, that was awesome, and I couldn't agree more. I feel like this is a team that has a lot of potential, David. Is there anything you'd say to them if they were planning on returning next week? Any prep work they should be doing?
I mean, the biggest thing for me is just finding some other alternative classes and specializations. Don't get me wrong, I love me a Rep Paladin. You absolutely can find ways to make it work. Maybe find some repentance opportunities. Maybe get a couple of range classes for sure. I mean, the Cleaves, they have their place. They absolutely have their place. But when you get to these compositions like Echo, they have opportunities to counter. And you just have to be able to overcome those counters by having some well-rounded compositions of your own. You just have to be able to overcome those counters by having some well-rounded compositions of your own. And so I want to continue to see the Rep Paladin. I think there's a lot of unexplored opportunities with the Rep Paladins. I mean, people have been talking about how strong they are, but when you see them in tournament play, you know, it's a completely different monster when you're talking about 4-player rosters, when you're talking about these drafts. So they've shown that they have the ability to hang on the ladder. They've shown that they have the ability to hang when it comes to the live game. Now they got to step up their 4-player roster. And I think that they absolutely can. Looking at their play, I think that they have what it takes. I hope to see them again.
I do as well. Maybe they will get a rematch also against Echo, but you know, Echo just the king of counters, and we saw it happen right there. So now we actually do get to see a rematch between DOBOB and Echo. Huge series. Very excited for this one. Here is the bracket, how it's currently shaping up. We've got StreamerZone.gg up there in the grand finals, actually sending down DOBOB to that lower bracket. And as you can see in the quarterfinals of the upper bracket, they've already played this game. It was Echo that lost 3-1. However, if time will tell, if we look at history, if we look at the data, Zico, they're going to lose. They're going to lose this one on the side of DOBOB.
Yeah, I don't know who to go with because DOBOB looked better on Friday, but Echo is looking pretty good today. But we haven't seen Echo's RMP today, to be fair. And DOBOB's RMP did look kind of nice, even though they did get kind of destroyed in that upper bracket. It's still like they've gotten their toes really close, and it's just gonna come down to. I feel like both of these teams, you know, they can beat each other. They can go head to head with one another, and it's just gonna be about, you know, who plays better on the day, who has a little bit better synergy, who can just find a way to kind of get the edge in the matchup.
Absolutely. All right. Well, before we do go to a break and head to that series, we've got one spell guessing game prepared for us while these players get ready for their match. Are you ready? Nope. Nope. You're on your own, David. Putting you on the spot.
Okay, tooltips can. Okay, tooltips.
Oh wow. Okay.
What? There's like 5 words. Hello. 5-minute cooldown, mana, 0% casting.
Wait. This is. I know what this is. I know what this is.
Do you?
Can I get Z? Tell me, is it Emerald Communion?
Wait. This is. I know what this is. I know what this is.
Do you?
Can I get Z? Tell me, is it Emerald Communion? No,
it could be actually.
I see mana. I think
it's Innervate. I think it's Innervate.
Innervate's got a 5-minute cooldown, bro.
No. It's 0.5. I think.
Oh, they're
actually is Innervate.
Is
Innervate 3 minutes cooldown? It's innovate 3 minutes cooldown actually. Oh, this is
my
hard.
God.
Wait,
Is there
this
more?
might not be.
Is there a second stage of
Wait,
information?
no. This could be. This is evocation, I think.
Evocation. Okay,
Yeah.
well, if this is evocation, you better know this, bro.
All right.
Come on.
Should we ask
Evocated
for
is
the
a
Wizard
audience?
has to know this, man.
But it's like increases your mana regeneration by X amount of percent for blah 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 amount of time.
Oh,
you can
it is evocate.
move.
It's
You
gotta
can
be.
move while casting.
Yeah.
While channeling, your intellect is increased by X amount.
Yeah.
It could be evocate,
Oh.
and then it could be a 0.5.
Okay. Oh, it could be manatee too, dude.
Also, wait. I
this
want to
is
point
so
something
hard.
out. I want to point something out. They have a blank before creased. Could it be? Could it be
Decreased or
decreased?
increased?
Is there?
Increased by some 20%.
Yeah. I don't think there's enough room for
Symbol of
movement
Hope
speed.
doesn't have movement, right? Symbol of Hope, you have to stand still. Emerald
this is
Communion, you can move around. Evocation, you can move around. And Manatee, you can move around. Dude, if it's Manatee, I'm the one who failed us. Dude.
I feel the same way about evocation. I feel like I gotta lock in the evo, otherwise I'm
Go with your
cooked,
heart.
right?
Go with your heart.
Do you see how it's like blurry, like above mana, Aya? So like, I feel like it's all about mana. There's no room for text before mana. This is all about mana. So I think it's either Manatee or, so I don't think it's Emerald Communion. I think it's D or A.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with
Zico?
evocation. I'm gonna lock in evocation.
I think it's D
it's-
too.
I think it's 1.5 minutes.
I don't think Manatee has a cooldown. I think it's just stacks. Am I crazy?
Yeah, it could be. What if
Instinct
it's symbols of hope though?
Symbols of Hope is the Holy Priest thing, and I think you can't move with that. You can't move with it.
I don't think the cooldown is that long.
All right, I'm
for it
going with
either.
D. I'm going with D. I'm locking it in. It is what it is.
I think we should D.
All right, I'll go with D. Evocation.
When in doubt, go with the D.
Go with the, all right.
That's right.
Easy clap.
Put us on
Easy
your
clap.
shoulders, Eco.
Chat didn't see it, but D Machine just fully flexed into the camera. Wow.
Damn.
It's too
Amazing.
easy. Production got to step up. Like they got to make
All
these
right.
a little bit harder.
Honestly, all day, baby.
Yeah, it's just.
All right, so let's see the symbol.
Easy
Let's
clap.
see what is it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, I don't
Yeah,
know.
these all look the exact same. Okay, it's
Am
not
I
D. That looks
colorblind?
messed
This
up.
looks exactly the same to me.
You might be. D's definitely like.
Oh, there's
brighter.
more. There's more lightning
There's
bolts,
more
dude.
little lightning bolts. Yeah.
I think less is more. I mean, these are supposed to be small things, right? Like it can't be too busy. I think it's C or D. But Zico, tell me if I'm wrong.
D's too like washed out, right?
It does look washed out. It does look. Maybe high contrast is important too.
Yeah, wait. Let me
I'm
think.
vibing with
Right,
A.
like-
Or D. But Zico, tell me if I'm wrong.
D's too like washed out, right?
It does look washed out. It does look. Maybe high contrast is important too.
Yeah, wait. Let me
I'm
think.
vibing with
Right,
A.
like my initial instinct is telling me it's either A or B. I don't think it's
He has
C.
a lot of lightning.
I don't
bolts.
think it's D. I don't
It's a
think
little
I don't think it's C or D. I think
C,
it's A
he's
or B.
dabbing on C. He's not C.
Oh, it's. Listen, man. Who's looking at the icons? This like he is dabbing.
I was like trying to figure out what the difference was, and I noticed.
I think it's
Wait,
B.
what is that?
I think it's B. I'm going completely back on everything I said
Yeah.
about the busyness because I swear I'm not going to call out anyone's Photoshop, but I see a little bit of blur. And when a blur comes out, that means you're hiding your hiding boo boos. I think
Yeah.
it's B.
I'm going with A, but I think you've got a case for B as well.
I don't have the
Oh.
in-game knowledge, but I have the Photoshop skills. Okay.
That's usually what we go off on this segment. Don't worry.
I don't know. I can't pick yet. It's either A or B. What's the
going B.
difference between them? What is the difference?
More
between
lightning
them?
bolts, man.
Yeah.
But look where the middle lightning bolt is on A. I swear it's blurrier. They're hiding.
The
They're
middle
hiding
lightning
the blur.
bolt?
The lightning bolt that's
It
hitting the
is?
head.
Mm.
You see that?
Yeah.
How it's like a little blurry.
It is a little
It's hard
blurry.
to add lightning bolts. It's easier to.
Yeah,
hide
I'm
them.
going with B. I'm going with B.
All right.
Based on
I'm going
David's
A,
analysis,
these
I'm
two
going
are
with B.
going
Shut. Photo.
Chat's probably going C. All right, let's see. What is it? Production.
Imagine actually
Reveal.
just see that. It'd be
Oh,
crazy.
their B's going a goal! Oh no!
It's a
Oh
Let's
my gosh!
go! Let's go!
Well done, Aya.
Woo, woo,
Wow, I was
woo.
talking all that smack about their Photoshop, and then they just farmed me. That's crazy.
Yeah, they did. I've never hit that button in my life. I don't play cam, so all right, cool. Woo! All right, well, chat, let us know how you did, and we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is Echo versus DOBOB coming up next. Who is gonna go to the grand finals? Who is going to get knocked out of the tournament? Find out next after this break.
The light's trembling glow. You still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice. You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished. The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now. Stand together. The dawn will come. I call upon you now. Champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength. Steel your hearts. Because today, we fight!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in a very important matchup here. It's a rematch as well. It is DOBOB versus Echo. DOBOB sent Echo down to the lower bracket, and now we get to see these two teams battle it out once again. Everybody underestimated DOBOB the first time around. The question is, Ven, is that going to happen once again? Do you think DOBOB can take on the challenge twice in a row? Can lightning strike twice here?
Is this like where we're talking about our predictions, or...
No. Just, what do you think DOBOB is capable of here?
Basically, if we go back to last season, a little bit of a history lesson, DOBOB, they were hot at the beginning. Like, Echo really struggled into them in the mirror matches. You had crazy things happening, like Raikou dying pre-block, and it just felt like DOBOB was just way more confident in the match. But as the season went on, Echo got better and better, and I feel like Echo's attitude lately has been really good. Like, when they lose, they don't get too upset about it. They kind of just learn the lesson, look to improve. And that's one of the things Waz was saying on Twitter after they lost. Is like, we've been doing really well in RMP mirrors. Today was just an off day, and I think they're going to be more focused than ever for this rematch.
All right. Super Tees, what do you think? That being said, what do you want to see from DOBOB out of this series? I mean, we know that it was a RMP mirror the last series around. If that happens again, how do you think it's going to go down?
I think it's like a 99.9% chance that we see RMP mirror between these two teams. It just seems to be the most evenly matched. Feels like the Destro Lock comps can be exploited by the Rogue Mage, so that's why the Destro Locks are kind of just sitting on the bench between these teams. As far as a rematch, I never doubt the lower bracket power-up that Echo gets, no matter what. As soon as they're sent down in the lower bracket, they're playing just twice as well as they normally do. So the coin seems to think that this is going to be DOBOB's day, and man, if Echo, they come in third, would it be, I believe, off this loss for the first cup, it's not the typical start that we would expect from them, especially if it ends up being RMP mirrors knocking them into third place and not some type of composition that they weren't prepared for given the meta or the patch changes. But we got predictions. It's prediction time, and man, I'm just cursed. I swear I'm just cursed. I don't know what to do about it. I can't wash my hands of it. I'm just cursed. So I pity anyone who has the same prediction as me right now.
For the last prediction, did you go with Echo?
That one I got right, but that one was, I feel like, no matter how cursed I am, it's kind of hard to, like, I've seen enough Void Weaver Destro and a Melee Cleave this weekend, so, but I'm leaning into the Echo comeback. I still think it's going to be close because these matchups are very volatile. But I think Echo's lower bracket power-up is going to do them a lot of favors.
All right. Ven, what do you think?
I think I was the only one that went in favor of DOBOB in the upper bracket when they went head-to-head. And
now you're reversing
I'm going to go the opposite now. I'm going with Echo, too. I feel like Echo, I believe. And actually, I think they're going to 3-1. I feel like their positive attitude and how well they played in that last series, I don't know. I think they got some momentum going into this one.
All right, for my prediction, I actually am on the side of DOBOB. I think I might be rooting a little bit with my heart here. I know like what the numbers tell us. I know what past records of Echo being down here in the lower bracket tell us, but I don't know. I want to see DOBOB take it. I want to see them go to the grand finals. But I do think it's going to be a close match no matter what. I think it's going to be 3-2 or 2-3, depending on how this goes. It looks like D Machine is also on my side for DOBOB. And what was chat? Was it about even? I didn't take a close look at it.
Leaning Echo, I think, pretty heavily. At
Okay.
least when we looked at it the last time, which it could shift pretty quickly if points start coming in here. So
Yeah, does seem to be
70-30. Pretty lean heavy into Echo. I don't think they watch the games if they're leaning this heavy. I feel like it was pretty close to be betting, almost double the amount of points. And trust me, as somebody who went almost all in on points on something I thought was guaranteed, you might come to regret it. You might come to regret. I think I've got like 700 left or something. So
700 points?
How much did you wager?
170, I think. Something like
that.
170.
I have so little.
170,000.
What? I have so little points. How is this even possible?
You're not entering the predictions, man. You gotta do the prediction in chat. Zico had a good strat where you can hedge your bet. You can predict on the desk for one team, but then put your points on the other team, so that at least you win. At least you win some way.
He's such a rat sometimes. Gosh, that's so Zico. All right, well, it looks like we're gonna head into this series here. Okay, this is a big matchup here. We are not even close to the grand finals yet. They've got 2 more teams between them here. DOBOB versus Echo. Winner of this one moves on to face off against StreamerZone.gg in the grand finals. Huge matchup here. Loser of this one ends up in 3rd for the day. Who's it going to be starting off game number 1 here in the Grand Arena?
I always like to look at some of the differences between the two teams right in the starter zone. And when I'm looking, there seems to be only one difference that I can notice. Oh, never mind. Relza had Holy Ward and he changed it. Yeah. That was the only difference. Other than that, identical talents at this point. Gearing likely going to be similar. Racials similar. This is just a pure skill matchup. Who plays better? Taps going out on both mages early on, and we'll have to see who the main target of choice is. Likely going to be the mage in this one.
Yeah, JT's just staying far away from Raikou so he can't get cross-stunned by the rogues. Both rogues have not decided to open just yet, so the mages are just having an exchange. Actually, Tessia uses his barrier. That May trigger was to open. Now that he knows he doesn't have an absorption and he's going to with a cheap shot, Tessia blinks it. They go for blind, trying to punish that early blazing barrier. Massive damage coming out, even without the combustion of Raikou. Tessia has his combustion going, but Relza is already in angel form, healing through it quite effectively. Now Raikou's going to pop. JT recovers him. This window of time during combustion is just so explosive. You can go from 100 to 0 in the blink of an eye, so keeping my eyes peeled here. Raikou barriers, knocks Brunhilde away on the Dragon's Breath, getting some distance, looking for polymorphs now to get a shifting power so he can reset all of his powerful effects. Most importantly, his combustion. If one mage is just getting more combustions than the other, it's going to put them far ahead. Ice Wall blocks the center part of the pillars here, but JT doesn't seem to mind it too much. Off to the pillar here on the right side. Tessia's trying to get crowd control, but he's shut down, so he just knocks him behind the pillar. Raikou getting blasted, but the wall just fell. Tessia still kind of close to JT here. I think he's looking for polymorphs. He's trying to bait the Shadow of Death. He's forced to blink away, though, now. Away from JT. Back on top of Raikou. Combustion's about to come up. And let's see who manages to connect theirs the most effectively.
I wonder if they'll pull the trigger with it immediately. Raikou being a little bit chill with it, whereas Tessia, the second it comes off cooldown, he's just going to let it rip immediately. Raikou now on the back foot a little bit, pops his combustion as both mages are just exchanging blows. Some of the, like, these RMP mirrors they're a little bit slower than what we're used to. You know, the Outlaw Fire Mage, pretty durable. And with the Holy Priest backing them up, it can be really difficult to actually land crowd control with both mages playing Blink as well. It's a little bit more of a defensive talent choice, so not going to be able to go for those Shimmer polymorphs. At least I think both mages are playing Blink in this matchup. I'll have to double check that. The Ring of Frost going to be coming down. They're going after Brunhilde just a little bit. Waz hooks over.
Nice, Relza.
Gets feared, though. Nicely done there by Relza, denying Waz's crowd control and putting him in some himself.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit more of a passive game. They're just kind of throwing combustions at each other. We saw a defensive blind on the mage as well. So they're looking to stall, likely drag us into dampening. And JT is winning the mana game if it does go into the late game. Raikou, though, at half health with a polymorph on his healer. Is he going to be able to survive? Guardian Spirit, big heals. Ice Wall, not going to get too much value. He's already recovered. JT can just reposition it. Tessia's not getting too much value out of these Ice Walls, and that has been like a main staple playstyle of Tessia as the Ice Wall. Raikou, I haven't seen one, so I would imagine that he's not actually opting for it, or he's holding it for a perfect moment. We do see Waz taking a bit of damage here. Tessia is leading the damage meter. I think the damage meter is very important for, you know, dictating how this could go if it goes into the late game. Waz is still under pressure. Evasion about to fall. Raikou trying to blast back with a combustion, but Tessia gets pulled to the pillar and uses greater invis. So they're forced to hit Brunhilde, but Brunhilde can easily either cloak or just feint all of this damage. Raikou's moving in, Waz is moving in, Echo are getting aggressive, getting on top of Tessia, trying to overpower him at this point. Maybe they sense that they have an advantage. But Tessia is actually now moving away from the pillar. He doesn't want, it's the mage you can't stand on top of your healer. Otherwise, you're just getting double cheap shots. So he knows that he can't stay back there for too long. He's going to move into the center of the map, spam polymorphs, and try and bait Shadow of Death, try and bait Fade from the Priest before making a move here. And he's right next to JT. He's going to Frost Nova, polymorph number 1, trying to fake the interrupt. Polymorph number 2, he's not able to. He finally gets a precognition. He has to barrier. He's taking a lot of damage. We see Waz jumping over to crowd control Relza. He trinkets out of it immediately. He wants Tessia in this position, but Tessia's got combust. Raikou gets pulled back to the pillar. They swap back on Waz, dismantling him out of the kidney shop. Still lobbing some Pyro Blast. Raiku's line of sighting, buying some time here. Tessia's starting to get ahead on the combustion race here, the combustion engine, as he's going to, maybe if this game goes for like another 3 minutes, he might get an entire extra combustion over Raikou.
Yeah, this RMP mirror is coming down to just efficiency. Like, who's doing more damage, who's being more efficient with their mana, who's faking more interrupts. It's like getting the setups on the enemy Holy Priest is extremely difficult. It's mostly coming down to the rogues just going for gouges and cheap shots and blinds. SES still just line of sighting here, and you are right, Raikou is not playing the Ice Wall, so that is not going to be an option for him. He's playing the Master Shepherd instead. At the same time, Brunhilde is getting low on health. I like that they're pressuring down the rogue. If Tessia is going to play a little bit too passive in the match, go after the rogue, continue to do damage. JT is way ahead on mana at this point of the game. Brunhilde tries to set up his team for a polymorph, but unfortunately it doesn't look like Tessia is going to be able to find it. Waz doing a really good job gouging, cheap-shotting Tessia, and just slowing him down, really denying that crowd control, and that seems to be the name of the game. You look at the damage meters right now. Tessia has pulled just a little bit ahead of Raikou, ripping those combustions literally on cooldown, just with no crowd control, just throwing the combustion and just trying to maximize his DPS.
They're trying to win this game on mana, so very conservative playstyle, honestly, from both sides. Although they do occasionally throw some crowd control into the healer. Dragon's Breath Sheep every once in a while with ice flows. Brunhilde gets gripped back to the pillar over here. Tessia is low. Cleave damage is high. Echo seem to be pulling ahead now that we are deeper into dampening. Rails is really starting to struggle. It's going to cost him a lot of mana if he has to use Flash Heal in the back line. We can't see him off screen right now, but using Flash Heal is going to be very inefficient. JT's actually sneaking in some smites to get another Chastise off cooldown while his team is ahead to try and get an advantage here, possibly for a Chastise Fear move in the near future. We see Smoke Bomb, big play, Ice Wall, tries to defend him. Will he survive? 1 second left. 1 second left. Relza gets in there and gets the Void Shift to save Brunhilde. But it does seem like Echo are starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, playing with confidence. Tessia is getting low. Relza is falling further and further behind in the match. Trades out the Guardian Spirit, but Waz and Raikou just doing such an insane job going after multiple targets here in the game. Brunhilde charges forward, gets a full sap. Nice sap! Uh-oh, Waz is in trouble. He trinkets and cloaks. He has a vanish. Is he going to make the trade? Doesn't look like he will. Wants to hold on to some defensive cooldowns. Just using that hook shot to get away and just reposition. Finally landing a cheap shot here on Relza, but I really like these rogue swaps. For the most part, rogues are quite durable, really difficult to take down. But if they're using too many cooldowns offensively, then you can punish them and really get the damage rolling. Well, they are going after Brunhilde now.
Waz has blind, and Relza has no trinket. Brunhilde also no trinket. And so this is a big moment. Is Waz going to use that blind offensively or defensively? Is he going to try and stop a combustion, or is he just going to go for the win? Because they're honestly winning even with just damage. But if he blinded an Apotheosis, that would prevent a lot of free healing from Relza. He's moving over, I think, for it. He tries to cheap shot, but Relza fades the cheap shot, fears him. He gets another one. Tessia is still low health, full blind, no trinket. I think this is going to be caught block. He's desperate. He blocks high. JT goes into Angel to possibly Master Spell, and that's important. The Master Spell is free mana when he's in Angel form. That was very high IQ from JT to extend his mana a little bit further and get that offensive play at the same time. Relza still has his Angel to buy more time on the clock, but Raikou is ahead of block. Cheap shot on JT. DOBOB's trying to make a move. They're not finding anything, though. Tessia's falling behind. They pop Combustion. They're throwing everything they can at Waz, but the Ice Wall gets interrupted. And now Raikou is tearing in as well. Tessia switching his attention to Raikou. Raikou on top of Relza for a Dragon's Breath. He Frost Novas him. Dragon's Breath. Polymorph, is he going to find it? Ring of Frost first. He gets the Ring of Frost. He deaths it. He actually gets the death off. He sneaks it in between. Good play by Relza. But his mana, I'm not sure how much further it can go at this point. Ice Wall down. Big opportunity if they can win with the Ice Wall. That could be game breaking. They knock Waz. He's able to grapple instantly back onto Tessia. Looking to knock him over. They know that Relza can't keep this up for much longer.
Yeah, this is such a back and forth game, but it does seem like Echo is slowly but surely pulling ahead in the match. Waz in stealth right now, decides to open up. There's a defensive Ring of Frost here by Tessia. They open on Waz! Oh no, he's behind the pillar. Can they take him down? He's got no cloak for 3 seconds. Oh, a little bit dicey there, but JT is there with the Angel to keep him alive. The Guardian Spirit, Adrenaline Rush now ripped out here by Waz. Wanted to get aggressive on Tessia. He still has the Cauterize, but with no Ice Block, he could easily just burn down. Relza has no mana whatsoever. Super back and forth. At the same time, Raikou is low. Cauterize procs for him, but he has the Ice Block if he needs it. Does not want to be greedy. They are ahead in the game, but DOBOB is somehow striking back.
Waz is just dead. Polymorph lands. JT Trinket Void Shift. They could swap JT. He fades. He's trying to line of sight. He gets chastised. He's trying to recover. His team is just outright dying at this point. Tessia still is cauterized. Somehow DOBOB are doing this. They get the block. Raikou cancels it. He gets kicked on his poly. Cheeky move. He's going to get punished. He's caught in a gouge. Brunhilde's moving over. Kidney shot on JT. Grapples back onto Raikou. Frostnovas are down. Waz caught behind the pillar. Big catch here onto him. Do they have enough damage to finish? Just doesn't feel like they can. They're trying to get back onto Raikou. They don't have DRs. They're waiting to stun, but JT has Angel in 2 more seconds. He should be able... No, he gets Poly. Deaths to Poly and goes into Angel. At the last possible second, JT needs to get Raikou topped in this window, but Raikou's kind of line of sighting him here. He's going to go for the Divine Hymn to heal around the corner. Brunhilde and a kidney shot. Big swap on Brunhilde. Smoke bomb comes down. I think he's toast. Raikou is there with the bust, and Echo take it. But DOBOB, they swung to the end.
Honestly, I thought Echo was going to lose. I was like, there's no way, you're so far ahead. Raikou gets cauterized procced on him. He's just sitting so low on health. JT's really struggling to keep him alive. Then they make a swap on Waz. He's getting low. Then Raikou has to block, and there's just no mana. That Guardian Spirit coming up, or the Spirit of the Redeemer coming up, it's such a good time for JT. I think he played it really, really well in that regard, and they were able to really just punish Brunhilde for being overly aggressive there on Raikou near the end. But, I mean, you really can't blame him. This is such a long game, so back and forth. It's really technical. I mean, the mirrors right now, they're a little bit slow in terms of pacing, but just so much technical play coming in.
I mean, both these teams have realized that playing aggressive in the early game ends up costing you more than it rewards you, I think, through experience. So they're just playing a very slow first 4 to 5 minutes, and then when dampening starts to pick up, that's when we start to see more play-making moves on their part. But I'm just trying to imagine this game if JT didn't Angel Mass Spell. Like, he could have been out of mana, because Mass Spell is very expensive. He could have been out of mana so much sooner in the game, and they likely would have lost on pressure. So little small mana management moves like that enabled JT to have an advantage here, because the last time DOBOB and Echo went head-to-head in Game 1, JT was heavily behind on mana, and they lost because he was behind on mana. So this is a big improvement from JT's performance in Game 1 yesterday against DOBOB, or Game 1 on Friday against DOBOB, to today. And now Echo have a strategy for these neutral or large maps, which makes me wonder if DOBOB are going to do the classic DOBOB strat and try and take it to small maps and try and heat things up. Because if Echo are able to
Age of Carnage.
If Echo's able to drag these games on, it seems like they are building a significant edge. And how much do you think the Mastered Shepherd gets for Raikou in terms of value in this matchup?
Not much. I'm not going to lie. He's not getting that much value. I feel like, in general, the Ice Wall can just win you the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a free win condition that you can play with. It's an extra school of magic. I feel like it is worth playing. Master Shepherd's a little bit safer, but the amount of times he got value from it in this match is really low, in my opinion. Especially, like, I could maybe see the Master Shepherd if it was like more of an aggressive style match and you're constantly looking for polymorphs in the game, but it just doesn't seem like that's happening in the match. So I feel like Ice Wall would be a better choice here.
I do also think I remember Waz getting out damaged by Brunhilde on Friday in some matches. So I think Waz has stepped up his game. JT has stepped up his game. Raikou is falling behind a bit in the earlier stages of the game there. And yeah, we're going to the cage. So I think this is going to be DOBOB's favors to try and mix up the maps, mix up the strategy for Echo. Don't let them play the safe game. Don't let them play the conservative strategy that they've outlined for themselves and try and throw a wrench in their plan. I cannot imagine we're going to see any comp changes. I'm trying to think if, with the rosters that they have, and like, there's no Survival Hunters, right? We saw Survival Hunter being a really good pick in a Fire Mage. Almost seemingly like a direct counter into the Fire Mage, but I think Big Mix finally has an advantage in this tournament. He is the counter now, and Swapsy was heads up for bringing him on as that specialist for their team, because they're just sitting pretty now in the grand finals. Meanwhile, DOBOB and Echo, I think I was expecting this to be the grand final, and now they have to sling it out to try and see who's going to be ending this tournament in third, or having an opportunity to take on Streamer Zone GG in the finals. Echo locking their comp. Maybe they just want to run through some ideas. Maybe talk about the talent that Raikou had. Maybe switching that over. DOBOB insta-lock. They just want to go. They don't want to give Echo any time. Just get us into the game. And I feel like that's usually what happens. I think when you were competing with Sea-Doo, your strategy in one tournament, whenever you won, was to take as long as possible to lock your comp in, to let the loser kind of stew in their defeat, like let them tilt, let them get mad at each other, delay it as long as possible. I'm kind of wondering if Echo, if that's at all part of their plan with taking that long to lock their comp in, when, it kind of feels like this is going to be the matchup between them for the series.
I don't know how much it actually matters. I wonder if it's like when you're sitting there and you're giving the losing team more time to just talk about the games, like, you know what I mean?
You probably have to know their personality, right? If they've got a bad personality, I think it's probably worth doing it. But I think
the strategy can pay off if the enemy team is like a tilter team, just let them tilt a little bit more. But yeah, I think it can backfire too. So I don't know if I would personally recommend that. But see Raiku's build here. Look at some of the talents that he is running on that mage. Pretty heavy versatility, decent amount of haste. Just playing the tier set right now, and of course that Master Shepherd. It's a good talent, really good talent. Basically means when you polymorph someone, their health doesn't go up. It just freezes their health in place instead of healing them. And in addition, do land a polymorph, and then you use your combustion, you get extra damage from your versatility. It's really strong. Problem is, like, we're not seeing a lot of that, right? We're not seeing a lot of polymorphs, whereas the Ice Wall is just like, it's a way to just win the game randomly. We saw that so much last season. Maybe the pacing is slowed down. Doesn't really feel like it's slowed down that much, but I don't know. Echo not opting for that, but look really good in game number 1, coming in with their own game plan. And that's exactly what we wanted to see if Echo was to win this, because they already lost to DOBOB in a mirror match. In this exact mirror match, they lost, and picking up that first win is going to be really important.
All right, gates have opened. They're falling into the cage. There is no going back. Game number 2 between DOBOB and Echo. Start of this match is typically a bit slow as the mages are trying to flame strike and find the rogues in stealth. They want to deny a sap. If they can also open on the rogue, it gives them a bit of an edge. Whoever opens first is at a disadvantage, as the opposing rogue will be able to cheap shot them and prevent a lot of their initial upbringing in the game. And so they're just going to play it very patiently. Brunhilde is so far away from the center of the bridge, and Waz is mirroring him almost identically on the map positioning on the opposite side. And Tessia is squeaking forward a little bit. Flame strike on the ramp. Trying to find Waz. Waz is moving in. JT's moving in. So they hit JT. So there's combat. Brunhilde will not be able to sap. Waz will not be able to sap. They're going to just have to open with cheap shot. Tessia is not doing the same thing we saw last time, where he kind of barriered a little bit randomly, and then Waz instantly opened on him when he saw that. So Tessia is not making that mistake in the 2v2. Actually, just barriered. They might go, but actually pre-barriers a cheap shot. A little bit of value. Nice defensive Dragon's Breath between the stuns there on Waz. Nice Ring of Frost, though, hitting Relza and Brunhilde. They're swapping to Brunhilde, mixing it up entirely. Is he just dead? Is it a knockout? We're only a minute into this game after just going 10 minutes. Brunhilde trinket cloaks, and they did not expect Echo to make that adaptation, but they do survive.
They get the cloak, they get the trinket, but I feel like we're not going to see Brunhilde go down. Maybe, though. That was a really good push. If they can get the trinket out of the way from Relza, then that can be kind of a check situation that Echo can really take advantage of. They're doing a setup once again. The Ring of Frost lands. Beautiful setup. Could this be the trinket? Brunhilde will just pop the evasion. It looks like he should be okay for the time being. Tessia throwing in some barriers to help weather the storm, and it's going to be Raikou as that main target. This Ice Wall doing a really good job here for Tessia, denying the heals and getting some pressure on the Raikou. Will fade, and JT, I think, can now easily top off Raikou.
This is an insanely good Ice Wall map. I think DOBOB should definitely be playing around that for the rest of the series, because if Raikou is not going to opt for it, it's likely going to be the game-winning play, I think. Raikou gets gripped back on the attempt here. Brunhilde gets dismantled. Waz gets reverse dismantled. They know that Brunhilde could be a target here still with no medallion, and they do have Smoke Bomb. So the kidney shot Waz, double fear. Oh, Brunhilde's getting feared into a really bad spot if Waz can catch him here. JT and cheap shot. Brunhilde grapples back over to Relza. And they're double choose. They're going Tessia. They're not risking it. They chastise Brunhilde so he can't peel during their go. Trolling him for now. Brunhilde getting some big coin buffs here with the Ghostly Strike. Trying to tear in onto Raikou, but Raikou is just tanking all of it and taking 0 damage. Tessia is pulling away to the bottom side. Are they trying to bait here? Brunhilde still with no trinket. Grapples away. When's Waz going to go? He has the smoke bomb. Here's the kidney shot. Grapples over. Where's the bomb? Bomb comes down. Is he going to be able to drop him? They need more damage. Raikou gets counterspelled. Relza fades the Dragon's Breath and gets right next to Brunhilde to fear Waz. Beautiful play by Relza. Now we see Ring of Frost on JT from Tessia. Raikou could be in trouble. He barriers. Brunhilde's moving over. Now that he's survived, he has his Medallion 13. Brunhilde can play with confidence, and he's taking advantage of that. Raikou is pressured. Frost Nova dispelled into a Dragon's Breath. Into a Polymorph. Beautiful punish by Raikou. Little overlap with the Gouge, though. Raikou coming back onto JT here, fearing Brunhilde. He's dispelled instantly. Both priests on the ball right now. Relza's going to Angel and prevent any crowd control. And also likely, get ahead on mana if JT doesn't consider his Angel usage here. You've got a tough choice. You just use it for mana, or do you try and use it to avoid crowd control? As Brunhilde grapples over, he's not able to Angel the kidney shot. That will connect. Raikou barriers. Waz taking some damage from the combustion of Tessia. Chastised in the open. Big Pyroblasts. Kind of doubt that they're going to be able to drop Waz, but they go for the Smoke Bomb anyways. Maybe also a bit of a defensive one. Ring of Frost on the Angel, not able to land it. Waz is cleaving 2 targets here. He's going to get a big lead over Brunhilde if they stay stacked like this. Cheap shots on Waz, moving back on Raikou. Brunhilde grapples in. We see JT behind the pillar. He's in a cheap shot. Brunhilde grapples back to reconnect onto Raikou. They have to shut that combustion down. They're going to gouge Raikou. They polymorph him. They're trying to do what they can to shut it down. They pull back to the pillar to line of sight him. Waz tries to move in, but he gets feared away. Raiku's on top of Brunhilde, another big swap. Big connection with the ring around the corner, but Raikou gets counterspelled. He can't connect it. He gets a polymorph instead. Brunhilde seems to be a much more focused target here. Now they're switching back on Tessia. Mass barrier has been cut down. Can they get more crowd control on Relza? A blast wave knocks him off the side. But Tessia is still there. Ice wall. He's trying to find it on the center of the bridge. And how's JT going to deal with his ice wall? It's a little off screen right now. Killing spree coming through from Brunhilde. Just doing as much damage as possible. JT just repositions. Ice wall of no consequence. And JT is still heavily ahead on mana. Echo, they've made their improvements from day 1 to day 2. And DOBOB need to step it up.
Really nicely done there by JT. Completely owning Brunhilde, who's now kitty shot out of line of sight and forced to trinket. Such a beautiful setup. Can they take him down? JT set this up so beautifully by basically baiting Brunhilde around the pillar, ring around the Rosie. They managed to pull up big cooldowns as a result. Brunhilde gets feared out of line of sight. They come back. They get a nice kidney shot on him. Really good setup there by Echo. But now it's going to be DOBOB's turn to strike back just a little bit. Combustion gets ripped out by Tessia. Not much of a consequence during that moment. It seems like Raikou was, and JT will shrug it off. Once again, Echo has a big mana lead. So I do wonder what the big differences are here between JT and Relza, which is allowing JT to play so much more efficiently in this matchup and have that mana lead.
Big catch. Brunhilde gets caught behind the pillar. That is it. Echo toast him 2-0. And I know you were in contemplation of a strategy. Echo just wanted to cut you off and end the game.
That's all good,
right
man.
there and then. And they're moving to match point. Echo never questioned the lower bracket power up. You know, it's like there's like a Mario superstar in the lower bracket when Echo get down there, and then they pick it up and they just wrecking ball every team in that lower bracket. And they came with a completely different strategy. Tessia was not able to capitalize on the ice wall, and their Kryptonite map, it doesn't work for them. This is typically the map where DOBOB takes it all.
Yeah, this was a nice peels here by Tessia, but this is where Brunhilde got feared down the pillar after JT did such a good job avoiding the incoming stun. And at this point, Brunhilde's kind of left all alone. We can see exactly what happens. He pre-cloak of shadows, but Waz catches him in a kidney shot. Dragon's Breath onto Relza before he can get there, and Raiku's there with the combustion. I really like targeting the rogue a lot more in the matchup. I think Tessia is playing incredibly defensive in a lot of these games, so it's leaving opportunities for them to go after Brunhilde a little bit more in the match. I think Echoes realize that, and that's their main adaptation that we're seeing is going after Brunhilde a little bit more consistently, especially when he's playing super aggressive with his crowd control and kind of getting out of position. So yeah, Echo's looking good. Like you said, it went down to the lower bracket. It felt like DOBOB yesterday. They kind of had their number, but the reason why I went with Echo is just because I just their positive attitude just made me want to believe in them. You know, like they're like, no, we are doing really well in mirrors. We had an off day. It's all good. We're coming back stronger, and they're really proving that, which is good to see.
Yeah, very solid games. Good adaptation to the map, not letting that get to them at all, because DOBOB had an insanely high win rate in the previous season on the Cage of Carnage against Echo. So seeing this time around, they've gone back to the drawing board. They've sharpened their blades, and they are just absolutely destroying. They're able to win this one at the 5-minute mark, shave off their time. They're speed running now to try and see how quickly they can dismantle DOBOB. And it just seemed like Brunhilde's having a harder time keeping up in this match. Waz is able to just get a little bit more damage squeezed out and edge further and further ahead. Even JT getting a tiny bit more damage. Every little difference counts here. So they're going to go for Runes of Lordaeron. This can be a very cheeky map with Ice Wall if you get a good knock, especially like locking the Priest in the starting room or something of the like here. It's just so interesting to see like that playstyle difference between Tessia and Raikou just season over season, and it's like a mind game of who's going to break first, you know, like who's going to crack and say, oh, you're right, I should switch to Master Shepherd, or does Raikou break and switch to Ice Wall? Because we saw at a certain point that Raikou had to. He was forced to play Ice Wall for a little bit. But he seems to really just like making sure that he's maximizing his stats for damage. Ice Wall doesn't do damage, so Raiku's going that route. And it's always interesting to see that some players are like that. There's a lot of players who obsess about damage. It's just like they think this is the pinnacle thing that you need to be caring about. If you're not maximizing it, then what are you doing? So I think Raiku's more in that camp, whereas Tessia has more, not that his damage is low, he's doing top damage in the last game, but he seems to be more stylistic, trying to find out these like flashy plays. And I feel like the ultimate player is a mix of both. They're able to top the meter and have style at the same time, but they're taking their time again to lock in their comp. So trying to squeeze out any possible comms. Maybe they also want to talk strategy for the next series if they're getting, this close to it, because it looked maybe close for like 10 seconds in that first game for DOBOB to maybe get a win, but they were still playing from behind. So that must be very disheartening for their side here, especially with how hard fought this tournament has been for them, having already beat Echo on Friday. So hopefully they can bring this back against them. And yeah, we're just going to see the same comp. Outlaw Rogue, Fire Mage, Holy Priest, and DOBOB. I anticipate to be the same here unless they're really trying to scout and trying to look at gear setups. I believe JT is actually playing a slightly modified build to that of Relza, and maybe that's giving him a minor advantage in terms of mana at certain points in the game. So we might see if Relza changes his build at all there. Maybe they throw a complete curveball and play something totally different. Maybe
what do they have though? Feral? Like that's
the Feral Mage doesn't seem good. When we saw it play earlier, it just didn't seem that good. That used to be their staple. But with the Fire Mage and the Outlaw Rogue, it's just, I think, better to have the control of the Rogue in those situations and the durability as well. But they're taking their time, running the clock here. So they have Brunhilde who could play. He was DOBOB previously. Yeah. I remember their record was crazy good. So Echo have taken away their perfect streak. This used to be DOBOB's map, and now Echo are starting to claw that back. Need to win 5 more times on the cage. We have 2 weekends after this, so if they meet twice every week, maybe they could bring that score back even and be 1 for 1. But DOBOB have to either say like, man, we're outmatched here, we need something different, and
no
what
way
could
they
it
say
possibly
that.
be,
There's
or
no shot.
how do we step this up, because we're kind of getting destroyed at the moment. Maybe they're going to try the strat of going on Waz, because I didn't expect the Rogue to be so easy to take down that early on. Usually it's a race of the mages, but Echo felt like they had a good shot of going after Brunhilde, and it actually worked out for them. So DOBOB, 15 seconds left. Could be their last game of the tournament. If they lose here, they're going out in third. Echo will get to face Streamer Zone, which will be the first time we see them go head-to-head, and it'll be interesting to see how Echo intends to deal with that composition, because we haven't seen them play yet, and they're going to stick with the same thing. It's very unlikely that the Feral Mage is going to be of too much use here. It may be unfortunate that I don't think jungle. If they had a survival hunter, I would say that survival jungle could possibly be a good pick here, but maybe that's something Brunhilde is going to have to consider for their roster if the meta stays as a Fire Mage meta as it is right now. But we're going in. It's Runes of Lordaeron. It's a match point. Thank you, DOBOB. So I'm just preemptively thanking you, okay? No
You're just so
particular
ready,
reason,
even amped
just
up for this.
preemptively thanking them, okay?
Yeah, get your chat points ready for this one. But yeah, I feel like the main adaptation we'll probably see from DOBOB in this one is put more focus on Waz. Seems like going after the Rogue a little bit more in the match seems important, especially when the mages are playing so defensive, right? Both of them are building their character like a tank, maximum versatility. They're both playing Blink to get out of stuns. So those stuns might just be more effective put on the Rogue, and it forces the Priest to heal multiple targets. And you can definitely catch them off guard, especially if we see exactly what Echo did in that last game, where when Brunhilde, for example, is going for those aggressive cheap shots onto the healer, he gets feared away. All of a sudden, he's 100 yards away from his healer, and that's a good swap opportunity. So we'll see what DOBOB decides to do, but we are going to, really small map here.
All right, we're ready to go. Maybe there's an issue with one of the teams or the players want to make an adaptation or a last-second change before getting in here. So it does look like one of the teams is using their delay time. I can't really blame them. You're facing elimination right now. You probably want to take any opportunities you can. Make sure to just get some water, get rehydrated, because every single advantage that you can try and get here is going to be important. Echo are fully powered up. They are ready to rise to the occasion and climb back into that finals. And Waz is running a pretty standard build, a little bit of mix of crit and haste. I feel like Outlaw is actually one of the few specs that actually wants crit when it comes to PvP. A lot. I think it might be the only spec. A lot of other specs, crit is kind of just, you kind of avoid that at any cost. But as an Outlaw Rogue, it's actually integral on their build. And the Ghostly Strike with their 4-set bonus, it's a really good combo. It's what allows them to do quite a startling amount of damage in certain windows of time. And obviously they have a lot of good cooldown reduction throughout their kit in order to get access to their powerful abilities more frequently. And then the reworked Killing Spree. That's a big one. The Killing Spree almost operates now as like a Convoke the Spirits.
I like it.
It's like a threatening window that you need to be prepared for. And we've got Brunhilde clawed up here as well. Similar stat allocation here.
The same transmog too. What?
Wait, go back. Is it the exact same transmog?
Not the exact same, but pretty much. I mean,
I mean, it's the Sunwell gear. Every rogue likes the TBC sets, I swear, like the Merciless set and then the Sunwell set. I mean, this is
Same
the challenge
tabard,
mode. This is the
same
challenge
sword.
mode set.
Hey, it looks similar. Same tabard, same swords. It's like, come on.
That's Thugonomic's sword. I'm pretty sure. What sword is that? Wait, what is it
That's
called? I
the-
can't remember what
no.
it's called. It's called something. It's from the auction house. It's like a gajillion gold now. If you didn't
Oh,
buy
that's
it
not from
early.
the auction house. That's
Isn't it?
archaeology, dude. This
I
is.
swear
I was
that one's
talking
from
about the sword.
I swear it's
this
Thugonomic's
sword-
sword they used all the time as Destro.
Nope. This sword is
It's different?
completely impossible to farm. It takes forever. I gave up many times. I started the journey and then just quit.
How many people have it in the game? Like less than 0.01%?
It's small. It's a lot of work. It's a huge grind, but it's one of the coolest swords ever because it leaves behind like a trail of fire.
I swear you can get something that looks identical to it on the auction house, though.
No.
I can't remember what it's
promise you.
called now. Maybe someone in the chat remembers what it's called, the flaming sword that you can get from the auction house. We got Relza coming up on screen now. And as Discipline Priest, you're usually going like a haste mastery build, but as Holy Priest, you go full mastery because your mastery does such a huge amount of your healing, so that's why he's focusing in on that stat. And you can see that he's going kind of more towards the right side of the talent tree. Both priests playing light well, though. A really effective heal when you get crowd control in order to keep your team going. And he's got answered prayers. After your prayer mending heals 50 times, you gain access to additional effects. Both priests running the Oracle, giving them a lot of effectiveness in the game, especially with the set bonus. The new 4 set is just super juicing the Oracle hero talent tree for Holy Priest. And then when we look at JT, you can see that he's going more towards the middle of the Holy Priest talent tree. Meanwhile, the stat allocation is very similar. So he's kind of getting more passive healing throughout the game, as well as on his heal over time effects to that of Relza, which might be making a difference in these CC chains. Although I think when we get into deep dampening, the build's probably not going to be feeling too dramatically different as far as overall throughput and output, but they are very similar to each other. He's opting for the Void Glass Spire. Is this something that I'm going to need to farm? Because I'm seeing this on a lot of characters now.
I don't know. I
Do
don't
we
know
have a
how
details
difficult that is to
breakdown?
get.
I want a details breakdown of how much damage that actually does in PvP, or if people are
Are
just
you in a
taking it
mythic
'cause
raid,
it's
you think?
super heavy. I don't think I'm good enough to clear it, okay? I'm going to have to pull
I don't
some
believe
strings
that.
and ask some friends, like, what boss does that drop off? Did they nerf the raid yet? Oh, they're actually... Oh, so this is a significant difference. So, opting for the Great Staff on Relza as opposed to the mythic item. It's going to be a lot more haste for JT. Whereas this is going to give just a bit of durability, possibly for a swap. Maybe that's something they could do, is attack Holy Priest. We haven't seen like a lot of pressure really put on the Priest yet in this matchup.
I'd be all for it. I doubt how well it would work, but I would be interested to see. It seems like all the targets in this match are quite durable, so it's kind of just pick one of the... All targets are bad, you just have to pick the best of the bad.
Pick the best of the best.
Interested to see. It seems like all the targets in this match are quite durable, so it's kind of just pick one of the... All targets are bad, you just have to pick the best of the bad.
Pick the best of the bad. All right, DOBOB. It's Runes of Lordaeron. You guys took out Echo on Friday, but they are supercharged in the lower bracket. 2 wins ahead of you. You're facing elimination. Your delay time is over. It can be delayed no longer. You must meet your fate. Will you rise to the occasion and beat Europe's finest and assert your dominance and take the throne of the greatest RMP in Europe here? You need to win 3 games in a row, and that chain could start on Runes of Lordaeron, or otherwise it would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery.
Yeah. Tessia, Brunhilde, and Relza want to avoid that at all costs. See what they decide to do. So the main strategy adaptations we're seeing in the games is going after the rogue a little bit more. We'll have to see if DOBOB decides to do the same thing. Looks like they're going to be going after Raikou. He gets feared away. Some damage here as Tessia is just ripping out the combustions immediately and getting those Pyro Blasts rolling, getting the damage rolling. But Tessia overextends and is getting absolutely destroyed. Will blink back to his healer. Relza in angel form just spamming out the flash heals. Keep Tessia nice and healthy, but I really like that push there on Tessia.
Yeah, I think Tessia is playing a bit more boldly, and he's doing it intelligently as well. He's using his alter time before blinking in aggressively, or he's just timing a barrier before he blinks in aggressively, and he's picking those windows where he's going to be hyper durable to try and connect some extra damage on Raikou. So DOBOB are trying to push the pace here, but they are behind on medallions. Relza, trinket is about 57 seconds away. Tessia, no trinket available. So Brunhilde needs to be a bit of a playmaker here, but he doesn't have a lot of tools. He has no kidney shot. He has no dismantle. So Waz could take a big opportunity here if he can bait a blink and then reconnect and stun bomb. I feel like that could be a big window for this next combustion on Raikou. Gouges on both mages, but Brunhilde's going to get kidney shot. There's a bit of pressure here. Double Dragon's Rift from Tessia. That's going to stop a lot. Waz gets dismantled. Now they're back onto Raikou. Trying to tear him up, but Raiku's going to have his combustion in 5 seconds. Pre-evasion from Brunhilde, but he gets feared on it. Waz grapples over, and he gets feared. The priests are getting massive outplays against the respective rogues in this moment in time. Brunhilde chastised out of the game. Waz is still making his way over. Raikou blinks in aggressively. He could get punished for that. He displaces back. Here comes the cheap shots, but Raikou resets his blinks to be able to blink again, but he gets caught. Big hit of damage. He stays alive. Still has combust. Both mages do. Raikou blast waves Tessia off the side of the center pillar there and goes for the combustion, ripping him apart, almost taking him down. Crazy knock from Raikou. It was almost lights out, but Tessia stays alive, and now Tessia has combustion. But he's in a cheap shot. He can't connect. Brunhilde is just trying to solo Raikou at the moment. They fear Waz. Here comes the combustion. Big hit on Raikou. Is JT ready? No Guardian Spear for 7. He grips him back behind the tombstone. Tessia is trying to push in. Cheap shots on Waz, but now Tessia is getting polymorphed. Raikou blinks in. And now we see the Chastise mirrored. JT goes for a fear. Dispel available. Brunhilde reconnects. Waz trying to find his target. He gets dismantled. He can't do anything. Raikou's trying to sneak in a sheep. Trying to fake interrupts. But a big killing spree from Brunhilde comes through. Cranking a lot of damage on Raikou as JT sits through a blind. Into a polymorph. Beautiful chain here from Tessia. They really need to force Medallion from JT with this crowd control chain. They're not going to get it. JT's in angel form. Relza's in a kidney shot. Raikou goes for a ring. He gets gouged. They have to stop the polymorph. The Dragon's Breath it. Relza wraps around that cart in the green goo. As we see an ice wall come down, but JT's just going to wrap around the side there. No value found. Tessia's going back behind the pillar. Move cast, shifting power. Raikou locks it. It was pretty heads up from Tessia to try and use that ice flows to get shifting power, but now he's caught in a cheap shot. He blinks. Caught again. Gets gripped back to the cart. Line of sighting. Ring of Frost defensively here. And you can't really see it because it's invisible under the goo, but it's going to catch the rogue a little bit here. Brunhilde has to cloak. Dismantle on Waz. No pressure from the combustion of Raikou. Tessia has combustion coming up. I'm kind of at the point where I almost want to see them try and throw something over onto JT. JT catches Brunhilde again on the grapple with a Chastise, into another Chastise on the Apotheosis, into a Frost Nova. Brunhilde is out of the game here. Waz is going to cheap shot him now. Smoke bomb. Big swap on Brunhilde.
Uh-oh.
Can they actually kill him without combustion? He's feared away. He gets a kidney shot. They can't. Can't drop him, but they're still feeling cheeky. Tessia, polymorph attempt. Fakes the kick, fakes the death. He can't get it. Ring around the corner. Can't find it, but JT is getting zoned away from that tombstone. He doesn't have death. So Tessia could pressure him here for a polymorph. He blast waves Waz away. Brunhilde is setting him up. He moves into the ring to avoid Waz's kick. He polymorphs around the corner. Waz grapples over, but he can't stop the sheep. JT is going to be polymorphed. Relza is blinded. A race here on both mages at this point in time. Raikou gets counterspelled. Relza decides to trinket. And Relza's constantly using that to catch Brunhilde with no trinket around the corner. Relza jumps over, gets a double fear on the damage dealers, and only one of them can be dispelled. Good value from Relza. But he's just falling behind on mana. They're falling behind on cooldowns. They have no medallions.
I think Brunhilde's dead. I mean, Raikou has combustion rotating back up. If Echo can get one clean setup, I really feel like Brunhilde is going to be in a ton of trouble. Tessia right now pulling out the combustion. Raikou getting a little bit low on health. Can they go after Brunhilde? The double Dragon's Breath comes in. Where's the crowd control on Relza? They need crowd control on Relza, but you just get a pre-angel. Combustion still available for Raikou, though. They're playing extremely patient. They know they just need one good setup, and that's the end of the game. Here's the kidney shot, the fear. Big setup here on Brunhilde. Can they take him down? Relza, can he get the swap? They didn't get any follow-up on Relza. That was so close. If they got the follow-up, that would have been GG, but they gapped the CC.
Now JT's in a polymorph. Raikou is in trouble. Can he get the Master Spell on the Ice Block here? I can't believe it if they actually turn this around and win from a position with no trinkets. They got the Chastise to set up the damage as well, so he couldn't faint. Ice Wall comes down. JT is abandoning that side of the map, but now he's out in the open. JT is exposed right now. Is he going to get caught by anyone? He's going to likely move back to those tombstones as soon as possible. Tessia repositioning. Brunhilde jumps in. Kidney shot found. Relza's in a kidney shot as well. They're mirroring each other. Brunhilde's the target once again. Big hit of damage. He's got cloak. If they gap the stuns, he can cloak. He gets the cloak off. He drops down the smoke bomb in a defensive maneuver. It's not honestly getting too much value, though, unfortunately. He gets a double cheap shot. Raikou blinks forward out of it. Combustion's coming out for Tessia, and Raikou has no block. Big opportunity here for Tessia and DOBOB if they want to stay in this, but they're running out of time. The mana of Relza is looking very slim at the moment. Brunhilde has Medallion Evasion. Relza's got Apotheosis rolling for his team. Raikou's wrapping around the tombstone, trying to find a polymorph. He's trying to sneak it in. Relza dodges it with the fade. Raikou rebuffing, staying out of line of sight here. He doesn't want to get caught with no ice block, but he's found in the Chastise. Dismantle is over. He's caught into a fear behind the pillar. Can they punish Raikou? If they can move in on Raikou here, he's way out of line of sight. Can they make the swap? They get the kidney shot. They're not going for Raikou. Brunhilde's finally there. They need to get a polymorph on JT. They can't. Raikou barriers. He Frost Novas. They're moving away with the cheap shot, looking for polymorphs. Relza deaths it. Nice shadow or death there on the tombstone, but the combustion is rolling. Raikou is tearing in. Alter time from Tessia. They can't remove it. Raikou's gouged. He's just lobbing damage into it regardless. Relza's almost completely out of mana. Brunhilde, big swap on Brunhilde. He evasions right away, but he could get cheap shot. Waz gets dispelled out of the Nova. Brunhilde grapples over. Cheap shot on JT. Grapples back over onto Waz, trying to catch Waz. Hit him with his own maneuver, but they have no damage for it. And I feel like it would be a mistake to go on Waz, but at the same time, maybe not. There's no block, and Waz has no trinket. Ice Wall comes down. Smoke Bomb, though, on Brunhilde from Waz. Big plays from both rogues to continue to play it out, but JT is just asserting mana dominance in game number 3.
Yeah, his efficiency is really impressive. Set up here on the Brunhilde once again. Waz rolls over, gets the cheap shot. Raikou in position. Can he land a polymorph? He does manage to find it. The polymorph lands. Brunhilde gets topped off, though. Now they're going after Tessia. If they can get the ice block, that would be massive. He trades out the greater invisibility to reduce incoming damage. Echo's up 2-0 in this series. They want to eliminate DOBOB from the tournament. Combustion rips out here from Tessia as he's looking to get counter pressure himself. A lot of damage out here on the Waz. He's going to throw out the Cloak of Shadows at the same time. Remember, Raikou, no ice block for another 25 seconds. Raikou rips his own combustion here onto Tessia. The damage is rolling. It is overwhelming. DOBOB, Relza's mana is almost completely gone.
Oh,
and Tessia is forced into his ice block. He holds onto the Cauterize, though, which is very important. But this damage from Echo is insane.
Brunhilde is also just dying to Raikou at the moment. He has to cloak. Tessia, no block. Relza, 0 mana. Very limited cooldowns. Raikou, don't blunder it here. He's got block coming up in 1 second. This game should be set and match. DOBOB are in checkmate. There's no block. Brunhilde has no cooldowns. Relza has no mana. If they win this, it's nothing short of a complete miracle. Relza and a kidney shot. They're engaging to chase down Tessia. Can they finish him? Waz is there with the re-cheap shot. He's got Cauterized to proc into a blazing barrier, but that'll be his last line of defense. He's fighting in Defiance, trying to spell steal some power with shields to buy a little bit of time for Relza to get mana back. He's got 1 Serenity left. He void shifts over, buying his team any opportunity that he can, but they're so far behind. Brunhilde is trying to play it out. He catches JT in a gouge. He dodges the fear. He's setting up his team for Raikou, but I don't think they know that Raikou has block again. Combustion's rolling, and he gets gripped behind the tomb. They swap back on Waz. Can they actually kill Waz here? Brunhilde gets polymorphed. Raikou's not giving them any time of day to find an opportunity, and Tessia is just slowly getting chipped away. His health is dropping, and Relza has no tools to bring it back for 2 more seconds. 1 more second for Relza. He can go into Angel form. He drops it right away. Defensive smoke bomb from Brunhilde. Fear onto Tessia here as they're pushing in, but Relza will be able to sustain them for a few more seconds. Now they use Guardian Spirit. They're fighting with absolutely nothing. They're facing elimination. They refuse to give up. Echo are the ones who need to figure out how to close this game. They might swap on Relza. He takes a huge hit. Raikou getting punished for his aggression here as he is trying to move in and close out this game. I don't think Echo can believe that DOBOB are alive, and suddenly Raikou is Cauterized his proc. Echo can't believe this. I can't believe this. DOBOB, they're so close to pulling off a miracle. They're just seconds away from getting the ice block. Raikou barriers. Where's the block, man? He's so greedy right now. He's gonna die to dodge. Block! 5% ice block. JT has no mana. DOBOB defiantly have done it. They're back in the game. Relza got a tiny bit of mana from his symbols right there. And here's the combustion. Waz has a cloak right away. JT can't believe it. He's been playing out of his mind for 9 minutes, but they've tied the mana. Raikou now has no block, and DOBOB are seconds away from victory. The Dragon's Breath, the trinket. JT's into Angel, but Brunhilde could go down. He has cloak available. Just pop the cloak, man. Everyone is so greedy at 9.5 minutes in. There's no time left. Can JT do it? He's into a chastise. He has no trinket. Raikou drops and DOBOB do the impossible. They're in checkmate for 2 minutes straight and pull it off, putting a point on the board against Echo.
Are you kidding me? That chastise from Relza, too, denying the void shift. Oh my goodness. I can't believe DOBOB pulled that off. An absolute masterclass in those final moments, punishing the reckless push there by Echo. Echo just had all the tools to close out the game, but they just would not die. DOBOB did such a good job rotating through their cooldowns. Relza healing extremely efficiency with basically nothing. Here's where Raikou basically greeted that ice block super duper hard. Ultimately will get topped off here, but look at these final moments. That last combustion from Tessia got off so much work, was able to just steamroll so much pressure, and Brunhilde was able to make this final push. That chastise, just literally 0.2 seconds, and Raikou gets to go to full health with that void shift.
Oh my god. And JT wishes he could have got his void shift off. He still had it, but he had no trinket. So what did he end up trinketing? Because he's in this position where void shift is his only cooldown. Obviously, dampening is really high. So does he trinket? He's on polymorph. He deaths the polymorph. Where does trinket go? We skipped right past when he trinketed. But he gets chastised by Relza. Relza's like, I got this. You might beat me on mana, bro, but I got a chastise just ready for you.
That literally wins the game.
And it won the game because he would have void shifted his health over. And then Raikou has combust. If that Void Shift goes off, I'm pretty sure Raikou pops combust and double kills them in like 2 milliseconds.
Yeah. I honestly can't believe these RMP mirrors are going 50% damage. Like, this is crazy. And I like, even thinking back about maybe what Echo should have done differently, like, how did they throw that lead? What should they have done in that position? Because to me, it was one of those situations where it made sense to push in. You're so far ahead that you really do want to push the pace. So I can't blame them for doing it. But somehow DOBOB was able to just swat away all their attacks, get counter pressure at the right moments, and battle it back. So, I mean, that's just a VOD I'd have to go back and look at. Like, what could they have done differently there?
Because they tried to push, and then Raikou just immediately got owned. It was just like, as soon as he even remotely got close to them, he just got owned and then was running. So maybe it's the rogue has to push, but then it's like, if he might get smoke bombed or ice walled, right? Like, it's a weird spider trap where if you go in there, you're going to get ice walled. So maybe they need to all three of them go in and play close to each other. Maybe the priest needs to get aggressive at that point in the game once you have that huge lead, because they just couldn't close it out. And because they couldn't commit, or when they finally did, they got immediately punished. They couldn't win the game. But Echo are going to take it to a large map and not give that advantage to DOBOB. DOBOB are, man, they're counting their blessings right now, because they were absolutely getting throttled for like the entirety of that game until the last couple of seconds. So 9 minutes of just getting beaten down, bro. You're just in the corner, you're against the ropes, and you're just getting knocked around, and you somehow come out of there. It was like watching Karate Kid. It's like he's got like a broken leg, and he just gets the swan kick at the last second onto Raikou, and actually pulls off a win.
But I think it's worth mentioning, like, it's a moment like that can actually, that's the effect that can turn the tides of a series. So Echo, I think they just need to keep, like, they were winning that game. That game was looking really good for Echo. They're already up 2-0 in the series, but like, in that situation where you're so close to winning and DOBOB just won't die, and then you kind of get owned in those final moments, like, is that enough to put the tide, in favor of DOBOB to come back and get the reverse sweep? Or is Echo gonna, kind of maintain that aggression and that playstyle that they've had throughout the rest of the series?
I don't know. I would like to think that, like, Echo is such a experienced team. At the same time, JT is new, right? JT is young also. I feel like that's something, like, as you get older, maybe that affects you less and less over time, especially with experience. But JT is still young, still new to the competition. Maybe that is something that could affect him. This is where he'll be tested. As the new member of the roster is in a situation like this, when it's like game was over, like what do? Do you crack under the pressure? Are you gonna tilt? Is it the blame game? Is it just cool, calm, and collected? This is gonna be a real test point, I think, for JT in this series, for Echo to be able to just close this out, because they were just so far ahead. You played out a solid game for 8 minutes. You finally got all their cooldowns. They got no options. You just got to figure out how to move in on the king, and randomly that one pawn that was left for DOBOB somehow takes out your queen and somehow gets checkmate later on in the game.
So annoying.
So I couldn't believe it. Like, they had no pieces left on the board, and they played it out and basically won that game like it was chess with one pawn left against Echo, with Echo, and won with the one pawn. Now we're moving into game number 4, Ashamane's Fall. Very large map, completely different than what we've seen from the selection of DOBOB. So Echo obviously want to continue to play this late game, this conservative strategy, continue to edge their advantage that JT has established on mana. But then what do you do once you get to the 9-minute mark? Because DOBOB refused to die. So it's up to Echo to figure out how to close the game at that point.
Tessia is just the immortal tank mage. Like, he just won't die no matter what. You just can't kill Tessia. I feel like once again it's going to have to be Brunhilde that goes down in this game. Echo, such a close call. They almost 3-0 DOBOB. That would have been quite a statement, but they're still looking incredibly good. Still favoring Echo in this series, I think, just based off how the games have gone so far. Let's see what they can end up doing. Tessia and Raikou in the midfield.
Caught.
They managed to catch Waz nicely down, but a chastise on Brunhilde slows him down, so he's not getting full advantage of that crack shot. But the damage is continuing. Dismantle here onto Waz. Waz looking to get aggressive here, but I think DOBOB had a much better aggressive start.
Well, let's see what they can do here. Waz is moving towards Tessia. Brunhilde grapples in. Kidney shot secured. Raikou blinks the stun. Ring around the corner. Nice play from Tessia with that ice flows. Waz is intercepting him. He's not getting any damage out. He just blast waves him away. Tries to find a poly on Waz behind the pillar. Gets kicked on it. Waz grapples over. Waz is taking full control here. Tessia shifting power while the rogue moves away. Good opportunity to sneak that. Raikou still hasn't got a bust off yet. He's taking a lot of damage. Is he going to get forced into his first block just so early on, not even 1 minute in? They managed to block the kill for now. Ring of Frost around the corner. Actually clips Relza with it. Nice play from Raikou. Off to the side. Brunhilde grapples in, but he grapples through the Ring of Frost. He's found in crowd control. Cheap shot engagement from Waz. Brunhilde intercepts it. They knock Waz away. JT's playing a conservative game, just moving back to the far side, making sure that he's not overextending and not exposing himself, and just trying to play as efficiently as possible. Raikou wrapping around the side of this pillar for his shifting power. It's really important as the mage to try and secure as many shifting powers as you can, especially to get the combustion back. But Tessia has another combustion available. Where is he going to go with it? Ice Wall. JT can wrap around, but Raikou's really far away from JT at the moment. They gouge Tessia on the bust. Oh, nice cheap shot. He blinks it. He's going to get re-cheap shot into a kidney shot. He trinkets that. They're not connecting anything, though. He's going to try and get a polymorph off this kidney shot. He has to fake a lot of interrupts. He goes for Dragon's Breath. He's buying more time, but he's not finding the interrupt, so he's just not going to go for it. Big killing spree from Waz. Good heals, though, from Relza picking back up. Raikou in the middle. Both mages faking an interrupt. Shifting power from Tessia, but a polymorph from Raikou. Ring of Frost is secured. Brunhilde is stunned. 3 versus 1 on Tessia. He alter times and shadow melt so he doesn't get purged. So he can alter time back and then blink back behind the pillar and then immediately displays back to the middle of the map. So a lot of blinks in just a few moments of time. Waz kidney shot. Tessia just trying to get ready for the next attack here, just stalling, buying time for DRs, likely the ice wall window. They have to get a good wall. I feel like if DOBOB are going to win this, especially early, it's going to be off the back of a good ice wall.
Yeah, I think so too. That talent choice can come in clutch. We know Tessia does have good ice walls, but it seems like people aren't really dying in stuns very fast, right? Like it's a lot more slow, tempo based. Like just get that pressure and slowly build it up throughout the game. Tessia pulls out the combustion. I think it's kind of just the nature of the Sun Fury Fire Mage, where it's like your damage is high, but it's not super bursty without Meteor, right? Because you're not playing the Meteor, so you do consistently throw a Power Blast. At the same time, Raikou, though, getting low on health, gets topped off there by JT. Tessia blinking into the middle of the map, just trying to get the damage rolling, displacing back or altering back to a position of health. It's interrupted on the polymorph. Chastise now onto Waz. Crowd control just going wild in these games. But Raikou is really under fire. I mean, he is in trouble. Can they proc the Cauterize? Can they get the Ice Block?
Master Spell around the corner. Master Spell around the corner.
He gets the Master Spell, but I don't even know if I like that Master Spell very much. They weren't there in position to really get too much off. So that's not going to be available for the time being. He gripped Ice Wall. Nicely done there by JT. But yeah, I don't know. Raikou under a lot more heat in this fourth game.
I don't wonder if Relza could drink at an opportunity like this when the other team is just a triple turtled in the back or something like that to try and even mana. Because that Master Spell hurt his mana bad. Kidney shot, smoke bomb, Brunhilde swap, trinket available. Is he going to drop here? Tessia Dragon's Breath. Brunhilde grapples away with his trinket used on the bomb. Cheap shot on Raikou. Doesn't look like he's choosing to blink it this time. Actually going to ring Raikou. He's able to escape it. Mass barrier up preemptively. Tessia going for polymorph. Finds it. Raikou Dragon's Breath him. Here's the combustion. But Raikou displaces back into the ring. Disrupting him for a little bit there, but not too much consequence. He's just to play defensive. This is the first time DOBOB have had a lead early on in the series, and now this is what we were talking about with Echo. You're so close. They thought it should have been over at that point, and now are they going to fall apart? Massive swing of damage on Raikou once again, but JT manages to recover him with the Guardian Spirit. Tessia the target, but Brunhilde can't do much. He's feared into a polymorph, and Elsa is so far away. Waz gets cheap shots, grapples over for Brunhilde again with no trinket, and they find the kill on Brunhilde. With no crowd control, unlikely. Guardian Spirit comes through, but Waz doesn't really care. He's just maximizing his damage. So every single stun, he's just swapping off the Rs and trying to build that mana advantage like they have been prior, even despite Raikou being behind on cooldowns. Combustion available for Raikou. He alters. He's probably going to blink and then alter back. I'm seeing that play consistently. They're playing blink stuns. So they don't have the double shimmer, but when they have alter, they usually just use blink to try and get to a better position. But it looks like Brunhilde's there, stunning both the healer and the mage. JT is able to avoid the crowd control. Tessia, defensive Ring of Frost, trying to bait Waz into it. Is he going to be able to get Waz into this ring? Because Waz is just attacking him on the outside of that ring, getting full value anyways. Big damage incoming. Combustion is popped. Is Raikou going to die through healing? JT cancels the Angel to Void Shift. But he gets caught, and Echo do it. Man, DOBOB were looking so good, but they dropped the ball, and Echo immediately punish.
I can't believe it. That was so fast. Like, I saw it, like, slow. It's like one of those things, you know, like a car crash, just slowly happening right in front of your eyes. Like, you can see it coming. He gets just out of line of sight. He gets caught into the stun lock. And unfortunately, Relza was not in position to actually get out heals. We'll see it in the replay, but I'm pretty sure it was a line of sight issue. They had the pressure. Raikou was so incredibly low on health, so they wanted to play it really, really aggressive. It's such a lead. This is the close call here, where they're able to face out the Cauterize, force out the Cauterize as well as the Ice Block here. Raikou cauterized procs, it gets in position, he goes into the ice block. That's fine. And they actually stalled out the game long enough where Raikou almost had his ice block coming back off cooldown, but this is where Brunhilde gets caught. It was actually just a kidney shot on Rel. I mean, that was insane. Actually, I don't even know if he was out of line of sight. It's just a kidney shot on Relza, cheap shot on Brunhilde with Combust, and he just got absolutely deleted. So, that's wild.
Okay. Well, Echo, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit biased because I wanted to see Echo take their shot at Streamer Zone, and like, just is Streamer Zone capable of beating every team in Europe because they haven't gone head to head. So there's a little bit of bias there, but at the same time, this series was really starting to pick up at the same time. So I'm like, because I really wanted this to play out, but Relza just, even if he trinkets, Brunhilde's behind the pillar, so he can't trinket voice shift.
That's amazing setup.
It's like just perfect, picture perfect positioning for Echo to catch Brunhilde right there. Out of line of sight, even though Relza has an out, he can't use it through the pillar, so just close it out right there really quick. What is that, like 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes into the game? It's just a testament to show that like the teams have to play so perfectly to get this game to go 10 minutes. Any little minor error, you're dead much faster. And just right there, grappling one, like, I don't know, 2 millimeters behind the corner and just instantly erased on their front. But DOBOB, I definitely don't think can hold their heads down too much. I think this is a very impressive weekend for them, and they had to face Echo twice on the upper and the lower before getting to the finals, so that's always going to be a rough ride.
For sure. And they held their heads high for sure. 3-1 is how that's going to end. They're going to be ending the first weekend with 3rd place, so certainly not a bad position to be in. Echo moving on to go against StreamerZone.gg. SuperTease, the series that you wanted to see. When we looked at the teams in EU for the entire weekend, Sid, is this a team, StreamerZone, that you thought would be in the grand finals?
When you look at the names on paper, not really, because you're just like Swapsy and Big Mix together. Like, how is that? That doesn't make sense. It seems
Worlds
like it would
colliding.
be like it would seem like water and oil. It's like they're just both separate parts of the game. Like Big Mix has been playing setup-based aggressive comps, and Swapsy is usually more dampening wizard comps. So bringing those two things together, and it just looked so good. And I think it just is the fact that Fire Mage, the Mage in general, I think is struggling with Survival Hunter. So having that one trick or having that specialist is paying off for Streamer Zone right now, because the two, other top teams in the region, DOBOB and Echo, that's what they rely on in most cases, is these mage-based compositions. So Streamer Zone have just come in with the perfect answer for that, but are Echo even better is the question now.
That is certainly the question. You can see the journey that Echo has had this entire weekend, dropping down to that lower bracket pretty early on from the team that they just beat in a rematch. This team is fired up. Streamer Zone, they've had an easier time. They've just kind of been coasting in that upper bracket. They beat DOBOB. They beat Under Pressure. They beat Full Smart. Quite a lot of teams already kind of in the wake of their carnage that they've had in this upper bracket, and they're looking to make that happen one more time with one more team, but it's going to be the Goliath of teams. It's going to be Echo up against StreamerZone.gg in the first European finals of the 3rd season of The War Within. So very much looking forward to that series. And before we do get to it, though, we will be heading to a break. So definitely be sticking around, because this is a big matchup. We're going to find out who the winner of EU is for Cup number 1 in just a couple of minutes after this break. Thank you guys so much. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. We are here in the grand finals for Cup number 1 of the 3rd season of the War Within. My name is I. I'm here with Subtees and Zico to break down all the action for the European finals. It is StreamerZone.gg versus Echo. Echo rose up from the ashes of the lower bracket. They had to fight their way back up here against DOBOB, the team that sent them down there in the first place. And Subtees, it was a closer series than we thought it was going to be for those first couple of games, because they kind of almost turned it around on the side of DOBOB.
I mean, DOBOB were leveling up throughout the series, and it's almost kind of tragic to see them go out in that final game as they did, because they had such an advantage building for them and momentum building for them. So, but they're cut short. Echo have made it. They're in the grand finals. They are the final boss here of the European region. But it's other teams are showing possibilities, which in previous tournaments, Echo just kind of runs the show. You know, it's just the Echo show. We're just watching them go through the motions and climb all the way through. And I feel like that's not going to be the case. They're definitely going to be sweating a bit throughout this finals. And honestly, I mean, look at the predictions right here. Like, this is not normal. This is not normal for the opposing team to Echo in a grand final to have any votes, right? This is usually like 99% in favor of Echo. So the Streamer Zone has built up some confidence in the fans for this finals.
They certainly have. Zico, StreamerZone.gg, do you think that they have the confidence to take this series?
Yeah, I think they do. I said it at the beginning of the week. We got Big Mex, finally off of the just main thug kind of one-trick compositions, and now he's actually joined with a team that has a lot of flexibility. I expected him to do well this weekend. I didn't expect him to do this well. I counted them out a little bit against DOBOB, but yeah, I don't want to do that same mistake here in the grand finals. I think they can go all the way.
Okay, so you think that Echo actually loses this?
I think, well, it depends on which part of me that you're asking. If you're asking the part of me that votes on the desk, then yes, I think that Streamer Zone is going to win. However, if you ask me in the chat, then I think that Echo is going to win. Because, I put some points there and I put some votes here.
How many points do you have in chat?
You don't ask a man that. I have enough of points. Yeah.
Okay. Never ask.
I do okay.
Their points count.
I feel like I do okay. I'm down bad. I'm not doing great. Subtees, what about you? What's your prediction for this?
I think Zico's pretty happy with my prediction right now. I think that Echo, it's a tale as old as time in Europe. When they go down to that lower bracket, they just come back firing on all cylinders. But I've said that about a few matchups today and then come back to regret it. I think I said that with DOBOB and Streamer Zone, and I was like, actually, maybe they can win. And I was like, oh, okay, they actually did. And now they're in the finals. So, but right now I'm leaning into Echo. I think they're going to take it. I think it's probably like something like 4-2. I think Streamer Zone, the weirdness of their compositions, because we've never seen Ellie Survival Hunter, and also Holy Paladin at occasions. They're just playing very like off meta picks that you wouldn't anticipate at all. So that is going to give them an edge, I think, against a team like Echo.
Hey, all right. I am also on the side of Echo. I'm 4-1. I think Streamer Zone is going to definitely fight really hard for this one, but I just kind of given just to echo everything you guys have said. It's Echo. They do this every time. They do this to us every single time. They drop down to the lower bracket. We say on the desk, oh my gosh, has somebody finally figured out how to beat them? And then the next time we see the rematch, or the next time we see them back up in the grand finals, they end up taking it all. So it just feels like scripted content up at this point. And I think Echo is going to take it. But I'm definitely, my heart is rooting for StreamerZone.gg. I think this is a team that has a lot of potential. I'd love to see what they're fully capable of. They've got 3 cups to get a lot of points as well. And even if they do, no matter which team does lose here, they walk away with a number of points, Subtees, to get to that grand finals at the end of the season. And I'm sure that that's weighing on their minds as well.
Past results, not necessarily indicative of future success, but betting on Echo is kind of like betting on the S&P 500. Over the long term, it's always going up, and it seems like it's just never going down. So is this going to finally be the turnaround? Is this going to be Echo's stock market crash? Are they going to plummet into the abyss, and will it be Streamer Zone to be the ones to knock them down? D-Machine's leading into Streamer Zone this time around as well. So there's still, usually we've been together on the desk. We've been in, uniform
united
together,
yeah.
And this is the first time the desk is getting split. Is the coin going to bring it, even? Are we going 50-50 with the coin, or?
The coin was Streamer Zone GG, I believe. If I remember right, let's see what the coin
We're
is.
split if it is. Okay,
Yeah,
we're split.
we're really split. Yeah, even the coin is taking a side here. Mom and dad are fighting. That's definitely not a good sign, but I think it does indicate that at least this is going to be a very good series. Remember, also it is best of 7 as we are here in the grand finals, so quite a lot of back and forth that we might be seeing. That blind pick also very crucial on a matchup such as this, Zico, where you kind of said it yourself. Like so many compositions could be brought out in that blind pick.
Yeah, no, that's kind of why I made my prediction 3-4, because I do think that this potentially could be decided in the blind. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a mind game. Are we going to see the survival Ellie? Are we going to see the lock rogue? Are we going to see the rogue mage? Or are we going to see the jungle? I think those 4 comps can all kind of beat each other, have good and bad matchups within those 4 comps. So I think that's what it's going to come down to. And I think that Streamer Zone probably will lock in the jungle, and I think Echo, they're gonna ego it and lock in the RMP. So I think that's kind of the matchup that Streamer Zone is potentially looking for, and I think that they're gonna maybe try to exploit Swapsy on that Feral Druid, but I think he's gonna pull through, and I think he's gonna show up. So I do think that the blind pick is gonna be extremely important in this series, where both teams kind of have a very flexible roster. So yeah.
Okay, all right. Streamer Zone potentially bringing out that jungle. Definitely would love to see that against the RMP. If we do see that, Supatees, how does that play out? I mean, what's the state of jungle right now? I feel like that composition in itself has kind of taken a bit of a step back. There's been like at least one team every season in EU, especially, that has brought it out. But do you think that this is going to be like a jungle season and we can maybe see it winning cups once again?
Historically, it's been Beast Mastery or Marksman. It's been like very rare, if ever, it's actually Survival Hunter as the pick. And I think that's the main difference. A lot of the hunters have only focused on Beast Mastery and Marksman, and they don't have that survival option. So the Marksman gets shut out by the rogues. Beast Mastery Hunter can get run down, and the pets get CC'd. But Survival is just hitting this like perfect place where it's still really effective into the mages without any of the disadvantages that Beast Mastery or Marksman might bring to the table. So Big has kind of just hit the money here, right in the middle, the sweet spot for himself, where he's the hunter who stuck to it no matter what, and now it's paying off for him. So I don't know if it's going to be like takes over and everyone is survival jungle or something, but it's definitely a good pocket pick into the best teams in Europe. It just seems to be a really good answer for those specific matchups.
Seems to me previously also jungle teams have kind of been stuck only being able to play jungle. They'll have like one random Shadow Priest as their fourth that they don't normally get to really bring out. But it seems like recent adaptations with these jungle teams, Supatees, they've been able to flex a little bit. If they can't really play a jungle, they can use the hunter in another composition or use the feral in another composition. Do you feel like Streamer Zone has that advantage here in this series?
Yeah, I mean, or they're like Tony and they just make a meme about Lava Burst. That's also a viable
Big
strategy as one of the jungle cleaves. Streamer Zone, I mean, every single combination of their classes is a little bit strange to the meta. Not a comp that I would have anticipated, making it to the finals, let alone really bringing into the top 8. And that's like the Survival Hunter and the Ellie. Like, what is that? Like, I've never seen that. And then the Survival Hunter and Feral is a little bit more standard, but again, typically it's Beastmaster or Marksman. So they're bringing in some unorthodox picks, and you can see their win rates looking good throughout this tournament as well. A little bit longer duration at 7 minutes 18 seconds, because some games, especially on day one, we were seeing like 2-minute games. So having an average duration of 7 minutes is actually impressive to be able to stay alive. They're actually pioneering the high mountain meta as well, and we're seeing that leak over into North America. I think D Machine also said that he didn't want to feel miss out on the FOMO of going high mountain. So they're kind of like shifting the meta. They're shifting the attention away. Like, everybody was so focused on Mage Rogue and maybe a couple of Ret Paladin comps, and then these guys are just like, nah, pay attention to us. We're leading the meta right now. We're the pioneers, and that's exactly what they need in a matchup like this. They need to be pioneering something that Echo didn't anticipate and didn't expect. That's the only times we see Echo really have any significant weakness.
All right, here is an overview as well of what we're seeing from Echo High Mountain Torns. Is that unexpected, Zico? Is that a meta that we've seen develop in the AWC just this weekend? Or is that something that's kind of leaking into the ladders as well, and Solo Shuffle?
I think this is definitely leaking into the live version as well, because I think that a lot of people see what the players are doing in AWC, and then there's like D Machine. He's like, I'm gonna just, that looked pretty good. I'm just gonna do that. And I think in general, especially with racials, it's been in the past a little bit more set in stone that, okay, you have to play Night Elf, you have to play human. But lately, it's been a lot more kind of diverse, and I think it depends on what the meta is. When you're seeing like a really heavy Feral Druid meta, we're seeing a lot more Dark Iron Dwarves. When we're seeing, just in general, like a big mix in the meta, maybe people like to play more Night Elf. And now when you're seeing, all of these like kind of chip damage classes, High Mountain is gaining a lot of value. And I think in the case of High Mountain, I think Ven said it was Big Dam who made that meta over in NA, who went High Mountain on all of his shamans. But we are going to see the Feral. Okay, we are going to see the jungle, and we are going to see Echo bringing in the Warlock and the Void Weaver.
I think Hunter and a Void Weaver is great, actually. I think Void Weaver struggles if it gets crowd controlled, and having that instant Hunter trap, like right here in the first second of the game, is a great way to shut that down so they can focus on the Warlock and attack him. But Mercy is also a High Mountain Warlock. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, let alone in competitive play, and AWC has been around decades at this point. I've never seen a High Mountain Tour, let alone in the finals of a tournament, going head-to-head here. Chaos Bolt's off to the side onto Swapsy, but he's in bear form. He anticipates the attack, soaks the hits, and tanks them. With that beefy bear charging in onto Mercy, vortexing him to try and get him to bait his port so he gets pulled back into the open. JT is free casting now, though. If he's not crowd controlled, there, they get a Chastise stun into a trap. That's beautiful synergy between the Holy Priest and the Hunter, gaining access to that range stun and the freezing trap. They're trying to switch back on the Feral Druid Waz, but even with crowd control, it seems like it's hard for them to build momentum. Waz is now going on Bowrug. They're kind of throwing something out here. What are they going to do? Cyclone him? They cyclone him low. Void Blast. Free casting JT. Just look at him having so much fun with Void Blast. Off to the side. Just doing so much damage between these freezing traps. And his damage is pretty remarkable, keeping up with Mercy at this point. Cyclones from Waz are really good here. He's got one early, but he gets caught behind a pillar. Beautiful catch from Bowrug. And Waz will trade Barskin and begin to restabilize. Big Mix needs to be careful here. That Void Sphere on the ground is going to explode for a lot. He's going to kite away from it with the disengage. Get back towards the Warlock. Mercy fakes the kick. Chaos Bolt, number 1. Chaos Bolt, number 2. Is there a third one in the sky? Doesn't look like it. It looks like Swapsy just takes 0 damage from it, actually. Now it's finally starting to get hit. Double coil, setting up Mercy again as he pops his Malevolence. He's got a lot of extra stats. His Wither stacks are maxed, but he gets put into a stun. He can't connect. Full trap on the healer, but Big Mix is on the run. Reviving his pet. Oh my god, he actually got it off. He's still going to proc. I think his Guardian proc there. That was really bad if they trade the Guardian proc. It's going to make it a 3-minute cooldown. We'll have to see when it stops glowing. It has a 3-minute cooldown. Oh man, Bowrug is going to have a hard time healing with that. And in the meantime, JT, he hasn't even had to use a pain suppression yet.
Yeah, and JT's mana is looking really good too. He's just doing so much work with the Void Weaver, doing over 100 million damage already, and it makes you wonder really if Bowrug maybe should have also picked up the Void Weaver Discipline Priest. But right now you see a trap onto JT. Bowrug in angel form, trying to equalize the healing a little bit. Mix was at least able to hold on to that turtle, but Waz takes a big chunk of damage. But here comes Mercy recasting in the back line, and that is the problem right now. Just the 2 casters doing so much work here for Echo. Big Mix actually scatter shots that Chaos Bolt. Really nice. Waz looking for the Cyclone, finds it onto Bowrug, and now they're going for the freezing trap there onto JT. It connects. They're going after Mercy once again, but he's just going to port away behind that pillar. Bowrug actually forced to trade out his trinket in this exchange, so not the greatest situation here for Streamer Zone. Down that Guardian, since it did proc earlier, as well as the Priest trinket now. Big Mix also with no Roar of Sacrifice. Swapsy, Chaos Bolt could just close out the match. Huge damage there onto Swapsy. Gets the renewal there in time. Gets the Frenzied Region as well, but still not feeling too confident here. 50% HP, full trap onto JT, but Swapsy just can't play aggressive during these trap moments, and that's exactly what you want on the side of Echo. Double coil coming through as well into a stun onto Swapsy. 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolt get scattershotted on the second one. Nice shutdown there from Big Max, but still, things are looking very dicey right now for Streamer Zone.
This is not looking good. They still haven't got a pain suppression. We're 3 minutes and 34 seconds in. They finally catch Waz in a stun. Freezing trap. Force the bark skin. Can they force the trinket swap? He's in bear farm. Backing off and recovering. Chaos Bolt's again slung onto Swapsy. He's going to get cracked. Waz is still low, though. Barkskin about to end. Big heal, big swap. Nice damage on Mercy. Finally, some momentum here for Streamer Zone in the match, but Waz diffuses it by cycloning Big Mix. Chaos Bolt's incoming. Swapsy wrapping around the corner. Constantly having to go into bear form. Big void, collapsing void about to hit Swapsy here. Much damage. He jumps out of it at the last second, but he gets stunned out of form. Now Bowrug in a bash. More Chaos Bolts incoming. Double coil again. Doesn't hit 2. Big Mix is able to scatter shot the Warlock. Take him out of the game. Chastise. Maybe fear him. Trying to CC him. Borog sneaking in on top of JT here. A little bit of a mind game against JT with the Shadow of Death and the Fade. He fakes JT's death. Borog is still pressuring JT, but he's so slow. He's trying to Angelic Feather, but he gets snared again by the curse. He gets the fear regardless. Nice play from Borog that forces the will. They finally force a pain suppression. Incarnation is up. Big Mix is instantly pressing aspect of the turtle. He's not going to fool around with that cooldown. It's a powerhouse one. Swapsy has Incarn available as well, but he's just on the back foot. He trades out Renewal. Chaos Bolts are flying. Big Mix ducks around the corner, but he might get stunned. He gets stunned behind the pillar, and he gets totally chomped. Waz sinks his teeth in, and Echo take game 1.
That is a beautiful catch right there by Waz. You could tell that series earlier against DOBOB, they were able to do kind of similar things with Brunhiri. So Waz has been warming up all evening here with those catches. And unfortunately for Big Max, gets caught at the wrong side of the pillar. Borog still had his Void Shift, still had, that Guardian also finally rotated back up, but I just wasn't able to actually access any of those heals due to that line of sight issue. And I don't know, man. This comp, at the end of this match, JT literally had full mana. Like, it felt like JT just never had to use anything. Like, look at this. During this replay, Big Mix reses his pet. They proc the Guardian here. But Big Mix manages to at least hold on to the turtle. And then Borog, when he pushes for that fear, he actually had to use the turtle. Swapsy just getting blasted here at this point. And it feels like a little bit desperate, actually, to chase for that because Big Mix is down his turtle at this point. And then he goes behind the pillar here to try to avoid those Chaos Bolts. Meanwhile, Borog was in angel form on the opposite side there. And Waz just realizes, hey, this guy is out of line for his healer. We can make a big play here. And Waz is always going to take those opportunities if you give them to him. So a little bit unfortunate here for Streamer Zone. But I don't know actually how I like this matchup. I feel like one of the weaknesses for the Void Weaver is that when dampening actually does get high up, even though you can have that mana lead and you can have like a lot of cooldowns in your arsenal, you start actually really falling behind on your actual healing since a lot of it is just relying on the atonement. But unfortunately for them, if JT is sitting there with full mana and literally every single cooldown, they're still going to be able to just chain that together and potentially snowball that into a win. So I don't know how much I like this from Streamer Zone. But the question is, what would they even have to beat this Feral Warlock?
I mean, they have limps. Would a Demon Hunter composition do any better? I don't know. It just feels like double melee is just not the move, not the play, which is so weird to say because it's Destro Lock, right? That's usually, I think Mercy on his interview said that why should you root for his team? It's because he plays a Warlock and he gets chased by melee all day, but I don't feel like I have sympathy right now. I feel like he's just able to do whatever he wants. This seems to be a perfect comp for a Warlock to just completely throttle these melee DPS, but Streamer Zone going to Dalaran does begin to allude to the fact that they want to play some type of melee combination. I don't know if Demon Hunter Survival would be more momentum. I think Borug needs to go Disc.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Void with Void. We're leading into midnight, and we're just Void Weavers going head-to-head, already wielding the power and expansion ahead of time here. And Echo, they're not going to change their combo. Like, you need to have an answer. We're going quick this time. Let's see, Streamer Zone, do you have an answer? Because it was really like maybe 5 seconds where someone got kind of low, but it took them so long to even get a pain suppression. So I don't think the jungle is going to be a match. And we've seen Echo beat many jungles, even in the open bracket on Wednesday. That just doesn't seem to be like it's going to be a comp that works. You need something that can just power down the priest, like we saw with the Fury Warrior and the Windwalker. And I don't even know what else. Like I thought the traps would be trouble for them. I thought freezing trap, full duration, doesn't get to spam up Void Weaver damage. Maybe it's about timing the trap. Maybe they need to wait for him to Mind Blast and then trap him in the Void Weaver window as opposed to just kind of initiating. Maybe there's like a certain timing they could hit that would remove a lot of JT's effectiveness, because before they just trapped first global, it was just instant stun trap, but JT didn't even ramp, so he just comes out and now he's immune and he can do whatever he wants. So maybe it's a timing issue that could give them a little bit more of an edge. I just feel like the Demon Hunter Survival is it going to be enough pressure on the Warlock?
I don't know if I like Demon Hunter Survival. I think jungle or Ellie Survival is probably the play, but I don't know how much I like the Ellie.
Yeah, you need a Void Weaver to do Ellie. It's not gonna be enough damage.
Yeah. I think in general, Borg maybe going Void Weaver could be the play as well, and they could just play the same thing. They could just play Void Weaver jungle themselves. Could work as well, but It is more annoying though because there is more disruption, I think, on the side of Echo, like the ranged interrupts from Mercy. Just more like micro stuns, micro CCs. Gonna be more annoying, I think. But maybe you're right about the timing thing. Like maybe it just is a timing thing where you just try to shut it down after the Mind Blast gets dropped. But we are going to see the exact same thing here from Streamer Zone. Running it back on Dalaran Sewers. Running Holy Priest again. And yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I feel like they have to dampen. Like in general, their average game length was pretty long on this side of Streamer Zone. And I think that's their win condition. I don't think that they're going to win early on. So I think early on, just try to maybe shut down Mercy. Just still be offensive and you know, don't let Mercy have too much fun. But I think their win condition ultimately is going to be late.
It's just it just feels like you're in checkmate no matter who you attack. If you attack the Disc Priest, free casting Warlock and Druid are going to totally dismantle you, whether you're going to spam Clone or you're just dying to Chaos Bolts. So then it's like, okay, we'll attack the Warlock. Well, then you've still got spam Cyclones and you've still got a Void Weaver free casting damage in the back, and he does as much damage as his Destro Lock. And then you can attack the Druid, but then the Warlock and the Priest free casting, so maybe you go to the Pillar, but then you're stacked on the Pillar getting AoE'd by the Feral Druid. So it feels like you don't really have any good options.
Yeah, Feral Lock seems pretty good.
This seems like a really good comp. This guy looks like he's ready for like Oktoberfest or something. Like, what is going on here?
Oktoberfest.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, because he's got the mug. Yeah,
he's got the mug and like
he's got the fishing hat.
What? I've never seen that hat in the game. Is that new?
Pretty good looking hat.
I've literally never seen that. That's a Brewfest.
Brewfest hat.
We got Brewfest hat here in the Home Sweet Home logo. He's also
got the
choosing
butcher
to play
knife.
He's got Fell Fissure, which is interesting. It's a PvP talent in the bottom right there. It provides Mortal Strike on the ground during a Chaos Bolt. Seems like it would be a bit overlapped with the Feral Druid. I'm curious as to why he would prefer that over something else. He's also got the Soul Rip PvP talent. I think that one's good, just giving him the shield wall effect and then the reduced cooldown on his portal as well. So those two options I think are great, but it'd be interesting to see if he could. I feel like he could get more value out of like short gate cooldown or the name of the Rift, the Nether Rift, where you can like port your enemies to your port. Imagine him doing that. Like they're just stacked up. He just
on Dalaran, yeah, that'd be crazy.
And he ports them, out in the open when they're trying to.
Mercy used to run that. He used to run that way back, but it was different meta. I think it's more popular to run that when you're playing double Wizard. But when you're playing with a Void Weaver, you kind of are playing double Wizard.
Yeah, you're playing double. I think you should try the Rift.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it could work. But I don't know, man. Streamer Zone. They need to find some kind of win condition here, because Echo right now. We've seen it so many times, right? Where Echo gets knocked down to the lower bracket, and then they just go on this absolute tear throughout the entire lower bracket, and now they're back in the grand finals for Streamer Zone. This is a big opportunity for them, and I do think that just taking their time and trying to figure out exactly how they want to play this is going to be very key. I actually wonder also if Swapsy has been practicing his Warlock, because Swapsy used to be a kind of a main Warlock as well. But anyway, we're going to see the opener here. Waz actually getting scatter shot, so no Cyclone being casted there, but Mercy actually going for the Fear. Gets the full Fear onto Borug, and already it's going to be some trouble. JT in the backline just spamming damage already with the Power Infusion as well. Swapsy dropping to about half HP in the opener, but Angel Force
like right
through,
here, though.
And they're going to be able to recover. Mercy, though, dropping very low, stun into trap. And they get the Fear actually out of the stun. So with it Forsaken, I think, or I don't know if it was Deft actually, but either way, Mercy had to get the pain suppression there. So good pressure from Streamer Zone.
Oh, and they actually got JT's Trinket, but Swapsy's still in trouble. Now that he's knocked off the side, JT goes for Ultimate Penitence. Look at that damage raining terror from the sky. Borug struggling to heal through its pressure as it's hitting all three players. Double Fear, Chaos Bolt's incoming. They're swapping healer, maybe even Borug's pushed in. I feel like he needs to. They need trap into Fear. But I feel like it's the timing. I feel like they should be stun trapping. And there, right here, there's a great Fear on the Mind Blast. Just crowd control the Void Weaver during the Void Weaver window and limit their damage output. Almost treat them as a DPS as opposed to a healer. I feel like that could be a win condition for them. Just crowd control the Mind Blast windows.
Yeah, just CC them on their arcane surge, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
But Mercy right now, casting
no.
2 chaos bolts on the Borog. Borog forced to trade out his trinket and his GS in that position. JT, though, sitting through a full trap, no trinket available. He actually sat through a fear earlier, though, without using that Witless Forsaken. He did use his fear just now, though, onto the DPS, so Borog potentially could push in and look for a fear of his own once his team stabilizes. Waz down to 50% HP. JT gets the Mind Blast off. Borog taking so much damage, he can't actually leave the pillar. Really nice punish in terms of punishing the healer anytime he pushes in and it's allowing JT to do so much damage. Swapsy on 1% HP. Borog in a stun. Can't use the Void Chip just yet, but Swapsy manages to survive on his own. Still down half about, and Borog just trying to keep them alive with Apotheosis active. Symbols of Hope coming through as well. Borog manages to top his team here for a second. Actually catches a kick. And now Mercy, another 2 Chaos Bolts onto Big Max. Roar of Sacrifice being popped. Borog finally in angel form and should be able to recover his team.
Imagine a rift when they're all turtling back there and they just get pulled into the middle of the map and then you just finish them off and they can't hide here. But here comes another Void Weaver window and they don't have Freezing Trap. I swear he's trapping them and then JT just pops Mind Blast and just kills their whole team right after the trap. I don't think they can trap like this. Mercy finally taking some hits, but Chaos Bolts are coming through. That's 2 on Borog. Is it lights out? Guardian Spirit. It had to have procced there. I think that was way too much damage for his Guardian Spirit to not have procced. Waz gets punished as he's pushing in. They got his Medallion and his Survival Instincts, but he's got Incarnation. They're stacking up. Waz is going to be bleeding 3 targets, cleaving them down. Mercy's moving in onto the left. Big Mix has to Trinket. He pops the Turtle to try and recover, and his pet died. It's such a liability as survival. Your pet is so easy to kill. He has to trade that just to get his pet back in the fight. 3 minutes on that Guardian Spirit. Borog is coiled off the pillar. Swapsy is dying. JT's free casting. Big Mix needs to get control of him. JT fades his binding shot. He grapples for the trap instead. But JT deaths it. So he fades the bind. He deaths the trap. I don't know how you come back from that. Like, he's got 2 pain suppressions. He's so far up on mana. He's going to be free casting for another 20 seconds right now. If Mercy can get planted at all here, it should be lights out. Swapsy pops Barkskin. Nice scatter shot on Waz, but there's multiple Chaos Bolts incoming. Mercy's building up to that quick cast Chaos Bolt, which is going to summon an Overfiend. He's just trying to... Did he make Hellstone to bait a kick right there, or to try and do something else? The Swapsy kicks him on it. Nice trap. It's a pre-paint suppression. Finally, some pressure. Are they actually going to be able to do it? They've been dominating the whole game. Waz is getting chewed up, and he's almost going to go down as he pops Renewal. Mercy starts to recover. JT's got that the Void Weaver window active with that rift on the ground. Borog in a full fear. Looks like he deathed it. Nice play from Borog. He gets feared again. He's going to will it. A will on a DR fear. He grips Big Mix back up top. Vortex not able to connect. And Mercy, no unending resolve. Chaos Bolt gets kicked. Swapsy's building up bleeds. Into a full stun. Mercy trinkets to fear him off into the corner and find a Chaos Bolt. 1 Chaos Bolt. Is Swapsy going to get dunked? He pops Bear Form, pops Survival Instincts. Big Mix wants to get a trap here, but he gets feared. Is he going to be able to get the Freezing Trap? He gets stunned. No trinket. Borog's an angel. Doesn't feel like it's enough. He comes out of it. He should be able to pick him up, but he's slowly and surely running out of mana. Big Mix is running out of options. Swapsy needs to be the playmaker here. He's got defensives. What can Swapsy do for his team? He's just building up pressure. Fear on the trinket. Beautiful play by Borog here, and Mercy is about to drop in Streamer Zone. Do it. They were getting dominated, it felt like, throughout this series, but they pull it off in the end. They find a window, and they put a point on the board against Echo.
Man, JT was playing out of his mind this game. I hope we get to see it on the replay. That was a really, really sick play that he made earlier, and just avoiding the traps in general. But Borog, he had enough towards the end. He was like, you know what? I'm pushing in. I'm landing my own fear at this point. And he kind of punished that from JT. We can see it maybe a little bit earlier. But this was Swapsy almost dying in this position, but he did manage to recover behind the pillar there. And here, Mercy dropping extremely low, but then turning it around with that unending resolve. Blasting Borog right there. I think he actually did proc the Guardian, and then here we can see it once again. So I think this was actually after
JT
that play.
almost gated the fear. He almost gated it. He tried to pre-gate to avoid the fear. Watch JT in the final. This is when Swapsy almost got dunked on. I think it's a little bit earlier.
No, this was the beginning. Yeah, this was the beginning of the replay.
Watch the final clip because it's actually insane. JT almost got away from the fear. He tried to use Gateway to get away from it. This is when Borog almost dies, and then is it the clip after this one? It might be the clip after this one. Pay really close attention where JT is standing, because it happens really fast. So JT, he presses gate, and he gets feared on his gate.
Yeah. Oh, that's brutal.
He almost got away from it.
What led up to that, though, is that JT used his own fear onto Big Max, and he'd been doing that the entire game. So Big Max would drop these blinding shots around JT, and then Big Max likes to use his explosive shot or his explosive trap to knock him into the blinding shot to get the stun, because blinding shot is like basically a zone around the player, and then if you walk into the zone, you get stunned. So he uses his knock to knock him into it, but JT had been fading every single time that explosive trap was in the air. So he would fade that, and then he would respond by fearing Big Macs. And he had been doing the same thing there, but then they just stun trapped him instead with, I think it was Intim stun. And at that point, he's fallen behind a little bit on healing too, so he has to trinket because he's already behind a little bit. And then Borug gets that fear too on his trinket. So nice punish there from Borug. And Streamer Zone, they're showing some signs of life. And sometimes, you know, that's the cool thing about jungle. You just got to make like small adaptations to your strategy. And it's just one of those like really solid comps that can almost beat everything in the game.
Uh-oh. This is a good Chaos Bolt map. Look at this. Like, how much area of the map do you think is occupied by a pillar on this map? It's like less than 5%, right?
Yeah.
Less than
Mercy's going to have fun
map.
on this map for sure.
You can line of sight with less than 5% of the ground floor on this map here against Echo. So Streamer Zone, I feel like you need to do Ellie here.
I don't know, man. Ellie against Feral Warlock. You get stunned, you get Chaos Bolted. It doesn't sound that fun, man.
How do you just, I mean, they're going to stay jungle. Swapsy had a really good game on overall damage. It's really important because they've got the Void Weaver also oppressing their damage. They're not going to make any changes, and now Echo are just like, okay, well, here comes our Chaos Bolts. Are you ready for Empyrean Domain? You're not going to be able to hide at those moments that you did on Dalaran so easily. The pillars are going to be a bit further away as well. But maybe they're taking a bit of their time here. They don't want to completely disrespect, right? Although they were kind of dominating, feels like they've got a significant advantage. If they disrespect at all, there's going to be windows. And I do think Streamer Zone are getting better at punishing the Void Weaver. It's really important that they get their CC time. Just treat him like he's a DPS. Don't think of him as a healer. You're not trying to like get momentum and kill the target. You're trying to stop him from doing damage in the match. And I think if they can make that shift, then it's possible they could shut down the Void Weaver.
I think Streamer Zone, they picked up some lessons on that first game for sure. But how much of last game was also just a small map, right? Now, like you mentioned, Empyrean Domain, not a lot of spots to line of sight on. Mercy is going to have a lot of room to run around and kite on. And also JT is going to be much harder to crowd control. He's going to stay super far back and just spam out damage. And you're going to have to come to him. And when you do that, well, you're crossing the open field of Mercy. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to replicate it on this map. But with that said, this is the swing match. If Streamer Zone wins this one, then they are going to be ahead in the series. And I feel like right now with these two comps, it's going to be a race to make the other team swap. And I think that's what it's going to come down to. If Streamer Zone can make Echo feel like, okay, well, this is not a good matchup, we need to bring in the RMP, that's where they're going to take a big lead in the actual series. But if Echo can just dominate as well and make Streamer Zone feel like, okay, maybe we need to bring in Swapsy on something else, maybe we need to bring in Limps, maybe we need to try something different. And that's where I think whoever can force the other team to switch comp is ultimately gonna be, you know, the winner of the entire thing. So we'll see if both teams kind of stick with their guns here and just make small adaptations, or if somebody's actually gonna do a big change, because we did see this jungle cleave lose to, for example, the Arcane Mage Outlaw from DOBOB, and that's something that, you know, Echo could run. So. They probably have these ghosts as well in their head thinking, well, these games are kind of difficult. Maybe there's an easier way to win this. Maybe we should swap. Maybe we should experiment. Or maybe they're just like stuck in their way thinking, well, last game we just didn't play well. We didn't do these things well. And we should have won that game. And we should stick to what we're doing. So a lot of mind games.
I kind of think Mercy needs to play a Dwarf. I feel like being able to just have a clean reset on the Feral Druid cooldowns has got to be more value than...
I love Dwarfs.
Than the High Mountain overall. Like, even Big Mix abandoned High Mountain to go Dwarf against Waz on Feral, so... yeah, he went Dwarf. He's not a High Mountain anymore. I think they've realized that maybe if there is a window, we need this...
Is he a regular Dwarf or a Dark Iron?
He's a
regular,
classic,
I think, right?
He is a classic Dwarf.
Yeah.
So he wants that physical damage reduction too on the benefit of it, which I think is good here. Is you're getting double value of it against the Hunter and the Feral Druid. So I think it's a good adaptation from Mercy. Big map, limited line of sight, and he's going to be tankier. This is going to be tough for Streamer Zone, but they've shown that it is possible. We're seeing a lot of teams in Europe showing that it is possible to topple Echo, but no one has been able to finish the job. Will they finally be able to? Sun into trap, first global, scatter on the Feral. Warlock is the target. He's going to pop the Dark Pact. He looks all right. Waz gets feared away. Orug not able to get anything else going for his team, and now he's actually spell locked. Mercy is silenced. He can't really capitalize. With swaps, he's taking a huge amount of damage right now. Caught in a rake stun on the Incarnation. Waz is swapping his bleeds over onto Big Mix as well. And Big Mix is also playing the Mending Bandage. I'm not sure if that was an adaptation from game number 1, but it will allow him to remove the bleeds. And Mercy is just dying. He stone forms off the bleeds there, but he stone formed before Feral Frenzy. Swapsy actually has a big... He just pops that right away. Mercy might die if he's not careful. It's a big bleed ticking on Mercy right now. It's still ticking. JT is struggling. He finally gets a heal out. And manages to pull Mercy back from the brink. And Streamer Zone, they come out swinging in game number 3.
Oh, Borog lands the fear onto JT. It's full. He has no Will of the Forsaken. Had to use it in the opener. Waz taking some damage. Mercy now finally caught up in a stun. Here comes the damage from the jungle cleave. Waz trying to heal the situation with some Cyclones. Nice grip there. JT gets full stun into a full trap. And Streamer Zone is all over Mercy. Nice port, though, with that demonic circle back to the pillar. And you can tell, like, the map having a lot of room is definitely paying dividends here for Echo. Stun onto Borog. Here comes the damage. Beautiful fake cast. Triple Chaos Bolt Cataclysm coming out as well. But Mercy is taking so much damage just from Big Mix. Low Cyclone onto Borog. Mercy kiting back here into the open field. Looking for more Chaos Bolts. Lobbing 2 towards Swapsy. Swapsy, though, in bear form, is going to shrug that off with the Bark Skin as well. Big Mix looking for the fear, or looking for the trap. Gets feared by JT. JT now spamming out the damage in the backline. Borog pushing in, trying to fear JT. He knows JT has no fear at this point, so maybe they can land something to get a scatter trap into a full fear there. Once again onto JT. No Will of the Forsaken. Mercy trying to kite, realizing his healer is out of the game. Nice Cyclone onto Borog. Swapsy gets gripped back to safety, and now finally Mercy is going to recover through that CC chain. So this map is doing a lot of work here, but anytime they can connect like this onto Mercy, it is going to be a lot of damage. JT free casting in the back line. Swapsy, 2 Chaos Bolts, Coil as well into a 3rd Chaos Bolt. He's got that little demon as well, spamming out the bolts. Look at Mercy just going absolutely
run,
berserk
Swapsy, run.
here. Another Chaos Bolt, he's just dead. It's not going to be enough. I mean,
double
Mercy
kill.
just popped off there at the end.
That was a lot of Chaos Bolts in a very short amount of time. So Mercy pulls off this insane play earlier on where he just kites across the entire circumference of the map, and then he flips the switch and just goes turret mode and just transformed into Bastion from Overwatch and just starts ripping. Just blah, blah, blah. He's like, you guys need to run, bro. Why aren't you running? He's just sitting in the middle of the map like, run. I'm giving you a warning, and they're not taking the warning. And by the time they tried to get out of there, they're all doomed. So I think this is a little earlier on in the game. This is where Mercy just turns it around. He just plants and says, all right, it's Chaos time. Chaos Bolt, Chaos Bolt. Coil, Chaos Bolt, Chaos Bolt, another Chaos Bolt. I got so much chaos in my pocket. And then Swapsy's like, I gotta get out of here, bro. I'm running. It's already in the sky, dude. It's already been special delivered. It's already there. And then Big Mix just dies to collateral damage in the corner like a second later as well.
I mean, he's getting double bolted with the curse. So, and also he has. Do you see that little the little dread pet as well? Gets dropped here. Look at that. It just spawned right there next to Mercy. So it's actually spamming some extra bolts there as well. You can see the double Chaos Bolts are coming out with the curse. And then you can see his little pet as well is just there shooting off extra Chaos Bolts there. Just in addition to what Mercy is bringing. So it's just so much damage. I mean, what do you do here? Just tanking too many bolts. And yeah, the map just doing a lot of work here for them for sure. I think we're going to see the same thing. I think we're going to go to a small map. I think
we're going Game 7. I think it might be a Game 7 series.
I predicted Game 7 already from the beginning.
Oh, you already did?
Yeah, I predicted a 4-3 for Streamer Zone. So I think for sure we're going the distance here. Both of these teams definitely. It's so fun to see like how they're adapting and what they're doing to actually try to put their team ahead. You know, everyone is doing little adaptations. You know, we see Mercy going to the Dwarf, and Borug also playing a lot more aggressive in this matchup. In the very first game, he wasn't really pushing for Fierce that much until very, very late in that first match. But now, in the opener, he's going in and landing those Fierce. He actually made a really nice play at the beginning of this game where he pushed in for the Fear, and Mercy wanted to stop him with the Infernal Stun, and he actually faded the Infernal Stun so he didn't get stopped, and then he managed to actually get that fear, get the Will of the Forsaken, and as a result, they got a couple of full fears later on. So it's really cool to see how they're kind of adjusting their playstyle for this matchup and for the enemy team.
All right, we got a series here. High-level play from both sides. Borug is stepping up to the plate here against JT, landing a lot of crowd control. It's difficult for him because he has to cross the map while healing through all of this ridiculous damage, and he has to avoid 3 players trying to crowd control him. There's a Cyclone from the Druid, a Fear from the Warlock, and then JT could also fear him back. So Borug is just going through a war zone to try and get in there for his team. But if he doesn't go in, they can't win. So he's got to avoid every landmine with every step and get in there if he wants to win the game for his team. Because if he plays too passively, then they just don't have enough control. JT will start ramping. It's a very stressful game for Borug. I feel like he's probably the most stressed player in the lobby right now. And if he can step up to the plate, then he could definitely deliver victory to his team here. We're going to Hook Point. Good small map. Well selected from Streamer Zone, similar to Dalaran. But now we've also seen the might of Mercy when he is able to get his damage going, and the Dwarf seems to be giving him a much better edge as far as survivability in this matchup with the Feral. I kind of wonder if he went High Mountain because he thought Swapsy would be an Ellie maybe, and that's why he was playing the High Mountain Warlock, and maybe we'll see him switch from that as we move throughout the series, because Echo probably didn't have any idea what was going to come out. Like, anything could have came out from Streamer Zone, and now that they've seen it, they've got their build, we're moving in, it's game number 4, Grand Finals of Europe's Cup number 1. Who are going to be the champions? Can Streamer Zone stomp out Echo's, hat trick? What am I looking for here? The 3 wins. Echo has won both major tournaments so far in the War Within. They want the triple. They're going for the 3rd. This is obviously not the major. Yeah, it's not the hat trick. It's not a major event, but it is a message. Can Streamer Zone send a message to Echo that teams can beat you? You are not unbeatable.
Oh, definitely. We'll see here. Streamer Zone looking to tie it up here, and this is just a reminder. It's a best of 7 or a best of 5. So it's it's a bet. Yeah, it's a first to 5. First to 5. Yeah, it's a best of 7, first to 5. So we'll see here what they can do here to tie things around. And right now we're going to see a stun on Swapsy into a Cyclone. Waz is going to be able to land that, shutting down the early pressure. Swapsy actually trinketing out there. Super aggressive playstyle here in the opener. Wants to get the pressure going for his team. And already we're seeing the barrier being dropped there by JT to kind of deal with this pressure that's coming in from Streamer Zone. And so far, they haven't actually been able to force any of those really massive defensive cooldowns. Waz had to use his Bark Skin, but still has his Trinket. Waz looking for the Cyclone. Manages to find it. Chaos Bolt's coming in here. Beautiful by Mercy onto Big Mix and Swapsy, dropping them both 50% HP. JT trying to fade the fear, trying to depth the fear of Borug. He actually get it there. Looks like he actually didn't, and now instead it's going to be JT into a fear, into a full trap Mercy on the back foot.
Oh, he pops the Dark Pact, he's absorbing damage, and he gates back to JT. Chaos Bolt, 1. Oh, is he going to get a second one? Cyclone onto the healer. Waz is really cycloning everyone this game and trying to make it difficult for Borug to get anything going. He's having a hard time pushing in for fears this game. Mercy fakes an interrupt. That's going to be devastating. He's spamming fears at the moment. Big Mix uses Feign Death to interrupt the fear cast, but now here come the Chaos Bolt. Swapsy stuns it. Mercy trinkets. Where is he going to go? He's taking a lot of damage. He ports back behind the fence, but he's dying to bleed. JT's in a trap. Has Trinket available, but he's being greedy. They pop on any resolve. He might die through it. Swapsy's ramping damage. They're line of sighting the Chaos Bolts. They bounce Mercy away from the fence line so that Big Mix can hopefully recover, but Waz is chasing in, and Big Mix is still on the run. Manages to get a huge heal in time and recover. They're trying to build their momentum. Streamers, I think that they have it. They have a chance. They have a chance. Borug gets a fear. Waz gets bashed. Cleave damage onto 2 targets. Mercy goes for the double coils. Health funnel onto the pet as well. His pet's almost going down in that position, but he's still having damage ramped up against him. He's gonna have to port, and he's gonna port far away from JT if he does. Big Mix Feign Deaths the Chaos Bolt. Looking to reconnect. Oh, JT is in Void Weaver mode. Void Blast, Void Blast, Void Blast. They need crowd control, and they need it now, but the stun is a second away. They're getting ready for the attack. Maybe they're trying to bait Waz behind the pillar also. Here comes the grappling hook. Here comes the stun. Big Mix can't get the trap. Waz intercepts it with a maim. Beautiful maim stun from Waz. Now JT can free cast it. Big Mix has to land a trap. He's going to go for a scatter instead. Just trying to get... Oh, but Mercy's behind the pillar. Out of line of sight for a second. Not enough damage to finish him. He relays his gateway. I think he relayed his portal as well. No, his port's still behind that fence line. Big Chaos Bolt on Big Mix, but it looks like Borug was ready for it in angel form. Recovering swiftly. He ports behind the pillar. JT's healing with atonement from max distance. Doesn't need to be in line of sight to heal with that atonement. JT gates to Mercy's side. Getting ready for the push here. Waz Barkskins the swap. Incarnation up for Waz. Big Mix is the target. No trinket available. He might have to pre-turtle. These Chaos Bolts are coming in again. Big heal comes out. There's the Inferno, leading into a stun possibly.
Oh.
Double coil. Mercy is free casting. One Chaos Bolt. Looks for the Fear. Catches a Fear onto the Trinket. Big Mix immediately trading aspect of the Turtle. He's trying to get a Freezing Trap. There's no Trinket on JT. Can he get it? Full Trap. Mercy is all alone behind the pillar. But it doesn't look like Swapsy can get there. And Big Mix is actually chasing Waz. I feel like Mercy was such a great target right there.
Yeah, not able to connect to Mercy just yet, down to 50% HP. JT actually deft Fear from Borug a little bit earlier. And him and Waz have been doing a phenomenal job shutting down these Fears from Borug, not allowing him to actually connect. But meanwhile, Big Max is getting absolutely destroyed. Oh no, they couldn't do anything. They had the Void Shift. I think Borug was out of line. I think he got stunned, micro stunned there behind the pillar. And he just didn't want to trinket a tiny little CC to get that Void Shift off. And Echo now winning on Streamer Zone's map, making a huge statement. And that is brutal here for Streamer Zone in the series. Like, what do you do after this? Let's see the last couple of seconds here. So I can see this was when Mercy, I think, had to use his Unending Resolve. He got a lot of pressure. They got a full trap. Yeah, here, Mercy had to Unending Resolve. He got a nice knock there onto Mercy as well. And Borug wanted to go for a Fear right there, but look at him. He's stuck in a Cyclone. Waz just did a really good job in general shutting those down throughout the match. And then here we can see it again. Once again, Swapsy looking for a setup. Gets feared on it. Mercy
He has Roar.
gets him just proc double Chaos Bolt. They kick actually after the cast there.
They're just slow. They're just slow
Yeah,
to react.
they just kicked too late. And then double Chaos Bolt just instantly blasted them. But what happened to Borug? What was he in at the end there? I swear I saw something on him.
I mean,
He was
I think
like
they're
in
probably saying
a
I'll be fine
stun.
because he feigned death to one Chaos Bolt, so he's probably thinking he's fine. Like that basically negates a Chaos Bolt with the PvP talent. The feign death just makes you take 0 damage for 1.5 seconds. So he feign deaths this Chaos Bolt and totally negates it. So he's probably thinking, "Oh, I'm good now." I just
he was
this Chaos
kicked.
Bolt. He's kicked, and then he uses Roar of Sacrifice. So he's probably thinking, "I just immuned one Chaos Bolt, and he mending bandaged the bleeds." But I swear JT also killed him. When we look in the combat, I swear JT
Oh, yeah,
got some
100%.
massive crit on him right there.
Yeah, it was
He
just in the
didn't think he would
bash.
die. He just didn't think he would die. He feigned death one bullet. He got Roar Sacrifice up. He just mended the bleeds. He's not thinking he can die right now. Is the only thing I'm thinking for him. His exhilaration also, I think, came off cooldown at that same moment as well, but it was just underestimating the damage. They're fighting triple DPS. I mean, like, it's not like when you look at Mercy, bro, he's always getting out damaged here at 3 minutes into the game. Like, it's the end of the game, and I think JT probably out damages him by the end of the game.
Yeah, he did have Exil as well, so... you popped the Roar of Sacrifice. That's why he thought he was going to be fine. He lost at like 35% or so. So he thought that was going to be enough, but nope. Not enough. It's kind of unfortunate. Definitely was the Exil, though. Getting Trinket Swap there would have been brutal. Lapsing Void, 1.1 mil. Yeah, and you can see the Chaos Bolts. Doing some work. Void Wrath. Nice. Yeah, 5.3 mil Chaos Bolts. Yeah, Nokudon.
5.3 mil is small, dude. It's just like average, not super impressive. Okay.
Are you chaos shaming Mercy right now?
I'm just saying it could be stronger. It's not. This isn't his full power. You can definitely.
It looked strong enough to get the job done. No,
it definitely was strong enough to get the job done. But we never see teams pick this Nokudon Proving Grounds. It was the map introduced in Dragonflight. It's got ramps where the teams spawn in front of them, and then 2 small pillars, and this long wall in the center. So curious to see how they want to play this out, what they're thinking with this, because you can get pretty decent portal positioning with the ramp, and then your whole team has to like dogpile in, and you can get punished by a warlock on this map.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Well, usually the way you play this map is you want to play a comp that kites, and then you just do a big circle around the entire. Yeah, you just want to do big laps around the entire map. But I don't know. You think we're seeing a comp swap coming out of Streamer Zone? Because I think if you're playing Ellie Hunter, this map would make sense. But I think if you're playing jungle, you're leaving yourself pretty exposed to that warlock. Like the warlock is gonna have basically when you're on one side of that fence in the middle, the warlock just has free range. So I don't know. Gonna be able to port and then just free cast on this map. I wonder if they want to play some Ellie Shaman maybe.
Type of dampener and just kind of kite. I mean, warlocks and priests are pretty stationary, so if you play a hyper mobile comp that can run on the outside, sure, but they're going to lock the cleave in again. I mean, that was lost on a blunder. They just misread the situation. They thought they were going to survive with the trades they made, and obviously miscalculated and cost them their game there, and now they're just really behind in the series. Mercy on this dwarf getting big value now after swapping over. Really heavy durability. This is like a rogue fire, like Viking warlock. Like a Viking lock.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea is behind the map. I guess we'll see how they play it out. Anyway, let's talk about Mercy's transmog. What do you rate? What do you rate this?
It's pretty unique for a warlock.
I mean, he is a destruction warlock, and you know their theme is kind of like fell energy and fire, chaos damage. It kind of works.
I think it's pretty good.
What do we rate this?
I don't know how much of it is a set because I don't know what the gloves and the legs are from. The belt kind of clips a little bit. Got the slaughterhouse spalders. It's got like a really blood focus. It's like a blood lock.
How does he get that thing on his face?
Yeah, I think that's from dwarf. It's got to be like a cosmetic thing for dwarves.
Oh, it kind of works though with the crown, with the flame crown. I give that a 7.8 actually. One of the better mogs we've seen for sure.
Definitely a high rating for Mercy over there. I think a lot better than his high mountain Tauren.
Oh yeah, his high. Well, he did have the stylish hat on his high mountain Tauren.
Okay.
The hat was doing some work.
But we're ready to go here. It's match point. If Echo win this, they will be Europe's champions for Cup #1. Can Streamer Zone pull it off and win 3 games in a row? They've gone to Nakudan, which is a map that I don't even think it's been played in the entirety of last season. Like, I don't think it has. This might be the first time we've seen it, like, since Dragonflight, maybe, if even then. So, very interesting pick here, trying to throw Echo off their game with a map that they might not have as much practice on. Vortex is down on Mercy to prevent him from porting, but Waz is there with double rake stuns. They can't get any momentum going. Waz shuts them down. Swapsy tries to turn it around by stunning Waz as well, but the barrier is already there to protect Mercy, so he's going to plant inside that barrier, look to get through interrupts, build up his wither stacks, get ready for that Malevolence pop, and really tear him with that double coil in a second here, I can imagine. As Borug's Angel fades, Waz stuns him immediately. He's looking for clone. He gets Typhoon. He gets the clone right in front of Swapsy's face there. That's going to be really bad. His team could fall behind as a result. Big Mix had to Trinket, and now he's bashed on his Trinket. JT's free casting off to the right. He's in that void form. I'd really like to see a trap from Big Mix during this window. They chastise. Trap. Going to be secured.
Nice.
Big push on Mercy, but he just ports. Oh, Big Mix started to disengage. He can't jump that high, unfortunately. Does wrap around the corner, though. Full fear out of the trap, forcing the will from JT. This is a really good setup from Streamer Zone. They at least managed to get a crowd control breaker from JT. Get decent momentum, but now they got to think about defense. Honestly, I wouldn't be totally against them just running away when they don't have trap and just line of sighting the Warlock and the Priest.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now they almost have their trap back, so they're looking to make another push potentially. And Mercy is very aggressively positioned in Team Stun into a full freezing trap onto JT. And Borug get there for the follow-up fear. Now let's see. Waz wants to play spoilers here. He's not going to be able to shut it down. Full fear connects. Borug might be finding himself in a cyclone. They're actually going after Waz a little bit. Waz using a health stone charge right there. And Mercy is going to be the target of choice, but not able to connect just yet on the side of Streamer Zone. Now here comes the coil onto Swapsy. Big Chaos Balls being lobbed out. 1-2 is going to connect. Borug's in a Cyclone. Swapsy, though, managing to shrug it off, just using the renewal there. Big Mix down to half. Still trying to just play defensive. Scattershot comes out onto Waz. They need to find another freezing trap now. Mercy and JT are actually really split up in this position. Nice low Cyclone, though, onto Big Mix. Borug wants to find that fear. JT actually using his fade in that position. I think he tried to fade maybe the Chastise stun. There's the Intim stun. Can they get the fear to follow it up? I don't think he's going to find the trap from there. No way he lands that. Double fear instead is going to connect. And Big Mix should be able to trap out of that as well. He manages to find it. Waz gets interrupted on the Cyclone as well. They're going after Waz. Mercy as well, though, taking a lot of damage. Mercy actually using that big health stone. And he is going to be able to recover for now. Nice knock onto Mercy as well, knocking him far away from JT. And maybe that's the strategy with this map, just trying to split Mercy and JT as much as possible.
Seems like it's working out. Echo haven't really figured out how they want to play this map out. They're trying to reposition constantly, and it's actually giving opportunities for Streamer Zone. Big Mix going to trinket out of the main. Chaos Bolts are incoming. There's 2 onto Swapsy. It's match point. There is no more room for mistakes. 1 loss is it for them. They will be in second place. Borug is charging in on that center wall. Big Mix is there for a freezing trap. He gets the binding shot. Pain suppression preemptively before the trap, reducing damage on Mercy, but it may not be enough if they can connect. Waz knows that, but he's getting swapped to. Massive swap on Waz. He almost dies. Swapsy almost falls at the same moment. A close call for both teams. Swapsy holding on by a thread. It's match point. He thought he was going to be winning the game right there, but he almost went down to Mercy's Chaos Bolts. Void Weaver damage coming in from JT. Swapsy's trying to run for his life right now with no trinket. Bigmix gets caught alone. Swapsy ducks in to assist. He kicks the Chaos Bolt, but JT is free casting. Freezing Trap available. They have to land crowd control now. They stun. Where's the trap? He has to get it. Does he get intercepted? He gets the Freezing Trap. Now they need damage, but Swapsy is maimed. He can't do anything into a full Cyclone. Waz shuts Swapsy down. Bigmix is soloing Mercy right now for his team. Can Bigmix pull it off here? Waz is rotting. He bark skins. Nice interrupt over onto JT, but now there's no interrupt for Mercy, and it looks like he's gonna Chaos Bolt. Chaos Bolt gets scatter shot, but that scattered all the bleeds off. There's no bleed. Swapsy needs to run. He needs to get out of there. They're all casting on him. He's in bear form. He's trying to barkskin. He's trying to boldly go where no Feral's gone before against his Void Weaver Destro lock. As it looks like Bigmix wants to get a freezing trap. He has to fake a lot of utility around it. Full stun, double coil, complete isolation. Borug wills out. He might get feared on his trinket though. Bigmix Chaos Bolts are flying in. Somehow, someway, they're alive. Full trap on JT, but he pre-paint suppresses. Borug is moving in for a fear, but he's going to get intercepted and feared away, but he got his fear secured. JT trinkets it to try and keep this going. Swapsy has nothing. Bigmix has no trinket. He has to pre-turtle. Waz is dying out of nowhere. Streamers are trying to pull off a miracle right now on their last leg.
And they do it. Waz is also on his last leg. Barkskin just came up. JT with the Void Shift. They actually stunned him. They could just swap to JT. No, ulti Penny in the sky right now. Doing a lot of work here for Echo. Borug is going to answer with Angel form as well. Scattershot comes out onto Waz. They're going after Mercy again. He's got Unending Resolve though. I think Waz is actually a better target right now. Does have his trinket though, potentially for a stun. Swapsy could be the target here for Echo. Here comes double coils. Here comes the bolts as well, but he gets shut down by the Intim stun of Bigmix. Bigmix doing a great job here. He fakes the kick though. They're lining sliding these Chaos Bolts. Borug tries to push in for a fear, but I think he might get crowd controlled in this position. No, the portals are blasting away.
5 seconds.
Mercy is blasting away. Can they survive for a little bit longer? Bigmix pushing in for the trap, but Waz is there. Stuns him up. Looks for the Cyclone as well. Here comes the swap onto Bigmix. Double Chaos Bolt. He's going to connect the collapsing Void as well. Is about to collapse. Swapsy down to 20% HP. Borug with the Void Shift as well available, but still so low. Borug trying to make miracles work here for Streamers. I'm trying to keep them alive in the tournament. Full stun onto JT. Double fear from Borug. No will. Actually, trinkets out of that one on the side of JT. Streamers Zone making their final push. They just need one more CC chain, and they could potentially win the game.
They scatter the shot, the Chaos Bolts. Swapsy's trying to run. He gets caught. No trinket. Barkskin. He's in a Barkskin. He gets gripped behind the pillar. Chaos Bolt not going to get too much value. They're trying to reposition. They're trying to reconvene. They have a win condition. There's no trinket. If they can land a freezing trap, they can win this. They grip Mercy, but he's out of range of his port. Mercy has nowhere to go right now. If they get crowd control, he fakes the death. He fakes the fade. He gets the stun. Where's the trap? The trap has been landed. Now they just need to connect. He summons an imp to dispel the trap, but he fears the dispel. Borug MVP right now for the team, and Mercy has nowhere to go. He's just outright dead. Bash comes in. Silence for the follow through. He ports at a millimeter of health. He's lifing. He's Chaos Bolting at 1% health to try and win the game for his team. Another Chaos Bolt coming out at 30%. JT is struggling to top him, but Mercy actually survives. He stays alive, and now Bigmix is stunned up. Borug is trying to recover, trying to keep them going. Aspect of the Turtle going to immune the hits, but Borug gave everything that he had on that push. 0 mana remains. He trinkets the clone. He's got Angel for one more push. Borug's team has one more push left in their pocket. Can they pull it off?
JT just deft the trap as well. It's looking dire for Streamer Zone GG. Their kill attempt did not net them a kill. JT's got Trinket rotated back in 5 seconds. He got Will. He just had to use it though on that fear. Maybe one more opportunity. Big damage onto Waz. He gets swapped too, but Mercy is lobbing out Chaos Bolts in the backline. Waz is trying to stay alive with the Barkskin. Double Chaos Bolts coming through. They stun Mercy to try to shut down the damage from this Warlock. JT's in a scatter shot into a freezing trap, but he defs the trap or got imped. I'm not sure, but either way, Waz down to 50% HP, 10% HP, and Waz is going to get Trouble Mercy. He's trying to get the cross kill. Can he get one more? Swapsy trinkets out.
One more Shadow HP. One more.
Can they get any more damage off the Swapsy?
One more death. Anything. Anything, and they die.
Streamer Zone is falling behind around the pillar. Mercy
dead.
Like the Terminator. Can they get anything more to keep his team alive? The Rain of Fire might just double kill them.
Oh my God.
Fear onto Mercy.
He's living.
1% HP. No mana left. He's got Void Shift actually. He could just press it right now and keep his team in the fight. It looks like Streamer Zone might have done it. They stay alive, but I don't think it can get any closer than that.
He ports. There's, oh my God. Oh my God, he's 0 mana. 0 mana. JT is still has mana and the paint's up. If they pull this off 2v3 at this point, it would be legendary. They're just fully recovered. Borug got his symbols off. Oh, he got coiled. There's no way. There should be no way that Mercy can do this. It would go against all laws of physics for Mercy to win this game now at this point. But they were all, Daddy, just need one crit, man. Just one crit, it'd be over. They'd be champions right now, and they wouldn't have to go through this again. But, oh, he walls. His port's there on the top side. He could port and Chaos Bolt Bullrug twice. He ports. Oh, he got stunned. Oh,
Borg is gonna no trinket.
Oh, gripped him.
Maybe. Oh, they're going up to
Swapsy behind the pillar.
Oh. The
There
Void
should be-
Weaver, the Void Weaver is blasting. JT has basically no mana. I don't know at all. He's in angel form now. Divine him. The only win condition I see on the side of Echo is coil Borug and try to 100-0 him. He's got nothing for a couple of seconds here in terms of trinkets. There's the coil. He's not gonna. He get shut down. Stunned by Swapsy. I don't think Mercy is gonna be able to do it. JT trying to avoid the trap. It's not gonna happen. Swapsy chomps him up. Dreamer Zone takes it. 3-2 now for Echo in the lead. I don't think we're gonna see any comp swaps. I think we're gonna probably just go to a really large map, and it's gonna just be the same thing here, which is perfectly fine with me.
Oh my god, bro. Like, that was like, oh, how do they not die, bro? I thought Mercy was toast here. When JT gripped Mercy, and now he's out of range of port, Mercy's like, thanks, JT. It's like a solo shuffle mode. Like, where am I gonna go? And then he gates. He doesn't relay his port, but he imp summons. He summons in an imp with Feldom to dispel the trap, but then he gets feared on his dispel, and you're like, there's no way he lives. Like, there's no way. He's silenced, he's stunned, there's no way he lives. And he ports at 1% and drains.
The drain life, man.
He just drains.
He just gets a tiny little shield and drain lives. Like, what?
He just keeps going. And then this final moment was just, did he have Hellstone, or was it still like, did he like Shadow Meld to reset it? Because it looks like he might have Hellstone, but maybe he can't use it. And then was just, they were just switching to him every once in a while. And then finally just one of these swaps actually worked, caught him, and they were able to close it. And then
he
Mercy,
did use his Hellstone.
Oh yeah, because he died through the Hellstone. How does Mercy not kill them, bro?
Dude, they're all on 1
out, so he
HP.
can't spell lock it. He's an imp, so he can't spell lock the regrowth. He would have won the game if he could spell lock the regrowth right there.
Yeah, but look at them, they're
Look
all
at them all
dying.
just dangling on by a thread, just dancing together. Like, I hope we stay alive, boys. We get to the chopper, like, right now, because we're toast, bro. Borog's like, I'm out, dude, I'm out. Like,
Why is Borg not using Void Shift in that moment, by the way? Like, because even if you're low HP, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it heal you to 25%? Or the target that you use it on? Even if you're under 25%?
Oh my god, dude.
He just has ice in his veins, I guess. I don't know. This imp play from Mercy was crazy, though. Summoning the imp and actually surviving even to that point was actually legendary. Like, I can't believe he lived that. And then almost turned it around. Almost, but
Almost 2v3.
Streamer Zone had a well-deserved victory here. I mean, they played their hearts out to get this W. This is such a fun matchup to watch, actually, because it could just end at any point, and everyone kind of has to play aggressive. Like, the Void Weaver has to play aggressive and do damage, and Borg has to play aggressive and push in and look for crowd control. So it's a really fun match to watch, actually.
Oh my god, dude. He's so sad he has an imp right now. I mean, I kept him alive on the setup earlier, but if they could have just kicked one regrowth, it was over. Just one of these regrowths. It would have been game over. They just can't stop it. There's no fear for JT. He doesn't have anything. He's just running around the pillar. They fear the Void Wraith also, so it doesn't attack with the Warlock. Oh,
Legendary, dude.
It was a legendary moment for Bo Rug, bro. He's making a name for himself right now in this tournament, going up against Echo. But here we go. It's the Sands of Tolvaron Arena, bro.
Yep.
It's the Sands of Tolvaron.
We all saw it coming.
Streamer Zone picking a map that Echo doesn't play on, I swear it worked. I swear it works every time. You just pick these weird maps that no one ever picks, and it gives you a little bit of an edge, because Echo don't know 100% how they want to play it. They've got infinite numbers of games on the classic maps that get picked most of the time, but they probably got 0 games played on those random maps, and it gives your team a little bit more of an edge. But do they want to play the jungle on the big map, or do they, are they still? Oh, they're gonna do it again. They're gonna do it again.
I think they have to.
Echo are gonna do it again, and can Streamer Zone take this to a game 7? Are we going the distance in Europe's Cup #1? Echo finally being challenged and not just having a free lunch here in Cup #1. And the comps are locked. We're going in. There's gonna be no turning back in a second here. As soon as those gates open.
Man, I'm excited. I couldn't have wished for a better finals, honestly. Just Streamer Zone just doing what they can And what a debut for this new Streamer Zone roster, because the old Streamer Zone was, with Kazu and Tony, but this is a completely different roster here. You got Swapsy and Big Mex combining forces. Swapsy, former teammate of Echo, Big Mex, always just kind of playing his little thug cleave, being a bit of a one trick, but always excelling very, very well on that survival hunter. Always being the highest rated survival hunter, always being a big threat when that spec is actually available. But now to see them actually in a tournament final, going up against Echo and really doing their absolute best, and even Borug, because Borug's been a one-trick holy paladin for as long as I can remember, for a really, really long time. He's been one of the best holy paladins, but that's pretty much all he's been playing. But at some point he decided to pick up his priest, and now he's going toe-to-toe with JT here. It's really cool to see Streamer Zone in action. It is match point, though. They need to try to win this game here on the side of Streamer Zone to bring it to a potential game number 7. Echo with the Feral Destruction Warlock and Void Weaver Discipline versus Streamer Zone's Holy Priest Survival Hunter Jungle. Already a trap onto JT. They're going after Mercy. Dark Pact gets active for Mercy. He gets sucked back in the open there for a second from that vortex, but Mercy is going to be able to start moving around now and get some work done.
All right, beaten, battered, and bruised, Streamer Zone face the Goliaths of the European region. Can they actually pull it off? Can they take it to a Game 7? Can they win the entire thing? Can someone stop Echo? JT takes to the skies, Ultimate Penitence, raining down terror, and look at that pressure, bro. Everyone is dying. Chaos Bolt. It's going to sneak in. Swapsy's okay. He lives with the bark skin. Borug's in angel form, healing up the team. Big Mix gets feared. He can't land the trap. Really wants to get a freezing trap here. Waz is in the middle of the map, looking like maybe he wants to look for a Cyclone in the near future. Swapsy gets caught in the stun. Waz again a Cyclone. And he actually Cyclones Borug. Big trouble for Swapsy.
Oh, no!
He fakes the kick. So many Chaos Bolts getting dunked in. And Swapsy somehow stays alive right now throughout that attack. Whenever Mercy is precognition, I'm just immediately clenching. I know there's going to be a huge amount of Chaos Bolts flying out. They knock Mercy. Is he out of range of his port? It seems like he's really far away from a pillar right now. He's trying to make his way closer to it. There, now he's in range. Ports back to his gateway. Should be able to escape, but Borug's in the middle of the map. Waz sees that, and he's trying to Cyclone him. He stuns him. No trinket. Swapsy in trouble. Big Mix in trouble. Both players low full Cyclone. Waz is winning the game. Cole comes in. I think it could be lights out if they get a Chaos Bolt here. Fear onto Borug out. Aspect of the Turtle available. Big Mix is being greedy. So greedy. He manages to get away with it. Mercy out of nowhere just takes a huge hit. He's back by his port with pain suppression, though. Waz is low. Suddenly, Streamer Zone are swinging back.
Yeah, Big Mix is doing a tremendous amount of damage here, but Borug did have to use his trinket a little bit earlier. It's quite surprising that they managed to actually come through that unscathed without having to actually trade any massive defensive cooldowns from the side of Borug, but Borug now pushing in, looking for the trap here with Big Mix. They get it. Oh, yeah. No, he gets deffed by JT. Unfortunately, there was a bit of a gap there in that chastise stun trap. That would have been a massive, massive attempt, but now Swapsy on the back foot. He's got the Guardian Angel active. Chaos Bolts are being lobbed in. And we can see JT in the back line just spamming out the damage as well, doing a lot of work here for his team. Cataclysm being casted out, but now they're making a push again here on the side of Streamer Zone, back onto Mercy. The Spider Sting coming out there onto Mercy, and they managed to actually get a full trap, I think, onto JT. He gets stopped there by Waz. Beautiful stun there by Waz, actually on that stun trap. And Swapsy might just die here. They got nothing left here in terms of Guardian. Might need to use the Void Shift instead, but looks like they will be able to recover with just a renewal and the bark skin. Still another close call, man. You can tell this map is absolutely brutal to face a Destruction Warlock on.
Swapsy got gripped back, but there's a void under his feet. It's going to hit the whole team. Big Mix moves away from it. Cataclysm hits the whole team. Immolates are rolling. Chaos Bolts are flying. Oh, it's on Borug. He's hitting the healer. He can't leave the pillar. He's going to try and leave the pillar. There's a vortex pinning him into a rake stun. He gets found. So much damage incoming on match point, but Borug survives. He gets his angel off. He's immune to the attack. Divine him to restabilize the team. That push gets blocked. Now they're moving in. Stun, freezing trap. Beautifully timed by Big Mix. Mercy ports, though, away out of line of sight. They swap back on Waz, but Waz is ready for it. He's already caught Swapsy in a maim as he pre-anticipates that. He gets a full Cyclone on the healer. Now Swapsy in bear form is just floundering in the middle of the map, and that pillar is so far away. He's just waddling, trying to get back to the pillar, but the Chaos Bolts are coming.
Chaos Bolt
gonna get casted out. Big Mix kicks the next. Swapsy jumps in, kicks the clone, but now there's no interrupts. Mercy can coil. He can free cast at any moment here. Mercy can pull the trigger, but Borug's moving in for a fear. He doesn't care.
Nice.
Borug is playing with confidence. The bleeds are ticking. There's no stone form. Chaos Bolt's in the sky, though. It's a double. Big Mix is okay. He feigned deaths it, negates the hits. Swapsy knocks him out of the barrier, but here come the coils. Big Mix needs to help. What can Big Mix do right now? He's got his interrupt available. This Chaos Bolt's going to be important. He can just gate, though. If Mercy needs to, he's going to gate across the map, pull him out into the open for JT to free cast. Mending bandage from Big Mix, removing the bleeds, but Borog's running out of mana. Is he going to get many more chances in this game to make a push? He's pulling away. They're pulling away. Big Mix is trying to run, but Swapsy is alone in the middle of the map with no trinket. He stuns Mercy. Big Mix is going in. Stun, freezing trap lands. Mercy ports. Repositioning. They can't do anything. Those ports on this big map, they just can't connect. He's going to silence Mercy, but Waz is playing Poison Dispel. He just instantly dispels it. Chaos Bolt's coming in on Swapsy, Bear Form. He's just soaking Chaos Bolts with Bear Form. They scattershot the Warlock, but that removes the bleeds. Swapsy needs to reload. Waz is going for clones. He gets Entangling Roots to try and get a clone, but Swapsy interrupts it. Here are the coils. No trinket. Chaos Bolt, number 1. Does he go for number 2? He doesn't have it just yet. Number 2 in the sky. Looks like it's on Swapsy. Do they have the healing? No, they swapped to Borog. Big swap on the healer. It's so much damage. Tremendous pressure from Mercy. And Borog is once again tested for his team. He needs to be the playmaker. He needs to step up and be the MVP if they're going to pull this off. But he's into a full cyclone. Swapsy gets Vortex in the middle of the map. And they are raining down terror. He gets a Void Shift. But now Big Mix is low health. Borog has Angel in 1 more second. He's going to have to pop that, I think, almost immediately. But he gets stunned before he can. He gets caught. Chaos Bolts are coming. He gets kicked by Swapsy. He gets knocked away. Borog gets the Angel off. And it buys his team more time. But look at the options from Echo. They have everything. They have a buffet of defensive cooldowns to pick from to finish off Streamer Zone. Streamer Zone are fighting uphill. Can they manage to get there and take this to a Game 7 with nothing?
Borog's Guardian has also proc. This is looking absolutely brutal for Streamer Zone. They got no mana. They got no defensives. Mercy just fakes the kick. Here comes the Chaos Bolt. Swapsy, what are you going to do? He takes 1 to the face, 50% HP. Borog's pushing in for the fear. Waz is there, though, to shut it down. Scattershot onto Waz to stop him from stopping Borog on the fear, but JT wins the fear battle. Borog actually is going to just trade the Will of Forsaken to look for this fear, but is he being too aggressive? Waz is there. He stuns it. Bear Form coming out for Swapsy. Only reason why he's still alive. Beautiful Barkskin Bear Form combo. Mercy now taking some damage, finally using the Unending Resolve, using the Health Stone as well. Mercy trying to close out the game, trying to land that Chaos Bolt, not able to find it. Borog with the symbols, recovering a little bit of defensives here and a little bit of mana, but another Chaos Bolt. Swapsy does interrupt it. Swapsy, though, is left in midfield. He's got no defensive. Swapsy might just go down right now. 1 Chaos Bolt connects. He's trying to soak it up in Bear Form, and he does manage to make it back to the safety of that pillar, but they got no cooldowns left on the side of Streamer Zone. Oh, no. Echo still has everything available. Big Max, oh my god, he might just die right now. 100 Ode in a stun. Big Max will go down. Streamer Zone will be eliminated in 2nd place. Echo taking yet another cup win here, starting off the season strong.
Oh man, Echo are insane, man, and they have so many more comps in their arsenal. RMP, they got it. Pharaoh Destro, apparently, they got it. They're adaptable. They are legendary. They take another win and start this season off strong, but not completely unfazed. I think, you know, normally they get through this entire cup with not even a scratch, not even a flesh wound. There's nothing. But this time around, a lot of teams really put it to them, taking games off them, which is not typical. And I feel like this last game, man, Big Mix wanted to be the hero, and he just got caught. He just got caught. If he was just not in the middle of the map right there trying to be the hero, maybe they stay alive a little longer. Maybe there's some sort of miracle they could pull off later in the game. Because watch this. Watch the moment where Big Mix, he tries to be a hero. This is why you don't be a hero. He just engages in, and they're like, oh, thank you. Oh, this is a juicy hunter with my Chaos Bolts right here.
Yeah, but at the same time, his team has got no mana. They've got no defensives. They need to do something. Like, if they all just stay behind the pillar, they're just going to lose as well. So it's a bit unfortunate. But I think ultimately Big Mix played a really solid game. The only really big mistake that I saw from him was that he missed a kick at the beginning, but it didn't really matter too much. But I had to thank some Chaos Bolts as a result of it, because he kicked too late, like after the cast. But yeah, at this point, I mean, you're basically in checkmate here. He actually died. He had Ross up as well, but not going to be too effective against those Chaos Bolts.
I think he pre-walled when he disengaged.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing. That if he could run back the clock, like if he pre-walls, like he's like baiting them to hit him at that point. Like, I'm gonna wall. I'm the only one with a cooldown. I'll pre-wall, jump in. They'll fall for the bait, and maybe we somehow killed him or something. But running in just completely naked like that, Merci will just say merci and thank you for the double Chaos Balls and the Void Weaver damage. and just kind of get dunked on. But I think that was really well played from Borug and from Streamer Zone, and they are a serious threat.
Yeah.
Considering, like, I didn't know what to have for expectations going into this, because it just seems so weird. The names on this roster have never crossed paths like this, so I didn't know what to expect. But they were very entertaining. They put up a lot of good fights here against Echo, and I'm excited to see where they go moving forward into Cup 2.
What is the name of like those episodes where they have like characters from another show in?
Oh,
like crossover?
or something like that?
Crossover, yeah. It's a weird crossover for sure. But I mean, Streamer Zone GG kind of proving what they are capable of when there were so many questions in the beginning of this weekend, and they went toe to toe with Echo. I mean, 4-2 is definitely not bad, but I think the score doesn't even tell the entire story, as you guys just saw. They put up an incredible fight. And here is that bracket for you. Echo winning the entire thing, Cup number 1, with first place, walking away with quite a lot of points. And then Streamer Zone GG going to be placing in second, with DOBOB in third, Zico.
Yeah, definitely a solid European bracket. I mean, most of us probably expected to see DOBOB in that top 3 and Echo in that top 3, but Streamer Zone having as great performance as they did this season, or this cup, really kind of sets the pressure for the other teams this season as well, because you definitely want to have those breakout performances. You want to have those top 3 finishes to try to secure your spot for the finals later on after all the cups are done. And there's some really, really strong teams, that we didn't see perform too much. And I'm thinking about Under Pressure specifically. This is a team that I definitely expected more of. So they're probably going to go back to the drawing board, and we'll probably hopefully see them next weekend and see what they can cook up as well. But yeah, overall, Sid said it at the beginning of the weekend. This is probably the best European kind of bracket that you could have expected or that you could have wished for. And it definitely delivered.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, and if you look at past seasons, like the winner of this cup could be somebody completely different from weekend to weekend. I feel like there's all these teams that continue to surprise us. They come in at the last second. Supatis, make a run for it, get into that top 3. So I think that's the coolest thing, honestly, about AWC, because between both regions, the players continue to step it up and surprise us cup after cup.
Yeah, this was everything that I had dreamed it would turn into. I think the only thing is, like Zico said, is maybe a little bit more from Under Pressure. But it was great to see new blood coming in. CLEAVE Pilled making it into the top 4. Like, for AWC is still so old, and obviously has so many teams with so much experience, that it is still possible for new teams to get into the mix and to take out some of the biggest names in the competition and rise to the occasion, which is setting up North America in a great spot for that as an example.
Yeah, kind of interesting also how we're seeing, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, especially with like High Mountain Tour and Zico, how these regions are kind of already sort of adapting each other's strategies. Is there anything that you have seen in addition to that, or anything that you expect to see in terms of the regions kind of copying each other?
I think it's going to be more about the meta. I think we're probably going to see this Feral Destruction being played by more teams for sure. I think right now we only really saw it a little bit in the open bracket in NA and over in EU from Echo. I think Welcome to the Jung ran it as well a little bit. But yeah, I think this is going to be probably for next weekend a comp that they definitely pick up on. And we also saw the Dwarf come out as well as the High Mountain. I think we're going to see more Dwarfs if we see more jungle / Destruction Warlock Feral.
Okay. Is there any comps you're going to be looking forward to seeing perhaps next week, Supatis, that you wanted to see more of this weekend?
I think YOLO Inc. I feel like they're Affliction Warlock Rogue. That's what I'm looking forward to in North America actually as well, is the Cats and Dogs. That comp, I think, it looks really fun when it's able to get going. So more of that. I think Buff Mistweaver had some fun Mistweaver comps as well that were cool to check out. I'm curious to see if any of these teams like stretch anybody into a different type of matchup, like if DOBOB can discover anything that forces Echo to not play RMP type of deal moving into week number 2. Things like that is what I'm keeping my eyes on.
Awesome. All right, well, with that, I believe we are now joined with JT from Echo. Hello, can you hear me?
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
Perfect. I'm excited. It was a super insane day, coming from the lower bracket, of course, and I'm thrilled. It's insane to win the first cup with the new team. obviously it's a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, leading up to this weekend, is this how you expected to place? Like, where was your head at before the games actually started?
I mean, I think I was very confident in our team. I definitely went into the cup thinking we are going to win. Of course, Friday went a bit bad. I think it wasn't our greatest day. I mean, obviously, DOBOB played insane. They played super well. Even though I think we could have taken maybe more games off them if with a bit of luck. Like, yeah, I think Friday wasn't maybe our best day, but today we showed up and brought it back.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious about that. I mean, you guys were able to have an RMP mirror once again. Like, what were the major changes that you kind of did between the first time you played against them versus the second? What kind of went on behind the scenes there?
I mean, nothing really. I mean, nothing really is super in particular. I think everybody maybe just had a better day today. I think I didn't have the greatest day on Friday. That's for sure. We just made some small adaptations. Nothing crazy. I think everybody just played individually super well. I mean, we were on point today, and yeah. I mean, we just clicked today. It was good.
Yeah. What's the integration been like? Obviously, you're the newest player on the roster. How did they find you? What was your experience playing with them or against them previously? How's that been going for you?
I mean, it's obviously big shoes to fill. I mean, May is an absolute goat. I always have the most respect for him. But outside of that, I mean, they picked me up super well. They're super nice. We have great synergy, I think, and yeah, I mean, we just played ladder together. We played Gamescom together. We saw us win that as well. I mean, I think we're pretty on sync. We're pretty locked in.
Yeah. Leading into this series in the grand finals, did you expect Streamer Zone to play jungle, and what was your plan to tackle that initially?
I mean, expect them to play jungle. I guess, yeah. I mean, I think they did very well with jungle into DOBOB, of course. We played a lot into Streamer Zone on ladder as well, and they kind of struggled into our comps. Like, we were very confident to their team. They're great players, but I think we have good matchups. And well, I mean, the jungle, it wasn't unexpected, but I also thought they maybe could have played their survival early. They played that a lot, but I mean, they just stuck to the jungle, and understand them. The games were not easy, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they almost got that cross kill on you guys. What was kind of going on behind the scenes there? What were the comms like?
Do you mean the knockout game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the knockout game was crazy, but we were so sad because it was so close. Obviously, Mercer lived super close right before, and then we were like 1 second of living. I was 1 second of recovering the entire team. I mean, to everybody who knows how Void Weaver works, you know, if the Mind Blast goes off, we're completely fine. But yeah, I mean, it was super sad, and then they were all both 1 HP. I mean, it was unlucky, but thankfully we won the next game and brought it back.
Yeah, I think they one of them got down to 1.23% health or something like that. So definitely really close. But you got the win in the end with the entire series. So that's kind of all my questions. Do you have anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
I mean, nothing in particular. I mean, shout out everybody, shout out the team, shout out everybody supporting, shout out my girlfriend, shout out my family, shout out everybody. Like, it's just great. It's just great being an Echo. I'm happy I'm playing with the boys. And I'm happy that WAS figured out that Void Weaver is insane, and I have the greatest lock on the team. So we're set for the season.
Awesome. All right, well, we will see you in Cup number 2. Congratulations once again, and I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, that was JT from Echo. Thank you so much for him stopping by and talking to us. And that is going to wrap up the EU region for Cup number 1, and that means we will be moving on to the North American region. Make sure to send JT, Raikou, Waz, and Mercy some love. Of course, there are all their social medias, but let's get into talking about North America. We've got 4 teams left over there in that region as well. Here is the bracket. We've got Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung up in the upper bracket for the semifinals. Winner of that one moving on to the grand finals. And then down in the lower, Zico, we've got Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves. Like, if you have that matchup, like, out, you know, like in the forest, I'd have to give it to the Dire Wolves, right? I feel like Dire Wolves just have kind of comp advantage over Cats and Dogs. It depends on what breed of dogs, but I think in general, Dire Wolves probably a little bit overpowered in that one. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Cats and Dogs, you know, we haven't seen them too much yet on broadcast. We did see them yesterday go in that nail biter against F tier. Dire Wolves been kind of struggling a little bit in the open bracket, but they're finding their footing with Mez on that DK, and then Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. I think that's the matchup that we're all waiting for. I mean, that's just going to be absolutely insane. Whiskey's new team versus the reigning kings in North America.
Most definitely, and this is going to be exciting. I think we've got Dire Wolves, like you said, reigning kings, trying to see if they can kind of get consistent with what they're doing this cup, because that's kind of the big question. Like, are they going to be able to find that former glory, considering kind of how they went last season? And then I think another big one is Welcome to the Jung. It's the same story over here in North America. Then who's going to be able to beat them? Is it going to be Gators back that can handle it this cup?
I certainly think Gators back has the best chance. I think Cubsy going back on healer, obviously a phenomenal arcane mage. It seems like he's passed the arcane wisdom onto Calvish. So the spirit of Cubsy Arcane lives on through Calvish. But Cubsy being back on the healer, I think he has always been kind of the best, one of the best healers in North America. So Gators back, getting to have him flexing on all the different healers, as well as bringing on WizK to the roster. I mean, this is a super solid team. They've been practicing a lot, and I think Welcome to the Jung will definitely have their hands full with this one.
I think so too. All right, Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
I just realized something. The NA bracket it's actually just Discovery Channel, because we got Welcome to the Jung, which is just a jungle, right? That's like the arena, and then we got Alligators, and we got Cats and Dogs, and then we got Dire Wolves. So yeah, I guess like who is going to be Steve Irwin of the Lob? And I would have to say it's probably going to be Drake. I'm going in favor of Welcome to the Jung all the way. It's going to be exciting to see if Gators back actually can find a way to take this, but I'm going with Welcome to the Jung for sure. Easy 3-0.
Easy 3-0. Let's see if they can do it. Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. Game number 1. Winner of this one determines who moves on to the grand final of North America then.
Very surprising. Zheng Bahai is playing Restoration Druid. So Gators back. I think they locked in this composition to beat the Void Weaver. And Welcome to the Jung has brought in something entirely different, playing the Retribution Paladin. So they've got the Retribution Paladin, they've got the Hunter, they've got the Resto Druid, and I'm very curious to see how this ends up doing. They're going to be bringing a lot of consistent damage in this match. Playing an aggressive start here onto Prev. Zheng Bahai immediately going into the Ancient of Lore, and when he's in that big tree form, there will be no crowd control that can be used on him, and he's basically just free healing at the cost of no mana. So it's a very powerful cooldown. We'll see how Zheng Bahai decides to utilize that. Setup here, coming in from Welcome to the Jung. Stun on Cubsy into a trap as they get some damage rolling here onto WizK.
Nicely done there by Drake. Just holding his kick there for that Master Spell to the very last second. Not allowing WizK to get that off, but Calvish going for the kidney shot here onto Drake. Looking for a swap. Cubsy gets interrupted. Smoke bomb being dropped here onto Drake. A lot of pressure coming out here from those little void plays coming out in the back line, and then we see Zheng Bahai in a full blind. Calvish not going to be able to find this follow-up. Looks for the sap, but it looks like Zheng Bahai actually was in combat. Part of the wild. WizK actually eating the freezing trap right there. Nicely done by him, but Calvish is taking so much damage as well on that rogue. Forced to go back there at the pillar for a second. Earthen Wall Totem drops for Cubsy, and now they're going back onto WizK here on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Prev looking for that blinding shot. Can he find any follow-up? Does not look like he's going to be able to get that freezing trap just yet. Drake caught up in another kidney shot. Nice intim stun, though, onto Calvish. Prev just trying to shut down this rogue. And now Calvish actually swapping to Prev, doing some good damage. But we usually see the Shadow Priest rogue comp snowball momentum when they can actually go after the healer. And the fact that Drake is on that Red Paladin is making that kind of line of play very difficult.
A very passive game so far from Gators back. Calvish going to be playing relatively safe. He gets scattered here on his dance. Good shutdown there by Prev. Prev now getting kidney shot, but a pre-Ancient of Lore is going to completely shut that down. Zheng Bahai getting out massive amounts of heals, and that's one of the nice things about the Restoration Druid, especially with that Ancient of Lore. You can really prevent these all-ins that Gators back likes to do. Now, normally, as the RPS, you can get a lot of momentum, a lot of pressure. If Zheng Bahai has the cooldowns available, he'll be able to stop that. Big setup here on Zheng Bahai. Trades with the Bark Skin. But getting the Bark Skin out of the way is nice. Now, the next time they go after Zheng Bahai, they could potentially get the Sanctuary from Drake, or they get the Trinket from Zheng Bahai. So there's a lot of cooldowns that Welcome to the Jung still has. But I do like the fact that Gators back is putting way more pressure on the healer now.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that's kind of developing off of that. Everybody's kind of rotting down right now. Jung Bahai forced to use his renewal there. Prev getting disarmed in midfield. Calvish trying to get some damage done onto the Hunter. Drake actually caught up in a full fear. Whiskey looking for the dots, but not able to find him just yet. Nice interrupt there from Prev. Now finally get some VTs out here onto Prev as well as Drake. And Jung Bahai has managed to recover his entire team. Mana looking somewhat even. Jung Bahai, did he bear form that? No, I don't think he did. He had to trinket. Nicely done there. Calvish makes a good catch there behind the pillar. He gets a full blind onto Jung Bahai. Looks for the sap. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. He does find it, actually. Full sap onto Jung Bahai. Prev is there, though, with the scatter shot. Nice static field totem onto Drake, pulling him away from Whiskey to allow him to cast, but not going to be any real pressure there. I don't know if Calvish pulled the trigger a little bit too early on that blind play, but still snowballing that momentum back onto Drake. Jung Bahai has recovered his entire roster, though, but he has no trinket, so if they can catch Jung Bahai in another swap like that, that could potentially be game-changing, and they're going for it right now. Beautiful setup, but looks like Jung Bahai actually had the pre-hots that he needed to survive that.
Yeah, so far, so good. Very back and forth. Whiskey gets interrupted, though, and almost just one shot by Prev. Whiskey retreating back to the pillar, wants to not be in line of sight. At the same time, rapid fire going on Calvish. He dismantles it, slowing down the damage a little bit. Cubsy having to play catch-up, but his mana is looking good. I do wonder if Jung Bahai is going to be able to drink at any point in this game. If he can sneak away and drink, recover his mana for dampening, it's going to put Welcome to the Jung in a really good position. And Calvish might just die, though. Cloak of Shadows at 5% health. Big Riptides coming in here from Cubsy. And honestly, the composition from Welcome to the Jung, it looks very well crafted. I think this is the matchup that they wanted. And they're doing a good job. There's a lot of pressure on Whiskey and Calvish in this match.
Yeah, I really like the synergy between the Ret and the Resto Druid, because you want to... let's table that for a second. Calvish is getting swapped to here. Scatter shot onto Cubsy. Calvish does catch a big heal, but it costed Cubsy his trinket there. So definitely down a major defensive. Calvish going after Prev, but Prev is going to be able to stay alive there. No problems. Just trading out the Roar of Sacrifice. Calvish now kind of caught up in midfield. No trinket, no Cloak of Shadows for another 10 seconds on that trinket. Cloak of Shadows still a long time away, so they could potentially try to erase Calvish on the next setup on the side of Welcome to the Jung. See if they can push in. They're going for it right now. Actually, they're swapping to Cubsy, it looks like. Cubsy caught up in a Hammer of Justice. Nice gouge though onto Prev, not allowing him to connect onto Cubsy there. Whiskey in the back line, spamming out some heals as well. Gators back are going to just completely recover from that situation. But I really like the synergy between the Ret and the Resto Druid, because when there is a Resto Druid against the RPS, you have to go after him. But with the Ret Paladin, it's just not a great option. Drake is going to be able to shut a lot of that down. Nice static field totem, pulling Drake back into the smoke bomb of Calvish, but still not able to force really any major defensive with that smoke bomb attempt. But I like that Gators back are still kind of looking for an opening like that. And they were able to at least force Drake to be defensive there for a moment, but still Prev pushing in, looking for a big punish here with his next true shot.
Well, let's see what he can get done. Mana still relatively even. 30% dampening. This game is going to start getting very spicy. Marksmanship Hunter and the Rep Paladin damage could start really adding up here, making it difficult for Cubsy to really carry the game with just the Riptides. As soon as he has to start casting heals, maintain his throughput, he's going to be burning through his mana quite quickly. Full Blinding Light now onto Cubsy. Looks like Whiskey is really low. Drake is down to 50% health. Catches a big heal there by Jung Bahai. Whiskey is forced a little bit defensive. Stun lock coming in onto Drake. Down to 60% health. Super back and forth matchup. No team really wants to take too much risk. Jung Bahai on that Druid in the backline. Just going to keep up his heals and try to just... Anytime Calvish pushes in, if Jung Bahai can land a nice little stun on him with a pounce or a maim, it's very effective. But it seems like Whiskey and Calvish feel like they kind of have to go after Drake at this point, but I think that's exactly what Welcome to the Jung wants. Here's that Ancient of Lore. This is where they can basically totally reset the momentum that Gators back has developed.
Yeah, very nice. And I completely agree with that. I think Drake wants to kind of be the sponge of his team. Allow the Hunter to free cast right now. He's got True Shot. Aim shots are being lobbed out here onto Whiskey. Whiskey realizes the danger he's in. Goes behind the pillar. Manages to line of sight that dangerous moment there. And now Calvish here with the Shadow Blades looking for an opening. But I do think Jung Bahai is going to have to be the target for Gators back. They need to somehow try to get maybe a fear onto Drake and then stun Jung Bahai and look for an opening, maybe something like that. Because what they're doing right now obviously is not going to be working out for them so far. It's just going to be all about Welcome to the Jung. Finding the pressure, going after Calvish. Calvish actually trinketing offensively here to get aggressive onto Drake. Could work actually with dampening being a little bit higher, going after Drake, but So far, Drake still has all of his defensive cooldowns, including his trinket as well. Going after Cubsy. Big swap onto Cubsy. He's going to trade out the Astral Shift. Calvin's getting cleaved down as well. So much damage onto everyone on the Gators. The Gators are going to be able to recover potentially behind that pillar. Whiskey trying to move away. He doesn't want to stack on the same pillar as the rest of his team for that Hunter cleave pressure. And it looks like they are going to be able to recover. But meanwhile, Jung Bahai is, I think, drinking, actually. I think he was able to drink and maybe recover a little bit of mana. He's somewhere off screen. But it looks like he's going to come back here to his team and just play aggressive. Nice stun there onto Calvish.
Nice,
big damage coming out from Prev. Defensive blind. Prev actually trinketing out of that defensive blind. Drake getting absolutely crapped on in the back line there, but it does manage to survive for now. And the Iron Bark deflecting most of that.
Yeah, good push there. Like I said, anytime Calvish is pushing into the middle of the map to go after Prev, Zhang Bahai is there with the stuns. He can do that because he's playing that Wild Stalker, building up combo points. It's just really easy for him to get into cat form, roll over, and get that maim stun. Big damage once again. Prev really just destroying. Smoke Bomb comes down, defensive, trying to force something here from Drake, but he still has every single cooldown. He's got Lay on Hands, Divine Shield, Blessing of Protection, Spell Warding if he needs it. Drake is feeling super confident to make a push. Cubsy's burning through his mana. Whiskey's forced into the dispersion. 50% dampening, and I feel like deeper into dampening like this, it's nice to be the Rep Paladin that has like, those immunities that you can trade, especially the Ancient of Lore as well. Like I feel like Welcome to the Jung, this is a really good spot for their team to be in to win this game 1.
Yeah, I mean they still have all of those major defensives, right? So they're gonna be able to make a big push with them, but they might not even need it actually. Look at Whiskey, he's just rotting down here behind the pillar. Just from that one rapid fire. Calvish also taking so much damage. Drake feeling very confident to push in, but Drake has to be careful. If he pushes in behind the pillar and line of sight his healer, they can definitely punish him and force a bubble. Did they stun him behind the pillar there? Actually, they knock him behind the pillar with the static field. Nicely done, but Jung Bahai repositions and makes sure that he is always in line of sight. And look at the mana as well. Jung Bahai doing such a great job with that Innervate, making sure that he is keeping up the mana lead. And Cubsy now, he's got nothing left. They interrupt Cubsy on a healing wave. Calvish could just fall right now. He's got the cloak, he's got the evasion, but they can't be too greedy with them. He's going to trade out the evasion. Drake still at 50% HP, going after him. And it looks like Drake is going to recover as well. Rapid fire's coming out. And I think Welcome to the Jung has kind of done it at this point. They just need to find a little bit more pressure, and they can probably topple the Gators here behind that pillar. They have the Spirit Link Totem, but they don't have too much more to work with. They need to find a big offensive push somehow on the side of the Gators. Otherwise, Welcome to the Jung is just going to run away with this.
Oh, Drake, though, super low on health. Does not want to throw away the game. Drake, you have so many cooldowns. Are you kidding me? Oh, goodness gracious. Use the Lay on Hands. That was such a close call, but I don't know. He still has the Divine Shield, so he can make a push. Got full healing over time effects. Dampening is at 57%. Whiskey might have to end up trading the dispersion. No, they'll just keep going after Drake. Drake is just not feeling super tanky in this situation. Zhang Bahai now getting attacked. Gators back may have weathered the storm. They're getting pressure, but at the same time, Calvish, no Cloak of Shadows, no Vanish, no nothing. Drake is trying to close out the game. He's got the Divine Shield. The Spirit Link Totem comes in. A full Hammer of Justice. Cubsy, how are you going to heal this? No Ascendance for another 18 seconds. If that Ascendance comes off cooldown, they might be able to do it. I can't believe that Gators back is still alive. They're still stable. Another kidney shot lands here. Calvish drops the Smoke Bomb. There's the Divine Shield. But they've done it. They get Lay on Hands, they get Divine Shield, and now Drake could actually die. Ascendance is rotating back up. I mean, Gators back, they might be able to actually win this. They just have to hold on a little bit longer.
Oh, Whiskey is going to have to trade out the dispersion. Man, Cubsy is such a legend. But look at Calvish. He might just die right now. Whiskey with the Void Shift trying to save the day. Master Spell coming out. Whiskey and Calvish both rotting down. Drake pushes in for the finish. It was some signs of life there at the end, but unfortunately for the Gators, they were not able to stay alive long enough there. And Welcome to the Jung, coming in, super prepared, staying calm, cool, and collected, grabbing game number 1. I think that was a Cyclone at the end, actually, that secured the match for them with Cubsy in crowd control. Let's see it here on the end, because Jung Bahai, he has to play defensive. He can't really go for too many of those, but I just found the perfect moment to do it, I guess. We'll see it here on the replay. So Cubsy, they get the Hodge onto Cubsy. He pops the Lay on Hands here. Drake just rotting down way too hard. Prev gets in with the rapid fire. They get the big damage, and then there's the bash, and they get the freezing trap actually out of the bash onto Cubsy into a scatter shot, and there's the Cyclone on to Cubsy to secure the deal. I think actually Jung Bahai, I think that was the only Cyclone I saw him cast the entire match, but
Yep.
the one clone that he
One.
casted won them the game.
Honestly, Welcome to the Jung is just like they're
They're so good.
they're like a machine. They're like literally a Terminator. Like they just, I don't know. They're just a World of Warcraft PvP Terminator. They just always come into the best composition, perfectly crafted for the situation. If you asked me what the blind pick was going to look like, I would have never guessed this in a million years. Gators back, what they wanted was to run the RPS into the Void Weaver because that's what allowed them to destroy cats and dogs earlier in the tournament by just running down the Void Weaver's RPS. But Welcome to the Jungle, they read the situation perfectly. They bring in some composition I did not expect. The Restoration Druid actually looked good in this composition too. Like it looked really good.
I'm trying to think.
You know, Druid is like, it's one of those healers that not a lot of people are playing right now. But in this exact situation where you can just sit back, you know, he's playing some interesting talents. He's also playing the Ancient of Lore. So the RPS really struggles to get pressure. I feel like this is just perfectly crafted by Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah. I was going to say, we have seen a couple of Druids this weekend, but have we actually seen a Resto Druid pull out a win? Because I feel like Resto Druid has been looking a little bit underwhelming. This weekend, I feel like it's been all about the Void Weavers, the Holy Priest, a bit of Prez Evoker. But here we're seeing Resto Shaman do really well, and we're seeing Resto Druid do even better. So I wonder what the Gators are going to lock in. You want to hear what I want to see? And we're probably not going to see it, but I actually think it could be good from the Gators.
I'd love to see. What do you want to see?
I want to see Outlaw Rogue. I want to see RPS, but with Outlaw Rogue.
Why? Why do you want that?
Because I feel like they were actually winning on damage. Like, Whiskey was doing so much more damage than everyone. It's just the Sub-Rogue, I mean, sure, it enables him to do that, but I feel like an Outlaw could do the same thing, but just have more damage. And the Sub-Rogue, I don't think it's going to land them any kills anyway. You know, like, the Sub-Rogue is mostly about isolating a target, one-shotting them, and I don't think it's that easy to do when Jung Bahai is just playing 800 yards away on the other side of the map, and he's backed up by a Red Paladin as well. And you can cheer on Calvish directly, by the way, at twitch.tv/Calvish. You can also purchase Midnight, any edition, directly at midnight.blizzard.com. So, yeah, fun facts for you guys.
Good
I
shout.
beat the production on that. Easy clap.
I think you lined them up. They dunked it, you know? You set him up. But it's actually really cool. Calvish is streaming his point of view. It's super fun to watch, but I'm sure he's going to be waiting to decide what to do for composition. They're going to be going to Tolvaron Arena. It wouldn't surprise me if Gators plays something else. I feel like we're going to see Arcane. Arcane's something. Like, I feel like there's a 90% chance we see an Arcane. Oh, there you go.
Arcane Outlaw. Okay.
There you go. How do you think this one's going to go?
Don't mind it. I like it. Yeah, why not?
We're going to see a Kleptomania or no Kleptomania? Probably not.
Probably, yeah, probably not. The new Klepto is kind of I mean, it's okay, but I think it's more about just staying back. The thing I don't like about spell steal in general, I don't spell steal that much anymore. Wait, what? What is this? This is fake.
Every single one of us went with Gators, and nobody went with Welcome to the Jung. That's crazy.
Is this punishment for
I feel
calling
crazy
out?
right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
Interesting.
Yeah. I feel like that's not what I predicted, but yeah, maybe. I like Arcane Mage, so what? Wait.
Apparently, that is actually exactly what Zico predicted.
What? That's fake news. That is fake news. I'm pretty sure I said out loud that I predict a 3-0 easy clap for Welcome to the Jung, but it's okay. We'll go with this. So, Arcane Mage. I love Arcane Mage.
You do?
Yeah,
and I love about it.
I love when an Arcane Mage can sit back and do a lot of damage. And a comp like Hunter Ret, they don't have the most amount of range interrupts. They can kind of force you back to the pillar and stop you from, free casting damage by, one-shotting you. But aside from that tiny detail, I like Arcane Mage in this matchup. What about you?
I don't mind it. Yeah. Arcane Mages right now, the build a lot of the Arcane Mages play with the new PvP talent Netherflux. and some of the new talents that they're picking up, like Lay Drinker. Basically, their Arcane Blast do insane damage. Every single time they, throw out that Nether Flux and they cast Arcane Blast, they can essentially one-shot, especially if they get crits. So that's the nice thing about the Arcane Mage is every time you surge, you can just win the game by default by yourself. Or if you get lucky crits, you can also just win the game by default by yourself. But welcome to the Jung. They're one of those teams. They're kind of masters of defense. And they know all these different windows that they can lose. So I think they'll be prepared for it. I think it's going to be another one of those games that it goes the distance. Like, I think that last game was the longest game we've seen this season so far. And I think this series is going to be the longest of this weekend. That's my guess. Like, these teams are both.
You think for it to be the longest of the weekend, it would almost guaranteed have to go to game 5, right? Or you just think per game?
Well, I guess I'm thinking like the average game length, but maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it will go to a game 5. I think
it's going to go to a game 5?
That's not what I predicted, but I don't know. My prediction right now is looking a little bit sus. It's not looking good. I think this is one where chat might walk away with a win, but I don't want to count Gators back out just yet.
Yep.
So here's the thing too, is like, one thing we have to remember is the blind pick feels really important for this matchup, because one of the other compositions, if you don't know that Welcome to the Jung was running, is something entirely different, which was, I do think, the Voidweaver. They were playing the Voidweaver Jungle and the Voidweaver Warlock Feral as well.
Yep.
So Nick was actually playing the Destro Warlock. It gives Welcome to the Jung a lot of options. So winning that first game, basically almost guaranteeing, not guaranteeing, but almost guaranteeing in game 5, you're going to have that compositional edge. It's a big deal for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, like you said, they have such a well-rounded roster. Jung Bahai can play literally any healer. We've seen him on Shaman in the past. We've seen him on Resto Druid now. We've seen him on, Void Weaver. We've seen him on Holy Priest. We've seen him on Prez Evoker. We've seen him on Holy Pilot. We've seen him on literally every healer. So, having a healer who can do that is so key. And then Drake just kind of being the melee expert. And even with Nick, just having 2 players like that who can basically play everything just gives them so much flexibility. And even Prev, I feel like Prev used to be kind of a one-trick Shadow Priest / Boomkin. But we've seen him on a lot of different things, over the last couple of seasons. We've seen him on Warlock. We've seen him on Shadow Priest. We saw him just now on Hunter.
He's playing Ellie.
He's played Ellie. Yeah, he was super solid on the Ellie during the Ellie meta.
The only thing we haven't seen him play is Mage.
But he has Nick.
Yeah, no, he doesn't need to play Mage because he's got Nick.
He doesn't need to play Mage.
You know what else he never plays, even though he's he was infamous for it, was Boomy. I can't remember the last time he played Moonkin. Even
during
the
when the meta was all about Moonkin Rogue, he wasn't playing it.
He still didn't play.
Yeah, he didn't play, and they still were winning. So it's kind of crazy. Maybe he's taking a stand against it. He's like, no, you know what? I'm not playing Moonkin. I'm gonna win anyway. I'm gonna beat everyone on.
There it is. There's the receipt. It says 3-0. Welcome to the Jung. So with the way, just to give chat some insight, the way we format it normally is that the score is beside the name. So I'm going with production on this one.
What? That's a technicality, bro.
It's not a technicality. That's how we do it, and you know it.
No.
Production deserves better, Zico. You can't be doing this.
because my previous prediction was Echo 3-1. So I don't know. And also I said it out loud. I did say it out loud.
Yeah, well.
I did say easy clap for Welcome to the Jung. They're gonna 3-0. So I don't know. That's technicality for sure. Production, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this one.
Well, we changed it. Well, can I change mine then? That's not fair.
Wait, did you actually predict Gators 3-1?
I did. Yeah, I was looking for a crazy. There we go.
What?
We're locked in. Now we're locked in. We're locked in. We're together, Zico. Come on.
What are you talking about?
Us against the world, man. Us against the world.
That's not true.
All right, thank you.
I need points, man. I need points, okay?
Yeah, same.
You have enough points to spare, bro.
No, I can't let you catch up. We're in this
what?
together.
You can't just change our
bro.
predictions like this? That's crazy.
We were roommates, man. We got to win together.
That's not what I heard yesterday. That is not what I heard yesterday. I'm changing my prediction to Gator. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, remake.
Oh yeah,
Get back in the game fast. So, how do you think this is gonna go? Like, what do you? because I think it's going to be a lot harder for them. Like, so then the thing for Welcome to the Jung is I feel like it's going to be way harder for them to play that strategy of basically just sit back, have the Ret Paladin tank. I think if they play that passive, Drake's just going to die very fast. Like, if Cubsy can actually, or not Cubsy, if Calvish can sit there on his Tauren Arcane Mage and just blast him over and over and over, I think inevitably he will be able to outdamage the rest of Druid heals.
I think so too. I think it's going to be all about shutting down the Arcane Mage. If you don't shut down the Arcane Mage, he's going to take over the game. I could easily see this actually going to a game 5. I could easily see the blind pick being what decides this. And I think the only way to truly win this as Welcome to the Jung is to never make a mistake during Arcane Surge. If Arcane Surge is active and you're not interrupting or the Arcane Mage, I'm so used to it being Cubsy.
Yeah.
If you're not interrupting Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, it's crazy, bro.
Well, I mean, he's copying. It's not fair for us because Calvish is copying his transmog. He's also a Tauren. Like, he plays the exact same. I'm pretty sure obviously he's revealed all the secrets.
Oh, for sure. You know what? On that topic, I love the fact that Cubsy is back on healing. Like,
me too.
I liked watching him on Arcane Mage. Like, I think he was the best Arcane Mage last season. But I like watching him on healer more because, like, it's easy to find a good mage these days, you know? Like, every team has them. But it's hard to find a healer like Cubsy, bro. Like, Cubsy is one of a kind, especially on his Resto Druid, man. So it's great to have him back on the healing roster or on as a healer. And I think that, having Calvish on the mage is going to be just as effective here, especially with Cubsy kind of teaching him his tech and kind of sharing that tech with him and his transmog. So we'll see. I think Gators back compositioning are looking super solid this game.
Wait, he found him. He got dazed out of stealth. Nicely done.
Yeah, stun onto Prev here in the opener. Double blind actually coming out from Drake. Drake's going to be caught up in a kidney shot, but sadly, Dazed is alone in that push. Calvish getting silenced there in the back line. Not able to find too much damage yet with this first Arcane Surge. Still active for a couple of more seconds, but not able to get too much damage done with it. And now they're going after Prev. Also, shout out to production. They added Netherflux to the UI, so removing Touch of the Magi there, which currently wasn't working a little bit earlier. Ice Wall coming out onto Drake. Arcane Blast being casted out onto Drake as well. It's isolated for a moment, but looks like Drake is going to be able to kind of shrug that off. And you can see on the damage already, Calvish at the top of the board.
Yeah, it's Calvish's revenge. He didn't like being on the sub rogue where he was doing no damage. So on the Arcade Mage now, just doing the most he possibly can. And I do wonder, I mean, we talked a little bit about the Outlaw Rogue. I wonder if they have practiced the Outlaw Rogue Shadow Priest or not really. Rev now getting swapped to. The pressure seems much better from Gators back this game. Mana is looking good for Cubsy as well. So oh, wow! Calvish almost just going down. Are you kidding me? Almost just getting absolutely one-shot. And I guess that's the dynamic with Marks Hunter and Arcane Mage. You really can never be that confident. At any moment, you could just explode. So I feel like Gators back is going to be looking good for them. It's going to be looking like they're winning. And then they might just randomly die. So they really have to avoid that.
Yeah, and here comes Arcane Surge. Nice pet stun, though, to interrupt it. Calvish still looking for it. He finds it. Big damage coming out here with the Arcane Missiles onto Prev. Getting a lot of work done there. Dazed looking for the opener. Welcome to the Jung is doing the exact right thing here. Going for a stun and just trying to just play very defensive. Dazed's going to suffer through that stun, but manages now to finally make it back to Drake. Calvish still recasting in the backline. Killing Spree coming out onto Drake as well. Nice Iron Bark from Jung Bahai. And a stun onto Cubsy. Into a Cyclone, actually. Jung Bahai finding it. Last time, it won them the game. Now Dazed's going to have to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. So, good pressure. If they can find those sneaky Cyclones, that could definitely be a win condition here for Welcome to the Jung. Because I don't know in the long game, actually, if this strategy is going to play out for them.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. We'll have to wait and see. About 3 minutes have elapsed in this game. It was almost 12 minutes in game number 1. Calvish now taking quite a bit of damage, just trying his best to weave in arcane missiles while sitting at the pillar. Full Hammer of Justice on Cubsy, into a full trap, Dazed on the run. And pressure is a lot better here for Welcome to the Jung than I really expected. This blinding light, this is a big all-in. Dazed could die. Looks like Cubsy will be able to keep him alive. Trades out the Guardian Spirit, throws in a big Serenity. Dazed gets topped off, but honestly, welcome to the jungle. They're looking a lot stronger in this game. And this is the exact same position where you have this team of Gators back, just sitting at the pillar, kind of hiding, looking for a few moments. But Jungle High is just never in any crowd control. So their strategy is basically just to one-shot and just kill through healing, which is going to be a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, especially with all of these kind of hard stops defensively that Welcome to the Jung has available to them. Stun coming out, but Cubs just going to blink it, go back to the pillar. Arcane Blast coming out. Cubs actually getting cleaved a little bit, and I like that from Welcome to the Jung. Just go after the Priest a little bit when they're kind of too huddled up behind that pillar, but at the same time, just making sure that they don't overextend behind their Prev is caught up in a kidney shot. A lot of damage coming out here from the side of the Gators. Prev dropping to 20% HP, but Jung Bahai is in the back line, managing to get a lot of heals to swap to Cubsy. Cubsy gets trapped off of that stun. I really like that. Just make sure that you're taxing Cubsy's mana, doing damage to him, and then trapping him, and then rotating that pressure over onto the mage. And honestly, the way Welcome to the Jung is playing this is very, very impressive here. They're looking like a kind of a brick wall with how they're playing this one out, but I am worried about Jung Bahai's mana, already down to about 50% at this point.
Yeah, we'll likely have to go for a drink. Decent damage here onto Prev. I think the one thing Gators back realizes is that that's a huge win condition for them. Winning on mana in the late game, they really need to shut down the drinks, but I think Zhang Bahai will find that opportunity at some point. Trap lands here on a Cubsy. Both Dazed and Calvish are getting low. Divine Hymn trades. This is an opportunity for Zhang Bahai to use that Shadow Meld and try to recover some mana. We'll have to wait and see. Drake's there. It might even be worth trading a big cooldown at some point, but Prev caught into a stun lock, and Gators back is making a push. They have a lot of damage out right now. The blind on Zhang Bahai, he's just going to, with full discipline, not trade out his trinket. So realizing he had the heal available, full Hammer Justice now with a Cubsy, and honestly, welcome to the jungle. They had to make minimal trades there to survive that attack.
Yeah, very, very nice here defensively. But that Arcane Surge is going to subside shortly.
Whoa!
Calvish taking a massive hit of damage there by Prev, but Prev caught up in a kidney shot now. Dazed looking for the follow-up cheap shot. Not finding too much damage, but just making sure that they're attacking. Jung Bahai looks like he is trying to drink, potentially. He should Shadow Meld somewhere. I'm not sure, actually, if he's able to recover any mana right now.
Oh, he's drinking.
Or I think he's drinking for sure. Cubsy dropping to a half HP. See what Jung Bahai comes out with here. Drake's taking a lot of damage, though. Yeah, Jung Bahai recovering a decent amount, about 25% mana there with that sneaky little drink. And you can see Drake feeling a little bit of pressure, though, as all of his hots kind of fell off. Prev, though, as well, taking a lot of damage here. Dazed looking for the stun lock, looking for the damage, but nice return fire coming out from Prev as well. Drake kind of forced to go back to that pillar. Still has all of his defensives, but Cubsy now with a mana disadvantage. Actually, it's somewhat even again, as Jung Bahai kind of had to catch up after that drink. But look at his damage coming out. The cleave pressure from the MM Hunter is insane. That Cyclone, actually don't like that Cyclone too much onto Dazed. Because he was getting cleaved there with Cubsy, but it kind of stopped him from taking all of that damage at that point. But still, good pressure from Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, full kidney shot, smoke bomb. Prev immediately trinkets. He actually trinkets, feigns, and turtles. I mean, that was a lot of respect. I feel like if he had just feigned, like that was enough. I wonder if that was an overreaction by Prev, but really just didn't want to get cheesed by the smoke bomb. They still have a lot of answers. You can see Drake, he has the Sanctuary. He's got Lay on Hands, the Divine Shield. And if you know, this is just like in Solo Shovel. When dampening gets high and the Ret has all his immunities, that's the exact situation that Welcome to the Jungle wants. But a beautiful ice wall here by Calvish.
Nice.
Drake is not there. He's trying to snipe off the wall if he can. I don't think they have the damage to take down Prev. That's going to be an Iron Bark from Zhang Bahai to keep him alive. But miraculously, Cubsy fully recovers the situation. It's not looking too bad. His mana is not too bad, but a full Hammer of Justice now lands. And they are going after Daze. Full blind onto Prev, like really just trying to limit the damage that they have available. Now setting up on him. And remember, they're not even getting crowd control on Zhang Bahai. They're not even trying. They're just trying to win through all-out damage and attrition.
Yeah, I actually really like that blind. Prev popped his true shot, popped all of his damage cooldowns. Just blind him, just shut him down, and then stun him as well. So he gets no value out of that. That next Arcane Surge is available here for Calvish. He gets caught up in a scatter shot. So he's going to actually be able to free cast during that, potentially. Dazed, though, gets caught up in a stun. Full Hodge onto Cubsy. Dazed trinketing out, realizing the danger is in. Trades out the evasion. Here comes the Arcane Surge. Here comes the damage. Who is going to be on? It looks like Drake will be the one, will be the target of choice here for Calvish. Now swapping over to Prev a little bit, but once again has to kind of duck for cover around the corner. not the best Arcane Surge. And one big thing that I've noticed that a lot of mages do wrong is they pop that Arcane Surge in too much of a defensive position. Where you pop the Arcane Surge is where the Phoenix spawned. So that Phoenix was kind of stuck there behind the pillar, not really doing anything. So Calvis needs to try to make sure that he's actually in a spot where his Phoenix can cast after he gets the Surge off. Because otherwise, he's going to lose a lot of that damage that Arcane Surge brings.
Right, Jung, but I think he actually recovers even more mana. He goes for a drink. So, like I said, this is going to be a long series. Oh, Cubsy! That was so nice. He gets knocked into the open by Prev into a full Hammer of Justice. They throw a rapid fire now into a trap. I love what they do. They make the swaps on Cubsy with the Hammer of Justice, take full value of getting that damage out, and then they just trap him out of it. This is where Cubsy falls further and further behind. At the same time, Prev is getting low. He trades out the Sacrifice as well as the Survival of the Fittest. Iron Bark as well. So tons of defense, but a huge hit of damage from Prev forces out the Ice Block. And now Gators back is in a terrible position. They are all just outright dead. Dampening is extremely high. Cubsy's forced to trade out his Trinket into a follow-up stun. Do they have a trap? I mean, these binding shots are just absolutely lethal. Arcane Surge gets kicked. Calvis trying to do what he can to get some damage rolling, but you can never count the Arcane Mage out. If he gets the Arcane Surge off at this point of the game, he could triple kill the enemy team if, you know, the stars align. He gets the damage off at the right time. So just look out for that. Gators back, not out of it yet, but welcome to the Jung. They're just playing the strategy so effective.
Yeah, and the fact that Jung Bahai keeps going for those drinks as well is kind of putting a lot of pressure on the Gators. And here comes Calvish, though, looking for the Ring of Frost actually onto Drake. It looks like they want to go after Prev, but this is the point in the game where you can start trading out those immunities. Blessing of Protection is going to come out there onto Prev. He's going to shut down the offensive pressure that Dazed had, and it allows Prev also to get aggressive with the True Shot. Look at his damage. Triple blind, triple cleave, and welcome to the Jung. Are now on match point, winning this game. Just pushing in, being so calculated with how they decide to approach the matchup. And, I mean, what do you do if you're the Gators now? The strategy did not work whatsoever.
I'm feeling real good about my prediction right now. Like, real good about it. So, I don't know what the Gators are going to do. Because I'm going to be honest, this composition looks very good. And especially the way they play it. I swear, Drake is... I don't know. I think Drake is one of the best defensive melee in the entire game. Like, his positioning, knowing when to weave in, weave out, land the stuns, like, trade cooldowns. He's so greedy with his cooldowns, too. And welcome to the Jung also. They're so precise at when they know they're going to win the game. You know what I mean? It's like the entire game, they're just sitting back, giving you no room to, like, make any kind of moves. And then right when they know you basically guaranteed lose, all three of them just charge in. They're like, yep, this is the moment we win. And they're just so well calculated with all their decisions.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, did you see Drake didn't use his bop the entire game? But as soon as he used it, they won before the next Thundiar event. So like, he knows exactly what the win condition is, when to enable his teammates to be aggressive. And yeah, Prev managing to find a KO there at the end as well.
This is nuts. This is crazy. Welcome to the Jung. Every time I want to count Welcome to the Jung out, I just realize how insanely good they are. Like, why this team is just so incredibly dominant. It's always just some new comp, too. That's what's so insane about these guys. Is like, in the open bracket, I don't even think they played this composition once. They were just playing, like, Feral, Destro, Voidweaver. And now all of a sudden they're bringing in Resto Druid, which, by the way, I just want to say, people right now, most people, if you're a Resto Druid main, you're probably complaining about Resto Druid. Like, you think it's a little bit weak. We're not seeing Resto Druids do really well. And meanwhile, he's bringing it out in, you know, the upper finals. Keep in mind, Gators back have not lost a single... Before the series, Gators back had not lost a single round. They didn't drop a match to anybody. Not one round, not one game. They were undefeated in this tournament. And now, welcome to the Jung. They're making the Druid look good. The Ret look good. The Hunter look good. Nice to see.
Yep. They're just... playing these kind of, I don't want to say underdog specs, but definitely in the case of Resto Druid, something that a lot of people have pounded out. And now they're on match point. We're going to hook point, and we're going back to the RPS with the Sub Rogue. I wonder how much they played RPS with the Outlaw Rogue. Because, I mean, these guys are the experts, right? I wonder why they don't like the Outlaw Rogue in this matchup. But on hook point, definitely going to be a lot easier to kind of punish Jung Bahai. So I think that, at least on this map, they're going to be able to pressure the Resto Druid a lot more and maybe exploit some of those weaknesses. that you can have if they're targeted.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know how much I like the Shadow Priest. Like, I know it's WizK, but I feel like I'd rather see, like, Warlock Rogue. Like, Warlock Rogue Shaman in this matchup, I think it's just way scarier, way more deadly. I'm not sure. I need to be convinced of the Shadow Priest at this point, because obviously it's WizK. They do really well on the ladder. I saw them beat cats and dogs with it, but I'm not sure.
Is everyone's prediction welcome to the Jung now?
It looks like that, yeah. It does look like that.
What's this?
Yeah, I'm gonna copy.
Looking a little rigged. It's looking a little rigged right now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The only healer I haven't made and geared to play in solo shuffle is Resto Druid, but I'm making one tomorrow.
Okay.
Just based off these games, Jangba has inspired me to pick up the Druid, the Giga Tree.
The Giga Tree.
I need to
like
copy
that.
this build. I'm copying this build 100%.
Don't copy his mugs though. His mug is kind of iffy. Let's see here. Drake. I like Drake's mug. Okay, wait. Let me see here. He's got the that pole arm.
Where's
that pole
from?
arm is super low drop.
Wait,
It's
No,
from.
don't tell him. Oh, this is a quiz.
It's from Legion, right? From the last boss.
Yeah, what's his name though?
Oh, I don't remember. But it's in that raid that only had like 2 bosses, right?
No.
Or?
Yeah.
Hey, it's
The
from
boss
Legion from the
before-
last boss. All right.
Yeah, it's the boss before the world gets stabbed.
Yeah, that's
His name's Argus. We're such noobs, dude.
Argus,
Like,
Argus the Unmaker.
Argus. Yeah, it's Argus.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, the helm is that Crown of Eternal Winter? I think so. And the rest of the gear was Paladin Tier 3 set.
I don't think that actually is Crown of Eternal Winter. Crown of Eternal Winter is the one that has like the frosty phase, right? I think.
Yeah, it has a frosty face, but it like it has after a while. It's like it looks like that, and then it gets the frosty face. But
What's
it's not actually.
the helmet? The Crown of Bloody Secession.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
Never heard of it, but looks good. Yeah. Drake might have the
Doesn't
best
look as good as
transponder
Crown
today.
of. Doesn't look as good as Crown of the Eternal Winter, though. I think you can get that in the shop. All right, match point. Welcome to the Jung. 2-0 versus Gators back. All right, let's see. Can they close this out? Dude, the clock just actually hit midnight here in Sweden. That's pretty cool.
Oh wow, what a coincidence!
Yeah.
All right, Cyclone here on Cubsy. On his trinket, actually gets immediately Cyclone. So Shank Bahai managing to find that. The second Cyclone of the series, I think. So, yeah, getting that crowd control out early. This is a nice small map. So what this tells me is that Gators back really wants to go after Zhang Bahai, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Get the stun lock here. Problem is he does have a rep paladin backing him up. So if you're going to play Druid, which is susceptible to being trained, you really want a rep paladin on your team. So we'll have to see how much Prev and Drake are going to be able to help him out. And also, when WizK and Calvish are putting so much pressure on the Zhang Bahai, that leaves both Drake and Prev open. So I do worry for WizK if he's just going to get completely owned in this situation.
Yeah, WizK. A lot of Shadow Priest might disperse in that position, but WizK definitely knows the limit of his specialization. You just high mountain charge over there to just try to get there faster. Get a kidney shot onto Zhang Bahai, but unfortunately for them, Zhang Bahai was in bear form, and he got sanked anyway. Double Fear coming out onto Drake and Zhang Bahai. They're going after Prev. Is isolated. 3 versus 1. Void Torrent gets casted out. Big damage. They get the silence as well onto Zhang Bahai, and he's going to be off stun DR soon. So soon, Calvish is going to Shadow Step over to the rest of Druid, and they're going to start blasting him as well. Let's see if they can actually connect here. It looks like Calvish wants to make the... Oh, that's nice. The Giga Tree from Zhang Bahai. Realizing, hey, we don't have Sanctuary. They want to swap over to me here. I'm not going to let them. I'm going to go into the big tree, and I'm going to immune it. And it looks like they still want to do it out of that tree. Kidney Shot comes in onto Zhang Bahai, but they don't have nearly enough damage at this point. It's just so telegraphed. He's had so much time to kind of prep himself with HOTS, and he just reads that beautifully. Nicely done by Welcome to the Jung.
They do get Barskin, though, so despite the fact that Jungle had with so many preemptive heal over time effects on himself, still managed to get that cooldown with the kidney shot, but look at the damage. Gator's back is all rotting down. Shaman are pretty good at dealing with this damage profile, though. When everyone is a little bit low on health like this, they can recover quite nicely in this situation. Another setup here on the Zhang Bahai. Looks like he will get sanked out of that one, so still has his trinket. Barskin's rotating back up. So far, so good for Welcome to the Jung. They go for the blind. There's 0% chance Zhang Bahai is going to be trinketing that blind. I don't think he's even going to get on that fear. Prev, though, in some trouble. Might have to make a trade. Huge heals incoming. I mean, that was a really scary situation. I think that was a lay on hands there by Drake to keep Prev alive. So really nicely done. This is what Gators back need. They need to be hitting multiple targets, going after Zheng Bahai, keeping him defensive, but then mixing it up with the blind, going after Prev, and pulling some big cooldowns.
Yeah, this is exactly what makes RPS so difficult to play against, especially when it played against a team of this caliber. Finally getting themselves some big cooldowns, getting themselves back into the match a little bit. Prev could be a good target here for the Gators. WizK pushing in for the full fear. He actually gets it. Drake is not there with the Sanctuary. He doesn't have it available just yet. Prev is isolated. Big damage onto Prev. No lay on hands available. He's going to have to trade out the Exil instead, as well as that survival of the fittest shield wall from the Hunter. Now trying to respond with some rapid fire damage back onto Calvis. Stun into trap. Does he get the trap? Doesn't look like it. Actually, it looks like Cubsy might have grounded that freezing trap right there. Nicely done by Cubsy, but Zheng Bahai gets the Cyclone onto Cubsy. Calvish dropping low, but defensive kidney shot onto Prev. Prev is going to trinket out of that one. So another little cooldown here being forced. The Hunter is definitely paying off going after him. They can get back onto Zheng Bahai as well and keep them guessing. That should be very good here for the Gators.
Let's see what they can do. Hammer of Justice. Cubsy getting absolutely owned here. He's going to be dropping the Healing Tide Totem. He gets an Ascendance proc as well, so able to quickly recover his team. But these setups onto Cubsy have been looking a little bit scary. Every one of those Hammer of Justices would be a little bit dicey. Full fear here on the Zheng Bahai. They're going after Prev once again. Drake is there to potentially save the day. Not using the Sanctuary just yet. Playing it calm, cool, collected. Looks like Prev should be more than okay. Now it's going to be up to Welcome to the Jung to make a push. 4 minutes, 23 seconds have elapsed in the game. 19% dampening. Full Hammer of Justice onto Cubsy as both Calvish and WizK are rotting down. And Welcome to the Jungle is looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, and they though is the question. Cubsy definitely stacking up with his team right now, making it as difficult as possible. Nice kill on that Siphon right there. Drake's in a kidney shot, double fear. Zheng Bahai in a cheap shot. They're going after Prev once again, 3v1. They get a full hex onto Zheng Bahai. Nicely done there by Cubsy. And they get his trinket with that. They get his bark skin with that. And they get the Iron Bark. This is a huge setup. Drake has no Blessing of Protection as well. They could 100 Zheng Bahai actually if they can find a good swap opportunity here. But WizK is in a little bit of trouble. Full Cyclone lands as well as a trap overlap there. Oh my God. Almost take down Calvish there in that position. But he does manage to survive. Has his Cloak of Shadows. Obviously did have to trinket though in that exchange. Welcome to the Jung. Fighting back.
Yep, nicely done. Zheng Bahai going to be preemptively using that tree form. But honestly, Welcome to the Jung. The cooldowns are dwindling. They really don't have that much. Gators back. This is their best game so far. Full kidney shot lands. There's a Sanctuary. Spell here on Zheng Bahai. And once it fades, they need to land the fear if they can. But doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Full trap now onto Cubsy. And it's going to be Calvish on the run. Welcome to the Jung. They're looking to strike back. Can they find an aim shot? No, Calvish does an excellent job just line of sighting it. You can see WizK still has his Void Shift and Dispersion. There are cooldowns available for Gators back. Welcome to the Jungle. They're just trying to stall and buy as much time as possible. They realize, although Prev isn't that vulnerable right now. He's got his Trinket. He's got Feign. He's got the Survival of the Fittest. Many defensive cooldowns if he needs it. And it's actually Gators back that is on the back foot. Hammer of Justice lands. Zheng Bahai looking for a full Cyclone once again. And this is where Welcome to the Jung could really start developing that momentum. Are they going to 3-0 Gators back and send them to the lower bracket? Or is Gators back going to be able to strike back with his attack on Prev?
Yeah, they get a full blind sap there onto Zheng Bahai. They're going after Prev. He's got no turtle, but still Drake is backing him up. He's got the sacrifice as well. Catches a big heal there with the exhilaration. Zheng Bahai out of crowd control finally when that silence subsided. This was their big push on the side of the Gators, and it didn't net them a kill. Zheng Bahai, though, still under a lot of pressure. He doesn't have Bark Skin, actually, and they do have Sanctuary, but if they cover Drake and they can go after Zheng Bahai, that could be an opening once again. Or maybe if Cubsy later on in the match can land some more hexes like that one that they did. There's a full kidney shot. They get the Sanctuary, and it's just so difficult to shake down this Druid because it's just the Sanctuary plus the Bark Skin that are constantly rotating, going after Prev. Prev taking some damage there as well. Had to trinket with the smoke bomb, but Calvish is the one in trouble. Big damage here from Prev. He's pushing in for the win. Can they do it? Zheng Bahai goes in for the CC, finds the full maim stun onto Calvish. Cubsy in a DR, Hammer of Justice. Can they get the full trap? It doesn't look like it. Calvish still, though, flailing to stay alive. The Ascendance is going to be popped here for Cubsy as he does recover the rest of his team. Full kidney shot onto Zheng Bahai. He's going to trinket out of that one. Does not want to fall behind in this position. Nicely done, but he gets feared on his trinket. Dark Ascension, WizK looking for the pressure, looking for the counter. and it's not going to be too much here onto Prev. It's going to be Drake instead as the target. Calvish pushing in, disarming Prev here, realizing that he's in a very, very dangerous position. As the Cloak of Shadows, Drake almost going down there. Actually, no bubble available. Drake might just die right now. Huge damage coming out. The Gators have done it, and they turn it around. 39% dampening. They find the kill onto Drake. They turn up the heat, and the RPS, man, it works out.
Small map definitely paying dividends here in this matchup. And this is actually very important. Gators back needed to win this matchup because this, I think it forces Welcome to Jung to stay on this composition. So I really like the way Gators back played this one. You really need to be putting more pressure on Zhang Bahai. That's the weakness of the Restoration Druid, right? When you're going after all 3 targets in the match, you're forcing Zhang Bahai in bear form a lot more often. He's having to pre-heal himself many times in the match. Like, that's when you're going to be able to develop momentum. This is where Drake, I can't believe they kill him. They literally kill him through everything. He lay on hands himself and Ironbark's up. They kill him twice through Ironbark.
So this was actually a rare mistake from Welcome to the Jung. So in that moment at the beginning there where Cubsy lands the Hex, you can see it right here. Cheap shot onto Jung Bahai into a full Hex. Drake bubbles here to save Prev, and Jung Bahai trinkets here. So Drake at this point, because I was wondering towards the end, I was like, when did he bubble? I didn't actually see him have to use it. So at this point, he should have had bubble if they didn't overlap right there. Yeah, it ended up costing him 35 seconds, before that bubble rotated back. Not to take anything away from the Gators, of course. They played really well to make that happen, but that was a big defensive overlap that we typically don't see from the side of Welcome to the Jung. So I do think that that's probably like a main thing that they're talking about, who should actually use their cooldowns in this position. But the pressure on Prev was amazing, and a lot of it was because they were able to attack Zhang Bahai a little bit more in this matchup.
All right. Where are we going? I think it's going to be more than likely a big map. I think Zhang Bahai doesn't want to be anywhere near them. Like, I'm trying to think of what map we're going to be going to, but it's
probably
definitely going to be a large
Asha
map.
Asha Main's or Toothpick map, Empyrean Domain. If I had to guess. Maybe Maldraxxus as well. Just any large map.
I think
should do it.
Maldraxxus. Okay, there it is. That should be enough. Like, basically, Welcome to the Jung. They want to have as much space as possible, force Gators back off the pillar. The problem with that last map is that Gators back can easily flex between being at a pillar and then instantly on top of you because it's such a small map. So that is not going to be nearly as easy to pull off on this map. But I think Gators back, they're gonna, if they want to play the same way, they're gonna have to like make some really uncomfortable decisions. I think they're gonna have to play aggressive, or they need to play really, really passive until dampening. And then that's when they can actually win through cooldowns. You know what I mean? So I do wonder what they're going to do. Like, are they going to play kind of really aggressive and reckless from the beginning? Are they going to play a more passive start? Do they try a different composition? Like, what's the game plan here for Gators?
I think they have to play RPS. I mean, but they know what's going to happen, right? Like, they could play the RMP again, and Welcome to the Jung. Welcome to the Jung is probably playing the same comp no matter what. But it's so dangerous because Welcome to the Jung could lock in, a lot of different things. So it's got to be very dangerous to blind lock against them. But I feel like they're just going to play this Ret Hunter, Resto Druid throughout the entire series. They usually focus more on like micro adaptations than like a large, change like their comp. So for the Gators, you won with the RPS. I think you stick with the RPS, but at the same time on this map, you're really not going to get much done. It's going to be like a repeat of Nagrand. I think you go Outlaw. Or you probably go Arcane. Outlaw or Arcane again. Like either go Outlaw SP or Outlaw Arcane. I don't think you go sub. Okay, yeah, I guess you go sub.
Yeah, they won the last game, so maybe they're feeling confident with the composition, but I think the map is definitely...
Yeah.
The map's going to be a little bit more rough. I think Welcome to the Jung, there's a very high chance we see the exact same composition. And they just... yeah, there it is. So same comp.
I mean, I get the thought process behind what the Gators are doing, but like I feel like the chance to win like that is so low when Zhang Bahai is going to be able to drink like he did on Tolvir, and he's going to be able to just sit back like we saw on Nagrand. And now this is a transmog that I definitely like. So we're looking at what is that? Is that tier 6 from TBC, or is that season 3 set? Yeah, this is the season 3 set. They kind of share the same look. So that's the Vengeful set. The hat is absolutely beautiful.
always has good hats.
I love that hat. I love that hat so much, actually. And what is that weapon?
He's known for his hats. He always has a nice hat. That's actually the weapon from this season, yeah. It's really nice, actually. Yeah.
Sick. And the shield from the season too. Yeah, that looks... I mean, they don't match with the rest of the mug, but I really like the hat. I like the little eye... what are they called?
Eyepiece, the monocle.
Yeah, the monocle. Yeah, that's it. It looks really
Sometimes
nice.
I wish I had a monocle. Like I could.
Me too.
You know?
Just like... I want one of those monocles that you have in your pocket, you know, with like a chain attached to it.
That's just a watch. I'm pretty sure that's a pocket watch. That's not a monocle.
What?
A monocle is like for seeing, and a pocket watch.
Yeah, I know, but don't you have those that you like put? It's like a pocket watch, but like you put it in your eye and then
I've never seen that before. Maybe.
Wait, really?
Maybe I'm crazy.
Wait, is that off meta?
I don't know, but Zhangbahai under fire early on in the match. Welcome to the Junk, still just one away from closing it out and putting Gators back into the lower bracket. One thing's for sure, everyone in this tournament is afraid of both of these teams. These are kind of the teams to beat right now. So we'll see what Welcome to the Junk can do. Immediate tree form here by Zhangbahai, who's just going to be throwing out those empowered heals and keeping his team nice and healthy.
Yeah, and Whiskey is definitely going to need to be kept nice and healthy at this point. He's going for the massive spell on the trap. Can he get it? No. Drake is just a king when it comes to landing these interrupts. Whiskey forced to do early dispersion. Nice opener here for Welcome to the Jung, but they're going after Zhangbahai in the backline. Scattershot onto Calvish, slowing him down with his rogue shenanigans. Prev, meanwhile, free casting onto Whiskey. Whiskey pushing in without the dispersion. A little bit scary, but they actually blind Prev here. Just to shut him down, but that wasn't on his true shot or anything, actually. So just blind Prev just to allow Whiskey to kind of push in and get dots at this particular moment. Dots on basically everybody on the side of Welcome to the Jung. Now they're looking for the fear. They get a kidney shot onto Zhangbahai. There's the Sanctuary coming out as well. Whiskey pushing in. He wants to get a fear on that Sanctuary and maybe go after Drake or Prev, but Calvish is going to take a little bit of a beating, but the Earthen Wall Totem is doing some work for Cubsy, and they will recover on the side of the Gators for now.
All right. I really like the fact that Zhangbahai is just repositioning. I think that's going to be the name of the game. Anytime Whiskey, Calvish, and Cubsy can get on top of him, Zhangbahai is going to be looking to be out of line of sight and then cross the map as soon as possible. Calvish creating a lot of solo pressure right now, but full scatter shot does land. Zhangbahai still just in bear form. Frenzied Regeneration, and he is just not making himself a target. One of the more difficult healers to take down. On this map, it's not going to be easy. Nice vortex there by Zhangbahai as well, not allowing Calvish to get into the fight and really help out the team, keeping him in combat. In the meantime, Prev and Drake are forcing Whiskey and Cubsy to the pillar, forcing them to run and hide. And this is the positioning you want. At some point, Gators back are going to have to make a move, though, and get aggressive in the match.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. Prev right now taking a little bit of a stun lock, but I like these hexes onto Drake, actually. Just try to throw them out as much as possible, and if you can cover it at the same time with a stun on Zhangbahai, that could be a great way to kind of negate the effect of that Sanctuary. Zhangbahai, though, in bear form for the CC chain, not even going to have to trade out anything. They have the Sanctuary. He has Barkskin as well. So Zhangbahai, very, very, very empowered right now to just do whatever he wants. Cubsy, meanwhile, had to trade out his Astral Shift. Nice Shadow Step disarm onto Prev as he is looking to get aggressive with that True Shot into the Gouge. Aggressive with that True Shot into the Gouge. I was doing a really, really trinket on that kidney shot. So annoying. You just look at him. You pop your cooldowns, you get disarmed into a Gouge, into a kidney, you trinket it into a blind, and then your cooldowns are just over. So frustrating, but Calvish doing the absolutely right thing here to kind of fit the strategy of his team. And, a lot of these games are also a mental game, like to try to tilt your opponent. Something like that would definitely tilt me a little bit if I was, on that Hunter.
Yeah, full stun now onto Prev, and keep in mind, he trinket a bit aggressively, so doesn't have that available. Full kidney shot on the Zhangbahai, immediate Sanctuary there by Drake. So they get the Sanctuary out of the way, and this is kind of a necessary step for Gators back, where they throw out a bunch of stuns, they manage to get Prev's trinket, they manage to get the Sanctuary, just slowly working through those cooldowns until they can overwhelm. full stun here onto Calvish. Cubsy's going to be going for some heals with the healing surge in the back line. Calvish should be more than okay, but once again, Gators back. They're trying to smother. They get the full stun on Zhang Bahai immediately, and he's going to trade the trinket. So they get the trap on Calvish. Zhang Bahai just immediately is going to trinket, does not want to mess around, does not want to allow Gators back to get any kind of momentum, goes into the tree form, and everyone's topped off. I feel like that might have been a bit preemptive, but maybe he was afraid of the Shadow Blades from Calvish.
Yeah, he's got no Barkskin, no Sanctuary. This is the kill attempt right now to Jung Bahai. Can they take him down? Big damage connecting here, but looks like Jung Bahai actually is going to be able to just walk out of that pre-Iron Bark to set up. What a king. He actually would have died there, I think, in that smoke bomb if he didn't, or at least forced a Blessing of Protection from Drake, but just always staying ahead of the game, reading it. He had no Barkskin, no Trinket, and no Sanctuary from Drake there. So that was a really, really big push that the Gators were banking on, but Welcome to the Jung are so good at reading these situations, always coming up with the perfect answer and just staying alive, but still good pressure onto Jung Bahai. And honestly, I thought that this was going to look a lot different with just him being able to just sit back behind his Hunter far, far away. He's been tried and tested a lot in this match, and he's also losing on mana at this point. So really good stuff coming out from the Gators. Nice main stun, though, onto Whiskey. Jung Bahai is going to try to reposition here. And this is more what I was thinking in terms of positioning, just being really far back and kind of allowing the enemy team to come to him. And they would have to walk through the gauntlet of his teammates. But Prep running down a little bit. Drake running down a little bit. Calvish looking for the re-stealth behind the pillar. Finds it. Looking to reopen onto Drake. Actually gets pulled out there. A little bit unlucky for Calvish, but still looking to set up that next attempt. Nice static field knock there onto Drake. And now Calvish pushes in 1v2 here. Nicely done by Jung Bahai. Anticipating crowd control and goes into that massive tree form to immune any incoming CCs and make sure that Prev is nicely topped.
Yep. Zhang Bahai once again crossing the map, but a full kidney shot lands. Is he going to trade out the Barkskin? Nope, just the Sanctuary. That should be more than enough. Just in bear form, still just tanking out the damage. Doesn't want to fall behind. They make a setup here onto Cubsy. I like it. Big setup on Cubsy. He is in danger. Astral Shift comes in, but he's got no trinket, so luckily for him, that trinket will be rotating back up soon. Zhang Bahai having to play a little bit of catch-up here, looking for some regrowth. Big snipes there by Prev as well, keeping Calvish and WizK low, but Cubsy's there to back him up, connect some heals, and stay in the fight. But Drake still has every single one of his defensive cooldowns, so what we really don't want to see is Drake have an overlap like we saw in the last game where he traded out his Blessing of Spell Warding as well as his Divine Shield just to save Prev. If they can prevent that situation, it would be massive, but scary situation here for Prev. Drake, is he going to make the trade? He does Blessing of Spell Warding onto Prev to keep him alive. So one of those major cooldowns is traded out, and it's with the Divine Shield, exactly what I was talking about. Oh no, it's the same situation we saw in that last game.
Yeah, but he had to do it. To be fair, they didn't overlap it with like Jung Bahai's trinket or anything, at least. This was for sure something that they just forced by stunning him and getting that clean smoke bomb. So well played by the Gators. Looking like they're showing some signs of life here. Actually, Preb once again getting disarmed into a stun lock, into a trinket, into a blind on his trinket, on all of his cooldowns here. Very, very annoying, but he's going to be able to get a little bit of pressure with that. And now Prev is in that same position as earlier where he's got no trinket. And this time Drake can't really save him. So it's going to be up to Jung Bahai potentially to save the day. And if they can start rotating this pressure onto Jung Bahai as well, it's going to be really hard for Welcome to the Jung to actually guess what to do in this matchup. They need to get some counter pressure. And right now, it's not looking too good. Drake does have his trinket rotated back up, but now they're going after Drake. Big pressure onto Drake. There's the silence onto Jung Bahai. They get the stun onto Drake. This could be it. Big damage coming out. Jung Bahai just sitting through that. Actually, no silence to follow it up. Drake down to half HP here. Still managing to trust his healer in that position. Jung Bahai in a gouge right now. Potential for a swap maybe when that stun DR comes back for Calvish, but for now, it's going to be Drake. He's going to be the target of choice. Prev loading up some aim shots onto Calvish. He's feeling the damage there, but the Earthen Wall Totem blocks it for a moment. Calvish still down to half HP, but big heals coming in the backline there by Cubsy. And now they're going after Prev on the side of the Gators. Lightning Lasso onto Drake, though, as well. Rotting down, followed up by a cheap shot. They could get the kill right now. Huge damage, but a lay on hands, I think, actually blocks the kill there for Drake just in the nick of time.
Dampening is so high. I mean, Gators back. They're looking good. Zhang Bahai's mana is not. What is he going to do? Here comes the Ancient of Lore. But I feel like if they don't win right now, they're going to get completely ran over. The only good thing for Drake is that he has Trinket as well as his Blessing of Sanctuary. Calvish is low on health, though. Dampening is high. Cubsy is really struggling. welcome to the jungle. I think they realize they have an opportunity, but they have to play very
Calvish.
safe. Calvish getting scattered. Nicely done there by Prev, getting the scatter on the smoke bomb, not allowing him to connect. Now Drake's in trouble. He immediately trinkets. He does not want to mess around. He needs to get out of line of sight. WizK is just smothering them, though. He pushes in. The Hammer of Justice lands, but Gators back. They smell blood in the water. They want to win this game. Stun comes in. Nice.
Oh my gosh!
From downtown,
That
Prev.
was sick! That was
massive.
sick!
Zheng Bahai sets him up with a stun, and Prev just knocks it out of the park. A massive aim shot.
Zhang Bahai gets feared, and he trinkets the fear, melts, rake stuns the rogue, and sets up the kill instantly. It happens so fast, and Prev is just lining up the damage. And you know, this has got to be so satisfying if you're Prev. The entire game, every time you pop a blue shot, you're getting gouged, you're getting stunned, you're getting blinded, you're getting disarmed, and finally, you get to blast this rogue to the lower bracket. Oh, that was satisfying to watch, actually. Even as somebody who doesn't like MM Hunters a lot, I definitely felt the satisfaction that Prev must have felt in that moment. But look at here, look at Jung Bahai. So they get the cheap shot onto Jung Bahai into the full fear, and then here, look at the druid trinket, gets a heal off, shadow meld, rake stun, and then look at Prev. Boom!
Oh my gosh, Prev, that was a proc too, an aim shot proc. Like there's nothing he could even see or do or react to. Just, good night. I'm sure that's, if you play WoW, I'm sure that's happened to you before. Like Prev dealing devastating amounts of damage in that situation, that's for sure.
Sadly, yes, I have been one shot by MM pre-cooldowns. It happened once or twice.
What can you do? Not much. That's crazy.
They actually played really well on the side of the Gators too. This was actually their best game, I think, in terms of how they played it. They had some really good forces, but welcome to the Jung. Also, they just played amazing, especially that moment where Prev scatter shot the rogue on the smoke bomb. If he didn't do that, you know, I think he was actually dead there because he had no trinket for that smoke bomb. But Calvish went for the greedy play. He didn't want to do a stun into a smoke bomb and risk the pre-iron bark, so he wanted to bomb into the stun. But then Prev just too quick for him.
Well, I mean, it's also not the end of them. They could potentially fight it out in the lower bracket and get a rematch. Gators back. If we were to see those guys again, I mean, Zico, you said that was their best game. What do you want to see them implement for a second go-around if they do get that chance?
If they get a rematch, yeah, I just maybe see this more. Don't even try the Arcane Mage. Just 100% confidence in the RPS. I feel like they were getting better throughout the series at playing this matchup. So yeah, just maybe some more reps on it. That last game looked really good, right until it didn't. I mean, they still had, you know, some cooldowns on Cubsy, but just a surprising amount of damage that came through. And I mean, that happens.
Yeah, certainly does. That is the Welcome to the Jung special right there. So they're going to be sitting there in the grand finals waiting for an opponent to come up from the lower bracket. As we can see here, Gators back. They are heading down in there to the lower bracket. Cats and Dogs and Direwolves, they are up next. It's Direwolves. This is the formerly Team Liquid Sea-Doo's team. We know them very well. Longest running roster currently in the AWC versus Cats and Dogs. Kind of the newcomers, the new bloods, Ven. The new blood. How do you feel like they're going to do against Direwolves?
They've been a really fun team to watch. They're playing a really explosive composition. So that Destra Warlock with the Rogue. So they play both the Subtlety Rogue and the Assassination Rogue. And then the Void Weaver Priest, which we saw utilized a lot in Europe and some in North America as well. So they're a really aggressive team. They're going to be super explosive to watch. And I'm curious to see what Direwolves have as a composition to beat them. Because it seems like you either kind of... When you fight against a Voidbeaver Monk, it seems like you either get completely owned or you have some sort of answer. So it's going to be interesting to see if Direwolves actually have an answer or if this is just going to be one-sided for Cats and Dogs.
I am curious as well. If you would like to know the answer to that question, you're going to have to stick around for a quick break. And when we come back, it's Cats and Dogs versus Direwolves. One of these teams is going home as this is the lower semifinals. So competition getting tough. The pressure is on these guys to stay in it as long as they can to get those points because they know what's coming at the end of the season, mid-November, that gauntlet and the grand finals, of course, for the season. So thank you guys so much. We'll be right back and we're going to have that matchup coming for you soon.
The light flickers. And in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice. You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished. The darkest night falls upon us, but if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now, champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Welcome back, everyone. We've got 3 series left in the day, and we are going to crown our North American champion for Cup number 1. by the end of today. Very exciting stuff. There are Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves up next for this series. Winner of this one moving forward in the lower bracket to face off in the lower finals against Gators back. So pretty important matchup, especially considering those points that these teams need early on, even to get into that top 3 or into that gauntlet, David. And it's the old dogs versus the new here. It's Dire Wolves versus Cats and Dogs. And I feel like this is always kind of a point where, you never know who you're going to pick, because it's like Dire Wolves, are they going to be able to get that glory that we've seen them do? Or is it going to be, the newcomers kind of coming in and taking that dub instead? Tough decision.
When it comes to like AWC teams being like at the higher echelon, one of the attributes that I look for is, are they able to overcome? Are they able to bring something back and adjust? Cats and Dogs being the team that knocked down the Dire Wolves originally to the lower bracket to send them on this lower bracket run, makes me want to adjust. Cats and Dogs being the team that knocked down the Dire Wolves originally to the lower bracket to send them on this lower bracket run, makes me want to look at Dire Wolves and see if they still have what it takes. We've seen this team forever. I mean, I think you said it, Sid. They're like one of the oldest rosters in the AWC, at least in the NA scene, and they got knocked down by these. And do they still have it in them to bring it back against Cats and Dogs? This is the bread and butter pick. We do see a Lord Mez enter the arena, and I just love to see that.
Yeah, they're bringing in the ringer, man. They're not leaving Mez on the bench this time around. However, Sidu in a sap, and Mez is isolated, and I might not want to speak too soon, as Mez just almost gets smoked in the first 15 seconds of the game, but Icebound Fortitude will restabilize him as he is marching forward towards Shards. Shards now meets him with a Death Coil, but he's able to pet stun him and prevent that Chaos Bolt, and Mez is doing a lot of damage. Trill's getting in position as well, but he's cheap shot. Shards is playing at the pillar to line of sight the Hunter, but Mez can then line of sight Chaos Bolt, so double-edged sword. Shards is going to opt to move towards the center of the map and try and get in line of sight of Trill and be able to attack 2 targets. Awaken's continuing to play in the back here as that Void Weaver. He does get Scorpion Stung on his Mind Blast. I like that timing. Smoke Bomb comes down on Mez with no Icebound, deciding not to trinket. Ooh, very reckless move by Mez, but that Death Strike just topped him.
Yeah, he seems to be okay regardless. But, Trill popping the True Shot aura didn't really feel like they got a whole lot done either at the same time. So Awaken now caught into that stun. Any follow-up CC could be trouble for Mez. He's going to use that AMS, and he uses it on himself defensively, which means he can't use it onto Sidu to prevent any CC later on. But I think that was the right call, because Mez is still in a bit of trouble. The double coil. Yikes. Mez is so far away, and Sidu cannot get there. And Cats and Dogs, we saw this previously as well.
Damage.
Awaken is top damage. That's insanity. I mean, we've seen Cats and Dogs find the opportunity to nail down kills in like the smallest amount of like fear pathing, and that double coil is all that they needed. They got all of the defensive cooldowns away from Mez. They got the Icebound early on. They got the AMS even. But
look at Awaken, dude. Awaken, watch him go top of the damage meter when he died. He's top of the damage meter.
Oh my gosh, he's above everyone.
He's beating everyone in the game. It's Trill. Bro, that's Trill. He's beating Trill on damage. He's beating Mez, the Death Lord, on damage. Subtlety Rogue, I kind of understand he's beating that guy on damage. Jax
Sure.
Subtlety Rogue, sure. But even Destro Luck, he's beating it on damage. Awaken did so much damage. We're hyping him up. Lord Mez is coming off the bench for game number 1, and he just gets launched, bro. He just gets coiled into Narnia from Sidu, opposite directions, no chance of getting there for a Spirit Link, and Trill is kind of just left standing there, just like, what do I do? Let's see, could Trill have done anything? He's got Binding Shot. Could he really have done anything to help Mez at this point? Does he have Scatter? Like anything? He's just kind of doing damage, and then...
Honestly, that's kind of the best thing you can do, is get your opponent defensive, but... it was just completely A-okay. That just seemed completely one-sided. Though there was defensive cooldowns to continue to rotate through for the side of CDU. He did have that Spirit Link, but it was just getting in position to use it just seemed pretty impossible in that small window there.
Look at that spike. Oh my god. 8 million combined DPS.
Oh my god.
How much HP do you have? Like 10 million? That's like a 2-second.
Can you imagine if he was holding that AMS through that too? He'd just flop.
Damage contributed 20 million, 15 million.
Dude, look at Twitch chat's prediction. They're just all in on Dire Wolves.
Yeah, I predicted direwolves too, and now I think I'm regretting it.
Oh, I did not. Oh, look at that. 3-1.
I'm regretting this really bad.
Listen,
right now.
I want to believe in this team. This team, they're near and dear to my heart, as you could imagine. They just have so much history. But Cats and Dogs are looking like the new kids on the block, and they've shown in the last series, especially against F tier, that they have the ability to find those kill potentials, and they also have the ability to be defensive. And I just think that they got their number today. Ashamane's Fall is going to get locked in. Are we going to see a team comp swap?
What could they play? Like, they don't have a disarm. Is their problem? Like, no disarm for a subtlety rogue seems bad. Like, you just don't have the peeling required. He just gets all of his setup guaranteed. It just felt like that Jax could do whatever he wanted. He could just set up the team, and then Awaken was just doing max damage. They didn't have enough pressure to actually force him to really do anything. So, I mean, I feel like they are probably going to change their comp. I think, like you just said, like the Moonkin MM, maybe that's kind of their double caster comp, and they play that on large maps.
Whatever happened to this team's rogue mage, man? Sam-I-Am, I know he's got that mage. We've seen Trill on the rogue. We've seen Sea-Doo on the Holy Priest.
Oh, Boomkin rogue. I think it's good. You have disarm. They just need something. They need something to stop Jax from having free reign on subtlety. It's just not going to work. And Boomkin rogue, I think, is a pretty big staple. They're keeping Sea-Doo on Shaman, Grounding Totem, Disruption for the Warlock. And Hex, I think, is actually really strong in this matchup. There's no way for Cats and Dogs to remove it. There's no decurse. So if Sea-Doo is able to get in position, get Hexes, Cyclone will likely soak most of the interrupts. Trill can set up the team with stuns. I think that this isn't... I think this is a good shot by the Direwolves as far as composition selection, because a lot of the other comps they've played so far, I'm not too sure of. And you can see they've played a lot of different compositions throughout the entire expansion of the War Within. And look at the #1 played comp, like you just said, it's RMP. Like, their most amount of games played in this expansion was as RMP, and this is the type of situation where you would expect it. Like, it was threatening the Warlocks in Europe so much that they weren't able to run those types of compositions. So, but they're deciding not to. They're going to go with the Boomkin Rogue, which I just sworn they played at some point in War Within. Maybe it was Dragonfly. Time is moving faster as we get older, and like Dragonfly feels like it was yesterday, and now it flew by. And now I'm like, maybe they didn't play that at any point in the War Within, and my memory is still lingering in Dragonflight or something. But I do think Rogue Boomkin is a good combination here. They tried to run the Hunter Death Knight, see if they can Zerg down the Warlock, and yeah, it's just not happening. It is not happening.
It's hard, to like make a judgment call based off of a game like that when you still have the buttons to rotate through, but it really just didn't seem like that was the answer. As much as I love Lord Mez on that Death Knight, we don't get a lot of Death Knight, representation. So when we see them, I cherish them dearly. But we're switching back to the Boomkin. We're gonna see if that is the right answer here in game number 2 in this lower bracket series. Cats and Dogs versus Dire Wolves, a rematch. Can Dire Wolves bring it back? Can they beat the team that originally knocked them down here in Cup number 1? And here we go. Let's see this Rogue v Rogue mind games. Trill looks like he was running directly at Jax. I thought that they might have been able to find each other there. But it looks like the sap goes out onto Shards to start things off. Cheap shot onto Awaken to follow it up. Sam-I-Am sitting in an earthen across the map as Trill gets caught into that full kidney shot. And Sam-I-Am I feel like he knows that he might be the best kill target. And so he's just staying so far back, forcing Jax to run across the map. There's the cheap shot over out on the Sam-I-Am. The cheap shot goes out onto Sea-Doo. Can they follow up the CC? They can't. Sam-I-Am caught into a fear as well. Jax in the way backline, taking a huge amount of pressure, is going to catch that big cooldown from his Discipline Priest. Awaken, kidney shot out onto Awaken, Cyclone onto Jax, Shard completely alone. The Cyclone to follow it up on Awaken. Sam-I-Am finding the opportunities to get in there, but Shards is going to port out of line of sight from now, so Trill's the only one on him for now. He's at half health. He's not trading out too many defensive cooldowns, if any defensive cooldowns. Dark Pack's already back. Jax caught into that the disarm trade from both of these rogues. This is Incarnation out from Sam-I-Am though, but it looks like... Oh, he missed the bomb.
He gripped him. He gripped him on the bomb. 1 millisecond. Nice life grip from Awaken. He's got the damage. He's got the utility. He's got the plays here in game number 2 and number 1. He really came to play in this series. Double coil setting up possibly for the win, but Sam-I-Am fakes an interrupt. He gets a Cyclone on Jax, stalling out their kill attempt. Now they're going after Shards. Kidney shot over onto the healer. but it looks like Jax is just shadow stepping away. He's finally caught in a cheap shot. They're going on Rogue. Looks like he got soul ripped by the Warlock, though. That soul rip is going to reduce a lot of damage from Trill and Sam. They decide to Cyclone Shards, go after Awaken a bit. He's got that Void Weaver activated here as that collapsing Void is going to get larger and larger as he spam casts Void Blast in the corner. And it is going to collapse on Trill, but I don't think Trill is too worried about it in this position. Nice port on the Killing Spree. Chaos Bolt around the corner. It's going to clip Trill. Sea2 playing a passive game in the back for now, anticipating their next move. Looks like it's going to be on Trill, but actually he gets feared, and they killed the Tremor Totem. That was a nice play from Shards, catching Sea2 out of position, and now Trill's in trouble. Another fear from Shards. He's carrying into the double coil, and that Sea2 got that Nature Swiftness off just in the nick of time.
Trill's trying to get back in it as Shards is pushing in the middle of the map. He gets caught into a full kidney with the dome from Awaken as Sam AM looks to get the Cyclone. He's juking all sorts of kicks, and he does not get it. Great peels by Cats and Dogs to stop that momentum in their favor. And yet again, Dire Wolves is pushing in to try to get aggressive onto Shards. Shards is going to go ahead and port back, and Trill is going to push in. This could be really spooky as soon as Jax gets out of that. There's the kidney shot going out. Cheap shot goes out onto Sea2. Sam AM going to go ahead and trade up that Bark Skin. Gouge onto Shards from Trill to stop a bit of that. Stop a bit of that ongoing pressure. And it looks like both teams are just kind of using DRs to slow each other down and to live another day. And I'm just waiting for those DRs to be used aggressively. Shards now down to half health here. Awaken is desperately trying to get the damage out on top of keeping his Warlock alive. But Sam I Am just is so confident. Look at his positioning. We saw him in the beginning, like across the map, and now he's just in their face looking for Cyclones, looking for goes, but he gets caught in a cold kidney shot. The Earthen is going to go down from Sea2. It's going to soak up a bit of that pressure for now. No CC, but the swap over out onto Trill, the disarm to follow it up. It seems like Sea2 not caught in any CC is going to be enough to keep his team nice and aggressive for now. And the positioning from Direwolves just feels so aggressive. I kind of love to see it.
Yeah, they're trying to make some moves here, but they're getting blocked left and right. Another Killing Spree on Shards. That one's going to fully connect, break through some of those absorption effects. Full blind, Sam's dead. Dying through Barkskin, dying through his trinket, dying through Sea2's trinket. He gets stunned on his trinket. Sam is just flopping. He's not a high mountain, bro. He didn't get the memo. You're supposed to be a high mountain, Sam. Gotta get off this night elf. What are you doing? It's a new meta. It's a new age. We're not night elves anymore, Sam. You're behind the times. Shards is lobbing chaos bolts out. Sam might just die to damage. Sea2 is struggling to heal through this. He's got Spirit Link. He drops a Healing Tide Totem. Now they might swap onto Trill, but Trill's just getting it in there. Cheap shot. Oh, a Hex! Finally, we see a Hex from Sea2. He needs to be abusing that. There's no way for any player to remove it. He could just sit someone in a long duration crowd control if he's able to find one of those. And there's actually no spell lock right now. They're baiting Jax behind a pillar. Maybe looking for a swap on him, but they got Awaken on the left, Void Blasting. They're going to have Shards out of the Cyclone on the right, Chaos Bolting. They got Jax bouncing around in the mid, looking for a re-stealth. He is the moral support rogue here as he's moving into stun targets for his two casters to do something. And we see he ports on top of them with an Infernal. That is a cheeky play from Shards. That's a lot of confidence to port right into the opposing team. Sam shuts him down with a Solar Beam. Sea2 repositions, but Sea2's dying to Awaken.
What?
Awaken almost soloed him. He's still killing him. Wait, Sea2 is still dead. He's just, Trill is dying now as well. Everybody is dead on their side. Sea2 has Ascendance rolling. He's trying to restabilize. Awaken is on fire. He's awakened in this series versus the Direwolves.
Direwolves definitely on the back foot. The pressure is just like ongoing for Cats and Dogs. A slight mana advantage for Direwolves, but is it going to be enough? A bomb coming out from Trill onto Jax, but it looks like he was able to edge out of that and still catch some heals. Awaken caught into that Cyclone. He gets out of it. There's the full kidney shot. They're swapping it over onto him. Killing spree by Trill. Huge damage goes out onto him, but Trill's got to be careful now. Now he's in a bomb of his own. Ooh, fantastic clone from Sam Am, stopping that momentum completely, and Trill's going to be able to grapple out of that bomb and be A-okay, but now they're swapping it over onto Sam I Am, tripping him so low. He has no Barkskin available into another cheap shot, and Sea2's doing a great job keeping his team alive, keeping him fresh. I mean, he still has a bunch of mana. Full blind goes out onto Awaken. Cheap shot onto Jax. Clone onto Shards. But Shards comes out and gets the double coil. And it looks like that's going to be enough heals. Sam-Am into bear form as Shards lights him up with those chaos bolts. Sam-Am's got to be careful. This aggressive positioning! It doesn't matter! Shards lights him up. I think that might have been a bit of Awaken's damage as well. Sam-Am's offensive pressure, offensive positioning seemingly was able to find clones here and there. And stopping a lot of goes, but that's the type of situation that you got to be afraid of against a team like Cats and Dogs. Awaken basically a third DPS in the team in Shards. We've seen him do magic and just just a couple of goes, one fear out of position, or maybe a death coil. That's all this guy needs.
Oh my god, that was disgusting. The amount of damage that just hit Sam in those final moments of the game right here, wasn't it?
Yep.
So he goes for ultimate penitence during the collapsing void, and it just machine guns him. He just gets machine gunned by Awaken in the sky. Like, Awaken is not a healer. He is a DPS. He is a DPS just running people over right now. What the? I've never seen a disc priest. He almost soloed Sea-Doo at this earlier moment. And then at the end of the game, I don't think a single Chaos Bolt was casted, if I'm not mistaken, to be able to finish Sam in the final moments. He doesn't have Bark Skin for like 2 seconds. He renewals. Does he die through Bark Skin? Actually, he comes up. He fakes a kick and clones the Rogue and thinks he's fine. Little did you know the Rogue isn't the DPS, it's the Priest.
Whoa.
He got annihilated. He got absolutely annihilated.
This is definitely going to change the meta up in both regions. I mean, these priests are doing so fantastic. We've talked about like offensive and defensive strategies in the AWC before, and the best offense or the best defense being a good offense. If you can keep your team's momentum in your favor by helping them do a serious amount of damage, like we're seeing Awaken do, beating Trill's damage right here in this game number 2, that can really change the momentum for your team dramatically, and that can change positioning. It affects so many other things that might not be intuitively, able to be, appreciated in the moment. Awaken, though, they're going to just continue to lock this in. It's basically up to Direwolves to figure out how to deal with this sub-rogue, Destro Warlock, Discipline Priest composition for cats and dogs.
What are you going to do here, Direwolves? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when the cats and dogs come for you? When it rains cats and dogs, what are you going to do?
When it rains cats and dogs, is the point? It feels like a rainy map.
It's got to be a cleave. I would think it's got to be some type of cleave. Maybe they try a Disc Priest rundown type of composition. Some type of warrior. Like, how would Warrior Death Knight do just running down a priest?
I mean, F tier did like really get close. I mean, they brought cats and dogs the distance. They brought them to game 5 going after Awaken. So, and I know Direwolves has the cleave in the back. They have a lot of experience cleaving. But so, would it be PHDK again? I mean, that just did not work. What type of double melee would you imagine? Outlaw Rogue DK?
Depends what they've practiced. Killing a Discipline Priest is really hard just because they have a lot of passive damage mitigation when you attack them. To focused will, so I feel like you have to have some type of warrior, at least from what we've seen. But I don't know if Trill's been practicing warrior,
Fury warrior,
and like has that ready to go. I'd be worried about Fury warrior just dying, but maybe it could do okay.
Maybe really bring the Fury warrior to bait them off Mez.
I mean, I think they can annihilate any spec in the game as this. I don't even know if you bait them and then you're just dead even as a bait. But they're running the clock here. Like, they fought really hard to get here, to get to Championship Sunday, and they're gonna bring back in Mez. They're bringing back in Trill. Sea-Doo will be on a Holy Priest though.
Okay,
which is a bit different than the Restoration Shaman. A little bit better recovery. If you get crowd control at a distance, and it's also an extra crowd control DR. Right, we saw how important Borug was in North America, or sorry, in Europe, with him getting fear out of trap. Having that extra 6 seconds of crowd control is vital in terms of their team to find victory. So I think this is likely wise from Sea-Doo. The rest of Shaman does really good at like small chip damage where you can just spam Riptide, but these big chonker Chaos Bolts, it's not so easy as a Restoration Shaman. So
look how cute Awaken is. It's such a terrifying
cute but
damage
deadly,
dealer.
Okay? Cute but deadly. Look at those eyes, though. Those are the eyes that have stolen souls. Like,
oh my gosh. It's giving me ventriloquist dummy. It's terrifying.
It actually is. That's actually the scariest part about this. It actually looks like one of those dummies in like, what was that scary cartoon as a kid that I couldn't watch?
Slappy. Goosebumps.
Slappy.
Yeah, that was the name of the
Is that an American one? Oh. I don't remember what his name was. You remember what his name was? It was that traumatizing.
Listen, I'm a big fan of horror, and Goosebumps was my introduction to horror. So there you have it. But here we go.
Goosebumps
this is match point for Direwolves.
Goosebumps was my outro to horror. I just done with that genre when I was a kid when I saw that. So different directions here, but game number 3, small map. Mez is coming in. Sea-Doo's going on a Holy Priest. Trill is going on the Marksmanship Hunter. Trill needs a big aim shot right now if there's going to be any hope of coming back in this series, because cats and dogs, they're just playing out of their minds right now. I feel like they could actually have a good run with how confident they're playing between the three of them. I legitimately think they have a shot of maybe even getting to the finals right now with how well they're playing. They're very synergized. They came off the ladder together. They're taking on one of the biggest legendary teams, Direwolves, Sea-Doo, Trill, and Mez, long-standing members, BlizzCon champions. Will they be able to pull off the 3-0? Awaken is already just ripping the damage meter apart right now in the back line. Nobody is stopping him. He's in the sky. Whenever he's in the sky, I'm just like, it's like attack helicopter mode, and I'm just afraid that something's going to get completely annihilated. But it looks like they've survived so far. Trill is struggling to get going, though. He's just shut down so heavily by the rogue, and Shards is just line of sighting, and maybe Hook Point's going to backfire. This fence line. Oh, that was a big shot. That's exactly what he needed. Trill is just praying to RNGesus right now for some big crits, because if he gets a couple big aim shots like that, it's definitely going to be a way for them to close the game.
That was nuts. I mean, we saw a 6 million aim shot coming out from Prev in the previous series, so anything can really happen. Shards needs to be careful, and he knows that. He's positioning himself very far back at this point. Preemptive pain suppression coming out from Awaken. They're trying to get aggressive on the Mez. They're trying to punish this positioning by Mez. And the Holy Ward from Sea-Doo is also very preemptive measures coming out from Direwolves. If they can get a couple more goes like that, that could force some more and more defensive cooldowns, and more importantly, force Awaken to stop pumping so much damage into Mez. Swap goes over on the Trill, but Mez is going to grip Jax off of it. A sap into a cheap shot. Trill still in a lot of trouble here, taking a bunch of pressure. Now they swap the pressure going over onto Mez. Mez is just always at low health with Awaken just teeing off on him, dude.
He is just parsing right now. Get this guy in the race to world first. Like, I don't know what's going on, how he's able to do this, but he is just absolutely clobbering everyone. He's finally in a trap. Oh, it looks like it broke earlier. Shard's playing an Imp, possibly. An Imp Pet would totally throw this strategy out the window. I don't even know how you'd win at that point as Direwolf. Smoke Bomb is down. Mez is isolated. He Icebound Fortitudes. He's retreating around the pillar. Trill is now in a cheap shot. They're going to swap to him with the remainder of this stun. Sea-Doo's trying to add some Holy Fire. Sea-Doo, you ain't catching Awaken on damage at this point. You're better off just healing, I think. Awaken gets kicked. Shards is in trouble. But it looks like he's recovering. That atonement through the pillar when you pour it is really good synergy as well. Overfiend is out. Big Chaos Bolt's coming in from that pet. Trill has 2 walls right now. Is he going to trade? He's being greedy. Sea-Doo going to trinket into a kidney shot. Oh my god, Shards just died out of nowhere. He ports at 10%. He gets stunned up. Awaken grips him, but he's in a scatter shot. Mez is almost dead. Everybody's dying. Shards falls low again. Double blind from Mez with double coil from Shards. Answering back and forth as he high mountain torrents away, but he gets gripped back into the fray. Awaken's trying to heal him up with Void Blast. He fakes a kick. Awaken is free casting. Here come the Void Blasts. Mez is the target. He kicks the Chaos Bolt. He's got to get ready to pre-anti-magic zone, I think, in a moment here. Sea-Doo's got Holy Ward. He's immune to CC. Awaken gets silenced. Aim shot. Shards is line of sighting it. Now Awaken into a stun. Sea-Doo in position. Gets a double fear. Nice double. Gets the will from Awaken. Shards going to Dark Pact. They kick Awaken on the Mind Blast. Chaos Bolt. Looks like it's Mez, but he gets Pet Stun out. Another cheap shot. Another Chaos Bolt. Half of his HP gone. Awaken still free casting. Lasers firing. Jax is swapping to Trill to contain him for a moment. As Shards is baiting Mez around the corner. Nice grip, pulling him back to Trill, but then he just ports back. Out of line of sight. Shards is playing it slow in this position, waiting for his Dark Pact before he's likely going to make another big move here. They get the double coil. Instantly dispelled, but he's disarmed still. Mez is the target again. Awaken is farming damage again with Void Blast over there in the center far part of our screen. Looking for a fear. He's moving in position. Double blind, but Sea-Doo! AMS! Mez AMS Sea-Doo to avoid the fear. And now Sea-Doo fears Awaken back. So maybe you can get some momentum here. Into a stun trap. Gets the full trap. Oh my god, beautiful play from Mez. That gets a trinket from Awaken. But he doesn't get anti-magic shield for himself to do that, so he may be vulnerable. Shards is free casting. He got a precognition. Chaos Bolt on Trill. He's at half health. He's still being so greedy. Trill has 2 charges of survival of the fittest. He's just tanking Chaos Bolts. Full kidney shot. Sea-Doo grips him. Another Chaos Bolt in the sky. Is he going to drop? The Overfiend is free casting. Sea-Doo recovers him, and he gripped the bomb. It's a really good play from Sea-Doo. Direwolves, they're showing signs of life. Can they hold on through the onslaught?
I don't think so, man. AMS already chewed through. Mez caught to a pet stun. Sea-Doo has Guardian Spirit, but he's in a gouge. The coil! The pathing on the coil! Shards gets interrupted by the death grip from Mez. Sea-Doo finally able to get some heals out. AMZ gonna be dropped as well as Mez finds life across the map. Disarm from Jax onto Trill is gonna stop a lot of pressure onto Shards as well. Sea-Doo in the background getting that Divine Hymn out, keeping his team nice and aggressive for yet another go. Shards is in so much trouble as Mez reconnects. Dark Pact gets popped. Awaken doesn't have any pain suppression available or void swap. If they can get the CC out, if they can get the damage, this could be it for Shards. Sea-Doo still positioned very defensively regardless of the positioning of Mez behind the pillar. Shards dipping lower and lower.
Aim shot!
Oh, did he get it off? I think Shards line decided at the last second. Nether Ward's going to be used as well, but he's still taking so much damage. Jack's trying to switch it around with the blind, with the blades. The stun on the Shards. Awaken keeps him alive. The death coil comes out as well. Both of them CC'd. Shards still somehow alive. Awaken gets kicked into the chastise stun.
Unending resolve,
CC to follow. Unending Resolve is now back up, and Awaken stabilizes him. Unreal. Cats and dogs are alive.
Oh my god, he's gonna wall. He's going for Fear. Sea-Doo fades it. He goes for Fear again. He deaths it. He's going for Chaos Bolts. They have to win right now. They're out of time, I think. Shards is gonna topple at any moment. Awaken needs 7 seconds to his pain suppression. 6 seconds away. Shards is trying to move in, but there's an aim shot coming. He kidney shots it. They're going for the kill on Trill. He gets anti-magic shield, but there's a Chaos Bolt in the sky. Grip into blind. Mez does what he can. Binding shot onto Shards around the corner. Trill repositions. Now they have pain suppression. They might be able to keep this going. Mana is even. I think it's still anyone's game. I can't believe that Shards pulls it off. He stays alive. He's stunned up. Trill is dying behind the pillar to the collapsing void right now. He's just dying to the priest around the corner. He's not even in line of Shards. He's at half health. He's aim shotting anything that comes in his line of sight. I feel like at this point you need to just do damage. Awaken gets silenced. Big rapid fire on Shards. Aim shot. Holy fire. He ports it. Jax can be the target. He gets caught in a chastise. Big swap volley is down. Big aim shots. Nice Infernal stun, looking for a Fear, gets kicked. Void Weaver free casting, Awaken is tearing in. Yeah, kidney shot, nice grip. It would have been a Chaos Bolt, certainly an Icebound Fortitude. Jax is trying to resell, but Shards gets gripped into the fight. He lays down a gateway and gates out of there. Stun on Awaken, where's the trap? There's still no trinket. He pre-pain suppresses. Trill's in trouble, stun no trinket. Sea-Doo is a smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it, he's dead anyway!
My God!
And Cats and Dogs do it! 3-0, advancing to face the Gators.
Wow, unreal play by Cats and Dogs. So many moments Shard could have easily fall, but Awaken keeps his cool, keeps his team alive. I love to see the Holy Priest coming out from Direwolves, but it was too little too late, and they will take this series eliminating Direwolves and moving on in the bracket. Well played by this team, and it looks like this new team is here to play, Sid. This is one of the teams that I've been looking at the open bracket in particular. You know, the composition that they seem to be locking in is this one every single time, but it seems to have all the answers that they need. They have the consistent pressure with their Disciplined Priest basically being another DPS with them. They have the control from the Sub-Rogue, and they have the crazy burst potential from Shards. It's just everything that they need against every comp they face so far, but they're about to be put up against the test here in the lower bracket.
Oh my god, this bomb. He literally is on the edge of it. He canceled his Angel.
I can't believe that.
Look how fun. Can we just like slow that down like 4x slow speed? Because I swear Sea-Doo's in the bomb, but he's literally, it's just like a millimeter of space. He's not in it. And he can't heal Trill. Like, look at the, there's no way that he's out of the bomb. It looks like there's no way, but he is. And Shards lived at 1%.
I'm assuming both reticle heals are also on cooldown. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy.
This weekend has had so many insane plays. Like this miracle moment on Shards, even Friday and Thursday. Look at this bomb. He's literally on the edge of it. Jax could not get it any closer, any tighter than that. And then Sea-Doo can't get in time to swap him.
And Mez can't do any of his legendary peels because of the bomb. Insanity, dude. Insanity.
I'm telling you, these rogue lock priest teams are my favorite teams to watch. Like, that's actually, it's such a fun comp to watch. With
just
with
one
how they
coil,
set up and they
find a win
damage.
condition. Yeah. Look at this dude's health. What the heck? What an incredible series.
Mez is so mad that he's not dead right there. He just like kicked the healer, blinded the healer, off-stunned him. He's trying to finish him. He just can't. Jax kills him in a bomb. 1 millimeter, just like a sliver of space. And okay, the Cats and Dogs, man, the newcomers coming off the streets, man. These guys got street cred, coming out of solo shuffle, making a roster together and making a run for it in the AWC. So don't let you think that it's not possible. Even the legends can be challenged here in North America, and they're getting fired up. They got to fight the Gator, the return of the Gator.
Yeah.
They got to fight Cubsy, but I'm actually a bit worried about Cubsy. I don't know. They've got a good RMP though. I guess this is where we'll see. Can the Warlocks beat the RMP?
Yeah, that is definitely the big question with Gators back. That is, of course, Cubsy, Calvish, WizKid, Day's team, and I am for sure curious to see if they can knock that team out too. I mean, they defeated Direwolves, a classic staple here in North America for AWC, and now it's another one in the form of Gators back. So they're going to be playing 2 series in a row also, and we know how much momentum can kind of play into some of these wins here. Here is what the bracket currently is looking like. We are down in the lower. Just saw Direwolves get knocked out 3-0. Now Gators back versus Cats and Dogs is going to be that next up series. And whoever wins this, David, gets to move on to Welcome to the Jung.
Man, people have been counting Cats and Dogs out over and over and over again. Did you see the Twitch chat?
Yeah, I owe them an
prediction?
apology.
Unreal.
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
Dude, Twitch chat lost all their points. And Cats and Dogs, you know, this is where they want to be. They want to be, you know, second guess. They want to be the underdog. And going up against Gators, that's genuine, a true test. I feel like Gators has compositions for days that will be able to challenge this team and maybe even take an advantage. And that's really where I want to see this team have the versatility to make it happen. Shards, though, insane player, insane burst damage, incredible coils that we've been seeing throughout this entire tournament. I have to wait and see if he can make it happen against a team like Gators. They have so much like awareness. They have so much game IQ to understand where the win conditions are, and I feel like this is the team that can stop the momentum of the Cats and Dogs. It would be Gators back.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm so excited to see what these guys are capable of. And if you want to take a look at any of the builds, not just shards, you can go to awc.gtd.tv. You can even export the talent tree. You can take a look at every single piece of gear that they have applied, along with gems, enchants, all of that good stuff. So definitely go check that out if you want a helpful tool for it when you decide to roll a Destro Warlock. You can definitely do just that. But that means we have got some more series on our hands. We've got 2 more, like we said, Gators back versus Cats and Dogs. That's coming up next. But before we do that, we have got a spell guessing game. Are you guys ready?
Oh, never.
Are you excited? Yeah.
Let's go.
Please.
You guys ready to look silly?
Oh,
Hey man,
always
I
look
win.
silly.
These are the only things I'm winning. Okay, all my predictions are wrong, but I win this.
That's
My
true, actually.
predictions
You are
all
really
wrong,
good at
too.
these.
What the heck, man?
I think I'm towards the bottom, too, to be honest with you.
It's okay, David,
Going with my heart.
because your score is shared with all the other guests, so you can just blame
Oh,
them.
hell
Just
yeah.
be like, nah,
Is
that
you
was Chan's
sandbagging
predictions.
Chan? Is that what you're telling him?
That was the Chan
Chan, what the
prediction. That's
heck, bro? You're making us look bad, dude.
Holding you back.
8%
Alright.
of base mana, 30-yard range, 5-minute cooldown, conjures a blank 30, obstructs, has 30% up to 15. What? What?
Conjures a what?
I feel like it's a
Conjures
bait,
a
and
what?
they like grade off a number in front of the 5.
They do that.
Definitely. It
Doesn't it
definitely looks like there's something there, right?
Why would it be a
cooldown.
25-minute cooldown? Like 15 minute?
8%
What?
base mana.
See, I was gonna say like the food table, you know, the mages make maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That'd be
that's not-
funny.
Is that a
30.
55
I don't
minute
think-
I don't think we've ever had like a non-spell.
1.5 second cast. So this is a really fast cast.
Ice Wall
Is
is
it
the only thing that
8% of
seems
base
obvious.
mana?
Ice Wall's
Seems
not
like-
a
I mean-
15-minute cooldown though.
Yeah, then it's not. It can't be
Is
that.
it a
then.
1.5 minute cooldown?
Hell obstructs vision. Is this a player housing item or something?
No, I don't think so.
Can you imagine?
Conjures a blank, 30, blank, obstructs, blank,
What's
has
30?
30%, blank.
For up to 15 seconds. So it lasts
Conjures
15
a
seconds, I think. If I had to guess.
Ice Wall, I think, is a solid guess, but is
And it
Ice
has
Wall
30
30
it has-
base mana?
And it has 30% of your HP.
Yeah. That sounds. Well, I think is a solid guess, but is
And it
Ice
has
Wall
30
30%
it has-
base mana?
And it has 30% of your HP.
Yeah. That sounds good. It's
Ice Wall
definitely
is
not a
way
5
more than
minute
30%,
cooldown.
I think. Yeah, but maybe there's a number grade off and it's actually 15 or something.
Okay, so Ice Wall is one of the options, so we'll take that.
Oh,
I
wait,
think
what
it could
the
only
hell?
be.
Is
I
this an
don't know.
old spell? Is this like a... Because Prismatic Crystal was a WAD spell, wasn't it? Is that mage ability where you put a crystal down, attacked it, and it exploded?
Dude, I'm not a wizard, man.
But there's no way
I
that was a
punch
5-minute
things.
cooldown.
Maybe a
None-
Legion one since
none of
Legion
these-
Remix is coming up. Is
Which
it a
one of
Legion
these
thing?
is a, which one
Oh,
of
they're
these is
remixing
Legion?
us right now?
I don't...
Maybe.
None of these are a 5-minute cooldown.
Yeah, I don't think it's 5. I think it's 1.5 or something.
We're getting baited
Yeah,
with the 5,
yeah,
maybe.
1.5. I think it's Ice Wall.
The Ice
Is
Wall
Ice
is the
Wall
only ability
1.5?
here that I'm actually familiar with, so I have to go with Ice Wall.
I think it's.
Well,
I think none of the other ones obstruct. Well, Divide and Conquer obstructs vision, but it's a talent. I don't think it costs 8% of your mana. The Ice Wall is the
Wall
only
makes
thing.
them up. I'm going C also. I'm going
All
C
right,
with you guys.
we're locked in as C.
C. Give it to
Watch-
us.
Watch me bait you, Aya. It's not at all.
I'm trusting you, Sid.
No,
You
no,
better
no,
not
no.
do me wrong. I'll be very mad.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
See, it was a bait.
Easy.
1.5. See, I didn't think about
Yeah,
the decimal.
1.5.
Yeah. Nicely
Okay.
done. Okay. Can we guess
Easy.
the icon, though?
Can this give me percentage
easy,
on my
David?
prediction?
I mean, it's a wall. It's got to be easy, right? Like,
Yeah, but they probably moved like a single pixel and expect
don't
us
know.
to know.
I got 4 walls in my room. I think I'm pretty comfortable identifying a
Okay,
wall.
okay.
Oh, God.
oh, dude, there's no way. There's no shot.
okay.
I have no
I
idea.
don't think it's. I don't think it's. Is it D?
I feel like
I don't-
B doesn't look
I don't
wall
think
enough.
it's B. Yeah, B looks like they Photoshop clone tool to erase the extra crystal on the bottom. I don't think it's B.
Yeah.
I think it's A or C.
I think it's D or C.
You think it's D?
Does
I
it
feel
have
like
that
D doesn't have enough
bright of a
contrast.
background?
Well, yeah, D is really bright though. Is it a bright
Yeah.
icon?
Yeah,
I can't-
is it? I feel like the ice in the background it makes it easier to see if the background is darker from far
I think
away.
it's D.
You think it's D? Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
going
split
D.
from you. So one of us wins. I think it's C.
Dude, I don't know.
I definitely think
Come
it's
on,
C or
Aya.
D. It's
I'll
definitely
go
C
D.
or D. It's C or D.
I'll go
but
D.
It's not A or B, but I don't know. It's the color. It's the only
When in
difference is the
doubt,
color.
Go with the D. But I'm
It says
going
the
C.
D machine.
That's right.
Just because that's the only different
didn't
one,
even
but
go
I
with
don't
D
know. I
with
don't
D,
know.
and
I
your
don't-
name is
I don't
D
know if
with
it's that
C,
big.
man.
Yeah,
Listen.
you need to go with D.
Oh,
yeah, see, trust
my
your
God.
instincts.
Wait a minute,
Trust
wait a
your
minute.
instincts. Oh my God, it's not even D.
Oh,
I literally
dude,
told us
that's
not to go
wrong.
A. I told
It's
us
not
not
even
to go
D.
A. Whatever,
Dude.
bro. I'm so bad
Wow.
at this, dude. It's crazy.
No, that's okay. Do you guys know what else we're bad at?
Predictions.
Predictions. Let's take a look at that leaderboard where we
Oh
currently
my God,
are.
just leave
We
it.
can-
We don't have to. I mean, we could just go to
No,
the
let's
break.
do it. Let's do it.
Like,
Load it up. Load it up. All right, here we go. Oh no! Oh, wait, no, take it off.
yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get. Ask and you shall receive. That's what you get.
Why
That's
are
what
they
you
running
get.
an A, man? That's messed
That's
up.
what you get.
Oh,
Welcome
man.
to the
All
bottom.
right.
Welcome to the
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, someone has to be down here, and it's nice and cozy. And I'm hanging out with the guests, sort of. They're just barely above me.
Yeah, I'd be top 3
Ben's
if it
still
wasn't
at
for
the
Chad.
top?
It's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. All right, chat. Let us know how you're doing in your predictions. Do you have a lot of points? Have you gambled them all away? Let us know where you're at in that. In the meantime, we're gonna head to a break. We've got the lower finals coming up next. It is Gators back versus Cats and Dogs. We'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. We're in the lower finals. Winner of this one moves up to the grand finals to face off against Welcome to the Jung. Two very strong teams. One we just saw annihilate Direwolves, Cedu's team, and it is Gators back. Some returning players that are very familiar to us, Zico, here in the AWC.
Yep. Cubsy back on the healer. And yeah, they've been looking pretty good today, running the RPS with WizK, running a little bit of RMP. But Cats and Dogs, man, these guys have been looking hot, awakened, doing actually top damn in some of his games as a healer. So it's definitely gonna be a clash in this one.
All right. Well, giving that, what is your prediction for this, Zico?
I'm going with the Gators. I think if there's somebody who knows how to shut down these Void Weavers, it's gonna be the Gators. I think they've got what it takes, but I don't think it's gonna be like a super easy road for them. I think the Cats and Dogs are gonna pick up at least one win.
All right, Supertees, you're cringing a little bit.
That's mostly just because I'm holding in a sneeze, but I'm also on the side of the Gators as they're lurking in the waters. These Cats and Dogs get too close to the shore, and it's going to be a quick little chomp on their side. So I don't know if Zico's too excited about that prediction, but he's going to be exactly the same as me. And I got that last prediction wrong, and yeah, I guess Aya's actually the cursed one now, though. She's on the bottom of the ladder.
I'm cursed.
So
yeah,
are we
it's
the
now
same?
me.
Are we the same?
Yes, unfortunately, I'm 3-1 in favor of Gators. I mean, obviously, we just saw Cats and Dogs have a great series, but I think kind of just echoing what you guys said, I think that Gators is going to be able to pull this one off. Venriki and D Machine, are they in agreement?
Venriki's not making any weird predictions.
Ooh,
hey, Team Gators.
Almost, yeah. Let's see. Where is chat at for this? Chat in the coin. Then we'll really know how cursed we are for this series.
I think.
Ooh, okay. All right.
Okay, we're all Team Gators.
Yeah, a little bit on the side of Gators back, 55%. So it looks like Cats and Dogs is the underdog leading into this, which I don't know, surprises me, I guess, that like nobody seems to think that they can pull this off, Super T's. If you were on the side of Cats and Dogs, what would be going on behind the scenes in terms of like communication leading into this series?
The coin thinks it is. The only one is the coin.
Only the coin.
The firm believer is the coin. Sometimes that's all you need.
Coin has not been wrong.
Side. I mean, I think Cats and Dogs are playing really well. They're very synergized. They're getting good setups, good offensive plays, obviously insane damage output. But I think that there's a couple of compositions that can kind of shut down their momentum, and I think that those comps are available to the Gators. So I don't know if they'll be able to overcome those composition disadvantages, but if there was a day that they could, it would be today. And they're likely really fired up after getting 3-0 against the Direwolves. Like, not very typical for a team to be able to take out a team of that caliber so swiftly. So, yeah, this has got to be their day, but it's going to be uphill.
You mentioned compositions from Cats and Dogs. Which comps are those that you think would be best for them to pull out?
I mean, I think Rogue Mage is a good one as just a baseline. But even Shadow Priest Rogue, I think both of those could be good compositions for shutting out the Destruction Warlock, keeping their momentum, staying on target. We also saw them play that matchup, actually, as Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman against, I think they already played against Cats and Dogs in the open bracket, actually, and beat them. And they just killed Awaken every game. He just couldn't get anything going. So I do believe this is a rematch.
All right, let's see what they can do here. Lower bracket, lower finals. The loser of this one will be ending the day in third place. Game number 1 here on the Grand Arena is Gators back versus Cats and Dogs, Zico.
All right, Gators back versus Cats and Dogs. Let's see. We are going to see the RPS coming out from the Gators, and we are going to see a Boomkin on Shards, and actually Assassination Rogue, too, from Jack. So definitely a bit of a new comp here from Cats and Dogs. Maybe learning a lesson from what happened earlier in the tournament. Let's see how good this composition looks, because so far, I know you love Boomkins, Sid, but it has not been a great weekend for the Boomkins. They have been getting pummeled. They have been getting absolutely destroyed. But so far, a good opener here for the Gators. They did find Charge, got a nice sap onto him. WizK got his dots rolled up onto the entire team, and right now they're looking to launch that first attacks onto Cubsy. Cubsy dropping quite low, but just trades out the Astral Shift, doesn't have to trinket or anything, and he's going to be able to shrug that off.
All right, Awaken is just void blasting in the corner here. Whiskey's wrapping around the side. I don't know how much he's going to enjoy being a high mountain into an assassination rogue if he's just sitting every kidney shot. We see them switching on to Awaken, and this is the pressure that they had in the open bracket. Whiskey gets a double fear. They blind Awaken so they can't dispel. They're just cleaving the whole team. Whiskey is tearing in right now. They sap out of the blind. Shard is dying through Barkskin. He gets a Cyclone on Calvish, though. The cheap shot Whiskey. Jax is chasing down Cubsy. They want to swap to Cubsy again. I think it's just maybe kill the Shaman type of game for them, but they're all dead. They're falling behind as a result of that extended crowd control chain. They are trying to swap to Cubsy once again. They solar beam on the Shadow Priest. Big Star Surge is incoming. Cubsy's got Healing Tide. He's looking fine. Like he should be able to walk this swap off in the near future, but Jax is still just chasing him down. He popped Deathmark there as well, and there's actually no stone forms. There's no bleed removal, so Jax could get a lot of value from this assassination rogue throughout this game.
Oh, ulti penny coming out from Awaken, but just going to hit a little totem there on the side. Not really getting too much value out of that one, but his entire team is topped, and it is going to be most likely Cubsy who will be the target here for the cats and the dogs. Jax right now sitting through a cheap shot into a full hex. Nicely done there by Cubsy. Now they're going after Shards. Awaken gets cheap shot into a full fear. That's going to be the Will of the Forsaken. Good setup here from the Gators as they look to once again defensively posture around that pillar. Whiskey moving back to Cubsy. Jax looking for the opening here. Gets the Empowered Garrote onto Whiskey. A lot of damage actually onto Whiskey, sinking his daggers into that Shadow Priest full blind onto Cubsy. Trying to take down Whiskey here, force out the dispersion. They don't have the follow-up, unfortunately, just a gouge, but Whiskey is going to be able to survive without using any cooldown in this exchange.
All right, Whiskey is cloned up. They really want to go on Cubsy, but he's just so far away. Shards can't get close. They're actually attacking Awaken here, setting up with that Collapsing Void. I think Calvish wants to step over and stun him when he gets low health. There's the Shadow Step, there's the cheap shot, but Awaken topped off, and they Solar Beam the Shadow Priest. It's a counter go on Cubsy at the same moment in time. Excellent counter engagement from Shards right here. He totally negated that swap on his healer. They get pressure on Cubsy. He's got Earthen Wall, Healing Tide Totem again, so he's unlikely to die in this position. Mana is holding even, looking evenly matched here at about the almost 3-minute mark. Awaken gets step kicked. Calvish is getting cloned up. Shards into the cheap shot. Whiskey's moving closer to Awaken. Likely wants to fear him off the pillar. He's dotting up DPS. Mindflay Insanities. Just building up Insanity and getting ready for the big swap here, I think, onto Awaken. He's going to have a lot of Devouring Plagues if he can keep building it up. He's got his Dark Ascension. Here's the Void Torrent. He tries to fake Jax's kick. He doesn't get the fake out. Awaken in a blind. Shard still has cooldowns, but Whiskey's dying. Smoke Bomb comes down. Big Star Surges. He trades out the Dispersion. Smoke Bomb reversal on Shards now. Big pressure onto the Boomkin. Is he going to drop? So much pressure. Almost going down right there, but he holds on to dear life with that bear form and that bark skin. And Awaken still has 2 pain suppressions, so he survives that attack. No Smoke Bomb threat from either side now.
Yeah, I think he actually had to trinket a gouge at the end of that just to get that renewal off. So Sharsh had to use all of his cooldowns, but now Whiskey gets interrupted. He's got no dispersion, actually. Nice Spirit Link by Cubsy. Now just swapping to Cubsy as well. Big bleeds coming out here. Beautiful stun there by Calvish onto Jax, shutting down this assault. It's looking very, very dicey, actually, for the Gators right now. Cats and Dogs may have found a good answer to this RPS. Getting triple bleeds right now, getting a lot of work done. A Death Mark is going to be available for Jax in about a minute. And he is going to have that Kingsbane as well right now. So Jax has blind too. He can do a lot of work with that. There's no dispersion on Cubsy or on Whiskey, and no trinket on Cubsy. They could blind Cubsy and potentially go after Whiskey here with the Kingsbane. See if they can get some work done with that. Jax right now knows he has them exactly where he wants them. Can they push in and potentially secure the win? Healing Tide Totem is going to drop for the Gators. And Jax right now not going to be able to overextend too much as Awaken gets caught up in a kidney shot. They're doing a setup onto Jax on the side of the Gators, doing a lot of work here, actually swapping to Awaken as well. Beautiful trinket. Pain suppression gets silenced on his trinket as well. Awaken taking so much pressure. He's going to have to use the Void Shift onto his Moonkin, but his Moonkin can now be a target. They're swapping to Cubsy. Huge grip, though, gripping him out of that Solar Beam. Whiskey MVP plays there, saving Cubsy. Cubsy gets the Astral Shift, and the Gators should be able to recover.
All right, nice plays from both sides in this position, and they're still evenly matched. Jax, big swap, pain suppression, going to be enough. Triple Disorienting Roar from Shards, disrupting some damage there for a moment. Awaken repositions, but he gets silenced on his Mind Blast. Looks like he faked a Wind Shear, though. Cubsy into a Cyclone. Calvish, no trinket. Where's Jax going to go with the next kidney shot? Cyclone on Calvish. They want to go Cubsy. He's got no Astral Shift. He's got no Earthen. He's at half health. He's trying to jump to the pillar. He manages to get back, wrap around the backside of it. Jax is going to move in here pretty quickly, though. Cubsy manages to top off, refreshing the Earth Shields. He's got a lot of Farseers out as well, providing him some instant healing. Lasso on Jax around the corner. Kidney shot on Awaken. He gets disrupted by the disorienting roar. Can he finish Awaken here? It'd be surprising if Awaken dies, but it's so much damage from WizK. They rip through his shields, and I think he's going to flop.
Oh!
Gators back. Chomp. First point on the board.
That was a really close game, though. I like what Cats and Dogs brought to the table here. They had that one swap there onto Cubsy, which was really nice, but WizK just a little bit too good right now. Manages to prevent that from actually getting them a kill. And then the Gators, the Swamp Puppies, managed to turn it around here. Really like these swaps over onto Awaken as well. Keeping him honest on that Void Weaver, making sure that he can't get too much work done. This was the swap I was just talking about. Cubsy surely is dead there if WizK doesn't trinket and get that Void Shift grip combo off. And then here we can see it right at the end. I really like these gouges from Calvish as well. Super annoying to deal with. And Calvish just being very patient there towards the end with that swap. And Gators, they take it.
All right. They're in their home turf, brother, in Arkansas. They're ready to go. As they chomp down that life grip. Such a clutch play from WizK, and he void shifts just to be sure that Cubsy survives there, because otherwise it was checkmate. He's just stuck in a beam with no trinket. Can't get the link off in time, but this swap on Awaken. And this is how Cats and Dogs went down in the upper bracket, was just all these swaps. Look at Cubsy also lining up lava bursts. Awaken fakes the kick, but it's too little too late. He's going to get minced. And they're going to move up 1 point in the series, but they're very evenly matched in this matchup. Now, Gators back don't have to play this matchup if they don't want to, right? So let's say they blind lock it because they're more worried about the Destro lock composition. And then we see this matchup again. But Gators back could switch to RMP if they wanted to. I feel like an RMP would just demolish Assassination Rogue Boomkin.
Yep, definitely. They have some options, but I think that they were kind of expecting this on the side of Cats and Dogs. So I think we might see the same thing. We're going to go to Hook Point. Gators back. They're going to have, Cats and Dogs running the exact same comp. I kind of like this comp. I usually don't say that about Boomkin teams, but yeah. The Gators, of course, they're going to have... would you say that they have home field advantage on Hook Point? I mean... They are Gators. They have kind of the swamp or like the water to work with.
They got a field buff like Magic the Gathering or something, like a zone buff.
Yeah, it's like they're in the Everglades, in the Florida Everglades.
I mean, maybe slightly.
Boop.
What? Everyone's obsessed with this Fire Crown. I feel like it's just so overused.
You think so?
Yeah.
I like the daggers actually. What daggers are those? They match
Algalon
very
daggers,
well.
aren't they? They look like Algalon daggers.
Observers,
like,
Umbral Shiv. They look like some Elgalon.
They're Algalon weapons, but I think they have a weird enchant on them, like a cosmetic that's making them green, like a Necrolord.
Yeah,
enchant.
they look absolutely sick. Actually, they work very well with
it doesn't show the cosmetic.
They work well with that transmog. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. One of the better mogs for sure. The crown gives him some minus points, I do agree, but the rest of the mog was fire.
All right, Gators back here. They're ready to go. They're making Cats and Dogs look like Captain Hook in game number 1. We'll have to see if what happens here in game number 2. This one literally has, like the shark ready there to eat them up.
Calvish looks like Peter Pan, bro, with the green mug too.
Peter Pan. All right, Cats and Dogs, are you guys ready? This is it. The clock is ticking. Time is of the essence. Jax is just sprinting in. Doesn't get a stab. He's going to garrote. Calvish is there. Just going to immediately meet him with a gouge. Cheap shot, multiple cheap shots. WizK's in position. They're making a swap on the priest immediately in the starting stages. Big void torrent. Pain suppression might not matter. He's silenced up. He's taking immense pressure. He's dying through pain suppression. Trying to wrap around the corner. Trying to fade and fake out a kick here in the near future. But he has restabilized thanks to the Cyclones. The Cyclones are very key in this matchup with Shards playing the Boomkin instead of the Destruction Warlock so that he can peel on these swaps. Now Awaken's going to reposition to the far back line. We see a blind on Cubsy. A setup on WizK. He fades away from the Star Surges. He gets kidney shot on the flash shield. Jax is disarmed. Calvish is doing what he can to peel. Ultimate Penitence. Where's the grounding? There's the grounding down. All those penitents are redirected behind the pillar. Cubsy gets big value on that. Shards is repositioning. Cyclones on the Shadow Priest. They swap on Calvish, but Cubsy is there with a lasso to intercept. Awaken's in a kidney shot. Calvish is setting up for a swap on Awaken again. Do they have a silence? They do, but he's cloned. He trinketed for it to get the silence. They get the gouge.
Yeah.
Are they going to silence out of that? Yeah, they get the silence. They pull him off the pillar with the static field, but not enough damage to finish. And they also don't force a paint sup. So they're trying to still rip, but I don't think they're going to get it. Really good plays from Cats and Dogs to hold on to those vital cooldowns for Awaken.
Oh, Awaken's in the blind though right now. He needs to try to hold on to his trinket here. To trade out the bark skin on charge, they realize that, okay, this is a bit of a bait. They just want to try to get Awaken's trinket so they can get back onto him and try to take him out like we saw in game number 1. Whiskey is rotting down a little bit. Awaken in a kidney shot. But they're going to go after him. There it is. Kidney shot committed. And they're going to actually use the pain suppression onto the swap. Beautifully done here. Awaken has almost no more cooldowns, so he's going to have to trinket and paints up. He actually paints up so early there, but he still has to use his trinket. And now Awaken's got nothing. He's going to have to pray that he can survive a stun lock and then get his Void Shift out because he can't combo it with his trinket. He could maybe preemptive barrier one of the setups. Whiskey, though, in a smoke bomb. Big attempt here coming through. Whiskey, he's actually going to greed the dispersion there. Actually just sits through that entire chain. Uses the Desperate Prayer. Manages to come back out alive. Cubsy, though, in a full Cyclone. But they're still pushing forward here, getting aggressive. Awaken manages to get some damage off, finally topping off his team. Calvish caught up in a Cyclone, but it's finally going to subside, and he wants to go after Awaken here. Awaken, what are you going to do? Is he going to get the barrier? No, he gets kicked on Penance. Awaken needs to do something here before this next kidney shot potentially. Doesn't want to waste his barrier, though, and he's going to just be able to sit back here. Pain suppression rotating back up in 15 seconds, so they have a big window here if they can connect on the side of the Gators, but doesn't look like it. They're playing good defense on the side of the Cats and Dogs. Jack's now in a gouge, looking for potential here onto Calvish as they continue to go for the kill here onto the Priest. Awaken caught up in a kidney shot. He's got the pain suppression rotated back up, has to immediately trade it. Is it going to be enough that there's going to be a silence out of these stuns? There's a full Siphene as well, channeling damage onto Awaken. The silence was there as well, but looks like Awaken is going to be able to stay alive. Now counter pressure on the Calvish.
Nice Cyclones from Shards amidst that exchange, getting the Cloak of Shadows, but they still have a lot of options. Trinket Void Shift, Calvish Trinket Evasion, Cubsy has Trinket. Awaken, I guess, has Medallion at least. He can Trinket Barrier. He's going to reposition even further away and bait Calvish deep into their clutches to try and pull him out of line of sight. And there's the play, but he can line of sight Cyclone now with that fence, so he might come to regret positioning here. Barrier comes down. He's going to line of sight on the fence, but he gets pulled off with a static field from Cubsy. He edges the corner of that barrier, but he gets bounced back quickly. He's kicked on his Dark Reprimand. Big setup on Calvish. Kidney Shot connects. Void Blast incoming. Shards can't get the Cyclone, though. Cubsy is just not letting Shards do anything when he's trying to set up for a play to win the game. Earthen Wall Totem's down. It looks like Cubsy's pre-Earthen Walling himself, anticipating that he could be the target here, but there's no Vanish available, so Jax can't really do anything.
Oh,
Smoke Bomb incoming. Jax gets blinded. Calvish steps away to avoid getting crowd control, but Jax just trinkets. But Jax now with no trinket could be a target, and he still has Dance Blades. So I do think Calvish could make a swap here at any moment onto Jax. He's just getting blasted by Whiskey. Whiskey's already ramping, getting ready for that swap, I think. He's got a lot of Tendril procs right now. Mind Flame, but Calvish actually gets clipped by the kidney shot first. Solar Beam is down. Cubsy gets out of it. He's trying to wrap around the corner, but he gets Cyclone. He trinkets. Calvish is taking huge damage. But Cubsy manages to restabilize. Jax knows he can be the target. He's trying to re-stealth because he doesn't have a Vanish. He's trying to get a Subterfuge for his Garrotes, but they're not letting him re-stealth. They're setting up on Awaken. Kidney shot, but he managed to line of sight Whiskey right before the stun. It's a really good positioning from Awaken. They get a Cyclone on Whiskey. Calvish is going to solo him? There's no way he solos him. Jax is there. They fear. In-cap Roar. Where's the Cyclone? No Cyclone. Kidney shot on Calvish. Whiskey's there, though, for a double fear on the kidney shot. Just insane counter engagements from both sides. Ultimate Penitence. Trying to get some damage out. Nice Cyclone with no trinket. Shards catches Cubsy out in the open, and they almost clock Calvish.
Yeah, they get the Void Shift there from Whiskey, and Whiskey has to use Dispersion as well. Things start spiraling out of control here. They clone the Dispersion as well.
Nice.
Shards is doing such a great job right now. Can they get anything onto Cubsy? Doesn't look like it just yet, but Jax has that blind. They could easily blind Cubsy here and potentially close it out onto Whiskey or even Calvish as well. No one has any defensives. Cubsy has to maybe preemptively drop a Spirit Link. There's the full blind, full kidney onto Whiskey. Do they have any follow-up, though? Can they get anything more? It doesn't look like it. Nice defensive maneuvers there. Whiskey gets a fear onto Jax as well. Charge taking a lot of damage here in this exchange. Caught up in a cheap shot. Calvish trying to return the pressure back onto his team. And Jack's going to get caught up in a cheap shot as well. As finally the Gators managed to survive that very dicey situation. But guess what? You're leaving Awaken free casting in the backline now, no longer being pressured like that. He's going to have a pain suppression rotated up. He has his trinket. He's pushing in for a triple fear. Big damage potential here. Can they get the Cyclone as well? Half Cyclone onto Cubsy. Can they close it out? Whiskey is so low. He's got no Void Shift. Cubsy manages to get a huge heal there as he comes out of that CC chain. Now Sharge in trouble. Cubsy looking for the Hex out of that blind. Beautifully done. Awaken's going to have to trinket. Is he going to be able to make it over there in time? DR Fear comes through. Calvish is there. The silence is there. so much damage and CC from the Gators. They turned that situation right on its head. The smoke bomb is clutch, and the Gators are back.
Gators are back here. I feel like I don't know, man, like, Cats and Dogs are getting so close. They have these really good moments, but then just one good swap or a bomb, and then they're just so far behind, and it seems so much more difficult to recover. And I feel like Shadow Priest is a good counter into the Void Weaver because it's so tanky. It can actually like tank triple DPS by itself, unlike a lot of other classes. And then the Shaman doesn't need to be as scared, so he can focus on just grounding and disrupting all the utility that's coming in. But this play right here for Shards is excellent. The low clone on the dispersion, negating the healing effects of it. But Cubsy just had so many great nature swiftnesses. It just topped them off. Cubsy's even in the bomb casting Lava Burst just to make sure he gets 2 lava. Hey, he might not have died. The silence was about to end. Like those 2 Lava Bursts, I feel like those are going to be in the kill log. At least, like if he didn't get those, he might have lived there if Cubsy didn't smoke bomb. And he also went, or sorry, if he didn't lava burst, he went in the smoke bomb, so he couldn't get like solar beamed or cloned. It's like that was actually a crazy little play from Cubsy to just run into the bomb and add some damage in that final moment. You know, not getting too tunnel vision to like watch Cubsy. He gets a hex.
He got the hex too.
Bomb, lava flame shock, lava burst. Look at him just slow channel lava burst melee range straight down his throat. Like here you go, Shards. Here's a lava burst. Here's another lava burst. I swear if he didn't do that, he might have lived. And then the collapsing void hits right at the last second. So this is definitely a team effort. WizK is really shining in this series, carrying on the utility earlier on with those grips to save Cubsy, and now just damage overall. Definitely a vital player, not getting caught off guard here. One thing maybe is, I don't know if maybe he shouldn't have left the pillar when he dispersed here, but maybe he just wanted to stay in Cubsy's line, or he wanted to push in on the other healer with it. But regardless, this is really good. Look at that root on Jax too. Cubsy rooted Jax so he couldn't get in the bomb either. I swear Cubsy carried that last play by himself. And the 23 million damage, you know, his damage might not be as big as Awaken, but it's not the size, it's how you use it. And he used it to win the game in that last second moment. So obviously his damage output is going to be more relevant here. I actually want to see the death log. So yeah, 1.5 mil, 1.5 mil. He had 3 million damage, you know?
Yeah, you had 6 million damage in that death log.
Wait, 6 million?
That, yeah. He had 3 lava bursts, and then I guess he had some, I don't know, dot sticking or something.
Flame shock ticking.
But, and he also landed the hex. I mean, the hex is also super important.
And the root. Jax trinketed the root to try and get back in. So we're gonna go to Dalaran Sewers. Gators back are not backing down on this composition. They're gonna be locking it in again. Cats and Dogs, are they all bark, or do they have some bite here? Can they put a point on the board and reverse sweep this 3-1 or 3-2? Maybe they just bring Shards back in. I just feel like they got demolished last time they tried that. But it just feels like the Boomkin is honestly looking okay. It just feels so hard. And I mean, that's just credit to Gators back. They're just such a stacked roster of players at the moment, and this composition seems to have their number, and they're just going in again. We're going again. Boomkin. Oh, Jax is subtlety now, though. He's not playing assassination. It's going to be a lot more bursty, a lot less consistent damage. But I just feel like assassination in Rogue Mirror just feels inferior. Like if you fight an outlaw rogue or a subtlety rogue as assassination, you just feel inferior. You just don't have the same type of stun locks and pressure for your team. So I actually think this is smart from Jax to switch on to subtlety. I think the assassination in game 1 was kind of cool, just trying to cheese the shaman, see what you could get done there. But now he's going to make that swap over. We got the WizK Mog. And I think this is a recolor of a set from TBC. It looks like the pre-raid disc for Karazhan. It's a replica of the Devout Mantle. Oh,
yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
it's a
recolor. A recolor, and yes, I want to say
there's a mod like this in Auchendoon too. I swear it's blue in dungeons. I remember because my guild made me farm it on my paladin before going into Karazhan. And yes, I know you talk about paladin and cloth gear, but they made me wear cloth gear.
I remember there was that shoulder exists in like a light blue color. I remember I farmed it before I had tier 3 shoulders, and I think it dropped in Caverns of Time. The other version of that, but it's a pretty good mog. I mean, WizK, he's a Shadow Priest. He's going with the purple theme. I like the staff too. It kind of matches. What do we rate this?
The tattoo, the green, I don't know. I guess it's like Incredible Hulk, like the purple and the green. But like I feel like the belt also doesn't fit at all. It's like wrong. Belt.
Yeah, true.
Like really wrong.
Belt is a little sus.
The staff is cool with the set. It's cool, like the modern staff with the old school mog, but the belt is not good. The green on the
tanks it.
face is not the greatest. Not the greatest. I feel like if he had purple tattoos, that'd be great.
I'm gonna give this a
It's also a full set.
6.8.
So wrong belt, full set, 4.5.
4.5? Okay, I'm lowering my score to a 6. A 6. I'm giving him a 6.
This is the worst score I've probably given, probably of the whole tournament. So
What do you think? This is? Oh my god, that's brutal. That is brutal. Okay, Shards though. Shards, he's rocking
full set, but the tattoos match this time.
Okay, the tattoos are insane though. Yeah, tattoos and the antlers. He's rocking the full Tier 3 Druid set, and he's rocking, what is that? Tabard of Nature, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And then his weapon, Venom Reaver. The weapon looks real
I
nice.
like that weapon. Can you still get
it's
that,
a full.
or did they take it out? Because it's like a ZG. They like brought it back in like a ZG thing in Dragonfall. I don't know if you
I have
can
no
still get it,
idea.
or if it was a timed event.
I might have to go and farm that.
I need
Honestly,
to make that weapon in more colors. I want like an ice version of that and like a void version of that weapon.
This is a full set, but it looks nice. Like the extra details that he did, it looks real nice.
We need to have like a default score for full set. What's a default score for full set? Like 6.5? And then if there's like a little touch on it, you could give it like a 0.5 to a 7 or something?
I would say this is for sure a 7. Like,
I think 7.
honestly, I think the full set is what tanks
it's a classic set. Is your bias showing?
No, it's a classic set, which I think it's a great looking set, but it's still a set, right? So it's not that much creativity that went into it. But the creativity with the tattoos and the weapon do add a little something. So I'm giving it a 7.
Okay, I think that's fair. We can agree on that.
He made it work with the rest of his character, you know?
This is just the same set every rogue has.
Okay,
man, I swear.
yeah,
They
this
all
is
wear
just-
some sort of fire crown or
Yeah.
some sort of hat, and then they're either wearing the challenge mode
This-
set
this
or a
is-
TBC set.
This is, and also like the weapons, they just took weapons that they like, not even like weapons that match with the rest of the look.
Unless it's like
This is,
fire and ice, you know?
Isn't this the weapon from Magister's Terrace in TBC? It's called Time Slicer.
Might be. It could also. It could be a Wrath of the Lich King dagger from Nexus.
Oh yeah, maybe it is actually. I don't remember. I have that dagger though. It's a pretty cool looking dagger, but it doesn't match the rest of the set. I mean, come on. If you're gonna go with those daggers, you at least go with the Polar set. You know, like with the frost resistance set that you used for Nax. Like, I mean, come on.
Okay.
Like the crown doesn't match anything. I mean, the gear pieces themselves like look cool individually, but you know, it needs to come together.
The rogues just have the edgelord mog. They all have the same edgelord mog. They all lean on the fence and Goldshire in, and yeah. It doesn't matter though. There's no going back at this point. Cats and dogs, you need to win if you want to stay in the tournament. Get to the North American finals. Otherwise, you're going out in third, which isn't a terrible spot. But you guys had such a good run. You're showing some diversity and strategy here as well. Nice sap from Jax. Cheap shot opener. Will the subtlety rogue make the difference? But Calvish is there. Appeals the entire team with a gouge into blind and cheap shots for the other two players as they're setting up possibly onto Awaken. Now it looks like Shards is still the target. Void Torrent. He fakes the kick. Nice play from WizCave. He's got Siphene down. He's free casting. Really ripping Shards apart. And now he's back into bear form. Heart of the Wild, Frenzied Regen. Getting some big recovery with those Frenzied Regenerations off the start of this match. And he's just actually camping bear form. He knows that there's a Shadow Dance waiting. He shapeshifts. He runs off the side to heal. Jax next to WizK. But here comes Calvish. Cheap shot out of bear form. Cubsy could Lava Burst here too if he needs to. There's the Lava Burst getting channeled off to the side. Oh my god, what an insane hit. Another Lava Burst. When they get coordinated like that, it's a huge amount of damage. Silence on Awaken, no trinket. Why is Shard's not bark skinning? He pops for Renewal. He's afraid of getting smoke bombed, I think, but he's just dying to damage. Awaken, trying to fake kicks. He can. He gets interrupted by Calvish. Calvish gets dismantled by Jax. Shards gets paint suppression, but he's going to jump off the side. He's trying to dash away, but Calvish is chasing him. Can they punish Calvish here? Nice grip back up top. It looks like WizK is there as well. It's a fear. Beautiful double fear. Crazy crowd control. Bark skin force. The Shard's going to die.
Overlapped with a Hex too there, so good crowd control here. Cubsy though caught up in the blind. This is maybe Cats and Dogs' turn to get aggressive. WizK finally taking some damage. Has to trade out the dispersion. Gets Cyclone on the dispersion. Nicely done by Shards. And now Shards potentially looking to line something up onto Cubsy. Isn't able to find it. They swap over onto Calvish instead. Cubsy He's going to be able to free heal in the back line, should be able to keep Calvish alive. Kidney shot comes out onto Jax, now back onto Charge, and I am afraid of Charge. Here comes the smoke bomb, pre-paints up on the smoke bomb. Well played by Awaken. Charge for sure is dead if he doesn't do that play right there, but he might still be. There's the gouge, there's the cheap shot onto Awaken. Whiskey pushing in for the fear. Can he find it? He's waddling over there. He's not fast enough. Still doesn't have it. There's a triple DR stun coming out into a triple fear. The fear is full onto Awaken. Charge might just drop right now. And do they have enough damage? Looks like the bear form is going to be enough. He actually still has the bark skin. He doesn't even want to trade it in this position. Now, on the side of Cats and Dogs, they need to get a... let's table that for a second. Charge once again in trouble. Trinkets out. Uses the bark skin as well. He has the renewal. He should be able to survive, but I was going to say they need to get pressure onto Whiskey right now, or this game is just going to be slipping away from their grasp and they will be eliminated. Whiskey, no dispersion for 20 seconds. They need to chain that into some kind of lead.
Charge jumps off the side. Calvish gets cloned. Whiskey is trying to find his positioning. No dispersion for 17, but he fears Jax. Kidney shot. Cheap shot. Big engagement. Where are the Star Surges? They need Star Surges. Charge is just not there. Whiskey's going to easily survive that. Jax pulls back, trying to assist Calvish. Calvish preemptively line of sighting his cheap shots. Catches him first. Unlocking both targets, but they still seem pretty durable even despite the silence. Calvish not finding any openings at the moment, although they are ramping their damage with Whiskey here. He's just tearing in. Look at that rot pressure from Whiskey. He's doubling.
Oh my God.
Everyone combined. He's just smashing the entire roster right now. Jax pops Cloak of Shadows. He's got blades. Big power play on WizK, but if he doesn't even have to disperse a smoke bomb, that is really bad. Calvish is ramping. He's got blades up now as well. Kidney shot engagement. No trinket. Paints up in 1. Charge is getting cyclones, though. No one's shutting him down. Calvish taking some hits. Jax is trying to rip, but not finding his opening just yet. And now they have no cloak. No evasion. They got 1 paints up. Mana is still even. So still anyone could take this. Just don't get too ahead of yourselves in this position.
I don't know, Cubs is looking pretty ahead of himself. He's just spamming out Lava Burst right now, playing in the middle of the map, has every button available. Whiskey caught up in a kidney shot. Finally, Cubs, even with Whiskey and a kidney shot, Cubs is just spamming out Lava Burst, just lobbing out damage here. And everybody on the side of the Cats and Dogs are definitely feeling it. Cubsy looking for the Hex here, awakening a kidney shot. Surely the Hex is going to come out of Cubsy here. And he find it, the Spirit Walker's Grace to stop the Shadow Step kick there. And Jack's Shadow Steps into the middle of the map.
Done,
he is absolutely finished. Huge damage coming out there. What a nice read by the Cub right there at the end. He knows he's going to get Shadow Step kicked, so he pops his kick immunity. That Spirit Walker's Graves is like an aura mastery for Shamans. It also allows him to cast while moving. And then Jax realizes too late that he did that, so then he tries to sheep shot him, but the Hex goes off, and then he Shadow Stepped into the middle of the map. And you know that Whiskey just loves that, so that's a free
I think
kill.
he also tried to smoke bomb the Hex to interrupt it, but it was too late. Let's just see this in a second when we get to it. This was the cloak swap. This is where WizK was just skyrocketing on damage right here. So Jax or Calvish smoke bombs. Okay, so it didn't really matter. But it was so he couldn't decurse.
Oh, he sapped his trinket. Wait, that was sick.
Wait, that was insane.
Wait,
so
that was actually insane.
He smoke bombs him so he can't get decursed by the boomkin. And then he saps him on the edge of the smoke bomb on the trinket. Wait, watch that in slow-mo. Like, Awaken has Trinket. He can maybe save somebody here. But, so he gets hexed and he gets smoke bombed, so the Boomkin can't decurse. Right here, he gets hexed, smoke bomb. No decurse. Then he tries to get out of the smoke bomb with a Trinket, and Calvish is like, nah, dog. Sap. And then WizK's like, I'll just kill the rogue. Don't worry, guys. I got this.
That's so dirty, bro. Because after he covers it with the smoke bomb, he covers the boomkin like with a stun, so he can't even dispel it anymore. And then the priest is like, "Well, my boomkin is stunned, so I have to trinket instead." And then he's like, "No, you don't." Oh, that's dirty, man. That is dirty. And this is why you don't lock in sub rogue into Calvish. Like, what are you gonna do? You know, like look at him. Like, what can you do, man?
You're gonna beat him.
What it is.
Beat him at his own game here. The style. You're not gonna beat him in style, bro.
Yeah. No, he's pretty nice with it, for sure.
Ooh, okay. Got another 3-0, and it is this time Cats and Dogs that is falling to that. Gators back now, moving on up to that grand finals. Welcome to the Jung. Best team in North America, arguably for the last couple of years. And I feel like Gators back just based on what we've seen from them so far, what we know from them as players individually. They are up to the challenge. Zico, what do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that Gators got better and better against JUNG in that last series. So I'm excited to see the rematch, to see what kind of lessons they took from that. Plus, now they picked up some steam in the lower bracket. Welcome to the JUNG. They're getting a little bit cold up there, just waiting for their opponent. I think they're going to put up a fight for sure. But it's still welcome to the JUNG, so
It is, yeah. All right, well, here's the bracket right now. We've got here grand finals for North America. Welcome to the JUNG versus Gators back. We can kind of see the journey that they've gone to get here. They were in the upper bracket and actually did fall to Welcome to the JUNG. So this is going to be a rematch for them. Welcome to the JUNG just been sitting pretty, waiting for an opponent from this lower bracket series. And we're going to have cats and dogs finishing out the weekend in third. So pretty good in terms of points as well. We know how important those are. These teams are trying to get to the top 3 by the end of these first 3 cups, or they're going to be sent to the gauntlet. And just based on what we've seen so far, Supatees, I don't think that's going to be a very fun place to be in the gauntlet with the pool of teams that we have in both regions currently.
Not with the level of competition this season. I don't think you have even if you're the number 1 seed in the gauntlet, I don't even think it's guaranteed that you would get out of it. The competition has leveled up significantly here for season 3. All the biggest teams are being challenged. Gators back, they're going to get their rematch. They've seen what Welcome to the JUNG have deployed with that Ret Paladin Hunter, so it's possible that they've been able to theory craft something amidst all of these other series throughout the day, and maybe they can actually take them out. Or we're just going to see Welcome to the JUNG continue their reign of domination. But yeah, it's been an impressive weekend. I feel like these are some of the best games. I say that every tournament. How is that possible? Am I selling out, or is this genuine? Because I feel like I'm being genuine that the games are actually insane every time, and I'm like, this is the best tournament ever. But I say that every tournament, I'm like, is it really better?
I feel like I'm with you. I feel like this particular expansion, especially just like season after season, cup after cup, even like within the individual AWC Cup seasons, I feel like these teams ramp up. The compositions get more bold. The players get more bold. We get new players and teams coming in that are kind of like shaking things up. So I'm with you, Supatees. I know it's easy to like sound like a broken record up here, but I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that's an inaccurate statement at all. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Welcome to the JUNG versus Gators. Back, it is the finals of North America Cup number 1. And for the 3rd season of The War Within, we'll be right back. See you soon.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope. How quaint. The shadow is closing in. It hungers to devour everything. Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice. You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host, with no mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished. The darkest night falls upon us, but if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now, champions of the light, defenders of Azeroth. Summon your strength, steel your hearts, because today, we fight!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the grand finals for North America for Cup number 1 of the War Within Season 3. My name is I'm here with Venricky D Machine and my dog, who wants down. And it's going to be a very exciting series. We've got Welcome to the Jung, super consistent D Machine in North America. They've dominated for so long. We know the story. We know the tale. Gators back, though. They're kind of a newer roster. Not newer players, though, D Machine. Do you think that they can take down Welcome to the Jung?
No. I'm just gonna be straight up with you. I do. I mean, the performance earlier on today was pretty one-sided. Welcome to the Jung. They brought out Drake on that Ret Paladin, and we saw the 6 million crit from the Marksman Hunter on the side of Prev. It just seemed like Gators back kind of needs to figure out how to take down this composition, how to take out the Ret Hunter. And they were opting to go like the sub-rogue Shadow Priest, and they had a little bit of momentum, a little bit of success, but I don't know. I'm not convinced. We'll just leave it at that.
All right, we got multiple dogs interrupting the stream here. They're excited to see this series as well.
The cats and dogs, man, they got knocked out, and they're all in Navy.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're upset. They're trying to make a comeback here. Okay, well, Ben, I think what's your prediction? Maybe I could guess, but what's your prediction?
I'm curious what you would guess first. Like,
I feel like you're also going to go on the side of Welcome to the Jung, but am I wrong? I'd love to be wrong.
I went Gators last time, and then mid-series I changed my prediction. And I'm hoping
yeah, what was that, by the way? Hello.
I'm not counting out Welcome to the Jung ever again. That's like,
yeah.
If Welcome to the Jung is playing, I'm gonna go in their direction from now on. So I'm going 4-2. I think Gators will pick up some wins, but only on small maps.
Okay, all right. D Machine, what is your prediction then?
I think I predicted the exact same thing as you, Elliot. I think I did 4-2, and yeah, I did.
Amazing. Look at us.
Yeah, we're so smart.
Wow. I did 4-1 for
you
Jung,
might,
so.
you might be better. That might be better, honestly.
Maybe
If the last series, the last matchup was like any foreshadowing. Yeah, we're all not counting Welcome to the Jung out. There's just. Everyone's been saying the Ret Paladin's so overpowered, and Welcome to the Jung is convincing me. I mean,
everyone changed. Nobody believes anymore.
Nobody believes anymore, dude.
I think we all believe in the Ret Dream. Like, I think all of us are cheering for the Ret deep down.
The Ret Dream, I think, is dead, Ben. This weekend proved it.
This finals,
Ret in the finals. Like, what are we saying?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, in the right hands, but it's well.
Always has to be in the right hands, you know.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, Drake is kind of in his own league, obviously, but the coin. Oh my God, the coin 4-0 for Jung.
The coin's rigged, man. That's crazy.
I think the coin might be rigged. What is that? I think there's a human behind the coin.
Is there a physical coin somewhere? I'm gonna need to inspect this coin. It's
behind
weighted.
Behind every coin is a human flipping it. You know.
That's right.
I think.
500.
What is going on?
Dude,
what are we doing?
Broke the coin, dude.
I'm confused.
I can't help but notice that it looks like your pink light is part of the refinery background. It looks like
I know.
Like,
I was gonna change it to look like more like this color. I'll do it. I'll do it during these games. Yeah, so it can match a little bit because that's on accident, but it does look kind of cool. Yeah. You need a walk or something? Is he alright? He's just excited.
No, he's never done this before. Really? Yeah. He's like usually as soon as I start like comforting him, it's over. But he's like he's really upset. Rufio
he's howling.
He
I think
really
he's
wants
mad you
Gators
betrayed
back
the Gators.
yeah, he needs them to have a comeback or something.
All right. Do it for Rufio in the chat.
Do it for
Rufio. Do it for Rufio.
Oh, he's excited about that.
He's excited? Oh. All right, well, Gators back. I mean, what do we think they're kind of talking about behind the scenes, Ben? What do we think they're going to bring out in the blind pick? I mean, obviously they're up against quite a lot. I'm sure that they know that they're the underdogs. So how do you even handle that as a team in this type of position?
Well, I think the good thing is Gators back. They managed to learn some lessons from the last time they went head to head, playing much more aggressively onto Zhang Bahai. You can't really play a passive match. But yeah, I think that's probably the main takeaway I have.
All right, let's see if they are up for the challenge game number 1 here in the finals for North America Cup number 1 here in the season 3 of the War Within. Kicking off best of 7 on the Grand Arena. It's Welcome to the Jung versus Gators back.
Okay, the gates have opened and we're already following Drake the Rep Paladin, the Lord, out immediately. But look at the positioning for Calvish and WizK. They're not messing around. They want to get aggressive. Hodge goes out onto Cubsy. WizK is the main kill target for now, but the cheap shot onto Drake, the polymorph, the cross CC. Zhang Bahai is already in that Tream form, however, just keeping his team completely A-OK as Gators back try to push in with this aggression so far. Prev caught into that disarm, though, on the True Shot Aura. So much value. Now caught into the Gouge. He's not just getting a whole lot done with it. Cubsy's not really able, or not forced to really trade anything up, but the offensive cooldowns for Calvish didn't really get anything done on the other side. The swap over on the Zhang Bahai. The cheap shot into the cheap shot into the silence. So much damage. Is the Barkskin going to be enough? It is, but oh my god, a couple more swaps like that, and that could easily be curtains for Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, I mean, that was a close call. Zhang Bahai playing it cool, though. Doesn't overreact in any sense of the word. Calvish is there once again. Looks like Zhang Bahai's going to try to cross, but oh, nice. They gouge him into the static field totem. It looks like he is able to get off into bear form, though. Does manage to escape. Not really using too much, dispelling off some of those dots, but WizK putting on a lot of pressure. Prev getting a little bit low here, too. A full blind on Zhang. Nicely done here by Gators back. They're playing a very aggressive game. This is exactly what you need to do. WizK is no stranger to this composition. He really needs to summon, you know, the essence of the move with Gators back. Play aggressive, keep the enemy team guessing, and so far they're doing a great job.
Hodge on the Cubsy, easily just going to get mass dispelled by WizK. True Shot Aura being used, going to get cheap shot up on it. He's trying to get this damage rolling, but he's the one who's caught in the back foot. Prev dipping down to about half right now, just a Horrify from Zhang. Prev's still going to be catching quite a bit more heals, and Zhang just feels completely fine to not... There's the Iron Bark. He's going to use it right away, but this is the swap over onto him. Barkskin's going to be used. He's in the bear form as well. Every swap seems to have that Barkskin available to them. It has such a short cooldown. They need to find a window where he doesn't have it. Swap damage over onto WizK as Drake lights him up as well. The blind from Drake is going to stop Cubsy, or going to put Cubsy into a very short CC here. WizK still dipping down to low, and it just WizK's onslaught of damage from this Rep Paladin Hunter is eventually over time going to tap out the defensive cooldowns from Gators back. They really got to force the defensive cooldowns out of Welcome to the Jung, but the mana seems good. Triple Fear from WizK will sit. What are they going to get done with this? The Nature Swiftness Tree Form will be respected by Zhang. Aurora Sacrifice onto Prev. He gets caught into two cheap shots. Hex onto Drake as well. The cross CC is crazy. The lasso onto Drake. He can't get Zhang out of this kidney shot. He's caught into human. No Barkskin. It is going to be enough, however. They swap the pressure back over
Cubsy
onto WizK. WizK so low, but he's going to catch a huge heal from Cubsy.
Cubsy actually was... Yeah, he got low. They're making setups on Cubsy, and WizK had to trade out his Void Shift, so that's not going to be available now.
That's why he's low.
Yeah, the setups are good, though. I mean, I really like the fact that they're mixing it up. They're going after Calvish now. Large amounts of damage. Aim shot's going to be connected. Don't forget how the last game ended between these two teams. Calvish just got 100-0 dunked by a pounce and an aim shot, so needs to be careful. Stunlock's coming in once again. I really like how offensive Gators back is playing. The gouge out of the cheap shot. Zhang Bahai is getting low. He trinkets Barkskins. He's a little bit afraid. And they are keeping Welcome to the Jung a bit on the back foot. He's going to try to cross once again. And this is where Gators back. They just need to keep it up. You know, throw caution to the wind. Try to play on top of their opponents. Get stuns on Zhang Bahai on diminishing return. And I think this next stun could potentially be lethal. The smoke bomb comes down. Zhang Bahai is in so much trouble. Gators back. What? A beautiful setup. Drake just couldn't get there to save the day. The smoke bomb, beautifully done. And Gators back is going to try to prove us all wrong. Yeah, winning that game number 1.
No comp swap needed. Gators back just needed the momentum, baby. That's all they needed. But I saw Zhang not have that trinket and not have that Barkskin. You give a team like Gators back that a window like that, they will cash in all day long. Great smoke bomb as well to prevent Drake from being able to, you know, get those sanctifies out, to get those, you know, CC removals away from, because that's such a huge thing that you need to deal with as Gators back. You need to keep in mind that this Rep Paladin is such a huge like toolkit for Zhang Bahai's these swaps, but we haven't seen a whole lot of Resto Druids, and I feel like this is exactly why. But this composition seems to enable Zhang, but Gators back, they find a window.
I was going to say, I feel like Zhang panic trinketed here a little bit. Like, it was a kind of a dicey situation, but he had Barkskin up. The stuns were going to be short, but that left this situation where there was no trinket, no bar skin, and smoke bomb was available. So we go back one more time, and we see when the trinket was forced. I think he got gouged on the Sank. So Sanctuary came in from Drake, and Zhang Bahai, he got gouged on the Sanctuary, and that's what he trinketed the gouge, and he got follow-ups on. It's like right here. The Sanctuary comes in, he gets gouged, he has bar skin up right now, and then I'm trying to see what I think does he trinket nothing?
Did he trinket air?
I think he trinkets air.
Oh no.
Like, I'm pretty sure he trinketed nothing there, which is unfortunate.
For Gators back, that's got to also feel bad for them. Obviously, it feels bad for Welcome to the Jung to lose like that, but also for your win condition to be trinketing air, especially in the hands of Zhang. This guy doesn't make mistakes often. So for that to be your win condition, I mean, they had mana, they had defensive cooldowns, they had Link, they could have gone the distance. But game number 1, that's a big deal. That's the blind pick going in favors of Gators back. But it looks like both teams are most likely just going to continue to lock in these two compositions. We got the Shadow Priest, Sub Rogue, Restoration Shaman for the side of Gators back. And I'd be really surprised to see anything but the Ret Hunter Druid.
Yeah, so if we take just take a step back and look at the match, or look at the score between these two teams on the day. I think it's 3-2 in favor of Welcome to the Jung. So Gators back, they pick up their second win. But I will say the games are getting better. I feel like Gators back, they're getting more confident in the games. Every single time they play, it's getting more and more convincing that they can actually win a series. So I do wonder, like, are they going to just keep powering up? Is this a matchup they figure out? If Welcome to the Jung loses this next game, do they have something else prepared? Like, I do wonder about that.
I feel like they must. Looking at the compositions, do they have another composition prepared that they're confident in is another question, though. Gators back. I like that they decided to just play guns blazing. Like, as soon as the gates were open, WizK was like on their opponent's pillar, like immediately. I do think that is a good call, especially if you're trying to position yourself as the caster to be willing to make swaps to the healer, your opposing healer. You really need to be in a position that is capable of hitting them even when they're sitting behind their pillar. But that type of aggression, I think, is exactly what causes mistakes like that to occur, like that trinket. Like, if you are constantly putting pressure on your opponents like that with just non-stop aggression, that's when windows of opportunity can be shown. At least it encourages it, right? But game number 2 on this map of all maps, this is the map that we saw Prev light someone up with like a 6 million aim shot, right? I think it was Calvish. Yeah, you like one-shot Calvish. It was insane.
Rake's done.
So a little bit more open of a map. But again, I want to see that aggression. I want to see Gators back get in Welcome to the Jung's face.
All right, here we go. Gates open once again. The name of the game is Gators back has to pressure the Druid, and Zhang Bahai basically has to survive like 50 setups in a row. Like, he's going to get trained down. It's going to not be easy to live, but Zhang Bahai is just such an incredible healer. If there's any Druid that's going to be able to do it, it would be him. Ouch, in the meantime, taking a big hit of damage. Full Hammer of Justice is going to land. It's going to be Dismantle and Cloak of Shadows. Calvish is not messing around in the early stages of the match, and Zhang Bahai doesn't want to fall behind, just immediately pops that Tree of Life.
Okay, I like it. It's respecting the blades. It's respecting the offensive pressure from WizK as well. But here's the swap. As soon as he comes out of form, there's the cheap shot. But it's just going to get scattered immediately. Now he's back into another cheap shot, and that go has basically been stopped. Blind onto Zhang to follow it up. If there's any CC to follow up, there isn't. Stun goes out onto Calvish as Prev could start to light him up, it looks like. But Calvish, he's just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place between this Hunter and this Restoration Druid. Every single time he finds that step go, he got scattered on it. So great job by Welcome to the Jung so far, identifying what the win condition is for Gators at the back and making it just absolutely impossible for this rogue to catch that momentum. Disarm just being spammed off cooldown. Silence goes out onto Drake into a fear. They have the cross CC for this kidney shot, and it's going to be followed up by another cheap shot into a gouge. Barkskin might be enough to deal with this for now. But it looks like Zhang is going to be rotating back to yet another pillar, getting away from this rogue. But Calvish is constantly just dipping in between Prev and Zhang, just desperately trying to stop the offensive pressure from Prev while simultaneously looking for the openings on that Restoration Druid.
Look at Zhang just preemptively using the Tranquility, just staying out of line of sight. As soon as he gets in line of sight, It's likely he's going to get cheap shot here by Calvish. Trying to do a setup. Prev gets healed a little bit, but Zhang Bahai once again gets caught out of line of sight. Calvish is able to get some big heals off. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
and that is going to be the lay on hands. So they get the Giga Tree, the Ancient of Lore, as well as the lay on hands there from Drake. And it's just so important exactly what they're doing. They're putting pressure on Prev with the kidney shots, and then the second Zhang Bahai is moving in LOS to heal, he's getting caught. So it's a really fine line Zhang has to walk, because if he's out of line of sight for too much, then he just falls behind on healing on Prev and Drake, and then the issue is kind of forced. So I feel like he needs to navigate that really well in this matchup.
Yeah, both teams just feel like the smallest mistakes can easily just be the game. The scatter shot on the kidney shot, the cheap shot to follow it up, big pressure coming up from Whiskey and Calvish. The fear, the cross CC fear to stop any sort of healing, but it looks like Drake was able to get out of that, and Zhang is going to be A-okay for yet another go. Still holding onto his trinket, Barkskin, and Iron Bark. He has Nature Swiftness as well on top of all that. Now Cyclone lands into Whiskey at low health. Calvish getting caught in that stun is going to force the Cloak of Shadows, respecting the bit of them. The holy pressure coming out from the Rep Paladin, but Calvish steps in, gets the kidney shot over out on the Prev, blinds him. Kidney shot or cheap shot goes out onto Zhang, but he pre-bear forms it, and Barkskin, and another go survived by Zhang Bahai. Fantastic presence of mind there.
How many is that? Like 20 so far in the game? Just like another 20, and they should be good. Yeah. Did he get to like that 8-minute mark of being attacked? Calvish and WizK under fire right now, but once again, they're crossing the map. They want to get on top of the Druid. That is the main vulnerability of the Restoration Druid, is when you are attacked, you fall behind on healing quite a bit. A pre-Ancient of Lore. So once again, Zhang Bahai just going to trade out the Ancient of Lore, buying a little bit of time here on his Barkskin. That should be rotating up here quite quickly. Zhang Bahai does have Trinket, and there is a Sanctuary, so tools available here for Welcome to the Jung to survive. Big setup, though. They get the full trap here onto Cubsy. Calvish and WizK are rotting down low. Full kidney shot lands onto Prev with a smoke bomb. Zhang Bahai gets feared away. Can Prev survive? This is a sacrifice. He's getting lower and lower on health. Might have to trade out the turtle. This is dangerous. They're making a swap now onto Zhang. Zhang could fall. It's an amazing play here by Gators back. Just taking down 2 targets at once. This is just impossible for Zhang Bahai to heal through. Drake might have to trade some more cooldowns to keep them alive. I think they will stabilize, but what a great push.
Ironbark and Barkskin committed to himself. Well, Prev is going to have to be forced into a turtle. And Gators back, they see those little windows of opportunity, and they just keep that momentum in their favor. Damage going out onto Drake as Cubsy locks him down with that stun. But the silence into the cheap shot, cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong and taking yet another game here in the grand finals against Welcome to the Jung. Wow, unreal. Dude, the bomb was fantastic, but also the WizK fear as he was leaping in midair. Sick play coming out from Gators back. These guys are on point, and Welcome to the Jung have to figure this out. We were talking about this Ret Paladin Hunter team, and like, yeah, well, Gator, they're gonna need some sort of answer to this Ret Hunter, and now all of a sudden I think it's the opposite. Now they feel like they need to figure something out for the rogue Shadow Priest.
Yeah, the dynamic of the matchup has entirely changed now that they're just going after the Druid like this. So if we look at crowd control received, I'm pretty sure Drake got CC'd an incredible amount in these games. Like, so he's getting hexed into a feared, into a lightning lasso. Like, I think he's getting silenced in addition to that. So Drake is having a really difficult time actually connecting here. And I think WizK is doing an incredible job. I mean, look how high his damage is in this match. Gator's back is looking phenomenal. And all of a sudden, even though Welcome to the Jung won with the Ret Paladin Hunter, I was like, wow, this is looking like a great matchup. Now I don't even like this matchup. It seems like Zhang Bahai has to, he can't make any mistakes. Yeah. You know?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we saw one trinket in the last game, and that was it. It was lights out. They immediately killed him. But in this game, I feel like he was rotating pretty well. And he was even using Barkskin and Ironbark on himself, and it didn't matter. He was still the main kill target. But it just goes to show that even if you hit, the Hunter, for example, it forces people out of position. It forces this Restoration Druid to try to swap those hots over, and that small gap in healing can absolutely be punished. There's a silence to follow it up. He's in bear form as well. Man, what do you even do at that point? I mean, you already went through your lay on hands. You already went through your Roar Sacrifice. You went through your Trinket. It's not even like they're using their defensive cooldowns inefficiently. It's just they fall behind in momentum. Gators back, showing us all that they can make anything work with this composition.
Now, here's the interesting thing for me is Welcome to the Jung. Like, do they feel like they've just been making mistakes and they're going to lock in the same thing? Or are they going to play a different composition? Because they have lots of different compositions that they could run. You know, they're like the Void Weaver. I don't know if Void Weaver is really going to be that effective into the RPS. But they do have Nick on the bench, who plays the Destra Warlock. We know Prev can play all the different casters. Drake, you know, primarily playing that Pharaoh Druid. So some options here. Is this the time for Welcome to the Jung to experiment? Or are they going to risk a lot? Because if they lose this next game, Gators back is going to be up 3-0 in this best of 7, which is a tough spot for Welcome to the Jung to be in.
You can't be there. You can't come back from that or assume that you can come back from that. I think you're right. When you said that I no longer like this matchup, I agree. I feel like, especially at the very end there, I just didn't see a win condition for Welcome to the Jung. They made like a swap to Cubsy at one point and caught a little bit of momentum. Calvish was taking a whole bunch of pressure, but this new like offensive positioning feels like Cubsy's also available for those links if need be, and he didn't even need to use it. So I would like to see a composition swap out from Welcome to the Jung, just because I know they have so much in their arsenal. But the question is, what do they think is going to beat the composition that they have in front of them right now? They have reps, and at this point they have beaten them 3 times with the Ret Hunter. So this is one of those moments where you need to figure out what would make the most sense, and they're going to swap to Jungle but with a Holy Paladin and a Marksman Hunter. What's your knee-jerk reaction to this, man?
A little bit of a surprise. I think it's going to be more difficult to take down Zhang on the Paladin. I think Drake on the Pharaoh, I think he's one of the best Pharaohs that I've seen.
Yeah.
Like, he is really good at navigating defense and offense. Prev on the Hunter has been looking incredible as well. So I'm not sure how this matchup goes. We haven't seen it so far this season, but I don't mind it. I think it could be okay.
Looks strong. I think so too.
Yeah.
I don't foresee this going into too deep a dampening, but if it does,
What's your guess?
I mean,
what's the over/under for you?
Dude, my money's on Welcome to the Jung. I think that this
No, but I mean
composition.
the dampening.
Oh, I'll say 38%. I think it'll end at 38% on the dot. That's my over/under.
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna go too deep, but I do think it's gonna go decently deep, just because these healers are so good and they're gonna be rotating through their defensive cooldown so well, and the cross CC from their opponents to peel. Just when you're at this high level of play, it just seems like the game continues to go on no matter how explosive things get. But Calvish, he's looking pretty handsome as a high mountain Tauren. I'm a big fan of the rose in the mouth.
Tauren Rogue is something you just thought you'd never see, right? Because it's like you literally, both versions of Tauren, like the high mountain and the regular Tauren, have stuns, which is the last thing on earth you need. You know? But I will say, I do feel like this AWC is going to change the meta. Like,
yeah,
the amount of versatility we're seeing on these players and playing high mountain, I feel like there's going to be a massive shift to Horde and high mountain and just all out versatility.
Dude, look at the double up tattoos on Calvish's arms. I'm pretty sure it's like that's like a chest piece or something. And
Yeah,
then the red
chest
paint.
piece.
Yeah, dude, I rock that thing. That thing's sweet. He's looking
That looks
quite
good.
romantic with that. With that rose. The production keeps like, hey, check it out. This guy's running the force set or whatever. And I was like, yeah, but did you see the rose in his mouth?
That's funny. Oh, he's gonna show us the transmog for the chest. Can we see that one more time? Oh, we're blind, yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of words in this tooltip in our defense.
You like his weapons, too? You know where those
the
weapons
weapons
are
are
from?
the least interesting part for me. I'm not gonna lie.
You know where those are from, though?
No idea.
From WAD Challenge Mode?
Cartel uniform. That's pretty dope. WAD challenge
Good.
mode? Damn.
Yep. They look nice, huh? Not many people have
now that
those.
I see the effect, it's pretty good. So give it out of 10. What's Calvish's score?
Calvish always has good transmogs. I'm going to go high, 8-7. Like
Yeah,
8-7,
I was
just
thinking
like
8.
off-
I'll go a solid just 8. I think there's room
8-0,
for
huh?
improvement. I think Calvish, especially with the high mountain, I think this is a new meta that he's going to have to adapt to. But so far, so good. Up 2-0 against Welcome to the Jung after getting 3-0'd by this Ret Hunter composition. The pivot to the jungle, however, is this going to be the correct thing? the correct composition for Welcome to the Jung to bring it back? I think it is. I genuinely do. I think Feral Druids right now, their pressure is crazy. Their control is really good. Cyclones is a lot to have to deal with on top of it all. The Ret Paladin defensive pressure is cool and all, but when you're at this high a level, I think the Restoration Druid was a liability. And now it's not going to be that anymore. Calvish getting caught into a Hodge immediately. Kidney Shot goes out into Zhang. It looks like they're still trying to go Zhang Bahai, even though he switched to the Holy Paladin. I'm not sure if I like that strategy. Drake just starting to get his bleeds up. Huge damage going out onto WizK. Static Totem's going to peel that Feral Druid off of WizK for now. Cubsy dropping Drake into a lasso, stopping this momentum. A blind, I think it actually got broke into a fear, and Calvish is the one who's on the back foot throughout it all.
Ooh, can Prev land the trap? You need to land the trap. No, I think it was a precog. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do so, but I think part of this is Drake doesn't want to be hexed anymore. He's sick of being hexed on the Ret Paladin, so he's looking for Cyclones of his own. He's able to slow down WizK. Beautifully done, but at the same time, Drake is getting low on health. The scatter comes in. Cheap shot on Zhang. Gators back, still has good pressure in this match. Zhang is struggling to keep them alive, but he still has pretty much every single cooldown to trade, just being really, really patient with it, and that's what makes Welcome to the Jungle such a difficult team. They're not going to overreact to these situations, normally making pretty much perfect trades. WizK now getting low on health, needs to be careful. Dark Ascension is going to get cast out. The burst damage is available. They're going after Drake. Zhang behind needs to separate from Drake, or Calvish is going to do a really good job getting those stuns out. Big stun, though, on Calvish. Prev in the backline, throwing in some huge aim shots. Kidney shot now onto Drake. Silence on Zhang. A beautiful setup once again. Calvish follows it up with the cheap shot of his own, making a setup onto the Paladin. And now there's pressure on multiple targets here. But it looks like they weather the storm. Zhang should be able to keep them alive. Out in healing, just kiting away, dispelling off the dots when he can. And it looks like Welcome to the Jung will survive.
I like to swap on Sack. I think that was a solid move. I mean, Zhang's going to be taking the damage, immune to CC during that anyway. So more swaps onto him during the Sack. I guess they don't even need to wait for the hand to sacrifice. They're just putting in the kidney shot now. No cross CC, however, is going to allow Drake to get WizK put into this full Cyclone, and Calvish is basically just soloing Zhang behind the pillar. He seems to be A-okay to deal with this for now, but here's the fear going out onto Zhang. The trap going out onto Cubsy as well. Both healers caught into a bit of CC there as a True Shot aura is popped. Drake's the one who's on the back foot, however. He's forced into that bear form. Is this going to be survival instincts? He's holding on to it as Zhang does have his wings up. It looks like Drake's going to be okay. He keeps going into the cat form. This is so scary. He's so low. Huge heals coming in. Finally, Drake gets stabilized just a little bit, but Calvish is waiting to go. There's the blind. There's the cheap shot in the Prev. They're swapping over out onto the Hunter. Big damage from WizK is going to be stopped finally by that Maim, and both teams just slowly stopping each other's opportunities for setups.
I mean, just absolutely incredible. They get the trinket, the lay on hands. Zhang's now silenced. Prev is low, Drake is low, but Calvish needs to be careful. Keep in mind, Calvish has 0 cooldown, so he can only trinket out of a stun, but has no vanish, no evasion, no cloak of shadows. Cubs is going to need to keep him nice and healthy. WizK does have the void shift if he needs it. Gators back, continuing to make an offensive push, and they are just smothering Welcome to the Jung. They are not allowing them to breathe in this match, putting out tons of pressure, just not allowing them to get comfy at the same time, though. WizK is getting low. Prev going for a one-shot, and WizK is forced behind the pillar. Big heals incoming. Calvish in the middle of the map as they make a swap on him. Rapid fire incoming. Finally, Welcome to the Jung is getting comfier in the match. Zhang Bahai is basically full mana, so that is one thing they have going for them in this match. I don't think it's going to come down to mana, but it is nice to know that you have that lead.
Yeah, it's the throughput that I'm worried about for him, honestly. Like, he has the Blessing of Sacrifice back off of cooldown, which will make a nice opportunity for him to stop a go, but then they can always just swap to them, and they've been doing a fantastic job of just that. The Smoke Bomb does get dropped out onto Drake. He's in the bear form. He gets the bark skin up as well. He should be A-okay through that. This is wings as well, but the fear and the gouge, the cross CC is crazy from Gators back. Now the kick goes out on the Cubsy. He couldn't get the follow-up CC, and Drake now trying to punish Calvish for this aggression. Big damage, big bites goes out into him as he gets caught into that stun. Blind goes out on to Cubsy to follow it up from Zhang. And it looks like Drake's going to be the one who gets swapped back over to with the kidney shot. Looks like it's mostly a defensive kidney for now. But looks like Gators back, they don't feel like they can continue this onslaught of offensive positioning. They're both opting to sit all behind the pillar here. But I'm just waiting for Drake's DR to fall and him to get stunned behind the pillar. But the full clone lands out onto Cubsy. Drake caught into that gouge to follow it up. Calvish is in a lot of trouble here. The bash in the middle of the map. The life grip from WizK will get him out of line of sight from Prev. Prev, but that was a scary moment for Gators back.
I mean, it definitely was. Welcome to the Jung. Feels like they're getting more comfortable in the matchup. It's not as scary, but a beautiful static field totem brings Drake deep in enemy territory. Calvish goes in, gets the cheap shot into a full blind. Drake, I think, should be okay. He's feeling confident with his bar skin. Jang Bahai doesn't overreact. He doesn't trinket the blind. That was a bait, right? Calvish was just testing him. Like, I really hope he trinkets his blind. And luckily he didn't. The AoE rake stun comes in. Big aim shots. And Prev is there to potentially close out this game. True shot aura coming up in just 15 seconds. Calvish is low on health. He eats the trap. Scatter shot onto Cubsy. And right now we see Gators back finally in a bit of a defensive position. WizK pushing forward, trying to get something rolling. Sacrifice lands here onto Drake. And now Drake can be feeling very confident to make a push.
It looks like it. WizK caught in the middle of the map, down to half. Cubsy going to top him off A-OK. Prev caught into the disarm on top of it. Both teams just stopping their goes every single time. I wonder if they want to continue to do swaps over out onto Jang Bahai. If so, WizK needs to position himself in a way that he can go with his rogue. Bash goes out on the Cubsy. Can Drake get the follow-up? He can't. He's caught into a cheap shot. Big damage. This is a smoke bomb onto Drake. He gets out of it. He has Trinket. He has Barkskin available. He's in bear form. Is it going to be enough? Silence onto Jang Bahai. Any follow-up CC, and that might be it for this Feral Druid, but no, he gets caught into a kidney to follow it up. Drake's still not out of it just yet. He's sitting in this bear form, respecting the damage for now, but Zhang finally, he has the lay on hands if need be, but it doesn't look like he needs it. Now they're trying to swap the momentum over on to WizK. Calvish just trying to get out of line of sight. He knows that the momentum is lost. He knows that the DRs are up. WizK and Calvish both dipping lower and lower. If Prev kind of tee off onto him. Cubsy caught into the rake stun. Calvish caught into the rake stun. That's going to be the Spirit Link. Another defensive cooldown out. Calvish is not out of it just yet. Can Cubsy keep him alive? Drake still pushing in at half health here. He's got to be careful not to be in cat form. He's in the bear form for now. Surely this is going to be a lay on hands at any moment. Cubsy slowing down Prev's damage with the lasso. Drake catching huge amounts of heals. Calvish still sitting on that pillar. He knows that the momentum's not in his favor just yet. Bash goes out onto Cubsy. Can they land the trap? No. WizK grips away from it. WizK, though, he's got to be scared. He's down to half. Cubsy with no Spirit Link, no trinket available to them, and welcome to the Jung. Caught their momentum. They smell blood in the water.
Yeah, definitely not looking bad. The Divine Shield, the lay on hands, the sacrifice. Calvish is low, but a setup incoming. Drake gets caught into a cheap shot. That looks like they want to go after Prev. Calvish is throwing stuns on the entire enemy team. Survival of the fittest comes in. Drake's low on health. He trades out the bar skin at the same time. WizK is low. Needs to make sure he gets that dispersion off. He gets scattered up on low health. Zhang, even though it was scary for Welcome to the Jung, there's so many cooldowns available. I feel like they're totally safe. WizK is forced into the dispersion. Calvish is just getting absolutely owned. And Welcome to the Jung strike back with this composition.
Damn,
that they have
I was
other
so
things prepared.
close to 38% dampening. I was so close. He died at 40% dampening, but yeah, that consistent pressure. In the beginning, when they were going Holy Paladin, it looked so much stronger for Gators back, but as the game went on, I just feel like they couldn't overextend without feeling like they were getting punished. And Welcome to the Jung are not going out without a fight. They are taking back a point on the board with this jungle cleave. And now all of a sudden Gators back need to figure it out once again and go back to the drawing board. I really do think that it could just be a matter of changing the strat up.
Yeah. I do. I
Is
wonder
Holy
what
Paladin
Gators back is going
goes
to
the
do.
play? I don't know, man.
I think it's hard to take down. I think the problem is, like, Drake on Feral is such a nuisance. Like, he's really good at landing clutch stuns. Like, when he's playing his Rep Paladin, it's just, what is he going to do, right? Like, he's just getting hexed. Like, the difference, even though Rep Paladin brings so much utility in this exact matchup, when you actually see it play out, I mean, he's just getting stunned into a hex. He can't get out of it. And then what is he going to do? Hammer of Justice to peel? And it just gets dispelled. Like, there's not that much. Whereas the Feral Druid, you're literally immune to hex. And you're the one stunning. You've got Cyclone. Nobody can really do anything about that. Like, it's just way more disruption when you're playing that Feral Druid. I think it's definitely the comfort pick for Drake at this point.
Definitely. And with so much more, attention being aggroed by Drake, it gives Prev a bit more breathing room to just light people up. And that offensive pressure and that consistent damage from Prev, it really kind of manifests in a defensive positioning for Gators back. So it's one of those much different series here in the grand finals than what we saw in the upper finals. Both teams just kind of playing mind games with compositions, going back and forth. and we have ourselves a series. I think this is definitely going to go the distance, and I think, if I'm 100% honest, I bet you Gators back are going to find an answer to this jungle. I think this is going to be a back and forth series between these two compositions. I would be surprised, even though that seemed pretty convincing, to see another composition locked in for Gators back. I just think that they're able to change their strategies and make things work. In the beginning of that game looked like a very different game than by the end.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, my gut feeling tells me Gators back is just gonna stick with the RPS.
Yeah.
And just try to just play it better on hook point. Nice small map. It's gonna be easier to play on top of Zhangbahai, but I don't know. Not totally convinced it's gonna work out. I think this is just one of those matchups that can go either way. Like, I don't think that this is a matchup that's like totally one-sided. It feels like either side can really win just based off who plays better. So, welcome to the Jung. It takes a lot to make them get off their initial composition. The fact that they did, and then they also randomly had another composition prepared that is allowing them to win. It's impressive.
Absolutely. You know, we were kind of joking about it. We're like, all right, you know, this Ret Hunter is just going to take it. We saw basically a blowout in the upper bracket, and holy crap, I'm so happy to be wrong. This is quite a series so far. This is a best of 7 as a reminder, so that means that the team that hits 4 wins first will be crowned champions of Cup number 1. And early on in the Cup season, you need to be farming those points. You absolutely need, when your team has this type of momentum, you have to capitalize on it, because who knows what will happen in the later Cups? Who knows what balance changes will roll in? Who knows what strategies will be figured out? I mean, in this tournament alone, Gators back have basically overcome the Ret Hunter composition from Welcome to the Jung and have changed everything up. So we are going to see the jungle locked in yet again. Makes sense. It looked very strong there in Empyrean Domain. The question is, are they going to stick to their guns and play the sub-rogue Shadow Priest yet again?
You know what's funny is, for Welcome to the Jung, this is actually like a comfort pick for them. Like, Feral Holy Paladin has been kind of like their base composition for the entirety of this expansion. So
yeah, Prep didn't look too bad either.
Shouldn't be that big of a surprise.
I mean,
oh, definitely.
The 5 million
before we
or
saw
6
Prep on
million
Shadow Priest, right?
Yeah.
I think last season, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think last season was all just Shadow Priest, Feral Paladin.
Right.
Mirrors in the finals, and that. Oh, okay.
Sticking to their guns.
Same comp.
I think it's smart. You don't want to get too far in your head and then lose in the draft, you know. But I mean, Prev has been on it on this Hunter too. We saw scatter shots on Calvish's goes and stuff whenever Zhang was on that Restoration Druid. Definitely no slouch on the Hunter at all. Hook Point though is a map that's a bit smaller than an Empyrean Domain. I feel like on Empyrean, you can be caught out in the open a little bit more, which gives a bit of an advantage to the Marksman Hunter. So we're going to have to see if the map really plays any sort of role here in game number 4 versus Gators back. In terms of a strategy shift, I didn't like the Holy Paladin goes by any means, but I'm curious, do you think Prev is a kill target that they could look into? We saw them go Prev when he was playing with the Ret Paladin a little bit, and they were able to get some defensive cooldowns out from him. But I don't know. It's like when you go Drake, he has that bear form. He rotates defensives incredibly well. Really short cooldown on Barkskin. When you go Prev, I feel like you might have an opportunity maybe to slow that damage down a little bit more. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to identify what's in Gators' back mindset. What is their new strategy?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like it's got to come down to just being on top of Zhangbahai more, like WizK being there for fears, because this is a matchup where there's no Tremor Totem, there's no Sank, right? So if WizK can actually just land consistent fears, then that gives them a really, really good position to be in. So I think most of it just comes down to WizK wanting to fear more. Nice grip there. Nicely done there by WizK. Double Blinding Light comes in. Zhangbahai gets feared away immediately, and maybe it's exactly what you said. Go after Prev and just get the fears, get the crowd control on Zhangbahai. We'll see if it ends up working out for them.
So far, so not so good. That was lots of offensive pressure. That was Blades committed and everything, and Prev seems to be okay. The swap over on the Holy Paladin, it's going to be bashed up by Drake onto Calvish. It looks like Drake is opting to kind of spread that pressure around and also stop the momentum of that rogue. Zhangbahai possibly a swappable target, but it looks like Prev is going to be the main target, and Drake seems to be eating a lot more CC this time around and not being the main kill target. Kidney shot goes out onto Prev. The double fear across CC. They're swapping it over onto the Holy Paladin yet again. The triple DR into the silence. Huge damage, and that's just going to be respected by the bubble. And all of a sudden, Gators back have found an opportunity to get back into this game. WizK cannot get the Master Spell. He finally does the Master Spell to get the trap off of Cubsy. Drake looking to follow it up with the Cyclone and is going to be stopped for now. But crazy, crazy plays. They were able to actually punch through and get this Paladin's bubble. Can they do it again?
Yeah. I like that. The Jeng, just like, that's such an expert move where you just don't mess around with Trinket and additional cooldowns. Big setup though on Prev. Can they take him down? They get the Trinket out of the way, and Prev is forced into the aspect of the turtle. This is looking way better. These small maps for Gators back are just so impressive, how they can just take full control of the game. Their setups are clean. And now all of a sudden, Zheng Bahai, no Trinket, no Divine Shield. Prev, no Trinket, no Turtle. Drake, no Trinket. If we see a perfect setup, this game is over, but Calvish needs to hold on a little bit longer. Big Nature Swift is there by Cubsy. Keeps Calvish in the fight. Silence comes in. Both teams are frail right now, in all honesty. Calvish could easily fall, but I feel like all Gators back needs is one clean setup. Can they land a big stun? Looks like they're going to be going for a kidney shot here on Zheng Bahai. He uses the Divine Protection to survive. I think it's very unlikely they take him down through that Divine Protection. Maybe they do need to go after Prev again, but he does have some cooldown. Survival of the fittest. He's got his Trinket. So I think Prev should be able to survive. Stun on Cubsy into the Blinding Light. WizK getting low on health. That was the Void Shift to keep him alive. So welcome to the Jung. They're not making this easy. Despite so many cooldowns being traded out, it's still Calvish who seems to be flailing to survive.
Dude, buttons are flying left and right. It's hard to keep up with. That's Trinket for Cubsy. No defensive available for Calvish. There's the kidney shot into Zheng Bahai. Can there get any follow-up CC? Looks like the damage is going out onto Prev. WizK is just lighting him up. Zheng Bahai not caught in any CC just yet. In 10 seconds until he gets his Trinket back. Hodge goes out. It's going to get dispelled. Main goes out onto Cubsy. If there's any follow-up CC, there's the trap. Gouge on to Drake. Calvish looking to try to get a re, possibly? WizK dropping down to half, and that's going to be the disperse. No Trinket for Cubsy. No, but he does have the Spirit Link available to him, but they're swapping the damage over out onto him. Disarm goes out onto Prev to stop that True Shot Aura's big burst damage, but Drake has this Incarnation. Cubsy has no Trinket available to him. There's the kidney shot. Where is it going? It gets stopped by the pet stun, the followed up into the main stun. There's the cheap shot onto Prev. Big damage onto him as the fear into the blind lands. Incarnation from Drake, however, is going to start peeling, and it's going to start doing some big damage to Calvish. Cubsy not caught into any CC just yet. You should be okay to deal with this. Both Prev and Drake are rotting down, but Zheng Bahai not caught into any CC just yet. He should be okay. He has the Trinket, he has the lay on hands, and welcome to the Jung. Stabilize. Both teams stabilize.
Divine Shield rotates up in 30 seconds, so that really early Divine Shield starting to pay dividends here for Zheng Bahai as it rotates back off of cooldown. Prev has no Trinket though. Let's see what they can do. Calvish still has the evasion, still under fire. He gets disoriented there, stunned to disorient into a Cyclone, so really just slowing down that incoming damage and denying the setup. The fear comes in though. A full Hex on Zheng Bahai immediately gets decursed. Drake Trinkets out to just get that decurse off. They're doing a setup onto Prev. Silence on Zheng. Prev's in trouble. Ooh, looks like they will trade out the lay on hands. So this is also the Avenging Crusader here for Zheng Bahai as they're looking to potentially close out the game. They're pushing in. Welcome to the Jung. Realizes they're running out of cooldowns. They're running out of time. They need to try to make something happen here. The Blinding Light goes out onto Cubsy. Calvish and WizK both doing okay on health for the time being, but if Prev can land some aim shots, it's going to be absolutely devastating. This is the evasion from Calvish, but now no vanish, no evasion, no cloak from Calvish. He's got 0 defensive cooldowns. Zheng Bahai might have to trade out the Divine Shield to keep his team alive. Drake uses the Barkskin immediately to survive. Big cooldown trades once again, but I am very afraid for Calvish here. Cubsy might have to trade out his Trinket and the Spirit Link. It's so back and forth. Nice job by Calvish eating the trap, but he's going to have to line of sight and play slightly defensively here.
Yeah, Zhang getting in there, getting that Hodge over out onto Cubsy. Big pressure going out to him from Prev. They're swapping the pressure over. There's the kidney onto Zhang Bahai. The cheap shot onto Prev. Drake getting caught into a fear. The cross CC's crazy, and Zhang sees the win potential, pops that bubble, and respects the go. Gouge on the Prev is going to stop a lot of the momentum in their favor, and yet another button off the board for Welcome to the Jung that they have to deal with. No turtle available for Prev. Into the silence. He couldn't get the hand of sacrifice off in time. This is Wings. Can he keep his hunter alive? Prev! He's so low. Oh, Roar Sacrifice. It is not enough. And Gators back do it. They punch the ticket and they take out Prev. And they are up 3-1 against the jungle.
Oh my gosh, they are so back. Especially on these smaller maps. But the good thing is for Gators back, I mean, even if we go to a big map, that means they're going to have 2 chances in a row. Like, let's just say Gators back loses this next game. They have 2 chances on small maps to win with the RPS. I mean, things are looking good. Welcome to the Jung. Might have to go back to the drawing board. I'm really not sure, but this was a very close back and forth game once again. Beautiful final setup here. Zhang Bahai, unfortunately, getting the Void Volley on his Trinket into a silence is so unfortunate. That Void Volley is so toxic to fight sometimes. Like, WizK just, he gets the Void Volley off, and that's going to be the game. A really good final push there. And both these teams, I think, played exceptionally well here.
I absolutely agree. I mean, you mentioned this earlier. There's that early bubble. I think that not overreacting and just kind of respecting the damage trades are plays that you need to have in order to go the distance against a team like Gators back. But like you said, both teams are playing incredibly well. I mean, Calvish eating that trap later on was crazy. In the nick of time, too. That easily could have been a momentum shift out of their favor. The Aurora Sacrifice just not being enough. Drake in the Incarnation getting a stun on the Calvish at the very end there, but WizK being available to punch that final nail in the coffin onto Prev. It just seems like such a hard matchup, but such a hard moment at the very end to save their hunter throughout all of that. But and then this is early on when the turtle was forced as well on top of all of it. I just think that Welcome to the Jung, they rotated their defensive cooldown so well, but Hook Point just did not seem it just seemed so incredibly volatile for either side. Buttons were being thrown left and right. It was so hard to track. A bigger map
are we going to?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, where are they gonna go? So Welcome to the Jung. They have the loser's advantage, meaning they get to lock in a map pick first, and they're going to go to Ashamane's Fall, a bit bigger than Hook Point. And Gators back, where I'm assuming we're going to see the same composition that have got them here, that brought them through the lower bracket, it brought them back to the finals, and has brought them these 3 wins again. We see the tried and true.
How warm would your heart feel if WizK comes in with the new team? As RPS and wins the first cup. I mean, that's just like the story
and
writes
Blue
itself.
Gator, the restoration shaman on Cubsy. I mean, it's like it was meant to be. Who's writing the script of this? This is crazy.
I don't know. We're making a movie right before our eyes, though. That's for sure. Welcome to the Jung. What are they going to do? Do we think they like this composition? Like, I don't know. It doesn't look bad. Like I said, it seems like a matchup either side can win, but
yeah, with a toss-up like that on match point, that's hard, man. That's really hard. I see that they're rotating incredibly well. I see that they have really good offensive pressure, especially going into late game. That Feral Druid is just so much to deal with, especially random bursts from Prev. I wouldn't hate the same composition being locked in, but it's almost like trying to predict Welcome to the Jung feels like impossible. These guys have so much prepared. They have so much experience playing with each other on various different compositions. I wouldn't be surprised to see a composition change as well. But to win basically 3 games in a row at this point against Gators back, all of our predictions feel kind of wrong right now.
I will say, Welcome to the Jung. They just don't die. Like, they just come back. They just, you know what I mean? Like, actually beating them, having them on match point, that's one thing. Actually beating them, that's another thing. We've seen this time and time again. Welcome to the Jung just gets the reverse sweep. They come back out of nowhere. They're obviously taking their time here.
Whoa, yeah, they're going the distance. Oh my gosh, I'm so curious. They must be talking. They must be strategizing like crazy right now. Doing a quick 3-second VOD review. Okay, we do have a comp swap. Nick
Welcome,
coming out
Nick.
on
Welcome.
the Destro Warlock. Let's go.
Oh, I feel like it's been eternity since we've seen Nick on broadcast. Like in the open bracket, yeah, but I do remember. I'm trying to remember what I think was the first season. It was maybe the first season of the expansion, Cup number 2. Where Nick came in on the Frost Mage and just literally beat everybody. Like, they just, they played this composition with the Frost Mage instead of the Destro. and they just literally won every single game. Nick was super excited about it. So he's a phenomenal player. He sits on the bench a lot for this roster, but when you need him, like I swear, Nick's gonna come through with this Destro Warlock.
I feel like all you get is control, right? Like you got the Marksman Hunter who's obviously able to light stuff up, but now you have Chaos Bolts that obviously light stuff up. Now you have Coil. Now you have Fear. Now you have Portals. I don't know. This feels right. This feels like it could give this team, the well-rounded nature that it needs. Imagine if you had a Warlock there at the very end instead of the Hunter. You'd be porting and gating all across the map.
It's actually kind of weird, but so for Marksmanship Hunter, you can't be interrupted, which sounds good on paper, right? Like you're basically a caster that can't be kicked. But when you're a caster that can be kicked, it all of a sudden introduces like this new dynamic of annoyance that Gators back has to focus on the whole game. Okay, we were shutting down Drake's Cyclones because he's the only one casting, but now it's like, can we shut down the Cyclones and the Chaos Bolts and the Fears? Like that's going to be a lot harder to do. So I think Nick in this matchup is going to have a lot more freedom. And honestly, I want to see these Paladins play Repentance. I don't know what's going on.
Agreed.
But if Zhang Bahai, no more Blinding Light. I want to see the Repentance. Like
hard agree.
Especially with this composition.
What's the cooldown on it too? Like 15 seconds? Dude, he needs so many.
It has, no.
Presses it.
If you talent it, it has no cool. You literally get polymorph.
The talent.
And you play the talent, you get polymorph, and then you have Chaos Bolt, Fear, Cyclone, and polymorph that you can cast.
That sounds absolutely terrifying. That sounds like
good, right?
It sounds like an incredibly strong composition. DRs for days. But the question is, do they have the reps? Can they take down a team like Gators back, especially when they're more than warm at this point? These guys are like at peak performance at this point. Ashamane's fall going to be either the make or break for this new composition, the Feral Druid, Destro Warlock, Holy Paladin. I'm glad they went the distance on the draft because I am so excited to see this composition for Welcome to the Jung. It's so funny to think about it too, because it's like Welcome to the Jung. They literally were just playing Jungle Cleave. I didn't even, they have so many compositions, I didn't even think about that. It's like one of the things, so funny to think about it too, because it's like Welcome to the Jung. They literally were just playing Jungle Cleave. I didn't even, they have so many compositions, I didn't even think about that. It's like one of the things that they were more known for was the composition that they were just playing. And they just have so many that I didn't even put two and two together. Now this team's name is just synonymous with like every composition you can imagine. Even Ret Hunter, for goodness sake.
Everything. They played Ret Demo. They won as Ret Demo before. Like they could play literally anything. So I am excited. Nick on the Destro Warlock. Super good at the specialization. We'll see what he can do. He's playing the Fell Hunter, so we'll have that spell lock available. Looks like they're going to try to go after Nick early on in the match. He goes for a quick little reflect. Full kidney shot lands. Cheap shot onto Drake. Good control here by Calvish. Fear on Zhang Bahai. Already triple CC, but Nick, he shrugs it off. He's just going to be able to portal away. Be totally fine. Static Field Totem comes in here from Cubsy. The bash. Potential Cyclone to follow it up. He gets knocked away. Nicely done there by Cubsy. And Nick will be under fire. We need to see Welcome to the Jung try to get some counter pressure here because they have been on the back foot.
Yeah, you got a couple Chaos Bolts off there with dip down, but nothing that Cubsy can't deal with that Healing Tide Totem especially. Blind onto Zhang Bahai. This is Incarnation for Drake, but he gets caught into a cheap shot in the middle of the map, just slowing that down. Nick porting back behind the pillar yet again. Calvish finally reconnecting. Is there any more CC for Zhang Bahai? There isn't. And Nick's going to be completely okay. Great job by Nick rotating and kiting around, getting away from Calvish over and over and over again. If he can keep this up, this surely could give them some sort of opportunity to get aggressive. Maybe right now, there's a rake stun going out onto Cubsy. The full Cyclone does land. The coil onto Calvish.
Boom.
The Hodge onto WizK. The cross CC's all over the place. And WizK is forced back behind the pillar. Line of sighting there yet again. A couple more goes like that, and that could be some defensive cooldowns or even someone's death.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really scary situation. Silence now on to Zhang. Nick under fire once again. Like you said, he's been doing such a good job with his portal positioning, his kiting, his gateway usage. Really just making it a lot easier for Zhang Bahai to survive. Calvish gets Chaos Bolt twice, down to 20% health, and that is the kind of threat that you want on your team. No more messing around. And he is playing Repentance. He got the Repentance as well. Oh, everything we want is happening. Let's see if they can put all the pieces together and actually pull off a win. Full Fear. Drake's in trouble. The sacrifice lands, but can they take Drake down? Super low on health. Zhang Bahai coming to clutch with some heals. He trades out the trinket, though, in that exchange.
There's the MAME. Full clone lands. Hodge on the Whiz-K. Do they have the damage? Chaos Bolts coming out from Nick are going to be defensively silenced up by Whiz-K. There's the Mighty Bash onto Calvish. Can Drake follow it up? It looks like they're just going to clone him up and stop any sort of momentum that might be in their opponent's favor. And it just feels like this is a very different team for Welcome to the Jug. It is nice to see Nick come out, but this is Unending Resolve. This is big damage going out onto Nick. He gets gouged just to stop the momentum of his damage. And Nick trying to push in. Zhang Bahai having to reposition to get back in the line of sight of Nick. He looks like he's going to be okay for now, but both walls have been shoot through, so that's something to keep an eye out for. We still have bubble for Zhang Bahai. Nick's sitting at top health. He should be a-okay. Nice step kick onto Zhang Bahai into a full blind, but where's the damage? Can he get anything done with that? The follow-up sap, but now Calvish gets caught into a main. He gets caught into a full cyclone, and that DR isn't going to get anything done.
Yeah, nicely done. Nick here in the back line. Might be able to get off some cast. He gets diminishing return cheap shot, so we'll see. I don't think too much damage is going to be coming out. The double coil, 1 Chaos Bolt, 2 Chaos Bolt. Nick is getting the damage rolling, and WizK is forced into dispersion, and that's exactly what you need. You're like, I feel like Gators back. They've been playing super confident. Just nothing's been scaring them. And finally, there's something on the map that can scare them, and that is Nick on the Destruction Warlock. However, Gators back is still looking good, and they are 1 game away from closing out the series. Can they do it? They're feeling confident. They're pushing in. Nick doesn't really have that many cooldowns left. Zhang Bahai has Trinket and the Sacrifice if he needs it, but a beautiful triple fear from WizK. Wow. He is trying to shut them down and keep this damage rolling, David.
Into a Hex! Oh, he gets out of it, though, immediately. Drake is on that so fast. So Zhang Bahai, he's out of that CC yet again. And that was Blades. That was a lot of pressure for Gators back. They did get a couple buttons, but not what I think they need. Big damage going out from Drake is going to be stopped by that cheap shot. Nick is going to go ahead and pour it away right away. Gouge goes out onto Zhang Bahai. They're swapping the pressure over onto Drake, but that means Nick can free cast. Big damage hitting Calvish. Is this going to be his Cloak of Shadows? No, he's just going to line of sight for now. Another Chaos Bolt goes out onto WizK, and Nick just positioned so far across the map. Zhang Bahai rotating with his Warlock yet again, forcing Cubsy off his pillar. There's the Horrify. Is there a follow-up CC? Kidney Shot goes out onto Drake. He is in human form. Gouge onto Zhang Bahai to follow it up. Into the Fear. This could be curtains for Drake. Dark Pack is going to be used by Nick. It looks like they're going to be going on the Warlock instead. He's going to respect a bit of that pressure, but they chew through it already. But now Cubsy pushing in is caught into a full Hodge. If this can get followed up by a Repentance, oh my gosh, it barely misses. The Repentance finally gets sheared, and this is just so many scary casts that this team has to deal with. Chaos Bolt's landing in onto WizK, and Nick is like across the map. He's like, yeah, I'm going to continue to keep you low health, and if you want to go after me, you're going to have to go so far. Calvish playing Ring Around the Rosie against Nick. He finally catches the Warlock, puts him into a cheap shot. Zhang Bahai caught into that blind, into a silence. This is the smoke bomb to follow it out. Zhang Bahai gets on top of him, but finds himself into a DR cheap shot to follow it up. Both Zhang Bahai, this is the incarnation in the backline, however. Hodge lands on the Calvish. Chaos Bolts after Chaos Bolt, and that's going to be the evasion. No Cloak of Shadows available to him. Is this going to be the Spirit Link from Cubsy? He keeps his rogue alive for now, but Drake now a little bit on the back foot, but it just seems so much in favor. Welcome to the Jung.
Yeah, welcome to the Jung. This is looking good. Tears Deliverance gets cast out here by Zhang Bahai. Going to be a lot of incoming healing. This is exactly what Drake wants. He could be basically the tank for his team, keeping Gators back at the pillar, keeping them at bay. See what they decide to do. Calvish, honestly, there was a few close calls on him there, so I really don't blame them for trying to hold on for some time. They're just going to hit what they can until Calvish has at least a Vanish, because they have no trinkets right now. Or they're just going to go for it. This is a little bit risky. It's going to be a kick on Nick into a cheap shot. Fear. Drake's feeling confident, though. He's like pushing behind the pillar.
Oh, my gosh.
Doesn't want to push too far. There comes the coil. Big Chaos Bolt lands. One on Calvish. Can they find another? Drake just shuts on tear. Are you kidding me? Nick does it. And this is he's a heavy hitter. You know what I mean? You bring Nick in off the bench. Gosh. He's ready to just knock him out of the park. Welcome to the Jung puts another point on the board. But what I was saying, D-Machine, is Gators back. They're going to have multiple small maps that they get to play on.
That's true. That's true. This was Ashamain. It's a little bit more open. Where do you think we're going next? Welcome to the Jung. They have a long road ahead of them. They got to win 2 more in a row. But if that game was any sort of foreshadowing to what we're going to see next, I think they could do it. You are absolutely right for not counting these guys out. I just thought, you know, they went through the Ret Hunter and then they went through the jungle, and I'm like, oh, they must not have an answer yet. They must not have another answer for this. And they absolutely do. And what an answer they have. Nick on this Warlock was just running circles around Calvish, making this poor rogue having to overextend. Look at that maim stun into the follow-up Chaos Bolts. Just so much kill potential at any given moment. Unreal. That is spooky.
I think I speak for the entire WoW PvP community when I say it's so good to have Destro Warlocks back. You know, it's not scary at all. Not scary at all fighting Destro Warlocks. Yeah, these Chaos Bolts are absolutely horrific. They go for the double cast there, the Cyclone and the Fear.
The Fear,
Calvish,
yeah.
the main,
oh
yeah,
my
it's just
God.
Good night.
Don't
But
worry,
that's what you
Zang's
need,
there
right?
for the Repentance just in case.
You see what I mean, though? By like bringing in Repentance and bringing in a second caster, all of a sudden Drake can Cyclone like 50 times more in the match, which is so important.
The team seems to be able to like enable each other a lot more with every single character on the team for Welcome to the Jung having that scary cast bar. Really, really good call by you. It's interesting. And what's funny in the back line of all that is that even if the rogue had the vanish right there, WizK's caught into a Hodge at like 30% health eating a Chaos Bolt to the face in the back line. They easily could just tab target over to him and really force another defensive cooldown. So really, really, really promising game from Welcome to the Jung. The question has been answered. It's Dalaran Sewers. You were talking about a small map. You can't get too much smaller than this. Yes, it's not as small as Ruins of Lordaeron, but whenever that waterfall comes down, it's even less area to play in. Welcome to the Jung. They're sticking to the same composition. Makes total sense to me. Gators back. I wouldn't imagine that they swap anything over.
No way. RPS small map.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they've been playing for. But I don't know. This composition looks a lot better for Welcome to the Jung. Like, to me, it looks significantly better.
What a finals!
Really strong.
This is crazy. Oh,
honestly, every series today has been so good. Like, I really can't believe it. Like,
that's the excuse I'm going to use for having such terrible predictions.
Oh, that's good, though. If we all have bad predictions, it just means the game's close and they're unpredictable, you know?
Right, exactly.
If we're all at like 90% predictions, that's boring, you know? I want to know the outcome.
That's true, that's true.
You're doing a great job.
Oh, you're doing a great job. You're actually teaching me a lot in this matchup right here. As soon as I saw Nick come out, I was a little like, but I think he's doing fantastic. I mean, the mobility especially, it feels like exactly what they needed to, you know, not only rotate the defensives, but also to force their opponents in like a not so great position. And whenever a team like this, like Welcome to the Jung, is able to force their team out of position, they can make magic happen, especially with these coils and whatnot. Yeah.
You know, another thing that is particularly good about Warlocks in this matchup is Dark Pact is usable in stuns, and it is so going into the season, stamina is pretty high, and in addition to stamina being high, like it recently got even some buffs. So it's like when you do get stunned, you have that huge shield. Like it's almost your entire health bar worth of a shield that you can trade out and rotate through. So it's really strong. The problem is if you use it when you're low on health, then it doesn't really do that much. But if you're using it at a high health, you're topped off before the go, it's a really effective absorb.
Yeah, he's using it preemptively consistently, and it's a pretty short cooldown too, so even if it just deters Calvish off of Nick, that's all that they really need. It seems like every single time they go Drake, yeah, you might force a bear form here and there, but given a Destro Warlock some breathing room, that just spells disaster almost every single time. But here we go. Can Calvish get something done? Can he get a sap? Nope. Combat is going to be grabbed immediately by Zhang Bahai, and he's out of line of sight yet again. Nick going to go ahead and set up on this pillar, and it looks like both teams are just starting to find their footing. Cheap shot goes out onto Drake. Calvish trying to light him up with these blades. This is lots of damage coming out from WizK as well. Zhang Bahai, though, getting caught into a full kidney. They're swapping the damage over out onto him. WizK and CLEAVE lighting him up, and that will be the bubble in this opener.
Yeah, that is not the position you want to be in if you are Zhang behind. No divine protection, no divine shield. You're still just stuck. He's just stuck. He's trying to get away finally, but CLEAVE might get punished for not having a trinket. Woo! Close call. Those Chaos Bolts are really scary. CLEAVE gets really low on health, but if you're Zhang behind, you're not feeling confident right now. You really don't have that many tools to work with. He can trinket. He pre-ore masteries the setup, which is really good. He's got the gateway. He needs to get to the gateway. Run to the gateway.
Oh, no.
Is the gateway available?
Other
Use
way.
the gateway. He's
Where are
feeling
you going,
confident, though.
man?
Yeah, I guess he's not going to use it. I mean, a little bit of a greedy play. He's got that Hellstone, too, so keep in mind divine protection and Hellstone. Like, there's some buttons he can work with, but that was a great push from Gators back.
This defensive positioning where it's behind the pillar has kind of bite him in the back a few times now. Kidney shot goes out into him. WizK and CLEAVE is trying to set up again with a nice cross CC fear on both Nick and Drake. Nick now caught into that hex. Drake having to dispel it. The silence to follow it up. This could be curtains for this Holy Paladin. He catches some off heals. He's going to be okay for now. There's the Hodge going out onto CLEAVE. It gets dispelled by Cubsy. He's so fast with those dispels. Unreal. I guess it's something to expect at this high level of play. Man, I wish my healers dispelled like that, because that was like lightning fast. Drake getting stopped on that Cyclone follow-up and gouge over out onto Nick. Another kidney shot onto the Holy Paladin. Yet another go. Another setup that he needs to heal through. And there's the lay on hands. Cheap shots. He's not out of it just yet. The fear to follow it up onto Nick. Zhang Bahai has no peels from his Warlock. The bomb to follow it
Gateway!
up. Can Zhang Bahai live? He's at the gateway. He's not going to use it. He's just not used to playing with the Warlock or something. But he lives. He's alive. He has trinket, but that's just about all he has left. And the DR for stun is up, but it's swapping over out onto Drake. He's caught into human form. He's got bark skin. Big throughput from the wings is going to keep Zhang Bahai healthy. But here we go. Name on the Cubsy. Can they swap this pressure around? They need to right now. Welcome to the Jung is on the back foot.
Zhang Bahai, like, we need to see the gateway. Like, if he dies without using gateway, I'm going to be so sad. Move the gateway. Put a good gateway down for him. Like, this is so annoying. We'll see what happens. The stuns come in. Zhang Bahai is just positioned behind the pillar. The full kidney shot lands once again. He has his trinket. Is he going to use it? Looks like he's going to greet it out once again, trying to cross the map. The silence lands. It's be a great time to use gateway. He's crossing, though, on the freedom with the steed. And that's enough. Big bolts from Nick once again, though. WizK and CLEAVE are finally being punished. Beautifully done. Zhang Bahai just baiting them across the map. And now all of a sudden, Gators back. They're not feeling that confident to make a push. And Zhang Bahai has weathered the storm. Divine Shield in 30 seconds. Trinket. Divine Protection. He's looking good. Welcome to the Jung is actually in a decent spot now.
Look at him march at him, man. Kidney shot goes out into him, but it looks like they're not going to go him. They're going to go Drake. There's the cheap shot. There's the blind. Big damage. He's in cat form. Barkskin's going to be used. He finally gets into bear form. The silence to follow it up. Drake style not able to get that damage rolling for himself. The DR fear to follow it up onto Zhang Bahai's. Drake still not out of it just yet. A gouge. The CC never ends, but Drake is okay, and he's trying to force the damage out onto CLEAVE, forcing him to run back, and the DRs and Zhang Bahai aren't available for a swap just yet. The coils go out. The maims onto CLEAVE. Cubsy even taking a bunch of damage himself, and Drake and Nick need to get going, and they need to get going fast.
One bolt, two bolt, three bolt.
The bash into the clone. There's the trinket. Is this going to be the link? The evasion is popped, but it's over. Is this the dispersion as well? Everyone's taking so much damage. Momentum finally swinging in favor. Welcome to the Jung on Dollar and Sewers.
Yeah, Nick had such a beautiful fake cast, getting the precognition and just lighting up the entire team of Gators back, forcing them behind the pillar. Still, welcome to the Jung. They're looking okay in this position. They're going after Drake, so just putting out some pressure. Nice silence. Drake might die. He has the Hellstone. He's got Barskin. He's got Hellstone if he needs it. But Zhang Bahai in a really good position to keep him alive, just throwing in the flash heals, dispelling off all the diseases that WizK is able to put out. Nick is trying to push in, but they're just full-on light-of-sighting the Destro Warlock. Double stun, though, here from Drake. Nicely done. Beautiful sap there onto Zhang Bahai, and now Drake is all of a sudden in trouble. CLEAVE is trying to make a power play, but it looks like Drake has weathered the storm and now can continue to make a push.
Looks like it. Incarnation from Drake. But now he knows that the DR on stun is up. And there's the kidney. There's the bomb. Into the cheap shot. Out of the trinket. Survival instincts. Bear form will be popped. Cheap shot onto Zhang Bahai. Following up the bomb. The cross CC fear. Drake is alone there for just a moment. But it looks like he's okay for now as the wings are popped for Zhang Bahai. Keeping him A-okay. Trinket. Bubble. Lots of buttons available for Welcome to the Jung. And Drake knows it. He's pushing in. He's getting CC everywhere. Hodge goes out on onto Cubsy, and everyone's slowly rotting down.
Or
Nick
Pettins.
is pushed in their face. Then there's the dispersion.
Fear.
Into the kidney onto Drake. They're trying to switch this back up. The dispersion's finally down. Is this finally going to be the Spirit Link from Cubsy? Double rake stun from Drake is going to slow some stuff down. There's the Blessing of Sacrifice from Zhangfahai, keeping his team nice and aggressive throughout all of this. And I just feel like this offensive positioning from Welcome to the Junk could bite them later on, but it seems to be okay for now. Still so many buttons for them to play with. But so far, so good. WizK is doing a great job rotating and getting out of line of sight. But there's the blind onto Zhangfahai, and there's the lasso onto Drake. But nothing really done with it outside of that. Kidney shot goes out onto Nick. They're swapping the pressure over out onto the Warlock, and he's just going to press Unending Resolve immediately and respect that go.
Yeah, but he gets the Unending Resolve, and Calvish is immediately back at the pillow. This is why Welcome to the Jungle. They have had enough. Here comes the coil. Here comes the Hodge. Here comes the damage. Are we going to see any bolts? It doesn't look like he's able to find any. Once again, they retreat behind the pillar. Beautiful Master Spell, but a triple Infernal. Here comes the bolts once again. Massive healing there by Cubsy. The Ascendance, Nature, Swiftness. Everyone's going straight to full health. Here comes the Soul Rip. The souls are just flying out from the side of Gators. Back. A full kidney shot lands. Nick, once again, is going to use that unending, or he doesn't have the unending resolve. He uses the Dark Pack. Now it's going to be Drake that could be in trouble. Has the Bark Skin. Opting not to use it. Nick could easily fall. Zhangfahai trades out the Divine Shield to make a trade. Drake's low on health. But Welcome to the Jungle. I think they're going to be able to survive this. Both these teams are just playing so well. Both these healers keeping their team in the fight. This is an absolutely amazing finals. And if Gators back wins this, they are going to eliminate Welcome to the Jung. It is such a close call. Welcome to the Jung, though. They are not making it easy.
They're staying in it, man. Gators back are finding the plays and making it happen. Kidney shot onto Zhangfahai. If there's any follow-up, they're actually going to go him here. Now Drake caught into a quick cheap shot, but Nick puts Calvish into a coil, immediately gets dispelled out of that. Cheap
Hammer of
shot
Justice
on
behind the
Nick.
pillar.
This is spooky. This could be it for Calvish, but no, he gets caught into a Cyclone, and Welcome to the Junk
Nice triple
stabilized
fear.
yet again. But here we go. Cubsy's pushing in. He's trying to go for a Hex out of it. He lands a Hex onto Drake. Dispel that, Drake. And it looks like Zhangfahai might be the kill target for now. He's caught into a silence. He has into a gouge to follow it up. They're switching the damage over out onto Nick now all of a sudden. Kidney shot lands out onto him. No CC yet available as Blessing of Protection or Blessing of Sacrifice was used onto Zhangfahai, and Calvish is going to use that to just swap the damage over out onto the Holy Paladin. Great moves by the Rogue here, and the pressure is starting to mound. Blind onto Zhangfahai. Nick and Drake both so low. Nick no wall available. Catches a huge lay on hands from Zhangfahai. Drake caught into the bear form now. They're just desperately trying to stabilize. Cubsy's mana becoming more and more a problem as we're at 43%, dampening dispersion back off of cooldown. But here we go. There's the kidney shot on Nick into the bomb. That's going to be the trinket. Isn't going to be enough. The gateway is used. Zhangfahai has the aura mastery up. He pops the wings as well. He's swapping the pressure over out onto Calvish, but he gets caught into a clone. They can't follow it up for now. WizK looking for the fear, and he lands it on the Holy Paladin. Nick is rotating with his Holy Paladin's new positioning, however, and both teams are just constantly going and stopping each other. Unreal plays.
This is so dangerous. Cheap shot on Zhangfahai. Nick is in so much trouble. He portals away once again. Zhangfahai's in a silence right now. What can they do? Calvish has no cooldowns. He runs over. They want to win. Gators back. They're so close to doing it. Taking down Welcome to the Jung. Nick gets the coil. Can he land the fear? Calvish is low on health. The main stun comes in, but it's going to be Nick. That falls. I can't believe it. Could they get a cross kill? No, the Void Shift comes in. Gators back. Oh, this newly formed roster. Cubsy's back on the healer. WizK joining up with Calvish. Insane plays. I can't believe it. Nobody thought they were going to win this, and they managed to pull it off.
Gators are, in fact, back. NA Cup #1, NA champions. Fantastic play from them. They were counted out how many times? Countless times, and they still were able to take a 4-2 W. Insane. When we saw Nick first come out of the bench, it just seemed like they were unbeatable. Bringing them to Dalaran Sewers, changing up their composition, or changing up their strategy, I should say, is all that Gators ever needed. They just need to stay calm, stay collected, and switch it up, and they make magic happen. Unreal. Nick was completely fine all game. Look at that. His both walls, both Dark Pack and Unending Resolve, were up in 1 second. That's the type of small window Gators were able to find here and take home the victory. Hats off to them. They are indeed back.
Scary. There's like a new RPS in town, and they're quite good. I mean, but I will say, welcome to the Jung. I feel like they're gonna practice this comp. Like this is they're gonna invest in this. That looked good. I don't know how much they've actually practiced this exact composition. I assume a little bit, but I think they've realized that this is probably a very important matchup for them to win. If they play it just a little bit cleaner, yeah. Because I really feel like Gators back did such a good job, even at the beginning of the game, forcing a Divine Shield just basically immediately. Like, I think they were catching Welcome to the Jung off guard.
I wholeheartely agree with that analysis. Yeah, I think clean it up a little bit, maybe use a couple more gateways, Yang Bahai, could really spell a completely different outcome. But fantastic series nonetheless. Both of these teams just absolutely seem like powerhouses, and I'm just going to be watching them very closely as we progress through the season.
Ooh, I think we all owe them an apology, including chat, including the coin. My gosh, what an exciting series. What an exciting way to end the weekend as well. Overall, these games have been so exciting. And Gators back. I mean, then if you looked at all of the teams from North America from the pool, where did you kind of place this team in your mind?
1 or 2. 2 or 1, I'd say. Like, yeah, in my mind, they were like, I've been watching them practice and I've seen how they're doing on the ladder every single day. Every single day, as like a ritual in my stream, I just look, all right, well, who is playing what in threes, who did well, and they're owning every single night. They're playing tons of games, lots of compositions. They're like, some of the highest rated players in the entire game. So I knew they would do well. And to be fair, we actually all said Gators back would win the first time these two teams met. Yeah. And they didn't. So, I mean, we kind of, we turned our back on them.
Educated guess for the second, Who could blame you?
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think they'd step it up like this. I mean, what the heck?
To answer your question, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Gators back was a solid second. I'll say it. I didn't have them as first. Welcome to the Jung was my solid first pick. I had them at second, and this was an absolute treat of a series going into this. We were talking a little bit about like what we thought was going to go down in this series before it started, and we didn't predict this. That's for sure.
Yeah. Most definitely. I can't, I hope we get an interview because I wonder if they predicted this. I mean, then you said that they've been putting in the work, so obviously they were aiming to get high, but how high is the question? I mean, it's kind of the sky is the limit with this team now. But now into Cup 2, D-Machine, do we see Jung make a comeback from the consistency we're used to seeing, or do we think that, Gators back is kind of the new king of the town?
I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a back and forth between these two teams. I think a couple more reps with Nick on that Destroyer Warlock, and we could see a very different series. But think about the amount of mind games that we saw, not only from the beginning of the series, but the series that they had in the upper bracket finals, right? Like the Rhett Hunter mind games into the jungle. It just seems like these guys are just trying to figure each other out, trying to figure out what the final boss composition is for either side. And I think they found it with these two.
Yeah, definitely. It's not often that you see Welcome to the Jung like being forced to switch off of a composition. So the whole series back to front, very exciting to see. So hopefully we do get an interview with Gators back, but I'm excited to see what this team is capable of. I mean, do you think there's anything that they like? What are the major takeaways, Ben? Do you think from this day from Gators back? Like, what do you think they're kind of going to be working on or discussing between this weekend and the next one?
Keep up the good job. I mean, that's what it comes down to for me. We saw them play lots of different compositions in this tournament. The Arcane Mage, Outlaw Rogue, Priest. They played the RPS. Like they have a lot of different options available. So I think they just need to keep grinding. It's obvious that they're hungry for a win. They want to kind of battle it back. And I have a funny feeling that we're going to see a lot of these two teams in the upper bracket going head to head. We might see a lot of finals with Gators back versus Welcome to the Jung. And I don't know. I think it can go either way. It makes it very exciting that you have two teams that are so strong.
Yeah, certainly does. And I think that it was also you that mentioned that WizK was kind of your player to watch in the beginning of the weekend, I think, right?
Yeah, somebody asked me, who are the players that you're rooting for? And in Europe, it was Bismix, and in NA, it was WizK, because I feel like WizK has been a gem for a long time, and I like this roster. I also, for a very long time, I have cheered for Calvish. But I feel like the roster it doesn't always make sense. Like Calvish, it's like sometimes he's playing teams that have 2 mages and 2 rogues, and they pick specializations. So oh, he's the Frost Mage, Cubsy's the Arcane Mage, and the rosters just didn't make a lot of sense to me. This is the first time where I'm like, okay, this roster with Cubsy healing, and you have, you know, Dazed, Calvish, and WizK, like, this is a very well-rounded team. Like, this could be the time that Calvish actually ends up winning.
Yeah, definitely could. And I think you were right in believing in them for this cup. But that is the final bracket. Gators back going to be finishing off the weekend with first place, which means they are first in the standings right now. 120 points up there at the tippy top. Welcome to the Jung, following closely behind with 100 points, and then Cats and Dogs with 80. Currently, we've got Dire Wolves in the fourth place, which not a great spot to be in for them. I'm sure that they are looking at their performance this weekend and kind of taking a breather and working on what they can do leading into the next cup, because it's the top 3 spots that you want to be in. That fourth spot, you don't want to be in the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet is a horrible place to be. It is a bloodbath each and every season, so we'll certainly keep everybody in tune with that one. What's up, Ben?
If you're half glass full, it's better to be in the Gauntlet than not be in the Gauntlet.
That's, you're so right, Ben. I should look at it.
9/10, you wish you were in the Gauntlet.
You're right. No, you're right. I shouldn't take that for granted. They shouldn't either. But let's look also over at the EU region. Of course, we did finish off that series this weekend as well. We've got Echo, 120 points at the top. Streamer Zone GG with 100. And DOBOB at third, D Machine.
They absolutely are. Again, just like in North America, like basically from like 4th to 9th even, I just think that every single team has the capability of going all the way, and that's super, super spooky. 1st through 3rd, in my mind, are kind of a toss-up, depending on how the meta shapes out, depending on how these teams prepare. I will say, in this tournament, I counted Echo out over and over and over. As soon as Echo hit that lower bracket, I'm like, it's over. They're not going to come back. And they came back and they proved me wrong so hard. They win against teams that previously beat them and beat them handily. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Echo. I'm imagining they're not going to be even close to the Gauntlet, but every single team below them absolutely can to make some sort of upset. Both team, like the level of play in both regions right now is genuinely really exciting. I mean, you saw our predictions going into the finals today, and we all got it wrong. That's just the level of back and forth that we're seeing in this final cup of the expansion. Pretty tight.
This goes to show how competitive these regions are, as you say, David. But speaking of competition, we've also been having our own prediction competition here on the desk. I was in last place last time. I have a feeling I still am, because these teams, they're surprising me. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'm tied with the coin. I'll take that.
I stayed exactly the same.
Yeah.
I stayed exactly the same.
Yeah. You gotta tell Adam to step it up. It's his fault.
Yeah. Because he's not here and can't defend himself, I agree with you.
There you go. Ben, you're in first place. How's that feel? Congratulations.
It feels pretty good. Like I haven't been in first place for a long time. The perfect prediction's also looking pretty decent. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Looking to continue that success next week.
Yeah.
Someone has to beat chat, Ben. Keep it up, bro.
Thank you,
yeah, they're following closely behind.
As long as one of us is beating chat.
I just want to beat the coin at this point. My bar is low.
Just set goals for yourself and achieve it. What can I say?
Man, it's like when I go with my heart, I'm wrong. When I'm like trying to go with my brain, something like this happens, and it's just I need to figure out my timing. But unfortunately, we are not going to get an interview, which is definitely sad. I had a lot of questions for this team, so maybe they'll win next cup and we can get an interview with them then. But make sure you give them some love on social media to the entire team of Gators back. Yeah, absolutely. As well as Echo, of course, for winning our EU Cup. But thank you everyone so much for watching this weekend. That is not the end of the action. We've got more coming up for you next weekend, starting on Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST, twitch.tv/Warcraft. We are also on YouTube, and make sure you're following us on Twitter at WoW Esports for all of the updates. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you next weekend. Bye-bye.